Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter lost in grief and got Sharingan? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. A crimson glow covered his eyes. Itachi Uchiha knew it was the end. The pain of death tormented his body, every cell screaming defeat. He saw his younger brother, Sasuke, his hatred and thirst for revenge. But in Itachi's eyes there was only calmness, and hope. Hope that his sacrifice would not be in vain, that the future of the village would be protected. But instead of falling into eternal darkness, Itachi felt something else. An unknown force, powerful and unfathomable, was tearing him apart and immediately reassembling him. The world around him turned a kaleidoscope of bright colors and then fell into absolute silence. He opened his eyes, not the tired eyes of a warrior who had seen so much pain, but the small, clear eyes of a baby. He was lying in a cradle, warmly wrapped in a blanket. And a strange woman with a soft smile was leaning over him. "Welcome to our world, Itachi," came a melodious voice. Itachi had he been reborn? When he opened his eyes again, an unfamiliar face appeared before him, radiating tenderness and care. It was a woman with long, black hair gathered into a tight knot. Her eyes, dark and deep, looked at him with warmth. In them he vaguely recognized features that reminded him of his own clan. "Our little Itachi," the woman whispered, and her voice was full of love. "Our boy." Slowly, day by day, Itachi began to realize that he had been reborn. He was an infant, a child, and he was surrounded by a world unlike the one he knew. The woman who called herself Makoto Uchiha appeared to be his mother, and the man with a stern look similar to his own. Fugaku Uchiha, his father. They lived in a large old house full of mysterious objects. Itachi tried to act like a normal child, but a cauldron of memory was simmering inside him. He remembered his past life, his skills, but he realized that now he was weak, vulnerable, and would have to adapt to a new reality. Years passed. Itachi grew up surrounded by care and attention. His parents, though strict, loved him with all their hearts. He watched them use strange wands to create magic and was mesmerized by their ability to control the elements. Itachi was an intelligent and inquisitive boy. He was a quick learner and excelled at everything he took on. He read books and studied the history and culture of his new world. He was eager to understand magic, but was slow to show his interest. He realized that any display of unusualness could raise questions. While playing in the garden, Itachi accidentally tripped but didn't fall. Instead he slowly hovered in the air for a moment before sinking back down to the ground. He was as surprised as his parents, who were watching from the window. "It happens," Fugaku muttered, trying not to show his surprise. He knew hat children often showed magic in this way, especially when their emotions took over. Itachi, on the other hand, began to observe his emotions more closely. He realized that they were the catalyst for these outbursts. He had to learn to control them for more than just his own safety. At the same time, the tuberculosis that Itachi had inherited from his past life was not receding. The coughing kept him down, especially at night. Makoto and Fugaku, concerned about his son's condition, bought special potions for him, which helped, but only temporarily. Itachi tried not to show his weakness. He remembered the pain he had caused those around him when he was sick in the past. At the age of 8, another turning point occurred. Sitting in his room, he was going through old books when he felt a burning sensation in his eyes. A sharp pain shot through him and the world around him went dark. When his vision returned, he saw everything in a new light. His irises were bright scarlet, and 2 tomos flaunted on them. Sharingan. Itachi couldn't believe it. Had his power been reborn with him? He was startled and immediately suppressed the awakening of his power, returning his eyes to their former color. This became his secret. He continued to grow, outwardly remaining an ordinary boy, but within him lurked secrets and powers he had yet to uncover. He studied magic by watching his parents ND trained in secrecy using his skills from his past life. Itachi realized that life had given him a second chance, and he had no intention of missing it. The 11th year of Itachi's life began with a surprise. On the day of his birth, when he woke up with the first rays of sunlight, he noticed a parchment tied with a purple ribbon on the windowsill. On the envelope, written in elegant script, was Itachi Uchiha, Uchiha Manor, Scotland. Itachi's heart beat faster. He already knew what the letter was. An invitation to Hogwarts. He quietly got out of bed and went downstairs, where he found his parents at breakfast. They smiled at him, and Makoto, without waiting for him to say a word, said with a beaming smile, "Happy birthday, Itachi." Fugaku nodded, and his eyes glowed with pride for the first time in a long time. Makoto and Fugaku told him about Hogwarts, its history, the 4 faculties, the mysteries and wonders. They talked, but there was a note of worry in their voices. They had led a reclusive lifestyle, after all, and sending Itachi out into the big, noisy world of the school was not easy for them. "We've set aside all the necessary shopping for your birthday, Itachi," Fugaku said. "Tomorrow we'll go to Slant Lane." All night Itachi couldn't sleep. He went over everything he knew about Hogwarts in his mind, wondering what lay ahead. He tried to keep his Sharingan under control, but sometimes it flared up, giving away his excitement. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, they apparated. Slant Lane. It was exactly as Itachi had envisioned it from the books. Cauldron stalls, mountains of books, wand stores and owl cages, all modeled with colors and smells. Itachi walked beside his parents, looking around carefully. He tried not to show his amazement, but there was a real storm raging inside him. The first thing they did was stop by Madame Malkin's mantle store. Then they went to Books and Scrolls, where Itachi was picking out textbooks for Hogwarts. He stopped, head in front of a shelf of books on defense against the dark arts. He picked up one of them and ran his fingers over the cover. "Interested?" Makoto asked, noticing his gaze. "Just studying," Itachi replied. He knew that defense against the dark arts was an important part of learning, especially for him. They had purchased cauldrons, potion ingredients, quills and ink, and it was finally time to visit Ollivander's shop. Itachi stopped in front of the door. Inside they were greeted by Ollivander, a tall, skinny old man with silver eyes. He looked at Itachi with interest, as if he could see right through him. "Uchiha," he spoke in a quiet voice. "Very interesting. It's been a long time since there's been a wizard from that family recently, as far as I can remember. So, let's give it a try." He started going through the boxes of wands, looking for one that he thought would fit Itachi. One by one, the wands bounced off of Itachi, creating strange effects. Then an icy wind flew, then a bright light flashed. Finally, Ollivander stopped, holding out a long, dark wand to him. "Hawthorn, unicorn hair, 10 inches, somewhat flexible," he said. Itachi took the wand in his hand. As soon as his fingers closed around it, he felt a warmth and strength coursing through his entire body. He looked at Ollivander, and he nodded with a slight smile. "Yes, that's her. Very interesting," muttered the old man. "Hawthorn is a rather difficult material and not everyone can do it, and unicorn hair has the truest magic, but is not as powerful as dragon hair or a phoenix feather. I'm sure this wand will help you achieve great things, young Uchiha, but only in your hands. It will take your character and your will." They left Ollivander's shop with a sense of accomplishment. Itachi clutched his wand, feeling its magic pulsing in his hand. He knew he had a difficult path ahead of him, but he was ready. His parents looked at him with pride. They realized that their son had entered a new stage of life, and they were ready to support him in everything. September 1st, a day that Itachi looked forward to with excitement, but also with a dose of anxiety. Waking up early in the morning, he quickly dressed and went downstairs where his parents were already waiting for him. The atmosphere in the house was filled with anticipation and sadness at the same time. After a hearty breakfast, Makoto ND Fugaku escorted Itachi to the fireplace. They apparated to a small inn near London's King's Cross station. It was a way to avoid unnecessary eyes, as their family still preferred to stay in the shadows. Fugaku checked the time on his pocket watch and nodded. "It's time, Itachi." They stepped out onto the bustling street and headed towards the train station. Itachi watched the hustle and bustle carefully, absorbing every sound and movement. He couldn't help but compare this world to the one he had left in his previous life, both full of people, but so different. Upon reaching the correct platform, Makoto and Fugaku stood at the pillar between platforms 9 and 10. "Now listen carefully, Itachi," Makoto said. "To get to platform 9 and 3/4, you need to go through this column. Don't be afraid, just go straight ahead," Fugaku added. "And don't forget about us. Write to us often, and take care of yourself." Itachi nodded, trying not to show his excitement. He hugged each of his parents, feeling their warmth one last time before heading out into the new world. He knew they were worried, but he also knew they were proud of him. With his suitcase in one hand, Itachi took a deep breath and took a determined step towards the pillar. For a moment he felt a slight tingling sensation, and then, he found himself on platform 9 and 3/4. Itachi looked around. The platform was full of wizards of all ages. Noise like any train station, but this one was special. Magical artifacts flashed everywhere, suitcases flew by themselves, and owls' whoops came from the cages. He had never seen so many wizards in one place. The red steam train, the Hogwarts Express, puffed and let out puffs of steam, ready to depart. Itachi walked down the platform, trying not to draw attention to himself. He found a vacant compartment and placed his luggage. Itachi took a seat by the window and began to survey the platform through the glass. He saw a boy with bright red hair hugging a woman and then running towards the train. Other children passed by, some quiet and shy, others boisterous and scraggly. He began to notice small manifestations of magic around him, utkasses that flew without anyone's help, or a scarf that randomly changed color. Soon a whistle sounded, and the train touched down. Itachi stared out the window as the platform was left behind. He was on his way to Hogwarts, the place where he was to study, grow, and learn magic. He clutched his wand in his hand, feeling its power pulsing through him. He was ready for new challenges, ready for adventure, ready for a new stage in his life. The ride on the Hogwarts Express passed in relative silence for Itachi. He spent most of the time watching the scenery float by outside the window. Finally, the train slowed down and came to a stop. Voices could be heard in the carriages, students hurriedly gathering their belongings, anticipating their arrival at Hogwarts. Itachi picked up his suitcase, getting ready to leave. When he stepped onto the platform, he immediately felt the cool, moist air. It was as bustling as King's Cross station, but the atmosphere was different, more magical, more mysterious. The platform was lit by flickering lanterns, and at the far end could be seen a narrow path leading somewhere into the darkness. The students crowded up ahead, and Itachi, following them, slowly made his way forward. He took his time, trying not to stand out from the crowd. He watched carefully, trying to memorize every detail. Itachi noticed a large figure that stood out from the rest of the crowd. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a thick, dark beard and long hair that was hidden under a large, shaggy hood. His face looked good-natured, despite his imposing appearance. He held a large lamp in his hands, which illuminated his face and the path in front of him. "Freshmen, over here," came his loud, good-natured voice. "All freshmen, follow me." The crowd of students began to move towards him. Itachi, keeping slightly behind, followed everyone else. They walked down a narrow path that soon led them to the shore of a large, dark lake. On the other shore, towering over the water surface, a majestic castle could be seen. It was Hogwarts. Small boats were waiting for them at the shore of the lake. A man with a beard helped the freshmen get into them, and soon they set off from the shore. Itachi sat in the boat with 3 other students, not knowing anyone. They were focused on what was to come, and only occasionally exchanged quiet phrases. They silently looked at the castle that was gradually approaching them, growing larger by the minute. Its towers and spires rose majestically above the lake, and its windows glowed with a warm light, as if inviting them in. Itachi could feel the excitement building up inside him. This castle was not only a place where he was to learn, but also a new world full of mystery and possibilities. The boats docked at the shore, and the freshmen, one by one, came ashore. A man with a beard, who introduced himself as Hagrid, said, "Follow me, freshmen. Distribution will begin soon." The freshmen, without any hesitation, lined up again and followed Hagrid as if mesmerized by his imposing appearance. Itachi tried to keep his eyes on the castle, trying to memorize every detail of it. After passing through the massive oak doors, the freshmen found themselves in a spacious hallway. It was an impressive place with high ceilings and stone walls decorated with torches that cast bizarre shadows. The massive doors leading to the Great Hall could be seen up ahead. But they were closed for now. A tall, thin woman stood in the center of the hallway and stepped forward. Her face was stern, but her eyes read wisdom and kindness. She was dressed in a dark robe and wore a pointed hat. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said in her clear, confident voice. "I am Professor McGonagall, Vice Principal. Before you join your fellow students in the Great Hall, you will have to go through a placement ceremony. It will determine which of the 4 faculties you will study in." She paused, letting her words sink into the minds of the freshmen. Itachi listened intently, trying to memorize every word she said. "There are 4 faculties at Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Clawdon, and Puffendui. Your placement will determine who you will study, live, and compete with. Throughout the school year, faculties will compete for points. Points are awarded for academic success, for following the rules, and for being honorable. But points will also be taken off for infractions, misconduct, and inappropriate behavior. The faculty with the most points by the end of the year wins the Hogwarts Cup." Professor McGonagall looked around the hallway, as if checking to see if everyone understood her words. Itachi realized that this was a system to encourage both success and discipline. "I will leave you alone for a while. Please remain quiet and orderly. When I return, we will continue." With those words, Professor McGonagall turned and headed for the Great Hall doors, disappearing behind them. After she left, a silence hung in the hallway, which was immediately broken by a quiet whisper. Itachi turned his attention to the small group of freshmen in the front rows. A boy with a pale face and blonde hair, wearing a robe of expensive fabric, was haughtily saying something to a boy with black, disheveled hair and round glasses. "They say it's true, don't they?" uttered the boy with the blonde hair. His voice was loud and harsh, and his words reached Itachi, who was standing a little further away. "Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." A whisper drifted through the hallway. Itachi noticed many of the children begin to look over and point their fingers at the boy with black hair. Even those who hadn't shown interest before began to look in his direction. Itachi inwardly tensed up. Harry Potter. He knew the name. He'd heard many stories about this boy. How he'd managed to survive a confrontation with a dark wizard as a baby, how he'd defeated him with no magical training. The blonde-haired boy continued with arrogance, "I'm Draco Malfoy. And I think you and I are going to be good friends." Itachi involuntarily frowned slightly. Draco Malfoy. He knew that last name. He had read about the Malfoys in the history books of the magical world, studying their connections and influence. They were an ancient and influential family, known for their connections. They were wealthy, ambitious, and always seeking power. His analysis immediately gave him a complete picture of the family and their place in this world. At that moment, the doors to the Great Hall opened, and Professor McGonagall appeared in the doorway. "Please follow me," she said, inviting the freshmen to enter. The freshmen, revitalized, began to move towards the doors in a crowd. Itachi, trying to keep up, followed them, analyzing the information he had received. The freshmen, led by Professor McGonagall, entered the Great Hall. The high walls, decorated with tapestries, went upward, losing themselves in the semi-darkness of the vaulted ceiling, which was so high that it seemed endless. Thousands of candles floated in the air, illuminating the room with a soft, warm light and creating a sense of magic. Along the walls were 4 long tables where students in robes of different colors sat, creating a bright palette against the stone walls. At the far end of the hall, on a dais, stood another table, the teacher's table. Professor McGonagall led the freshmen to the very beginning of the hall, where there was a small wooden chair and an old, tattered hat next to it. The freshmen settled on the floor in front of them, and the silence in the hall was replaced by quiet whispers. McGonagall looked at all the freshmen and raised her hand. Immediately there was complete silence. "The distribution ceremony will now begin," she said in her clear voice. "But before we begin, the principal would like to say a few words." With those words she stepped aside and a man with a long white beard and a good-natured look stepped onto a small platform next to the teacher's table. It was Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School. His voice was calm, yet filled with power and wisdom. "Welcome to Hogwarts," he said. "And a special welcome to you freshmen. I hope this year will be full of discovery and adventure for you." Applause erupted in the hall, which quickly subsided when the principal continued. "Before we begin the placement ceremony, I would like to remind you of a few important rules that you must abide by. First, as always, it is forbidden to go into the Forbidden Forest. Secondly, the corridor on the third floor that leads to the right is also off limits to anyone who doesn't wish to die a painful death." A quiet whisper drifted through the hall. Itachi listened intently to the headmaster's every word. Dumbledore smiled, as if seeing the students' reactions. "Now that everyone has been warned, I suggest we get down to the most enjoyable part of our evening, the assignments." He nodded to Professor McGonagall and she stepped forward, holding a parchment in her hands. "When I call your names, you will take turns coming up and sitting in this chair. A distributing hat will be placed on your head, which will determine which faculty you are most suited for," she said, and her voice echoed in the hall. Professor McGonagall began to read the names from a long scroll. The freshmen, one by one, walked over to a chair, sat on it, and put on the old, tattered distributing hat. The hall would freeze in anticipation, and the hat, after a brief moment of deliberation, would call out the name of the faculty: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Clawdon, Puffin. Every time a faculty name was called, his table exploded with applause and shouts of cheers. Itachi watched, analyzing how the hat makes decisions. It sees not only abilities, but also personalities and desires. He mentally prepared himself for what awaited him when his turn came. Finally, it was his turn as well. "Uchiha, Itachi," Professor McGonagall said, and there was silence in the hall. Itachi calmly walked over to a chair, sat down in it, and put on his hat. For a moment, everything around him seemed to disappear. The voice of the hat sounded in his head. Interesting. You're not like the others, young Uchiha. You are strong, determined, and your courage knows no bounds. You could have made it in Gryffindor, there's no doubt about that." Itachi remained silent, giving the hat a chance to analyze him. "But you have a mind and a hunger for knowledge, like the clawman. Your mind is sharp, and you can see things that others can't. And of course, you are not lacking in cunning and ambition. You have all the qualities of a Slytherin. You could accomplish a lot if you wanted to. But let's not forget your loyalty and hard work, young Uchiha. Puffendui wouldn't be a bad choice either. All of these qualities can coexist harmoniously in you, but I feel that there's more to it than that." Itachi tensed involuntarily. The hat saw more than he realized. It sensed his past, his desire for power, his need to control the situation. "Yes, I see, you seek power, but not for the sake of power itself. You're willing to do whatever it takes to protect what you hold dear. And you're not afraid to make tough decisions. You realize that the world is far from perfect, and you're willing to do whatever it takes to get justice, even if it means going against the tide. You're not lacking in ambition and cunning. So where will you prove yourself best?" There was a tense silence in the Great Hall. Usually the allocating hat didn't spend so much time choosing a faculty for a first-year student. The upperclassmen began to whisper and glance around, and even Dumbledore stopped smiling for a moment. Itachi realized that, against his wishes, he had attracted unwanted attention. Itachi tried to remain calm, not giving off the slightest emotion. He realized that this delay would only make it harder for him to go unnoticed, but he couldn't influence his choice of hat. Finally, after a seemingly endless pause, the hat loudly proclaimed, "Slytherin." Applause erupted at the Slytherin table, but there was still a sense of tension in the room. Itachi calmly removed his hat and headed towards his new faculty. He noticed that many of the students were looking at him with curiosity, and even a few of the teachers exchanged glances. Itachi too took a seat at the Slytherin table and looked at the other Slytherins. He realized that he wouldn't be able to just get lost in the crowd now, and that he would have to be even more careful. All the freshmen were now assigned, and there was an air of excitement and anticipation in the Great Hall. Itachi sat at his desk, listening intently to the speeches of the headmen and teachers, and planning his next actions. Realizing that he needed to rethink his strategy of behavior. After the distributing hat had finished its work, there was a stir in the Great Hall. Dumbledore rose from his seat and said with a broad smile, "Now that everyone has been distributed, let us enjoy our traditional feast." In the same instant, countless dishes appeared on the tables. The flavors wafted around the hall, making the stomachs of all the students rumble with hunger. Itachi was no exception, though his interest in food was driven more by necessity than hunger. He watched as the other students piled on the food, laughing and talking. He, on the other hand, studied his tablemates quietly, trying to remember as much information about each of them as possible. It was noticeable that the Slytherins were more reserved in their emotions than students from other faculties. Itachi ate leisurely, trying not to draw too much attention to himself. He tasted different dishes, marveling at the variety and flavor of magical cuisine. The feast lasted for quite some time. During this time, Itachi was able to study his neighbors a bit. Among the Slytherins, he noticed several boys who, judging by their manners, were from noble families. There was also an older boy who was watching him with great curiosity. He was probably the head boy. Finally, when everyone had had enough to eat, Dumbledore stood up and there was silence. "Now the headman will take you to your lounges where you can rest after a long day," he said, and all the students started to get up from their seats. Itachi followed the other Slytherins who were following their headman. They left the Great Hall and headed down the spiral staircase. With each step, it was getting cooler and the atmosphere around them was changing. Muffled sounds, stone walls, and torches casting eerie shadows all created a sense of mystery. They stopped in front of a painting, and the headmaster spoke some sort of password, after which the wall slid open, revealing the entrance to the Slytherin sitting room. Beyond the passageway, the Slytherin living room awaited them. It was a spacious room with shades of green and silver. Soft armchairs and sofas, a fireplace with a fire burning in it all created an atmosphere of coziness and tranquility. But the most impressive thing in this living room was the window. A large, full-wall window, it looked out directly into the lake at the bottom of which Slytherin was located. Itachi walked over to the window and froze. Behind the glass there was life. Flocks of fish swimming by, algae rippling in the water, and occasionally other aquatic life could be seen. The light from the fireplace created bizarre shadows in the water, making the view even more mesmerizing. The headman spoke up. "Welcome to the Slytherin drawing room. Your belongings have already been laid out in your bedrooms. A new day awaits you tomorrow, so I suggest you all get a good night's rest." Itachi, like the other freshmen, followed to the dormitory. It was spacious, with several beds, each with a chest of his belongings by it. He quickly changed into his pajamas, sorted out his things, and got ready for bed. Taking out a small vial of pale green liquid from his chest, and a small vial with a couple capsules in it, he drank the liquid and swallowed the capsules, trying not to attract too much attention. They were potions and medicines that helped him deal with his tuberculosis. He knew there were many challenges and discoveries ahead of him. The morning at Hogwarts started early. Itachi woke up before dawn, checked to make sure his medication was okay, and headed towards the bathroom, trying not to wake anyone. After breakfast in the Great Hall, which was like a morning feast, Itachi went to his first lessons. He spent the day learning spells and the history of magic and watching the other students. He tried to absorb as much information as he could, analyzing every word the teachers said. The day passed and Itachi waited for his last class, potions. He had heard a lot of talk about Professor Snape, and he was worried about what this teacher would turn out to be like in practice. Potions, as he understood from the books, was an important part of a magical education, requiring precision, attention, and patience. The potions class was located in a dungeon, which was fitting for the dark and mysterious atmosphere of Slytherin. The walls were covered with shelves stacked with vials of colorful liquids and jars of dry ingredients. The heavy air was filled with the scents of herbs, spices, and something else hard to describe. When Itachi entered the classroom, he immediately noticed the figure standing at the blackboard. It was Professor Snape, a tall, thin man with a pale face, wearing a long black robe. His dark eyes looked at his students with such a squint, as if he was constantly looking for flaws. Snape began the lesson with a quiet but clear speech. Potions is a delicate art that requires not only knowledge, but also precision and attention, he pronounced. And as you realize, many of you possess neither. Itachi noticed Snape shift his gaze to Harry Potter, who had positioned himself at the very edge of the classroom. The professor began the lesson by explaining the basic principle behind the boil potion they were to brew for the class. He spoke calmly and monotonously, but you could feel his rigidity. He didn't waste time with unnecessary phrases, and his demands were quite strict. Itachi listened carefully, trying to memorize every nuance. He had already read about potions in his books, and much of it was familiar to him, but he realized that practice was another matter entirely. Suddenly Snape stopped, and his gaze settled on Harry Potter. "Mr. Potter," he said, and his voice sounded like a whiplash. "What do you get when you add goldenseal root to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry seemed caught off guard. He looked around, and it was clear he wasn't listening. Itachi watched quietly, unsurprised by this course of events. "I don't know, Professor," Harry replied. "As I suspected," Snape replied, and his voice was full of contempt. "Mr. Potter, if you're not interested in potions, is there anything you might know about them? What, for example, is the name of the potion that cures mandrake bites?" Harry was silent, not knowing what to answer. "And past you again, Mr. Potter," Snape pronounced. "Can you at least tell me where to find the bazaar?" Itachi listened to the dialogue and mentally went over the answers. The answers to all three questions were simple and logical. He didn't understand why Harry, who was, as everyone said, so special, couldn't know them. But for what it was worth, Itachi remained silent. Itachi noticed that from the desk across from him, Hermione Granger raised her hand, clearly wanting to answer Snape's questions. But Snape ignored her, paying no attention to her. It was as if he fundamentally did not want to give her a chance to prove herself. Itachi stared at Hermione unceasingly. The lesson continued. A lot of new and difficult things awaited him. But now he knew that he had a lot to learn, and that he was not alone in his quest for knowledge. The day was drawing to a close. After dinner in the Great Hall, where Itachi once again scrutinized his tablemates, he returned to the Slytherin living room. He retreated to the window with the underwater view, trying not to attract too much attention. He loved watching the underwater life, and in that silence he could quietly contemplate all the events of the day. Today been a busy day. Lots of new knowledge, acquaintances, and of course, Professor Snape. But it was Harry Potter who occupied him the most. During the day, he tried to observe the boy, noting every detail. He saw how Harry wondered about simple magical things, how inattentively he listened to his teachers, and how hard he struggled to deal with simple questions in class. Itachi, who had read books about the magical world, couldn't help but notice his complete ignorance of basic things. "He's uneducated," Itachi muttered, leaning his back against the cold wall. "So much so that he doesn't know the basics." Indeed, most wizarding children knew about Bazaar, wormwood tincture, and other things, but Harry was like a blank slate. And it wasn't just a lack of knowledge. Itachi sensed in the boy a lack of discipline and concentration, which was clearly not like the hero everyone was describing. He realized that there was something else behind the image of the boy who survived, something more complex. Everyone was looking at him so intently, he was like a walking magnet, and Itachi decided that he needed to look at the boy, as they say, from the inside out. He decided to use the Sharingan. Itachi had thought it over during the day and decided that using the Sharingan in class was the perfect solution. Students were constantly changing positions, someone was distracted, teachers were taking notes or checking papers. Perfect to use the power of the Sharingan discreetly. He chose a moment in one of the lessons when all the teachers' attention was on the blackboard. Itachi opened his eyes slightly, activating his three-tone Sharingan for a brief moment. His eyes lit up with scarlet light, and the world around him became clearer and more detailed. He directed his vision at Harry, and it was as if he had touched him with his gaze, scanning his body and his magical aura. Itachi applied his Sharingan extremely carefully, trying not to give away the slightest sign that he was using his power. He scanned the boy and was surprised. He saw nothing outstanding, no magical talents that everyone talks about, but Itachi noticed two things. First, there was a large amount of dark magic concentrated around Harry. It was like a shadow enveloping him from within, as if there was something inside the boy. Second, he detected a faint trace of protective magic that enveloped Harry like a thin film. But that protection was weak, as if melting under the pressure of time. It was almost extinguished. Dark magic, and a nearly extinguished defense. What does that mean? Itachi whispered. He turned off the Sharingan, and his eyes returned to normal. The information he had gotten only increased his suspicions. Harry Potter was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. Time skip. The first weeks at Hogwarts had been a whirlwind of new experiences and knowledge. For Itachi, with his sharp mind and ability to analyze, each lesson was like a different chapter in a new, exciting book. But what interested him most was not the subjects themselves, but the people who taught them. Each teacher was like their own mystery, and Itachi was eager to solve them. His first impression as the Transfiguration lesson with Professor Minerva McGonagall. She was strict and demanding, and her teaching methods did not allow for any sloppiness. Itachi, accustomed to discipline and precision, immediately appreciated her approach. He quickly mastered the transformations of objects, surprising everyone with his agility and quickness. Professor McGonagall seemed pleased with his progress. She did not express her feelings openly. Her stern gaze occasionally flickered with approval, which was even more valuable to Itachi than praise. Potions class with Professor Severus Snape was a different story. Snape, with his grim face and sarcastic comments, seemed the epitome of the dark side of magic. He clearly disliked Gryffindors, but he didn't spare Slytherins either. Itachi felt the professor looking at him with a particular suspicion, as if trying to read his mind. He tried to be flawless in his potion making, but even the slightest mistake drew Snape's ire. He began to analyze Snape, trying to figure out what motivated the man. The defense against the dark arts class with Professor Quirrell gave Itachi mixed feelings. The professor was nervous and stuttered, and his teaching methods seemed ineffective. Itachi saw that many of his students didn't take him seriously, and he himself doubted his competence. Itachi decided to observe Professor Quirrell and analyze his behavior. He noticed that there was some fear behind his stuttering, but he didn't understand the reason behind it. Itachi sensed that something was wrong with the professor. Spellcasting lessons with Professor Phileas Flitwick had been a test of sorts for Itachi. Flitwick, with his short stature and quiet voice, seemed completely harmless. But his lessons were filled with many complex and interesting spells. Itachi quickly mastered new spells, surprising the professor with his dexterity and ability to analyze. He noticed a glimmer of approval in the professor's eyes from time to time, and felt a mutual respect budding between them. Itachi could see that the professor loved his subject and tried to pass on his knowledge to his students. Outside of class, Itachi continued to explore the castle, trying to find answers to his questions. He often sat in the library studying magic books and practicing in silence, trying to improve his skills. He knew that his path in this world would be difficult and dangerous, and that he needed to be prepared for any challenges. As he finished his first weeks at Hogwarts, Itachi began to better understand not only the teachers, but also the dynamics within his faculty, Slytherin. This faculty, known for its ambition and cunning, was a complex hierarchical structure in which blood purity and ancestry played an important role. Itachi, being the child of a Muggle family, was an outsider in this circle of pureblood wizards. They looked at him with disdain and distrust, calling him a mudblood behind his back. Itachi didn't show that he was hurt by their words. He understood that they were fixated on their origins, but their prejudice didn't change who he was. He didn't let their disdain affect his self-confidence. His academic success, however, made them not only scornful, but envious. Itachi, with his sharp mind and quick reactions, handled spells and potions with such ease that many pureblood wizards felt humiliated. They felt that their Superiority should be recognized a priori, not earned through hard work. They were used to magic being easy for them, and couldn't accept the fact that some mudblood was superior to them. Draco Malfoy, the son of a rich and powerful pureblood wizard, was one of Itachi's fiercest opponents. Draco, used to being worshipped and admired, couldn't stand the fact that Itachi didn't show him the respect he deserved. He tried to humiliate him every chance he got, but Itachi remained unfazed, giving him no reason to attack him further. He realized that this was just a publicity stunt and that Draco was no real threat to him. Itachi only saw him as a stupid kid who was fixated on his origins and couldn't see beyond his own nose. Despite all of this, Itachi tried to keep himself in check and not get into open conflict. He realized that he shouldn't waste his energies on petty squabbles. He preferred to observe and analyze, trying to figure out which of the Slytherins could be a threat to him and which could be an ally. Itachi soon noticed that not all Slytherins were the same. Theodore not, though he came from a pureblood family, did not share the prejudices of his fellow students. He, like Itachi, preferred to observe and analyze rather than blindly follow tradition. Their interactions began with occasional conversations in the library, where they both spent a lot of time studying magical books. Itachi noticed that Theodore often asked him questions, trying to understand his point of view, but never pressured or imposed his opinion. Itachi answered evasively and carefully, not revealing his true thoughts and plans. He realized that trusting anyone in Slytherin was a luxury he couldn't afford, but curiosity took over. Their conversations slowly began to turn to discussing stud-why materials and then practicing together in a quiet place. Theodore proved to be a capable student, but he clearly lacked strategic thinking and self-control. Itachi, with his past shinobi experience, could give him valuable advice and steer him in the right direction. Their relationship developed slowly and cautiously, like two snakes sniffing each other before getting close. They respected each other's personal space and didn't ask unnecessary questions. Itachi was beginning to trust Theodore, albeit slowly, always leaving a small margin for doubt. Itachi realized that in Slytherin he had to be careful not to trust everyone. He knew that many of his classmates could betray him at the first opportunity. So he tried to keep his thoughts and plans private. Draco Malfoy and his minions Crabbe and Goyle were particularly annoying. Once, during lunch in the Great Hall, Draco, seeing Itachi enter the hall, deliberately said in a loud voice, "Look at that, our little mudblood is here again to show how smart he is." A few Slytherins grinned, and Itachi walked past them and sat down at his desk. He tried to ignore Draco's provocations, but the latter, seeing that his attempts weren't working, decided to go along with it. "I wonder if your muggle dad knows that his little boy is showing off here. He must be very proud of his genius." Itachi was silent for a moment, his hands clenched into fists. But he immediately pulled himself together. He wasn't going to give Draco a reason to provoke him further. Calmly he turned around and looked at him and, almost without excitement, said, "My parents are proud of me, Draco. And I don't need to prove it to anyone." He then simply continued on his way to the Slytherin table. Confusion appeared on Draco's face and his minions fell silent. Skirmishes like this happened all the time, but Itachi was careful not to get into open conflict. He realized that Draco and his friends were simply seeking attention and trying to establish themselves at the expense of others. His carelessness infuriated Draco, but Itachi was only amused by it. Also, during his first weeks at Hogwarts, Itachi used his Sharingan to scrutinize the castle, its secret passages and nooks and crannies. He wasn't looking for easy paths, he was looking for a place where he could train without prying eyes. He realized that the castle, like a living organism, held many secrets for him to uncover. Itachi started with the most obvious places, abandoned corridors and empty classrooms. He used his Sharingan to see the streams of magical energy that flowed throughout the castle, and noticed that some places had stronger streams than others. He realized that there might be some special artifacts or places that had unique magical properties in those places. Itachi also noticed that the ghosts that were so plentiful at Hogwarts tended to patrol the same places. He studied their behavior and realized that they posed no danger to him, but he still tried to avoid them, so as not to draw unnecessary attention to himself. He realized that they could be watching him, and he didn't want them to find out about his training. In the same way, he also noticed Argus Filch, the castle caretaker, and his cat, Mrs. Norris. He realized that they were also on watch, and their presence made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He needed to find a place where Filch and Mrs. Norris couldn't get him. Itachi continued his search, and soon his Sharingan led him to one of the corridors on the 8th floor. He noticed that the currents of magical energy were particularly strong in this place, and that they were constantly changing, as if they were breathing. He sensed that there was something unusual here, and decided to explore the place further. He walked down this corridor several times, studying every wall and every door. He used his Sharingan to look behind the walls and doors, but he didn't find anything unusual. However, he continued to feel a strange magical energy that was constantly changing. He applied his Sharingan in an attempt to catch this strange magic, but all was in vain. Itachi began to methodically study this corridor, using his Sharingan to scan the walls, floor, and ceiling. He analyzed the smallest changes in the magical aura, trying to find a pattern to its chaotic movement. He realized that the magic in this corridor was unstable, as if it was waiting for some push to take a certain shape. Some form of dynamic magic was at work here, reacting to external stimuli. Concentrating on the streams of magical energy, looking for some kind of clue in them. He realized that the magic was responding to intention, that it was looking for a manifestation of will. He remembered his training, his desire to find a place where he could develop his abilities, and he, without losing concentration, mentally recited his desire, trying to direct the magic in the right direction. And so, the moment he envisioned the perfect place to train, he noticed the wall in front of him begin to change. The magic seemed to bend to his will, and an ancient door appeared on the wall as if out of thin air. He sensed that behind that door was what he was looking for. He entered the room, and his Sharingan immediately sensed that this place was special. The room was spacious and bright, and it seemed tailored to his needs. It was as if it resonated with his magical energy, and Itachi felt that this was the place where he could truly unleash his potential. Itachi didn't start training right away. He decided to scrutinize this strange room first to make sure it wasn't a threat to him. He used his Sharingan to scan the walls, ceiling, and floor, analyzing every corner. He noticed that there was no constant magical energy in the room. It was as if it was empty. But it had the potential to create magical forms. Looking around, he found an old closet in the corner, covered in dust. He opened the cabinet and found various items in there, ancient books, broken tools, and what caught his attention the most, a strange tiara. The tiara was made of dark metal, with strange symbols engraved on its surface, and it was as if it was shrouded in darkness. Itachi felt that the tiara contained some powerful and dark force. He was surprised to notice that it had a very strong dark magic mark. It was as dark and unstable as Harry Potter's, as if the tiara was infected with the same darkness. "This can't be," Itachi whispered. "How is that possible, for an object to have the same dark magical mark as a human?" Itachi realized that his find was no accident. Something connected the tiara and Harry, and that connection had to do with dark magic. He had to study it, to understand how and why it happened. Itachi examined the tiara once more, trying to memorize every detail of it. And then left the room of requirement, leaving the tiara where it was. He realized that he didn't need to draw attention to it right now. Itachi realized that this tiara could be a danger to him. But he also realized that it could also be a source of knowledge for him. He decided to leave it alone for now, but to keep his eyes on it, trying to understand its true nature. He decided that he would keep a close eye on it until he understood how to handle it. For the next few weeks, Itachi used this room for his training, but he didn't forget about the tiara either. He used his Sharingan to learn spells, and he used his shinobi skills to hone his body and mind. He spent hours in this room working on his abilities, and realized that this place had become a laboratory for him as well as a refuge. He also often spent time studying the tiara, trying to figure out what it was. Outside of class, off the Quidditch pitch and away from the attention of the other students, Itachi immersed himself in the mysteries of his Sharingan. This unique gift, inherited from his past life, was not just a vision, but a tool that opened up new possibilities for him. Itachi realized that the Sharingan gave him great advantages, but he also realized that his abilities were not limitless. He could memorize light and medium spells with ease, seeing their structure and energy flow, but when it came to complex spells, his abilities faced limitations. He could see the spell, he could understand its basis, but he could not reproduce it perfectly. His Sharingan only allowed him to gain theoretical knowledge, but not practical skills. Complex spells that required precise gestures, intricate concentration, and large amounts of magical energy were puzzles to him that he could not put together completely. He could see high school students use these spells, he could analyze their movements and words, but he couldn't replicate it all in practice. The Sharingan gave him insight, but not experience. So Itachi began to experiment. He spent hours in secret areas of the castle, trying to reproduce complex spells he had seen in books or during duels. He used his Sharingan to analyze his own mistakes and adjust his actions. He tried different variations, changing gestures, intonation, and concentration until he achieved some sort of result. Often his experiments ended in failure. He could summon an uncontrollable flow of energy that nearly destroyed everything around him, or he could summon a spell that didn't work at all the way he had hoped. But Itachi didn't give up. He understood that failure was part of the learning process, and he used every mistake to get better. He patiently repeated his attempts until he achieved a certain result. Itachi realized that learning complex spells required not only understanding theory, but also gaining experience. He realized that his Sharingan could give him a base, but he himself would have to go through hardships and trials to become a true master. He was ready to take on the challenge and had no intention of stopping there. Itachi continued to watch the older students duel, using his Sharingan to analyze their tactics and techniques. Thanks to his Sharingan, Itachi was making rapid progress in his study of magic. He was mastering new spells at an incredible rate, and he was quickly becoming one of the most powerful wizards of his class. An autumn wind swept over Hogwarts, bringing with it the smells of fallen leaves and approaching winter. It was time for the freshmen to learn a new kind of magic, flying on a broomstick. Itachi, watching the students excitedly gathering on the practice field, felt a slight twinge of skepticism. He, accustomed to precision and control in his movements, didn't understand how one could rely on wood and a broomstick. The lesson was taught by Madame Hooch, a strict and experienced flying teacher. She explained to the students the basic principles of broom control, showing them how to get into the air properly and perform simple maneuvers. Itachi listened to her carefully, trying to memorize every detail. He realized that there was no margin for error in this endeavor, and was ready to put all his concentration and control into mastering this new skill. 1, 2, 3, she commanded, and the students began to pick up their brooms. Most of the students were having difficulty. The brooms spun, flew from side to side, and some didn't move at all. Itachi, on the other hand, lifted his broom into the air with ease the first time, showing that he was in complete control of it. When it came time to get on the brooms, Itachi, like most students, was a little hesitant. He, who was used to trusting only his feet, felt a strange sense of uncertainty sitting on the wood. But he quickly pulled himself together. Remembering that control and concentration was the key to success, he lowered himself gently onto the broom, and felt it obey him as if it were an extension of his own body. He flew easily into the air, showing flawless technique. Madame Hooch seemed a little surprised by his abilities. Most of the students, including Draco Malfoy, rose into the air with difficulty and clumsiness. Some of them fell to the ground after failing to control it, causing laughter and ridicule from the others. Itachi floated calmly in the air, controlling his broom with ease, his movements smooth and graceful as if he was born to fly. Madame Hooch watched him with interest, noting his extraordinary abilities. Seeing Itachi's progress, Draco Malfoy, without hiding his envy, added, "Look at him. His Muggle father must have taught him how to fly his vacuum cleaners." Some of the Slytherins laughed, but Itachi didn't react to this provocation in any way. He just focused on flying, continuing his maneuvers as if he hadn't heard his words. Itachi realized that Draco was only trying to hurt him, and he wasn't going to let him. Itachi continued to practice, his movements becoming more confident and faster. He began to master more complicated maneuvers, surprising Madame Hooch and the rest of the students with his abilities. Theodore, while not as adept at flying as Itachi, was also quite good at handling a broom. He watched Itachi's movements carefully, trying to learn from him, and gradually improving his own skills. Itachi appreciated his hard work and willingness to learn. After Madame Hooch had done a few broomstick exercises, she gave the students some freedom to practice on their own. Itachi watched, trying not to lose sight of Harry and his unusual abilities. Suddenly, there was a scream. Full of terror, Itachi turned around and saw Neville Longbottom, a clumsy and absent-minded boy, lose control of his broom. It was spinning haphazardly in the air as if distraught, and Neville, clearly terrified, could do nothing, his eyes wide with terror. The next instant, he was off his broom and falling to the ground, with a resounding crunch that could be heard even from a distance. "Neville!" exclaimed Madame Hooch, running up to the fallen boy. She quickly examined him and, shaking her head, said, "Your wrist is broken. I will take you to the hospital wing at once." Her voice was stern, but there was a sense of sympathy for the boy in it. She helped Neville up, and they left the grounds together, unhurriedly. Before leaving, Madame Hooch gave a stern warning. Looking at all the students, "I forbid everyone to fly until I return. Violation of this rule will result in serious punishment." Her voice was stern and allowed no objections. As soon as Madame Hooch was out of sight, Draco Malfoy, with a smug smirk on his face, walked over to where Neville had fallen. He bent down, picked up something from the ground and, holding it high above his head, proclaimed, emphasis on every word, "Look at that, it's Longbottom's reminder. He must have forgotten how to fly." Draco waved the glass ball, which Neville had probably lost during the fall, like a trophy. He grinned and began to mock Neville, parodying his frightened voice with his whole body and trembling lips. His jokes were cruel and hurtful. Most of the Slytherins, especially Crabbe and Goyle, laughed at Draco's jokes, trying to please their leader, but Harry Potter scowled and watched this performance with contempt, clenching his fists. Itachi watched everything, trying not to show his emotions. But he realized that conflict was inevitable. "Give it to him, Draco," Harry muttered, his voice filled with anger and contained rage. He hated it when someone was bullied. "Or else what?" Draco replied with a mocking grin. "Are you going to attack me, Potter? Maybe you want to lose control of your broom too and break your bones like that loser." "Just give it to him," shouted Harry, and fury gleamed in his eyes. He couldn't listen to any more mockery of a boy who was already hurt. He was ready to take action. Draco continued to taunt and Harry, unable to stand it, snatched the reminder sharply out of his hands. Draco, having lost the trophy, was angry to the core, and lunged at Harry, and a scuffle ensued that lasted only a moment. Disregarding Madame Hooch's prohibition, they both leapt onto their brooms as if on cue, taking off into the air to settle the matter elsewhere. Draco, unwilling to relent, chased after Harry, and the maneuvers and twists began, as if they were in a Quidditch match. Itachi watched as Harry seemed to transform completely in the air. He flew with grace and agility, dodging Draco's attacks with ease like he was a professional. He was in his element. It was as incredible as his successes during his first flight. Itachi, like the others, couldn't take his eyes off the sight. "Well, if you want that trinket so badly, try to catch it, Potter." The reminder flew upwards and Harry rushed after the reminder like a true catcher. His movements were quick and precise, and without taking his eyes off the balloon he pursued it with agility and grace. Maneuvering through the air, Harry deftly caught up with the balloon and returned with it back to the field. Suddenly, a voice as stern as a clap of thunder rang through the air, "Harry Potter. Draco Malfoy, come down to the ground immediately." It was Professor McGonagall, who had probably heard the commotion and came over to see what was going on, sliding her glasses down the bridge of her nose. Her face was serious and she looked at Harry and Draco with judgment, ready to mete out a severe punishment to them. "I'm taking you both into the study immediately," she uttered, and with a wave of her wand, she directed them both like naughty puppies to her office. Itachi, watching what was happening, frowned. He could see that Harry was willing to take risks for his friend, and it made him respect him. That trait, the willingness to sacrifice himself for others, was close to him, and it evoked echoes of his past life. But at the same time, he disapproved of the impetuosity with which Harry had rushed after the trinket. He realized that putting himself in danger over such a trifle was unwise and reckless. He felt that a more rational way of dealing with the problem could be found. Time skip. The next day the whole of Hogwarts was buzzing like a hive of activity. News of the incident at the flying lesson and its aftermath spread through the castle like wildfire. Students were whispering in the corridors, in the Great Hall, and in class, discussing what had happened. Itachi, as always, tried not to draw attention to himself, but he listened carefully to the conversations, gathering information. He realized that these events would have repercussions for everyone involved. The main topic of discussion was that Gryffindor and Slytherin had suffered a great deal of damage. Professor McGonagall, being the Dean of Gryffindor, had been furious over Harry's disobedience and had taken away as much as 50 points from the faculty, and that was not counting the points that had been taken away from Slytherin because of Draco. It was a serious punishment that could affect the outcome of the entire year. I heard McGonagall was just furious, one of the students at Clawdon W. as saying during a break between classes. She was yelling at Potter like she'd never yelled at him before. And Snape, they say, was actually pleased that Gryffindor's glasses were taken off, his friend answered him. Though he himself lost 50 points for Malfoy's behavior. Itachi noticed how differently students from different faculties reacted to the news. The Gryffindors were disappointed and outraged, the Slytherins gloated, and the Claw and Puffendeyes discussed what had happened with curiosity. But the hottest topic of discussion was the news that Harry Potter was the new catcher for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. It was said that after McGonagall had seen his flying skills, she couldn't help but take him on the team. "Can you believe Potter is going to play for Gryffindor?" exclaimed one of the first-year girls. Barely containing her excitement, he flew so magnificently, he was like a born catcher. Itachi had heard many students, especially from Gryffindor, admire Harry. They spoke of his agility, speed, and ability to handle a broom. Itachi realized that to many, Harry was not just a student, but a true hero. Itachi didn't share in the excitement. He, too, had become a topic of discussion. After flying lessons, where Itachi had shown his extraordinary abilities, his name had become a topic of discussion among the upperclassmen, especially those who were involved in Quidditch. Quidditch team captains, keeping an eye out for promising players, couldn't help but notice the talented freshman who flew like he was born on a broomstick. The Slytherin team, known for their ferocity and ambition, was the first to approach Itachi. The team captain, Marcus Flint, approached him after class and with an expression of arrogance clearly readable on his face, invited him to join the team. He explained that the Slytherin team had always been known for its talented players, and that Itachi, oddly enough, could be their new, but as yet unrecognized, asset. "I hear you're pretty good at flying for dirty blood," Flint said, his lips curled into a contemptuous smirk. "Of course, you are far from our pureblood talents, but I will admit that you have speed and agility. Consider my offer and don't miss the chance to prove yourself while we're here." Itachi, listening carefully to his words, showed not the slightest interest in the suggestion. He realized that Flint was just looking for a way to use him. And his disdain only made him more reluctant to deal with him. He wasn't interested in a game that had nothing to do with his primary goal. "Thank you for the offer, Captain Flint," Itachi replied calmly and politely, keeping his tone neutral. "But Quidditch isn't really my thing. I'm more interested in studying magic." Flint, surprised and clearly offended by his refusal, snorted contemptuously. "What a fool you are, Mudblood. Missed your chance. You have my word, you'll regret it." Itachi didn't bother to respond to his insults, he just calmly turned around and went on his way. He wasn't going to waste time on idle talk, he needed to focus on his development. He also realized that Flint, like many other purebloods, was fixated on his origins and there was no point in trying to get through to his mind. Rumors of the freshmen's refusal to play Quidditch quickly spread throughout the school. Many students were baffled, as most of them dreamed of being part of the Quidditch team. Itachi, however, paid no attention to the rumors and gossip. He was too busy with his own development. Weekend. Saturday morning at Hogwarts was particularly quiet. The students were enjoying a well-deserved rest after a hard week of studying, and Itachi and Theodore were preparing for their trip to Slanted Alley. They both realized that this was not just a walk, but an opportunity to stock up on potion ingredients, magic books, and other necessities. Leaving the walls of Hogwarts, they moved into Slanted Alley. Itachi, as always, was calm and composed as he observed the lively atmosphere of this magical place. He saw wizards hurrying about their business, and he saw children admiring the storefronts. He understood that Slanting Lane was not only a place for shopping, but also the center of magical life, where everyone had their role and their secrets. He noticed strange looks, awkward movements, and unusual behavior, trying to remember them, and analyze them later, in silence. He could feel the magic, like invisible threads, binding all these people together, creating a complex and intricate pattern. Theodore, unlike Itachi, was more open and curious, looking at the store windows with interest and asking Itachi to evaluate what he liked. Itachi appreciated this, realizing that Theodore, with his childlike directness, was allowing him to be distracted from his eternal vigilance. They began their journey at the potions store, where Itachi carefully selected the ingredients, checking their freshness and quality. Theodore, watching his actions curiously, asked many questions, which Itachi answered calmly and patiently. He realized that Theodore, though cunning, was still a child learning about the world, and he wasn't about to deprive him of that pleasure. Itachi paid special attention to some rare ingredients that he couldn't find at Hogwarts. He realized that they might come in handy in the future, and he didn't want to miss that opportunity. He also noticed some books on dark magic that were hidden on the back shelves of the store, but he decided to save them for later. After the potions store, they went to the Flourish and Blotts bookstore, where Itachi started looking for books on rare magic that could help him in his training. He used his Sharingan to quickly scan the shelves, and he found several books that he thought might be useful to him. Theodore was curious as always, but Itachi decided not to share his findings with him. Itachi also visited a magic wand store where he decided to purchase a spare wand. He realized that his wand, though powerful, could break at the worst possible moment, and he didn't want to be left defenseless. He spent a long time choosing a wand, and finally he found one that he felt was perfect for him. Itachi and Theodore also looked in a few stores with various magical artifacts, but Itachi didn't bother to buy anything. He realized that most of these artifacts were useless and he would have to rely solely on his own powers. He also understood that you had to be very careful in this world, and that any artifact could be dangerous if used incorrectly. On their way back, EY stopped by the Fortescue Ice Cream Cafe for a little break. Itachi didn't show his emotions as usual, but Theodore, noticing his brooding, realized he was thinking about something. "What are you thinking about, Itachi?" Theodore asked, taking a bite out of his ice cream. "I'm thinking about the future," Itachi replied, not taking his eyes off of what was happening outside. "I'm thinking about what's ahead of us, and how we should prepare for it." Theodore nodded. "You know, Itachi," he said, taking a bite out of his ice cream, "I was wondering, do you have parents who are wizards like mine?" Itachi, hesitating slightly, replied, "Yeah, my parents are wizards." "Oh, cool," Theodore exclaimed. "They must have taught you a lot, huh?" Itachi, looking at him with a slight shadow of wistfulness in his eyes, replied, "Yes. They were very talented. They taught me a lot, but not all of their lessons I like. They showed me power and the responsibility it entails." Theodore, slightly embarrassed, decided to change the subject. "What do you like to do when you don't have lessons?" Itachi, after thinking for a bit, replied, "I like to read. And practicing." Theodore smiled. "Well, that's understandable, but anything else? Maybe you, too, like me, want to become a great inventor. Or maybe you want to travel the world and search for rare artifacts." Itachi, after thinking for a bit, replied, "My goal is a bit different. But yes, I like to travel too, in my head, learning the history and culture of different peoples." Theodore smiled again, realizing that Itachi wasn't as simple as he seemed. "Ah, yes, Itachi," Theodore said, suddenly remembering. "You're so good at flying a broomstick, aren't you? Have you thought about taking up Quidditch?" Itachi shook his head. "No, I'm not interested in that." Theodore, a little disappointed but not surprised, asked, "Have you, Itachi, Interested in girls? Itachi, raising an eyebrow slightly, replied, no. Theodore, with a smirk on his face, rested his chin on his hand as if he understood everything about Itachi. Ah, I see, so gay then. Well, that's okay, it's nothing new these days. Itachi froze for a moment. He hadn't expected such a question. And though he remained calm, his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Theodore carefully, trying to figure out if he was joking or being serious. Theodore, noticing his reaction, laughed. Come on, Itachi, I'm just kidding. It's just that usually, at our age, everyone is already looking at girls. And you, it's like you're from another world where that's not even accepted. Itachi, remaining calm, replied, I don't think love or affection is something that should be limited by gender. I believe that feelings are a personal matter for everyone. And no, you haven't offended me. I just don't think about those things right now. Theodore, laughing, said, yeah, right. I mean, you're so mysterious. Or maybe you have a favorite professor. I, for one, have a lot of respect for Professor Flitwick. He's so kind. Itachi replied, I respect all the teachers, but I can't say I have a favorite. I try to learn from each of them, but I don't bow down to anyone. My parents taught me that only myself is the measure of my success. And that doesn't just apply to magic. Theodore, realizing that he was once again at an impasse, decided to tease Itachi. Yeah, well, you're so serious. Maybe you don't like ice cream either. Itachi, smiling faintly, replied, no, I like ice cream. Theodore, realizing that Itachi had opened up a bit, continued the conversation. Asking questions about his favorite books, his attitude towards magic, and his plans for the future. Itachi, in turn, answered his questions calmly and judiciously, trying not to reveal his true thoughts and goals. He also told him that he liked to observe other mages and wizards, trying to understand their motives and intentions. He saw that every wizard had their own secrets, and that the RLD of magic was a much more complex thing than he had first thought. They sat in the cafe for a long time longer, talking about all sorts of nonsense like normal kids do, but they both realized that these conversations were more than just idle chatter. They grew closer to each other, learning more about each other's personalities and views. They realized that they were different, yet it was as if they complemented each other. Like two sides of the same shadow learning to interact together. After a busy day in the slanted alley, Itachi and Theodore returned to Hogwarts. The air of the castle, always filled with quiet conversations and whispered spells, seemed a bit noisy to them after the relative quiet of the side alley. On the way to the Slytherin lounge, Theodore, still impressed by their conversation, quietly teased Itachi. You know, Itachi, Theodore whispered, barely containing his laughter, maybe you just need some time to realize that girls are interesting too. Or maybe you like guys in armor. Itachi remained unperturbed as always, but a slight shadow of a smile seemed to slip across his lips as Theodore thought. Theodore, Itachi replied, there's no need to waste time on idle talk. We need to prepare for future lessons. Theodore, shrugging his shoulders, laughed. Oh, right, of course. I mean, you're always so serious. But, to me, a little fun never hurt anyone. Itachi only shook his head, but remained silent. He understood that Theodore, with his youthful energy, sometimes needed a release, and he wasn't going to stop him from doing so. As they approached the entrance to the Slytherin drawing room, they ran into Draco Malfoy and his entourage. Draco, seeing Theodore walking next to Itachi, smirked evilly. Look at that, Draco hissed, R-lit. TLE not has completely forgotten who he is. Forgot that he's a pureblood wizard. Or maybe he wants to be a mudblood himself already. Theodore, rolling his eyes, replied, Draco, there's no need to be so rude. Draco, grinning contemptuously, shifted his gaze to Itachi. And what did that mudblood promise you, not? Or did he just bribe you with his potions? Itachi, ignoring Draco, calmly walked past him, heading into the living room. This calmness, this deliberate detachment infuriated Draco even more. He couldn't stand being ignored. He couldn't stand Itachi acting like Draco was nothing more than an annoying fly. Hey, you mudblood! Draco shouted, his hand already clutching his wand, which he pointed at Itachi. Are you deaf? I'm addressing you. Theodore, seeing this, instantly snatched up his wand and with a cry of, "Leave him alone, Draco," pointed it at Draco. They both stood against each other, their wands pointed at their opponents, and you could feel the tension in the air, ready to explode. Stay out of this, not, Draco growled, keeping his eyes on Itachi. This is none of your business. Yes, it is mine, Theodore replied, his voice trembling, but he didn't lower his wand. You're always looking for an excuse to hurt others. Crabbe and Goyle, who were standing behind Draco's back, watched as if mesmerized. They hadn't expected Theodore to dare confront their leader. Itachi, noticing that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, turned to them and calmly said, "Theodore, that's enough. This is going nowhere." Itachi quickly assessed the situation. He realized that if they started using spells in the hallway, it might attract the teacher's attention. He also realized that it wasn't worth wasting energy on useless arguments. Theodore reluctantly lowered his wand, but didn't put it away. Draco, realizing he couldn't continue the conflict, snorted angrily and lowered his wand, but didn't put it away. You'll regret this, not, Draco hissed, glaring at Theodore. You too, Mudblood, Draco said, looking at Itachi. Draco turned around and headed into the living room with a disdainful look, and his minions hurried after him. Theodore, looking at Itachi, said, I'm sorry Itachi, I didn't mean to get you in trouble because of me. Itachi looked at him with a slight shadow of a smile and replied, It's not your fault, Theodore. But you should be more careful. You shouldn't waste your energy on those who don't deserve it. After the incident with Draco, Itachi and Theodore returned to the Slytherin living room. The atmosphere there, as usual, was tense and full of underlying hostility, but they both tried to ignore it. They found a quiet corner and Theodore, still concerned about what had happened, started a conversation. I'm sorry, Itachi, Theodore said, his voice full of remorse. Draco is acting like this because of me. Itachi remained calm as always, but this time there was more than just detachment in his eyes. He looked at Theodore and said, Theodore, you don't need to apologize. You did what you thought was right. And I appreciate your support. Theodore looked at him in surprise. Really? But I could get us in trouble because of me, couldn't I? Draco won't just let it go. Itachi replied, Draco is just a child fixated on his origins. His words have no meaning. And your actions say more about you than any words. Theodore, calming down a bit, continued, but why is everyone so fixated on blood purity? It's so stupid. Does ancestry define who you are? Itachi replied, No, of course not. A person's true strength is not in their origins, but in what they do with their lives and how they treat others. Prejudice about blood purity is a foolish and pointless way to divide people. Theodore nodded, agreeing with his words. I've always thought so, but I was afraid to say it out loud. My family is also very stuck up about it, and I don't want them to know I think that way. Itachi replied, I understand. I can't always say what I think either. But now that we're alone, I want you to know that I value your friendship. Theodore, encouraged by his words, suggested, Let's promise each other that we will support each other no matter what happens. We will always protect each other, even if the whole world is against us. Itachi, without hesitation, replied, I agree. We will help each other in times of need and we will always trust each other. They both looked into each other's eyes and felt their friendship grow even stronger and their alliance even more meaningful. Itachi, for his part, remembered that Theodore hadn't hesitated for a second in pointing his wand at Draco, despite his background, and realized that it was a sign of true friendship that he would treasure for the rest of his life. They sat together for another long time, discussing their plans for the future, and they both realized that they were not alone. They knew that they had a friend who would always be there for them, and that together they could overcome any difficulties. After talking about friendship and prejudice, Itachi and Theodore decided to take a little distraction and just enjoy each other's company. They began by discussing their plans for the future, but the conversation quickly turned to lighter topics. Theodore, with his usual spontaneity, began to banter with Itachi, trying to make him laugh. You know, Itachi, Theodore said, winking at him, I'm thinking maybe you should let yourself go a little. Being so serious all the time is so boring. Itachi, raising an eyebrow, replied, "What do you think I'm supposed to do? Jump around and scream with delight?" Theodore laughed. "Well, at least smile a little. Or better yet, make a joke." Itachi, after thinking for a bit, tried to mimic Theodore's carefree tone. And said, "Why do you think Draco likes his platinum blonde so much? Maybe because his brains are as white as his hair, as empty." Itachi finished his sentence, and looked at Theodore with an unreadable expression, waiting for a reaction. Theodore looked at Itachi after a bit of silence, as if he had said something very strange. Itachi, are you making a joke right now? That was weird." Itachi frowned, though it wasn't evident on his face. He realized that his attempt at a joke had failed, and he felt a little embarrassed. He wasn't strong on sarcasm like Theodore was. Theodore, noticing his confusion, laughed. "That's okay, Itachi. It was funny, albeit a little weird. But it's still better than nothing." Itachi, smiling slightly, replied, "I just don't find it necessary to waste my humor on idle talk." They continued to joke and laugh, discussing everything from the stupidity of the other students' behavior to the absurdity of certain magic spells. Theodore talked about his attempts to invent something new, and Itachi listened intently, trying not to miss a single detail. He realized that these conversations, though seemingly pointless, helped him relax and take his mind off his eternal vigilance. Theodore, suddenly frowning, asked, "Itachi, have you ever wondered why Snape always looks at us like that? Like we owe him something?" Itachi replied, "Snape is a very complicated man. I try to analyze his behavior, but so far I can't understand his true motives." Theodore, sighing, said, "And I just don't like him. He's always so sullen and angry. It's like he purposely wants to ruin our mood." Itachi, nodding, replied, "Maybe. But everyone has their own reasons for behaving a certain way." When it was getting late and there were hardly any students left in the living room, Theodore yawned. "I guess it's time for bed," Theodore said, rising from his seat. "Otherwise we'll have to listen to boring lectures again tomorrow." Itachi nodded. "Agreed. We need to get some rest before the new day." The days at Hogwarts stretched slowly, like autumn leaves flying in the wind. Lessons, classes, homework, all of it created a rout. In that Itachi took with his usual restraint. However, there was already a sense of Halloween in the air, adding a slight note of excitement and anticipation to the routine of Hogwarts life. Theodore, anticipating fun and jokes, was especially active these days. He was constantly trying to play pranks on Itachi, trying to get some emotion out of him. Itachi, for his part, remained calm and unperturbed, but in the back of his mind, he was beginning to realize that this holiday was not just an ordinary day of the year. One day, as they were walking to potions class together, Theodore, suddenly jumping out from around the corner, shouted, "Boo!" Itachi, slowing his steps slightly, didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. He calmly looked at Theodore and said, "Theodore, you shouldn't waste your energy on pointless yelling. You'd better focus on your studies." Theodore, pouting, replied, "Well, at least I was a little scared. It's Halloween all around, a time of horror, and it's like you're not the least bit scared." Itachi shrugged. Another day, as they sat together in the library, Theodore, slipping a drawn spider web under Itachi's book, said, "Look, Itachi. I brought you a surprise." Without blinking an eye, Itachi took the web and examined it closely. "Theodore," he said, "a spider web isn't such a terrible sight. It is merely the product of spiders." Theodore, laughing, said, "Well, yes, of course. But you're supposed to cringe at least a little, aren't you? Or are you not scared of anything at all?" Itachi, closing the book, replied, "I'm not saying I'm not scared of anything. I just don't show my fear." During these days, Theodore continued his attempts to tease Itachi, but they were all in vain. Itachi remained unfazed, analyzing each of Theodore's attempts and trying to understand his motives. At the same time, behind all the banter, there was a sense of tension in the air. The students were discussing the Halloween banquet, rumors that something unusual might happen, and of course, the ever-repeating Hogwarts ghost stories. Itachi, as always, listened to all of this calmly and carefully, trying not to miss a single detail. He also noticed the strange behavior of some of the teachers, especially Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape, who seemed to be hiding something as well. He realized that he needed to be prepared for more than just possible jokes. Halloween Day began at Hogwarts with joyous excitement. Students, dressed in their best costumes, chatted merrily in the corridors, waiting for the festive banquet. For Itachi, however, this day was just another opportunity to observe and analyze. There was a festive atmosphere in the Great Hall. The tables were decorated with pumpkins and candles, and the scent of pies and sweets wafted through the air. Gryffindor and Slytherin students sat at their tables, exchanging jokes and laughing, while the professors, dressed in their best robes, watched them with smiles on their faces. Itachi, sitting at the Slytherin table, watched the scene with his usual reserved and calm demeanor. He saw Theodore chatting merrily with the other students, and Draco Malfoy, dressed in his most pompous outfit, trying to draw attention to himself. He realized that this day was just a masquerade, hiding his true intentions and feelings behind it. At one point, Itachi noticed Draco Malfoy, sitting at the Gryffindor table, began teasing Hermione Granger, shouting some hurtful words at her. Itachi, watching what was happening, didn't show the slightest bit of interest, but his eyes got a little sharper and he became more attentive. He could see how Hermione, with every word Draco said, became more and more upset, and how her eyes began to fill with tears. When Draco, with a contemptuous smile, threw a brownie in her face, Hermione, unable to stand it, jumped up from the table and ran out of the Great Hall in tears. All the students fell silent as they watched, but most of them, as usual, only logged head at Hermione rather than supporting her. Itachi, watching all of this, he realized that there was no room for weakness in this world, and that someone who couldn't stand up for themselves became easy prey for others. Shortly afterward, when the banquet was in full swing, the Great Hall door opened with a bang and Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, shouting, "A troll! There's a troll in the dungeons!" All the students froze, watching the professor who was running around the hall like a madman, yelling about a troll. Itachi remained calm as always, but his eyes became even sharper and he began to scan his surroundings. He saw the teachers quickly orienting themselves and trying to organize the students and get them out of the hall, but he also saw some of them, especially Professor Snape, looking suspiciously calm. He also noticed Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, along with a few other students, leaving the hall, but not in the order the professors had instructed. Itachi realized that they were going to do something, and he decided that he needed to follow them. He quickly exchanged a glance with Theodore, and, as if on an unspoken signal, they left the Great Hall, heading toward the dungeons, trying not to draw attention to themselves. They soon caught up with Harry and Ron, who, as they had suspected, had deviated from the course prescribed by the professors. They saw that Harry and Ron, along with Hermione, who they had met on the way, had entered one of the empty rooms, and from the sounds coming from there, they realized that they had run into a troll. Itachi, activating his Sharingan, quickly scanned the situation and realized that the situation was critical. The troll, huge and vicious, had Harry by the legs and was about to swing his huge club. Itachi, realizing that there was no time, rushed forward and, standing between the troll and Harry, shouted a spell, Brahim Emin. The spell hit the troll's hand holding the baton precisely. The troll, letting out a roar of sudden pain and bewilderment, dropped the baton and let go of Harry. He turned his horrible face towards Itachi, but before he could react, Itachi once again cast a spell to cover the Sharingan. Genjutsu, he said, and the troll, for a moment, lost touch with reality, falling into an illusion where he was completely disoriented. Taking advantage of the troll's confusion, Itachi quickly cast the spell, Brahim Emin, and aimed at the troll's legs. The spell worked flawlessly, and the troll's legs instantly gave out and he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Itachi instantly deactivated his Sharingan and quickly looked over Harry, Ron, and Hermione, making sure they were unharmed. Theodore, who was watching everything with his mouth open, muttered, That was incredible, Itachi. You saved them. How did you do that?" Itachi looked at him and calmly said, "I did what I had to do. We need to get out of here. The teachers are going to show up here now." Theodore, nodding, agreed with him. He realized that Itachi was right, and that they shouldn't linger here. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, still in shock, looked at Itachi and Theodore. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Their brains refused to believe what they had seen. They had expected anything but that a Slytherin would save them from a troll, and so quickly and efficiently. Thanks, Harry muttered, still in a state of shock. But, why are you here? Hermione, who was usually very eloquent, remained silent, looking at Itachi with a confused look. She, like Ron, didn't understand why a Slytherin would choose to help them. All the Slytherins they knew always acted arrogant and mean to Gryffindors, and Itachi seemed to be even more mysterious and aloof than the rest of them. Ron looked at Itachi with disbelief. You're Slytherins, right? He mumbled, as if asking what the catch was. Why did you help us? Itachi, without answering their questions, looked at Theodore and said, we should go. He didn't want to go into an explanation. He realized that they wouldn't understand his motives. He wasn't the type to seek gratitude. He had done what he thought was right, and he was going to explain his actions to others. Itachi, without waiting for them to come to their senses, along with Theodore, reached for the door to leave the room. They had no sooner taken a step than the door rattled open and Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape burst into the room, their faces serious and concerned. Professor McGonagall, seeing the defeated troll and the confused Harry, Ron and Hermione, froze for a moment. Then, her gaze, like a razor blade, turned to Itachi and Theodore. Uchiha, not, she said in a stern voice, what happened here? Itachi remained calm as always, but his eyes, involuntarily, became a little sharper. He realized that he was in a tricky situation, and that he needed to proceed with caution. Theodore, slightly nervous, muttered, We just heard a noise and came to see what was going on. Professor Flitwick, adjusting his glasses, took a quick glance around the room. He noticed that the troll had been defeated and that Harry, Ron and Hermione didn't seem to be hurt. But he could feel the tension that hung in the air. Professor Snape, as always, showed no emotion, but his gaze was fixed on Itachi and it seemed as if he was trying to read his mind. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall addressed the Gryffindors, explain to me what happened here. Harry, still not fully recovered, told them how they had encountered the troll. And how Itachi and Theodore had saved them. He also told them that they didn't know why Itachi and Theodore were there. The professors, after listening to them carefully, shifted their gaze to Itachi and Theodore. Professor Snape was silent as always, but his eyes were full of suspicion. He sensed that Itachi was hiding something. Mr. Uchiha, Not, Professor McGonagall said, her tone firm but not hostile. Now it's your turn. How did you get here and what do you think happened here? Itachi, as always, remained calm. He knew he had to be extremely careful in his answers. We heard the commotion and came to see what was going on. Itachi replied, his voice steady and calm. We didn't expect to see a troll, but we knew we had to act. Action? Professor McGonagall asked, her eyebrow raised in curiosity. And how exactly did you act, Mr. Uchiha? Itachi looked at her without changing his expression and replied, we used our knowledge and skills to neutralize the troll. Professor Snape, unable to stand it, hissed, no need for fairy tales here, Mr. Uchiha. No freshman can defeat a troll. You must be hiding something. Theodore, sensing the tension, intervened, Professor. We were only trying to help. Itachi is very talented, and he just did the best he could. Professor Flitwick, a little surprised by Theodore's words, looked at Itachi, trying to catch some emotion on his face. But as usual, to no avail. Used your knowledge and skills, Professor Flitwick repeated, squinting his eyes. Mr. Uchiha, could you please clarify exactly what knowledge and skills you used? Itachi, realizing he had to be very careful, replied, I studied the basics of magic and combat, and I used my knowledge to protect myself and my friends. Professor McGonagall watched Itachi carefully, analyzing his every word and gesture. She realized that Itachi wasn't saying everything, and that there was something more behind his calmness and restraint. But she couldn't figure out what it was. Harry, still not fully recovered, told them how they had encountered the troll, and how this strange Slytherin, along with his friend, had saved them. The professors, after listening to them carefully, shifted their gaze to Itachi. Professor Snape was silent as always, but his eyes were full of suspicion. Mr. Uchiha, Mr. Not, Professor McGonagall said, do you have anything to add? Itachi remained calm as always, but realized that this was no ordinary day. Professor McGonagall listened to everyone carefully and looked at the Gryffindors after considering the situation. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, she said in a stern tone, you have shown extreme carelessness and recklessness. Not only have you violated direct orders, but you have put yourself in mortal danger. For this, Gryffindor loses 15 points. Harry, Ron, and Hermione lowered their heads, realizing that their behavior was wrong. They expected punishment, but they still felt a little guilty. Professor McGonagall then shifted her gaze to Itachi and Theodore. Mr. Uchiha, Mr. Not, she said, her tone softening but remaining stern, your actions were very timely, and you showed not only bravery, but also incredible skill in magic. For this, the Slytherin gets 15 points for saving lives and 10 points for that incredible feat of defeating a first-year troll. Itachi remained calm as always, but something resembling satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Theodore, for his part, smiled happily, not expecting such an outcome. Professor Snape remained silent as always, but his gaze was fixed on Itachi. He still didn't trust him, and realized that there was something more behind his coolness. Professor Flitwick, shaking his head, added, Mr. Uchiha, you do possess outstanding abilities. I hope you will use them for good. Professor McGonagall looked at everyone present and said, right now, everyone go to your living rooms. And, no more adventures for today. Uchiha and Not too, may you not be torn with pride. After these words, all the students, including Harry, Ron, and Hermione, headed to their respective buildings. The professors, on the other hand, with the help of spells, lifted the unconscious troll and carried it to a special, fortified dungeon designed to hold especially dangerous magical creatures. They realized that it would be extremely risky to leave the troll in an ordinary office. The professors intended to make a thorough examination of the troll there. They wanted to find out how it had gotten to the castle, and who or what had sent it there. It bothered them that the troll was able to get this far, and they realized that it could have been the result of someone's evil intentions. Itachi and Theodore, along with the other Slytherins, made their way to the living room. They both realized that this day was far from ordinary, and that they needed to prepare for new challenges. Itachi also realized that now, he was the object of the professor's attention. And he needed to be even more careful. In the dungeon, illuminated by the dim light of the magic lanterns, Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick stood around the bulky container with the defeated troll. A faint odor of damp and earth wafted around. The air, electrified with tension, vibrated with latent suspicion. Unbelievable, Professor Flitwick muttered, rubbing his glasses. Snape studied the container silently, keeping his eyes on it as always. He remembered how Harry Potter had described what had happened, but he found it hard to believe the words of an immature student. Especially when such incredible agility and strength were involved. Mere physical strength, even enhanced by magic, could not explain the effectiveness of Itachi's actions. Are you sure you couldn't explain their sudden appearance? McGonagall asked, turning to Flitwick. The troll was in the wrong place at the wrong time. If it had been a random visit, the likelihood that the troll would have been there would have been extremely slim. Flitwick nodded, but his voice sounded uncertain. No, Professor, we've checked all the records, but there is no indication that the troll would have been there. And Harry Potter, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, Flitwick reminded. They, too, were off their schedule. Their absence when Itachi and Theodore were in the dungeons is very important. Snape finally spoke, his voice harsh and riddled with disbelief. Potter, in all likelihood, simply could not convey exactly what had happened. He was obviously impressed that he had been rescued. He is too young and immature to perceive and adequately describe such things. Nevertheless, what he says makes you wonder how deeply hidden this situation is. I agree, Flitwick said. We need to analyze all the options. And perhaps talk to Itachi and Theodore to get more information. Suddenly, McGonagall frowned. But, what if this isn't an ordinary troll? What if there's something else behind all this? Her tone became anxious. At that moment, the door to the dungeon opened quietly and Albus Dumbledore entered the room, his eyes glowing behind his crescent glasses. He looked at everyone present for a long moment. Then his gaze stopped on the troll container. "Professors," Dumbledore said softly, but with unwavering strength in his voice, "could you please clarify the situation? Heard that something unusual has happened." McGonagall, as collected as ever, stepped forward. "Headmaster, we are investigating the circumstances surrounding the appearance of a troll in the dungeon." Students Potter, Weasley and Granger were also there, breaking all the rules, and were rescued by Slytherin freshmen Itachi Uchiha and Theodore Nott. "That's exactly what worries me," Snape muttered with a dose of acrimony in his voice. "Itachi Uchiha has shown unusual abilities. I doubt a freshman could defeat a troll so quickly and effectively." Dumbledore looked at Snape, as if assessing his words. "I understand your concern, Severus, but perhaps there is something more important here than the talent of one student." "A freshman's talent beyond that of a first year," Snape hissed. "Perhaps there is something more here." Dumbledore shifted his gaze to Flitwick. "Professor Flitwick, what do you have to say about this?" Flitwick, adjusting his glasses, said, "We have discovered that the troll was here for a reason. Its appearance seems to have been planned. As for that student's actions, his skill in magic is questionable, but right now, the safety of our students comes first." Dumbledore nodded. "Then we are dealing with more than just an accident. We need to get to the bottom of all this, and do it discreetly. At this point, it's important that the Ministry doesn't find out that the troll was defeated by a newcomer. Imagine what they would start talking and checking if they found out that the students had encountered a troll at Hogwarts, the safest place on Earth." "But, Headmaster," McGonagall objected. "The truth is the truth. Itachi Uchiha has demonstrated incredible skill, and his feat should be recognized." "Of course, Minerva," Dumbledore replied, "but now, in such a volatile time, we must think of the safety of our students. If we reveal the truth, the Ministry will look into every little detail, and then they will dig into Hogwarts, questioning its very safety and how we will protect our children." Snape added with a chuckle, "And they'll probably accuse us of incompetence and remove us from our posts if they see such a thing. And they're notoriously fond of picking on the smallest details." McGonagall, with a sigh, nodded. "Very well, Headmaster, I understand your concerns. But we must not forget that this child was a true hero." Dumbledore looked at the troll container and said slowly, "This incident raises questions that we must find answers to. All of them. How the troll ended up in the castle, who sent it there, and how we keep our students safe without giving in to provocation. We will have to keep a close eye on what is going on. For the moment, all the laurels of victory will be given to us, but the investigation will continue in silence." The tension in the dungeon was rising. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick stood around the dungeon's troll container, flooded by the dim light of the magic lanterns. A tense silence, broken only by the rustle of their robes, pressed down on them. The headmaster squinted his eyes and studied the contents of the container. "That troll, it's like he's frozen," Flitwick said, running a finger over the troll's pale, marble-like skin. "His bones, as if they were missing." Snape, clearly not believing his eyes, took the initiative. He pulled a small vial of shimmering golden liquid from his pocket. Muttering an incantation, he applied a few drops to the troll's skin. The liquid, slowly absorbed, left thin glowing lines on the skin, like veins. "Unusual magic," he muttered in a strained voice. "This liquid shows some kind of magic working on the troll, but this is atypical. It's not direct violence, but it's as if something inside has changed." McGonagall, watching the results carefully, stepped closer to the container. She swung her wand and cast the Revealo Corporis spell, designed to detect internal structures. Through the translucent, magical shroud enveloping the troll, its internal organs became visible. "Look," she said, pointing her wand at the troll's legs. "His bones, like they're gone. It feels like someone removed them." Flitwick, lifting his glasses, scrutinized the image. He used his own spells to get a more detailed view of the troll's bone structure. After a few seconds, he recoiled, his face expressing horror. "I'm afraid this is it," he muttered. "The Brahia Memento spell is a spell that can remove bones but does no external damage. But such a spell requires just incredible knowledge of anatomy. It's terrible." Dumbledore stepped closer to the container. His gaze filled with concern. He ran his wand over the troll's body again, this time casting a more complex spell designed to read the history of magical effects. "Yes, that's it," he confirmed. And his voice was filled with heavy deliberation. "Brahia Memento spell, but how? That spell is practically inaccessible to first-year students." There was a tense silence in the dungeon, full of suspicion and unspoken questions. Dumbledore picked up a magic book and began looking through it for information about the spell. Snape continued to study the troll incredulously, as if expecting to find hidden traces of magical interference or some clue. "Finding such information may take some time," Flitwick remarked, pausing. "We need to determine how the troll was immobilized and under what conditions. It also has implications for the safety of Hogwarts students." McGonagall tapped the table. "It's important to make sure that such a spell doesn't fall into the wrong hands. But of course it's also important that the child who was able to perform it was clearly not just a freshman." Flitwick pointed to a barely visible spot on the troll's body. "Perhaps some special method unknown to us was used to disarm the troll. That may be a clue." Dumbledore bowed his head. "This is not a simple case. We need to determine exactly what was done to the troll, and how, perhaps a spell we don't know about. We need to check its magical imprint." Dumbledore stepped away from the container and summoned a magical glowing disc that hovered in the air. He placed his hands on it, and the disc began to shimmer with different colors, as if there were thousands of fireflies dancing in it. Then he pointed the light from the disc at the troll, and thin lines, not normally visible, began to appear on the surface of his skin. "It's his magical imprint," Dumbledore explained in a thoughtful voice. "It shows the flow of magic around him, as if he were a fingerprint unique to every magical being. But here, something is clearly wrong. It's weak and distorted. It's as if it's torn, as if it's been violently ripped out, but there's no sign of outside interference." McGonagall stepped closer, her eyes scrutinizing the glowing lines. "Could this spell have left traces? Let's try another spell to see if there are any signs of manipulation." She raised her wand and cast a more complex spell, Analysis Magica, designed to analyze the magical imprint in detail. A translucent sphere appeared around the troll, made up of many glowing threads. These threads moved and intertwined like snakes, displaying the troll's energy field. Snape looked at what was happening. "Looks like magical exhaustion," he hissed. "But there's something else here. It's as if his magic has been rearranged. It's not just a suppression of power, but something more complex." He pulled out his small vial of shimmering liquid and again applied a few drops to the troll. "This liquid is sensitive to anomalies in magical fields," he explained as he watched the liquid soak into the skin. "It will tell us if magical interference has taken place." The liquid, as it was absorbed, began to shimmer and change color. In some places it became darker, as if it had been poisoned, and in other places it became lighter, as if it had been enhanced. Snape, scrutinizing the changes, muttered to himself. It was as if something was drawing out its power, but selectively, not affecting everything, but only certain areas. This isn't ordinary magical exhaustion. It's like interfering with the very essence of his magic. Suddenly Snape pulled away from the troll, his gaze focused. "Wait," he said, and it sounded like an order, breaking the tense silence. All eyes turned to him. "Perhaps we're looking where we don't need to. That freshman, the Uchiha, I've seen him disappear into the library almost every day. And not just to read, but to study ancient books." McGonagall looked at Snape in surprise. "You may, and he could have learned that spell from books. That would explain how he knows about Brachia Memento," Snape replied in a calm and judicious voice. "He obviously has a hunger for knowledge, and I do not rule out that he may have found it in one of the library archives." Flitwick nodded thoughtfully. "It's entirely possible that the library could store such information, especially in a locked compartment. But a spell like that, it's not for beginners." "Exactly," Dumbledore said, keeping his eyes on the troll container. "Even if he learned this spell from a book, it doesn't explain how he was able to use it with such precision and control. McGonagall, frowning, said, "Then we must consider all possibilities. Could it be that not only his knowledge, but his use of it is based on some sort of magical artifact?" "Either." She fell silent, her gaze becoming thoughtful. "Both?" Dumbledore asked, looking at her carefully. McGonagall looked around at everyone present. "Anyway, we've missed another important detail. When I asked Potter how Itachi defeated the troll, he mentioned 2 spells. He said Itachi first used a spell that damaged his limbs and then some kind of genjutsu that confused him before he finally took him down." Snape frowned. "Genjutsu? That's some atypical spell. And besides, we found no trace of such an attack during our diagnostics. The troll showed no signs of being affected by illusions or controlling magic. Only traces of Brachium Amendo remained on him." "Exactly," McGonagall agreed. "That's very strange." Potter was sure of what he was saying and didn't look like he was making anything up. Flitwick adjusted his glasses. "It is strange indeed. If he had used any kind of genjutsu, it should have left some kind of mark on the troll's magical field, or at least in its mind. But it didn't seem to have done so. It felt like someone had tricked him into showing only the first part, but not the second." Quote, Dumbledore, deep in thought, nodded slowly. "This whole thing just complicates things. Why did Potter see 2 spells and we only detected 1? Snape crossed his arms over his chest. "We have to analyze everything. Either Potter is wrong or Itachi is hiding something else." McGonagall sighed. "So we should go back to Potter's statement and question Itachi again, but more thoroughly." Dumbledore nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "In the meantime, I ask that you keep a close eye on Itachi Uchiha. I want to be aware of his actions and, if possible, observe him to better understand his motives. But without too much fuss or pressure, of course. Our job is to understand the situation, not to frighten him. And, Professor McGonagall, I would ask you to give the same task to the living paintings and ghosts. Have them observe him as well, but carefully so he doesn't suspect anything." The professors nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. Dumbledore, after a moment's silence, decided to change the subject. "Let's leave Itachi alone for now, until we know more. Now back to the question of the troll. How the hell did he get to Hogwarts? That is a serious question, and it needs to be found out as soon as possible." Flitwick, adjusting his glasses, said, "We've checked all of the troll's movement reports, but there's no indication that he entered the castle through normal passages. That means he may have used some other method, possibly magical." Snape crossed his arms over his chest. "Or he was brought here on purpose. Someone could have guided him into Hogwarts using a portal key or some other method of travel." Dumbledore nodded. "We must consider all possible options. This is not just a troll, it is a challenge to our security. Check all the ways the troll could have gotten to Hogwarts, investigate all possible magical paths, and be vigilant." He looked at everyone present. "We can't let something like this happen again." The professors nodded, realizing that this incident was jeopardizing the safety of the entire Hogwarts. They were determined to find out the full circumstances and prevent future threats. Each of them had their own thoughts after the incident. Professor Minerva McGonagall L., known for her strictness and fairness, was giving a transfiguration lesson. Watching the students carefully, she noticed Itachi Uchiha. His extraordinary speed and precision in transforming objects made no impression on her. She had noticed more than once how other Slytherins made mistakes, especially in complex transfigurations, but Itachi seemed to grasp the essence with surprising ease. Usually McGonagall showed restraint, but she felt a special look on Itachi. The unwavering decency and focus he displayed was different from the restlessness and fidgeting of the other freshmen. She noticed that Itachi was adept at analyzing the transformation processes, as if he could see the invisible threads behind them that bound them together. Interesting freshman, she thought, frowning. Perhaps he sees farther than most. But caution is his guiding principle. McGonagall, despite her strictness, began to pay more attention to Itachi. Her wariness was matched by his unusual calmness and, she noticed, his interest in the details of the process, not just the outcome. She realized that Itachi, and his ability to see beyond others was not necessarily to his benefit. She noticed Itachi scrutinizing the various forms of energy associated with the transformation, as if looking for hidden meaning in them. He noticed details that others missed and asked questions that made her wonder. It was as if he wanted to understand not just how to transfigure, but what it was for. Professor Phileas Flitwick, the small and energetic spell professor, was fascinated by Itachi. It wasn't the speed of learning that surprised him, but the restraint and deep approach to the study of magic that Itachi demonstrated in class. Flitwick, a master of complex and graceful spells, saw in Itachi a talent that was slow to show itself. Behind the seeming restraint, he sensed great potential power. Watching Itachi easily master new spells and then study them in detail, Flitwick realized that Itachi was not just copying, but trying to understand the essence. Flitwick, himself a renowned expert on the history of magic, admired the way Itachi picked up on nuances that others missed. He noticed how Itachi analyzed every gesture, every word put into a spell, as if trying to find hidden meanings and secrets in them. It's like he's a knowledge hunter, Flitwick thought. A hunter after the essence of magic. And that certainly makes him a very special student. Professor Snape, sitting at his desk in the potions room, was gloomily studying the results of Itachi Uchiha's latest experiment. There was a distinct odor of sulfur in the air and an elusive plume of something else. Perhaps magnesia, reminding him of the young Slytherin's ongoing experiments. Snape, accustomed to the malicious selfishness and superficial ambition of his students, found something different in Itachi. Something intimidating. Snape frowned as he watched Itachi methodically record the results of his experiments in his journal. Snape knew that genius was often based on recklessness and passion, a thirst for discovery that took the student beyond accepted norms and rules. But this restraint, this deliberate calm, made him wonder. Itachi showed not the slightest interest in fame or the empty praise that was so common among many Slytherins. He was focused, cold and, worst of all for Snape, unreadable. And what are you hiding, young Uchiha? Snape thought grimly, looking at the notes. What dark potential lurks behind those cold eyes? Snape was impressed with Itachi's abilities. His genius in potions made Snape think of his best students, yet Itachi acted with extreme caution, as if expecting a catch. Snape saw a dark spark in Itachi, but it was hidden by a layer of caution and prudence that Snape felt was far more dangerous than overt aggression. In these experiments, where Itachi took risks but never crossed the line, Snape saw not just a desire for new knowledge, but a hidden lust for power, not like that of other Slytherins, but far more dangerous because it was disguised as a limitation. This secret power, hidden under a mask of calmness, frightened Snape, making him wonder if it was dangerous to let it develop. Snape understood that Itachi could become a powerful mage, but he also realized that in his hands this power could be used to destroy rather than create. It was this uncertainty that made Professor Snape look at Itachi Uchiha with particular suspicion. There was an unaccustomed silence in the Gryffindor drawing room. Harry, Ron and Hermione were sitting by the fireplace, reflecting on the events of the night. They were feeling a little depressed and embarrassed about what had happened and the loss of points for Gryffindor. I can't believe we lost so many points, muttered Ron, looking at the fire. All we wanted to do was find Hermione. And it ended so badly. We shouldn't have broken the rules, Hermione said, fixing her glasses. It was stupid and irresponsible of us. We let our faculty down. Harry, immersed in his own thoughts, sat in silence. It wasn't the fine that bothered him the most, but what had happened in the dungeon. He couldn't get the image of Itachi Uchiha defeating the troll with such calmness and strength out of his head. I still can't believe what I saw, he muttered, breaking the silence. It was unbelievable. How did he manage to do it so quickly and easily? Maybe he scared the troll somehow, Ron suggested. He's so weird, Hermione said, flipping through the pages of her textbooks. He's always so calm and reserved, like he's not with us but somewhere far away. Yeah, Ron seconded her, taking a break from his chocolate frog. And he always listens so intently, but I've never once seen him say anything. It's like he already knows everything. Harry, looking wistfully into the fireplace fire, nodded. They had watched Itachi many times before. They had seen how he handled all his assignments in class with ease, but always stayed in the shadows. They had seen him handle a broom with extraordinary dexterity, but unlike the other students, he had never shown much interest in Quidditch. They had seen how he listened intently to his teachers and how he watched The other students as if analyzing them rather than just looking at them. Besides, Hermione continued, I've never once seen him even smile or show any emotion. It's like he has no feelings at all. Ron shrugged. Maybe he's just a Slytherin. I mean, they're all like that. Arrogant and cold. Harry remembered how Itachi kept his cool when other Slytherins tried to intimidate him. He remembered how deftly he dodged their taunts and how calmly he reacted to their provocations. Harry realized that Itachi wasn't like the other Slytherins, that he wasn't just arrogant and cold. He sensed some kind of mystery in him. No, Harry replied, shaking his head. He's not like the other Slytherins. He's different. He's more aloof. Hermione frowned. Aloof? To put it mildly, Harry. I think he's hiding something. Maybe he's some kind of spy or messenger of dark forces. Ron shuddered. Don't say that, Hermione. I mean, it's creepy. But Hermione continued, trying to calm Ron down. I saw him in the library. And he's reading very difficult books, much harder than what freshmen read. And he does it with such ease, as if he already knows it all. Harry remembered that in his defense against the dark arts class, Itachi had asked Professor Quirrell such strange questions, as if he was trying to find out his weaknesses. He remembered Itachi watching Professor Snape with the same look on his face. As if he was analyzing and questioning each of them. Maybe, Harry said, looking thoughtfully into the fire. He's just really smart and observant. Maybe he just wants to be better than everyone else. But, Ron interrupted him. Slytherins are ambitious, sure, but like this. I think he's kind of crazy. I've never once seen him socialize with anyone but that not guy. Hermione shook her head. Maybe we just can't understand him. Maybe he's just different and we need to accept him for who he is. So how did he defeat the troll? Hermione shook her head. I've seen Itachi use spells. But those spells were very complicated, not like the ones we learned in class. He used 2 spells, Harry said, remembering the events of that night. First he did something to his legs and then it was like he was hypnotized. It was kind of creepy. It's genjutsu, Ron muttered. That's really weird, Hermione said, frowning her eyebrows. And yet, I have to admit that I'm very grateful to him for saving us. If it wasn't for him, who knows what might have happened. Quote, after all, he did save us. If it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't be alive anymore. Harry looked at them. I don't think he's as bad as you think. But I admit, I don't know what to think of him either. There was silence in the living room again. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at the fire, each immersed in their own thoughts. The events of Halloween had turned their usual world upside down, making them question what they thought was true. And now they knew that there was more lurking at Hogwarts than they had ever imagined. You know, Ron said suddenly, breaking the silence. Itachi wasn't alone, was he? Theodore Nott was with him. Theodore Nott, Hermione repeated thoughtfully. He always keeps to the shadows. I don't remember him ever showing himself as brightly as Itachi. But that doesn't mean he isn't strong. Or maybe he's just scared, Harry suggested. Maybe he was just following Itachi and didn't know what to do. After all, he wasn't in the battle. Maybe he was, Hermione agreed. Hermione frowned. You know, when Itachi used that genjutsu, I didn't feel any magic. It was just weird. It felt like the troll just suddenly passed out and was just knocked out rather than being affected by the spell. Ron frowned. But, Hermione, you saw, the troll froze for a few seconds before collapsing. There's no way that could have happened without magic. Indeed, Harry agreed. Maybe you were just too scared to notice what was really going on in there. In the heat of the moment you can overlook little things like that. It's like when you're looking for something and then it turns out it was in front of your eyes the whole time. Hermione thought for a moment. Maybe you're right, she muttered. But there was a sense of doubt in her voice. Maybe I'm missing something. But things look different in my memory. But, yeah, maybe I was just too scared. She still felt inside herself that something was wrong. But she didn't argue with her friends. It's possible, Hermione said, silent for a bit, as if trying to convince herself that they were right. Maybe Itachi found information about these spells in some ancient books. Or maybe he's just very well trained. But I don't see how he could have done it so quickly. He acted like a professional, not a Novice. Yeah, and that's scary, Harry said, his voice becoming more serious. After all, how can a freshman have that kind of knowledge? I mean, he's just like us. Is he? Ron nodded. It's not fair at all. We're trying to learn simple spells here and he's already using things we haven't even heard of. Is that even possible? Maybe he's not a freshman at all. And that's scary, Hermione confirmed. If he knows such dangerous spells, what else could he know? And why does he even know such things? I don't like it at all. There was silence in the living room once more. Each of them was immersed in their own thoughts, their faces full of worry. Itachi, who they knew was an ordinary freshman, was suddenly a mystery to them, hiding something dangerous and incomprehensible. Maybe we should ask someone else, Hermione suggested, feeling her anxiety rising. Maybe there's someone else who saw what he was doing and can explain it all to us. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Ron said. I think the fewer people who know about it, the better. But, on the other hand, we can't just sit back and do nothing either. We have to be careful, said Harry. And very careful, too. Otherwise we won't solve this mystery. All three of them fell silent again. Concern and uncertainty in their gazes. In the Slytherin dungeons, where the darkness and the smell of potions reigned, Draco Malfoy, sitting in his room with Crabbe and Goyle, was once again discussing Itachi Uchiha. His face was contorted with displeasure and envy, and evil sounded in his voice. In the Slytherin dungeons, in an atmosphere of semi-darkness and the smell of potions, Draco Malfoy sat at a table with Crabbe and Goyle, discussing Itachi Uchiha. There was obvious annoyance and jealousy in his voice, and a grimace appeared on his face. Did you see the way Flint was looking at that, mudblood? Draco muttered through clenched teeth. I'm frankly disgusted that I, Draco Malfoy, am unwittingly on the sidelines. What's in it for me, Crabbe and Goyle, as usual, nodded silently in agreement. And worst of all, he quit Quidditch. Can you believe it? Gave up a spot on our team, the best team at Hogwarts. Which means he doesn't want the glory, doesn't want to be the best, snorted Draco. What is he, defiantly wanting to show how unwavering and fearless he is? That he's better than us? Or is he just a fool? It sounds like the latter. Draco's voice was filled not only with envy at Itachi's supposed talent, but also a clear irritation that Itachi, with such potential, didn't seek fame, didn't want to be one of the best. Draco didn't understand why Itachi didn't want to follow the path that Draco himself thought was the only right one, the path of success and power. It annoyed him more than anything else in the world. He hated those who had power but didn't want to use it to achieve higher goals. And Itachi seemed to be just such a person. He was like Harry Potter, a potential hero, but not a hero who sought glory. It was this illogicality that made Draco extremely irritated. And after all, if that mudblood had made an effort, he could have been in my shoes if he'd wanted to be. But no, he's just hiding in the shadows, Draco muttered. There's something weird again. It's like he's playing his own game, completely oblivious to us. Well, how can you put up with that upstart? Draco exclaimed, clenching his fists. He seems to be deliberately trying to make us all look like idiots. He's doing everything better than us, and he's not even trying. Yeah, boss, Crabbe muttered, swallowing saliva. He's so scary, like he's hiding something. And then there's that look in his eyes, Goyle added, looking around fearfully. Like he can see right through us. In the corner of the room, absorbed in reading, sat Daphne Greengrass. Her gaze slid across the pages of the book and lingered on Draco for a moment, but there was no sympathy or agreement in her face. She sensed there was more to this than idle talk of jealousy and resentment. Unlike Draco, Daphne wasn't hung up on blood purity and prejudice. She was intelligent and inquisitive, and she was attracted to people with unusual abilities. She could see that Itachi was no ordinary child, that there was something special about him. She felt that there was some mystery behind his aloofness and calmness. He never comes into open conflict, Daphne continued, leafing through the pages of her book. He is like a shadow that glides through the castle but never leaves a trace. How does he manage it? Daphne had also noticed his academic success. She has seen how easily he handles complex spells and how quickly he learns new Magical techniques. She had also seen him sit for hours in the library, studying ancient books that most Slytherins found boring and unnecessary. She knew that many in Slytherin despised him for his origins, but Daphne couldn't understand why they were so fixated on blood purity. She felt that Itachi was not like other Slytherins and that he could be a valuable ally to her. Everyone in Slytherin was busy doing their own thing, and while some couldn't understand how they could ignore his fame and popularity and obsess over his origins, others studied him and his actions, hoping to one day uncover his secret. Itachi remained a mystery to them as they tried to unravel. There was a cool silence in the Slytherin dungeon, broken only by the quiet crackling of the fire in the fireplace. Itachi sat cross-legged on the bed, staring thoughtfully at one point. Theodore, sitting on the bed next to him, was excitedly leafing through some thick paper, but occasionally cast an enthusiastic glance at his roommate. "That was incredible," Theodore exclaimed, closing the book. "Did you see their faces when the troll fell? You're such a badass. How did you do that, Itachi?" Itachi slowly turned his head in his direction, his eyes full of calm. "It doesn't matter, Theodore." Theodore jumped up and sat up straight. "Nothing. Yes, that was amazing. You saved them all. How did you manage to immobilize the troll so quickly and easily? And what were those spells? Did you recognize them from the library?" Itachi furrowed his eyebrows. "I don't want to talk about it, Theodore." Theodore was silent for a second, but immediately flared up again. "But I want to know. I saw you, like breaking his arms and legs. How do you know all this? And why did you hide it all?" Itachi sighed heavily, his patience seemed to be coming to an end. "Theodore, please stop asking about this. It's none of your business." Theodore, noticing the change in expression on Itachi's face, fell silent. He felt that he had crossed the line and that it was better to back off before he angered his comrade. "I'm sorry," Theodore muttered, averting his gaze. "I'm just very impressed. That was amazing." He turned the conversation to another topic, trying to hide his bewilderment. Itachi softened slightly, though his eyes still remained intense. "I don't want you to worry about what I'm doing. Fair, trust me." Theodore nodded, but still felt puzzled. He didn't understand what was going on or why Itachi was acting so secretive. But he knew it was best not to press him right now. Itachi turned away to the window, looking at the dark sky. He wasn't going to say anything to Theodore, at least not yet. He knew that Theodore would still ask questions. But he also knew that Theodore was smart enough to realize that he needed to wait until Itachi himself wanted to tell him everything. Theodore picked up the book again, but this time his attention was focused not on the text, but on Itachi. He had stopped being surprised by what had happened, and now he was concerned. He felt like a wall had grown between him and Itachi, and he didn't know how to overcome it. He realized that Itachi was keeping a lot of secrets, and it was scary. Eventually, they both decided to separate to their rooms to calm down and rest, and then they separated to their rooms in silence. And he could feel the tension in the air. Itachi didn't say a word goodbye, just nodded coldly to Theodore. Theodore felt himself flinch at this cold attitude. Itachi walked into his bedroom, closed the door behind him and leaned against it. He took a deep breath, letting go of the tension he had been holding back while talking to Theodore. But the tension didn't subside. Itachi quickly looked around his room. It was a typical Slytherin freshman's bedroom. A bed, nightstand, desk, and closet. Everything was neat and understated, nothing superfluous. But a sharp, analyzing look flashed in his eyes. He walked slowly across the room, pondering the events that had transpired. He knew that the professors would not let the incident with the trolls go unnoticed. They were too experienced to simply believe that he was an ordinary freshman. They would definitely be watching him, it was only a matter of time. "Dumbledore," Itachi whispered in a quiet but full of respect voice. "He's too perceptive to miss anything." He remembered the way the headmaster had looked at him during the handout, his eyes full of wisdom and understanding. He knew that the headmaster probably already saw him as more than just a student. "That means the passage to the ransom room is closed to me in the near future," muttered Itachi in a disappointed voice. He knew that this room was an important place for his training. But now that he would be closely watched, it would become too risky. Itachi mentally pictured what the castle looked like and where Dumbledore's eyes and ears might be. He knew that the headmaster used living paintings and ghosts to keep an eye on the students, which meant that any movement he made could be spotted. "And I'll have to cut back on my training," whispered Itachi irritably. But immediately added, "Annoying, but bearable." With those thoughts, Itachi took off his robe, threw it on a chair, and climbed into bed. He closed his eyes, trying to relax. He knew that new difficulties and challenges awaited him, but he also knew that he could handle anything that came his way. He was ready for this game, and no one would stop him on his way to his goal. Itachi turned on his side and wrapped himself in a blanket. Despite the mounting tension, he fell asleep almost instantly. He knew that tomorrow would be a new day, and he had to be ready for whatever it would bring. Theodore sighed heavily, left alone in his room. There was an awkward silence in the air, even the crackling of the fireplace sounded too loud. He felt a strange heaviness, as if an invisible weight had descended on his shoulders. The usual cheerful and hopeful atmosphere between him and Itachi melted away, leaving behind only emptiness. Itachi. The word echoed in his head. He couldn't escape the feeling that something was wrong, something very wrong. He remembered Itachi's worried eyes, the cold, almost blank stare when he seemed to meet his gaze. Theodore scrolled through the events of that day in his mind for the 100th time. How Itachi had so easily and quickly immobilized the troll. Theodore hadn't seen him use any complicated spells, just quick, well-directed actions. It was like a practiced skill, some secret hidden from view. Despite all his curiosity, he realized he had overstepped his bounds when he started to ask. Itachi had made it clear that he didn't want to discuss it. And Theodore could feel that cold wall between them. Theodore sat down at his desk, trying to occupy himself with something, but his thoughts kept coming back to Itachi. It wasn't just mild curiosity, but a deep, irrepressible interest in the mystery that lurked behind his neighbor's mask of calm. And then a thought slipped into his head, sharp and cold as a blade. What if Itachi's parents were dark wizards? The thought was so unexpected that Theodore even flinched. Maybe that's why Itachi is so cold, aloof, and incredibly strong. Maybe he grew up in an environment where such dangerous spells were commonplace. Maybe he inherited dark knowledge and skills from his parents. A cold chill ran down Theodore's body. He remembered how Itachi had calmly immobilized the troll, how he moved like a shadow. How his eyes dimmed when he looked at something. He was beginning to fear Itachi. He was beginning to fear the man he considered his friend. But immediately Theodore pushed the thought away from him. It was absurd. He had spent almost 6 months with Itachi, sharing a room with him, talking to him, laughing with him. Itachi was serious, sure, sometimes even harsh, but he was never cruel. He helped him with his homework, protected him from bullies, supported him when Theodore was in trouble. He couldn't believe that Itachi was capable of anything evil. Maybe Itachi was just very serious about his training. Maybe he was a born genius. Maybe he was just better at hiding his feelings. But there was something else. Theodore remembered how Itachi had lowered his gaze for a moment when he asked about his spells. It was the only time he had ever seen anything resembling fear or worry in his eyes. Maybe Itachi was hiding something, but not because he was bad, but because he had a good reason. Maybe he was afraid of not being understood. Even if Theodore thought and immediately stopped himself. He didn't want to refute that assumption. He didn't want to give room for gloomy thoughts. Instead, he decided to trust Itachi. He trusted that if Itachi wanted to, he would tell him everything. Until then, he would wait patiently, even if curiosity was tearing him apart. Having made that decision, Theodore felt the tension subside a little. He reached for the light switch, turned off the lamp, and went to bed. He hoped that tomorrow would bring him answers, but for now he would have faith in his friend. Even if he still had doubts. I've finally reached a point where I'm not limited to a story due to the scarcity of events. Yay, from now on there will be more chapters coming out than usual. You are only required to give feedback on the work, or you can send me your ideas on adding them to the main story. Glava 7 Bad Day. Early morning light filtered tea. Hurrow the narrow windows of the Slytherin dungeons, filtering into Itachi's bedroom. He woke up as he always did, without any sudden awakenings, his eyes opening calm and collected. He didn't feel drowsy in the slightest, his body, like attuned clockwork, was ready for action. He slowly sat up on the bed, feeling the coolness of the air. Past events, including the conversation with Theodore, were like pictures in his head, which he went over and analyzed. He felt no emotion, no fear, no anger, no anxiety, he only soberly assessed the situation. As he dressed, his eyes scanned the room carefully. He looked for any sign that he might have been searched or checked. He knew that Dumbledore or the other professors could use any method to get information on him. But everything was in place. Finished with his morning rituals, he left his bedroom and made his way to the common room. It was still quite early, and most of the Slytherin students were still asleep. Theodore was no exception, he was still in his embrace of Morpheus. Itachi cast a quick glance at him, showing no emotion. He was calm, he wasn't going to wake him up. Itachi sat down at one of the tables by the fireplace and pulled out his spellbook. He opened it to the right page, but his attention wasn't focused on the words. Instead, he replayed the events of the previous night in his head again. He realized that his actions would not go unnoticed, and that he needed to be even more careful. He knew that the professors, and especially Dumbledore, would be watching him, and he needed to be prepared for that. He also realized that he would have to adapt his training to not draw too much attention to himself. He began to think through a few options. Perhaps he should train in the library, under the guise of studying. But that was risky since there was always someone there. He might have to develop new ways of training that would leave no trace, which would be very difficult, but not impossible. He flipped through a few pages of the textbook. But what he was really doing was analyzing his surroundings, watching as the other Slytherins slowly woke up. He was looking for anyone who might be watching him. He couldn't afford to allow his actions to be deciphered. Finally, breakfast time approached, and Itachi set the book aside without reading a line. He rose slowly, glanced at the peacefully sleeping Theodore, and headed for the Great Hall. Ready for a new day and new challenges, Itachi walked out of the Slytherin common room, and his steps were quiet and measured, as if he were treading on thin ice. He wasn't in a hurry, he wasn't running. His movements were full of grace and awareness with every step. He wasn't just walking, he was scanning, analyzing, and prepared for any situation. The first thing that caught his attention was the conversations of the other Slytherins. They were whispering about the events of the previous night, and he could catch scraps of phrases. Troll, unbelievable, Itachi. Itachi didn't linger, giving no indication that he could hear them talking. He only slowed his steps slightly, letting them pass by. Then, he passed by one of the corridors, and saw two upperclassmen. A girl and a boy from the Clawtails hurriedly running away, hiding their books behind their backs. Itachi tilted his head slightly, memorizing their faces. There was something suspicious about their haste. Perhaps they were doing something forbidden. He decided to remember this moment and analyze it later. Next, he noticed a few Hufflepuff sophomores discussing something while standing by a portrait with a lazy lady. Itachi saw the lady wink at one of them out of the corner of his eye. He was curious as to what it meant, but he didn't dwell on it, deciding it wasn't that big of a deal. As he approached the Great Hall, he saw several upperclassmen from Gryffindor, including Harry Potter, arguing animatedly about something. Itachi stopped for a split second, his gaze locked on Harry. He felt Harry watching him as well. Their eyes only met for a moment, but it was enough for Itachi to feel the tension. He quickly turned away, showing no emotion, and entered the Great Hall. Inside, the hall was already full of students. Tables were set up, and the smell of fresh breakfast filled the air. Itachi made his way to the Slytherin table, his footsteps light and quiet, his presence seemingly unnoticed. He took his usual seat, but his eyes never stopped scanning the hall, looking out for any possible threats or watchers. He knew he was under scrutiny, and he had to be ready for anything. He slowly reached for his breakfast, unhurried, his movements full of grace and self-control. His gaze was as cold as ice, but behind that calmness lurked a readiness for any situation. He began his day in the Great Hall, knowing that his game had just begun. Itachi sat down at the Slytherin table and began his breakfast with the measured and calm demeanor that had become his trademark. His eyes, however, Did not miss a single movement or whisper in the hall. He listened to the conversations, analyzing facial expressions, looking for any information about reactions to last night's events. He expected the students to pester him with questions, prying for details of his encounter with the troll. He was prepared for curiosity and perhaps even disbelief. But to his surprise, no one approached him with questions. The Slytherin students exchanged glances and quiet phrases, but they didn't dare approach him. The other faculties were also acting strangely. They looked at him, but no one dared to start a conversation. It was strange. Itachi realized that this behavior could only mean one thing. The events of the previous night had been deliberately withheld. Something was going on behind the scenes, and it interested him. He decided to find out for himself what others knew. He leaned slightly toward the nearest Slytherin, a third-year named Blaze Zabini, N.D. asked, "What do they say about the troll?" Zabini flinched slightly upon hearing the question, but tried to remain calm. "They say a troll showed up in the dungeon, but the professors dealt with it quickly. No one was hurt." Itachi frowned. "That's it." Zabini nodded, avoiding eye contact. "Yeah, that's exactly what I heard." Itachi decided to verify his words and turned to another student. A Ravenclaw student, seemingly a fifth year, told the same story as if she was reading it off a piece of paper. "The professors dealt with the troll quickly, thank Merlin no one was hurt." "They're all saying the same thing," thought Itachi. Itachi nodded, not showing his surprise. He realized that the professors had come up with the official version of events so as not to sow panic among the students. It made sense, because revealing that a freshman had handled a troll might not be the best thing for Hogwarts' reputation. For the best, Itachi thought as he finished his breakfast. This official version worked in his favor without drawing too much attention to him. He could quietly continue his work while remaining in the shadows. He finished his breakfast and his gaze slid over to the Gryffindor table. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were whispering amongst themselves, and Itachi seemed to glance at him occasionally. He was sure they didn't believe the official story. He knew they would be watching him, and he had to be ready for it. Itachi rose slowly, getting ready to go to class, but before he left, he glanced at the teacher's desk. He looked for Dumbledore, but he wasn't there. This alarmed him even more. He realized that Dumbledore was too perceptive to have missed all of this, and was most likely gathering information on him now. Itachi left the Great Hall, his steps firm and his thoughts as sharp and collected as ever. He knew his game was just beginning. Itachi left the Great Hall, his steps measured, but his gaze remained sharp and attentive. He was on his way to his first class. But his attention was not on the schedule, but on his surroundings. He felt like he was being watched, and it annoyed him. At first he thought it was the usual stares of the other students, but then he realized it wasn't. He noticed that the portraits hanging on the walls were more active than usual. They were watching him, their eyes were fixed on him, they whispered as he passed by. One of the portraits, of some prim knight, stared at him defiantly, his eyes moving to follow Itachi. Itachi quickened his step slightly, hoping to escape his sight, but immediately, he felt the gaze of an other painting, with some old mage surrounded by books. He saw the man moving his lips as if commenting on his movements. Itachi clenched his fists, his patience was running out. He didn't like being watched. He was used to being in control, and now he seemed to be trapped. He realized that Dumbledore had applied his methods, using the paintings as his eyes and ears. He tried to turn away from the paintings, but they kept up. As he passed one of the narrow corridors, he saw a portrait of a proud aristocrat leaning over to see him better. Her painted lips were muttering something, and Itachi felt his irritation rising. Annoying, Itachi thought, trying to remain calm. He realized that showing his irritation was not an option. He needed to keep his cool and not give Dumbledore any information. He tried to ignore the intrusive stares and whispers, but it was difficult. Every painting, every portrait seemed to be watching his every move. He felt cornered, like he was a participant in so-me ridiculous game in which he was the target. Finally, he reached his classroom, and he thought he exhaled. But as he entered the classroom, he saw that even there was no peace. There was a portrait of some important professor hanging on the wall, and of course, his eyes were fixed on Itachi. His lessons began, but his attention was divided between the professor and the pesky paintings. His patience was wearing thin. But he knew he had to endure. This game had just begun, and he had to play by his own rules. Itachi went through his lessons, trying to ignore the following from the pictures. He was focused and his movements were precise, but internally he was seething with irritation. There was only one class left, potions with Snape, and he knew it would be the last test for the day. He headed for the dungeons. His steps were quiet and measured, but his gaze kept scanning his surroundings. The paintings kept up, their stares and whispers following him like pesky flies. He tried to ignore them, but it was difficult, their presence becoming more and more intrusive. Finally, he reached the potions class and felt the tension recede a little. Stepping inside, he breathed in the cold and damp air of the dungeon. There was no bright light here, only the dim flicker of torches and the faint glow from boiling cauldrons. The dungeon was immersed in semi-darkness, and Itachi found it refreshing after the day's classes, where he was haunted by the sights of intrusive paintings. There were no portraits here, no eyes following him, and it was like a breath of fresh air. He sat down at his desk, pulled out his ingredients, and began to prepare for class. The silence was almost palpable, broken only by the faint crackling of the fire and the whispering of boiling potions. He didn't look at Snape, but he could feel Snape's steady gaze on him. He knew Snape was also watching him, maybe even more than the paintings. Itachi began to prepare his potion, his movements precise and confident. He carefully measured out each ingredient, following the instructions in the textbook. He tried to concentrate on the potion, warding off the annoyance of being constantly watched. Here, in the semi-darkness of the dungeon, he felt more secure than in the other classrooms. Here it was like he was in a safe haven where prying eyes couldn't get to him. But Snape was everywhere. His black eyes seemed to penetrate to the very core, watching his every move, his every thought. Itachi glanced at Snape, and for a moment their gazes met. Itachi noticed that Snape was looking at him with a strange expression. A mixture of suspicion and curiosity. He didn't know exactly what Snape was thinking, but he knew that the man was watching him too, and it was no less annoying than being watched by the paintings. There's no peace even here, Itachi thought to himself. He realized that he had to do something to get rid of this surveillance, just like he had to get rid of Snape's scrutiny. He couldn't live under the pressure of Dumbledore and his spies all the time, he had to find his freedom. Itachi finished preparing his potion, his movements were quick and precise, and he placed the cauldron on Snape's desk. Snape examined his work without saying a word, and nodded. He wasn't pleased, but he wasn't dissatisfied either. Snape dismissed them from the lesson, and Itachi left the potions class. Feeling his tension ease a little, but only a little, Itachi walked out of potions class feeling a little tired, but his mind was focused and ready for new challenges. The tension from the constant surveillance, as well as Snape's gaze, kept him from relaxing. He realized that he needed a distraction before he could continue to plan his next moves. He headed to the Slytherin common room, hoping to find some peace there. When he entered, he saw Theodore sitting by the fireplace. Theodore was sitting at a table reading something, but when he saw Itachi, he looked up sharply and their eyes met. A silence full of tension hung between them. Itachi and Theodore realized that their relationship had changed and now there was an invisible wall between them. The awkwardness was almost palpable. Itachi walked over to the fireplace and sat down across from Theodore. They were silent for a while, trying not to look at each other. Finally, Itachi broke the silence. "What are your plans for tomorrow?" His voice was calm as usual, but he could feel the tension in it. Theodore flinched slightly upon hearing the question. "I don't know," he replied, trying to sound casual, but there was an awkwardness in his voice. "Do you have any plans?" Itachi shrugged. "Thought I'd try a new potion. Found one interesting recipe in the library." Theodore raised an eyebrow in surprise. "But did you forget? Tomorrow is the first Quidditch game of the year." Itachi froze for a moment. He had actually forgotten. He had been so absorbed in his thoughts and plans that he had completely overlooked the event. "Really?" he replied, trying not to show his surprise. Theodore nodded. "Yes, Slytherin is playing against Gryffindor. Everyone's going to watch." Itachi frowned slightly. Quidditch didn't interest him, but he realized it was an important event and his presence might be required. Then maybe I'll watch too, he said, trying to look interested. Theodore looked at him puzzled. Are you serious? You're not usually interested in sports. Itachi shrugged. Let's see if anything's changed. He didn't go into details, not wanting to reveal his thoughts and plans. Silence hung between them again, this time even more tense. Itachi and Theodore realized that there was much unspoken between them, but neither of them dared to start a frank conversation. Itachi decided to change the subject. All right, I'm going to the library. We need to study the recipe. Theodore nodded, averting his gaze. Okay. Itachi got up and headed for the common room exit, and Theodore was left sitting by the fireplace, immersed in his thoughts. The awkwardness hadn't left them, only intensified, and they both felt that their relationship had changed and they needed time to sort out their new circumstances. Itachi left the Slytherin common room, trying to ignore the heavy atmosphere after his awkward conversation with Theodore. He headed for the library to study the new potion recipe, but on his way, strange noises caught his attention. He was walking down one of the corridors on the second floor when he heard muffled voices and vague rustling. He stopped, alert, and listened. The sounds were coming from behind an old, unremarkable door that was clearly locked. Itachi slowly approached the door. He could make out clearer voices now. Curiosity, as well as a desire to figure out what was going on here, compelled Itachi to act. He pulled out his wand, whispered a simple unlocking spell, and carefully opened the door. What he saw made him freeze for a moment. In a small, cluttered room, as if from an old closet, were 3 students. 2 of them were the same upperclassmen from Cogtevran he had seen this morning. And the third was a boy he didn't know, but Itachi realized from his tie that he was a Gryffindor. The girl was half naked, her top lying on the floor, and the guys next to her had almost removed their pants. Their movements, their postures, everything said that they were doing something obscene. He saw that they were breaking the rules, that their behavior was going too far. "What are you doing here?" hissed one of the Ravenclaws, his voice shaking. Itachi didn't answer. He looked at the girl carefully, scanning her from head to toe like he was examining a rare artifact. She was indeed beautiful, with long blonde hair and big blue eyes that were now full of shame and confusion. Itachi spoke, his voice quiet but full of contempt. "You're a beautiful girl," he said, looking her straight in the eye. "But why do you let yourself give yourself away like a backstreet whore to 2 strange guys? Don't you realize that you're worth more than that?" The girl seemed shocked by those words, but couldn't say anything back. The Gryffindor and the Ravenclaw glanced over, their faces poured with anger. "Don't listen to him, Lovegood," the Gryffindor said, turning to the girl. "He's just a kid, doesn't realize that adults do it all the time. It's normal, just a bit of fun." The Claw nodded, agreeing with him. "Yeah, he's just jealous that we're having fun and he's the only one here." Itachi frowned, ignoring their words. He wasn't interested in their excuses. He realized that they were not only breaking the rules, but also despising the girl by using her for their own pleasure. Then the Gryffindor raised his voice, his tone a little more brazen than his companions. "Look, we can work things out," he said, trying to smile. "Just join us and we'll forget about it, okay? It's just a bit of fun." The clawed man nodded, his eyes pleading for silence. "Yeah, just join in, no need to ruin it." Itachi frowned. He couldn't believe what they were offering him. Not only were they breaking the rules, but they were willing to involve him in their indecent affairs. He disgust he felt increased 100-fold. "I don't participate in your games," Itachi said, his voice quiet but full of danger. At that moment, Itachi saw in the girl's eyes not only confusion and shame, but also despair. He realized that she was being used, and she didn't want it herself. In that instant, Itachi made a decision. He didn't say anything more. He pulled out his wand and cast a lightning-fast stun spell, aiming it at the boys. They fell to the floor unconscious before they even realized what had happened. Itachi looked at the girl. "Get dressed," he told her. "And don't ever let anyone treat you like a thing again." Quote. The girl nodded, her eyes full of gratitude. She began to hurriedly dress, trying not to look at Itachi. Itachi left the room, leaving the boys on the floor. Closing the door with a spell, he headed to the nearest portrait hanging in the hallway. Turning to the painting, He summoned one of the professors, and soon Professor McGonagall appeared at his call. Itachi described the situation briefly and clearly, without leaving out any details, and explained exactly what he had done to the boys. He didn't add any unnecessary emotions or talk about his feelings about what was going on. He simply stated the facts. Professor McGonagall, after listening to him, thanked Itachi for his vigilance and quick reaction time. She promised that the case would be looked into and those responsible would be punished. Itachi walked the professor to the correct door and watched as she summoned the inspectors on the spot to pick up the boys. He stood until the door closed, said and made sure that the boys who had used the girl would be escorted out of the place, and had no doubt that such idiots would be expelled from the school. Now that justice had been served, he felt he could finally move on. He continued on his way to the library, trying not to think about what had happened, but the scene wouldn't leave his mind. He realized that there was a lot of injustice going on at Hogwarts. After everything that had happened at the locked door, Itachi's mood was ruined. He couldn't get the picture he had seen and the hypocrisy of the guys and how the girl had let herself be used out of his mind. He felt disgusted and tired, and his only desire was to go back to his room to be alone and think about everything that had happened. He headed back to the dungeons, trying to ignore everything that was going on around him. But as luck would have it, he wasn't destined to just walk to his room. Draco Malfoy stood in his way, blocking his path. Draco was dressed to perfection as always, his blonde hair perfectly styled and a smug smile playing on his face. "So, Itachi," Draco said, his voice mocking. "Going to bed already? Are you really that tired from the day?" Itachi stopped, frowning. He didn't want to talk to Draco, especially now, but he knew there was no avoiding it. "None of your business," he replied, trying not to show his irritation. Draco grinned. "Really? You know tomorrow's the big day. First Quidditch game of the year, Slytherin vs. Gryffindor." Itachi rolled his eyes. He had absolutely no interest in Quidditch, especially after everything that had happened. He could barely contain the urge to ignore Draco and move on. "So, are you going to go cheer for us, or are you going to hide in your room?" Draco asked, his voice full of mockery. Itachi sighed. "I'm not interested in Quidditch," he said, trying to speak calmly. "I have better things to do." Draco frowned, his smile sliding off his face. What such matters could be more important than Slytherin winning? Itachi remained silent, not wanting to explain what was really bothering him. He realized that Draco wouldn't understand him or share his feelings. He decided it would be easier to just tell the truth and get it over with. "Yes, I'll be at the game," he said, his voice quiet but full of firmness. "Me and Theodore." Draco froze for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise. "Really? I mean yeah, that's good." Itachi shrugged. "Circumstances have changed," he said, trying to look indifferent. He didn't go into detail, and he wasn't going to explain why his opinion had changed. Draco grinned, his smug smile returning to his face. "Well then, very good. I'm glad you changed your mind. Maybe seeing our game will make you come to your senses and realize what a chance you missed." Draco took a step to the side, letting Itachi pass, but gave him one last smug look. Itachi took the opportunity and hurried away, trying not to engage in further conversation. Finally, he reached his room and closed the door behind him. He felt relieved to be alone, but his mood was still ruined. He couldn't forget that scene, couldn't understand how people could be so heartless. He sat down on the bed and closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down. He knew he had to distract himself to get on with his business, but his thoughts seemed to be stuck in the past, giving him no peace. Suddenly, like a lightning strike, the thought flashed through his mind: why have I become so emotional? He opened his eyes, frowning, his gaze full of wonder and introspection. He remembered his past, his time in the Anbu where he had acted cold-blooded and ruthless. He remembered how he used women of easy virtue as pawns in his game to distract his enemies and achieve his goals. He felt no compassion or pity for them, only cold calculation. Yes, he may have felt sad that they existed under such conditions, but it was only a fleeting feeling that he easily brushed aside. He would never stand up for a girl he didn't know like he did today. What's happening to me? A thought flashed through his mind. Why did I react so strongly to this situation? Why am I so hurt by these guys' behavior? Why do I feel disgusted and angry? He tried to find the answer in his past, but couldn't. All his past actions were based on logic, on necessity, on accomplishing a goal. But here, at Hogwarts, it was different. He felt like a different person. It was as if he had become more open to the world. The thought scared him. He realized that there were some unknown factors affecting him at Hogwarts. Suddenly another thought hit his head. What if it wasn't his decision, but his body? What if this was his body, the new, immature body of a teenager that was more affected by emotions? Children, teenagers, tend to be more emotional than adults. Kids tend to be more emotionally driven. Hell, if this theory turns out to be true, I'll be experiencing adolescence, hormones. Ran through my head. The thought brought up mixed feelings. On the one hand, it was fun and somewhat terrifying to imagine how it would all play out, but on the other hand, the realization that he wasn't in control of his own reactions was unsettling. And then, like a bursting waterfall, his mind flooded with memories of all the horrors of puberty. He remembered the stories of other shinobi about their out-of-control emotions. Their constant mood swings, their ridiculous crushes that blinded them and made them do stupid things. He remembered how his old Anbu comrades blushed at simple compliments, how they argued about everything and made mistakes that made him sick afterward. Itachi, finished with analyzing his emotional problems and the horrors of puberty, felt somewhat tired. He realized that he needed a distraction to give him at least some respite from his thoughts. He couldn't just gaze up at the stars like he would in Gryffindor or Slytherin Tower, for example. He was in the dungeons, where the windows were narrow and overlooked the gloomy stones. He walked over to one of the small windows in his room and peered through it. There were no stars or sky to be seen, only the dim light of torches and the dark outlines of rocks. But in the reflection of the window he saw his face, and in it he saw sadness. That was enough. He remembered how often he used to look at the stars with his brother, Sasuke. They loved to spend nights on the roof of their house, telling each other different stories, making plans for the future. He remembered how they had dreamed of the future together, how he had promised to protect him always. Itachi sighed, his gaze filled with sadness. He remembered Sasuke's smile, his cheerful laugh, and his devoted eyes. He hoped that Sasuke was okay, that he was alive and well. He thought about how much he wished he could see Sasuke, talk to him, hug him. His heart tugged at his brother, his home. "I hope you're okay, Sasuke," Itachi whispered, looking at his reflect. Chion in the window as if looking at himself rather than the sky. He stood there for a moment longer, staring at his reflection until the cold air started to get under his clothes. Then he decided it was time to go back to his room. He stepped away from the window and lay down on his bed, his heart full of longing and worry. He couldn't sleep, his thoughts kept revolving around Sasuke, but at the same time he couldn't help but think about his hormones and how he would control them. He felt like his emotions were at their limit and he needed a break. His eyes were starting to close, and at the last moment, before falling into sleep, another thought crossed his mind. "I wonder," he thought, his voice quiet and a little sad. "Will I have a brother in this life too?" With that thought, he set his eyes and his mind drifted into the darkness of a dream full of vague images of the past, worries for the future, and hope for a new world. Exclamation mark. Especially smart already guessed what new character I introduced in the story. Yes, I know that I do badly changing the age of characters, but I was stupidly lazy to look for a separate character who was suitable for this role, and there would be a shift in the plot and not treading on the ground, and I will not apologize for this, my fanfic, my ideas. I'm starting to reveal more about Itachi and have him take part in the main events, but I'm also not forgetting about his self-made story to come into the canon. All the characters interacting with Itachi will be used. Don't think I've forgotten about Daphne or Malfoy, their time has not come yet. The world does not revolve around Itachi. Some characters will have their own mini-arcs to reveal more of their motivation and character. Yes, Itachi can be a motivator of the story, but obviously not the main one. And last but not least, why do you read this fanfic but keep silent? You know, the author's support is a pretty big motivator, so you can't go too far, smiley face. Glava 8 Quidditch. Itachi didn't remember falling asleep. His last thought before going to sleep about whether or not he would have a brother in this life was quite depressing. But this time sleep didn't bring him his long-awaited rest. Instead of peace and quiet, he was awakened by an unbearable, deafening noise. He opened his eyes sharply and immediately realized what was going on. It wasn't just the noise of his neighbors, it was the noise of the entire Slytherin faculty. The dungeons had been in chaos since morning, and the noise was so loud that it felt like the walls were shaking. He could hear enthusiastic shouts, loud conversations, slamming doors, and even sounds like broomsticks clanging. It seemed all the Slytherins were full of anticipation for the upcoming Quidditch game, and the entire school was gripped with Quidditch fever. Itachi groaned, trying to pull the blanket over his head, but it wasn't helping. The noise was everywhere. It was coming through the walls and even, it seemed, through his ears. Damn it, his patience was running out. Don't they realize that there are people who want to sleep? In his past, Itachi was used to silence and concentration. He didn't understand such a pointless waste of energy. Here, however, noise was the norm, and it seemed to be everywhere. Everyone here was agitated, like wild animals that had been let out of their cages. Itachi tried to burrow deeper into the blanket, but the noise only grew louder. He lay like that for a few minutes before he realized he had to get up. It looked like silence was a pipe dream tonight. He had to get out of this chaos and find some peace. He walked to the door, his hand already resting on the knob, and prepared to step out into this noisy and disorganized world. He knew that this was definitely not going to be a peaceful day. He walked to the door, his hand already resting on the knob, and prepared to step out into this noisy and disorganized world. He opened the door and froze. What he saw was like a sea of green. All the students seemed to be conspiring. They were dressed in Slytherin colors from head to toe. Scarves, flags, hats. Many were holding miniature broomsticks and flags with the Slytherin emblem on them. Some were shouting loudly, others were laughing and shoving, but they were all in one rush, united in their desire for their team to win. Itachi looked at them with surprise and displeasure. Is the whole school going crazy over this Quidditch thing? He thought. He felt like a complete stranger in this environment. He was like a lone black stone in a sea of green. Itachi decided that the best thing to do would be to sneak over to the Great Hall and eat, hoping that at least there he could find some peace. Itachi snapped out of the general Quidditch madness and headed towards the Great Hall, where he hoped he could find some peace. But even there was no escaping the noise of the past. Green scarves and flags hung everywhere like festive decorations, an annoying reminder of the upcoming game. Exiting the dungeons, Itachi ran into Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team. Flint, shining like a polished medallion, was dressed in full Quidditch uniform. His teammates crowded around him, discussing strategy and training results. Flint, noticing Itachi, raised an eyebrow derisively. "Ah, Itachi," Flint stretched out, his voice full of superiority. "Did you really decide to join us at the last minute? Your chance to miss the deciding game, here it is, in front of you." He winked, but there was some hidden challenge dancing in his eyes. Itachi paused. "I have better things to do." Flint laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke. "Better things? Why, have you maybe got some more important task than Slytherin winning Quidditch?" Flint snorted contemptuously, but didn't back down. "Come on, Itachi, don't be such a drag. Did the genius of the faculty find something more important than glorifying Slytherin on the pitch?" He gave Itachi a look, his lips stretched in a smug smile. "Or maybe, has our quiet genius finally found a girlfriend and decided to have some fun with her while everyone else is busy playing? Well, that would be funny. What do you guys think?" The players surrounding Flint chuckled, agreeing with him. Itachi looked disapprovingly at Flint, his eyes narrowed as if he was assessing him as something not too pleasant. "Judging by your persistent interest in my plans, Flint," Itachi pronounced, his voice quiet but full of hidden backbiting, "one would think that you would be the one more concerned with finding some sort of satisfaction from your team." Itachi deliberately paused, making it clear that he wasn't going to explain exactly what he meant. The uncertainty in his words filled the hallway with tension. He knew Flint wouldn't miss the hint. Flint's face changed dramatically. His smile immediately dropped and his eyes filled with anger. He took a step forward, moving closer to Itachi and looming over him. "Listen here, kid," he growled, his voice full of contempt. "A mudblood like you should have more respect for your elders, or who knows when you might need help. You haven't forgotten where you go to school, have you? This is not the place for cocky behavior. There's always someone above you, and you'd better remember that." Flint looked around at his comrades again, seeking approval, but his face contorted with anger. He clearly expected Itachi to be frightened and shut up, but Itachi only looked at him as if he was nothing. Itachi didn't respond, but his disdainful look let Flint know that his words didn't elicit the desired reaction. He walked around Flint and his team, nonchalantly pushing through the crowd of players and their furious discussions. He headed towards the Great Hall, his steps quick and determined. And his mind swarmed with thoughts of how to keep himself from snapping. The mood, already spoiled by the noise and intrusive speeches, had finally soured. Stepping out of the crowd, Itachi made his way to the Great Hall, where the buzz was even stronger. The sounds of talking, laughter, and cheers merged into a single, growing noise. Sighing in slight annoyance, Itachi took a seat at one of the tables that was relatively empty and began his breakfast, listening to the chatter of the students. Some were cheering for their teams, their voices intermingled with shouts of encouragement, loud applause, and curses, depending on how the game was going. Itachi listened to these violent outbursts of emotion with a barely perceptible grimace, barely paying attention to them. Suddenly, his attention was caught by calmer voices discussing Potter. It appeared that the students were discussing Potter, describing him as the youngest catcher in Quidditch in the last 100 years. Some admired his talent, others criticized, but all agreed that Potter was a phenomenon. Comparisons to the great catchers of the past slipped into the conversations. Itachi, who hadn't been paying attention to Quidditch, listened nonetheless, his interest piqued by these conversations. Sort of like something new and interesting. Itachi finished his breakfast, still remaining thoughtful. He was beyond the general Quidditch madness, but still a little interested in the information he had heard in the Great Hall. He watched as the students continued to heatedly discuss the upcoming game and felt a bit detached and yet intrigued by what was going on. The whole atmosphere, full of passion and enthusiasm, was alien to him, but at the same time, it made him think a little bit about what was going on in the magical world. Finished with breakfast, Itachi was going to look for Theodore, for they had agreed to go to the Quidditch match together. But barely had he risen from the table when Professor Dumbledore's voice was heard heralding the imminent start of the game. "Students, as you know, today is the long-awaited match between Gryffindor and Slytherin." Dumbledore's voice sounded cheerful and upbeat. But Itachi felt slightly annoyed. All the students immediately murmured, making the hall even more lively. Itachi realized that any attempt to find Theodore now would be doomed to failure. The entire hall was like a giant anthill, preparing for the game. He sighed, recognizing that the fate of Quidditch was in all its glory today. Instead of leaving the Great Hall immediately, he decided to wait a bit, hoping that Dumbledore or someone else would say something that might prove useful. Soon he noticed that the heads of faculty had begun to shout over the noise of the crowd, calling the students to gather in groups. They were gesturing vigorously, directing the younger classes towards the exit of the Great Hall. An organized movement towards the Quidditch pitch was beginning, and it was clear that everyone would soon be there. Upon reaching the Quidditch pitch, Itachi was amazed at its size. The huge oval space was surrounded by bleachers rising in tiers upwards like a giant amphitheater. The field was perfectly smooth, with bright green grass with white marking lines painted on it. On either side of the field were 3 rings mounted on tall poles. There was tension and anticipation in the air, a sense of celebration that permeated the whole place. The headmasters, like skilled orchestra conductors, divided the students into departments, placing them in their assigned seats. Itachi noticed that Slytherin had one of the best bleachers, with a great view of the field. But looking closer, Itachi noticed one detail that didn't escape his attention. The freshmen from the more noble families were assigned to a separate section closer to the field and elevated above the rest. It was a clear demonstration of the privilege and special treatment that the Children of powerful and wealthy wizards received, even at Hogwarts. Itachi noted this fact to himself as he memorized every little detail. It was another reminder that even in this magical world there was a social hierarchy, and he, due to his past, was always on the bottom rung. Sitting on his podium, he decided to take a moment to scan the freshmen gathered in the privileged section with his gaze. His keen mind and attentiveness did not allow him to simply dismiss this display of social inequality. He began to mentally compile a dossier on each of these young aristocrats, drawing on what he already knew of the magical world. Malfoy. The first, of course, was Draco, with an arrogant expression. Itachi knew that the Malfoy family was known for their pureblood views and connections to powerful wizards. His arrogance and haughtiness could be dangerous, but was usually just an attempt to show himself on par with his parents. Parkinson. Sitting next to Malfoy was Pansy Parkinson, a girl with sharp facial features and an always arrogant look. She seemed to be a loyal follower of Malfoy, ready to support his every endeavor. Her family was also known for its purity and adherence to tradition. She posed no threat. Zabini. Next up was Blaise Zabini, a swarthy boy with dark eyes. Less was known about him, but his family was wealthy and influential, and that already gave him a certain status. Itachi noted that Zabini seemed to be more reserved and observant than Malfoy, making him a more interesting subject to analyze. In addition to these three students, Itachi noted several other Frees. Men whose names and families were less familiar to him. They were the children of old magical families, each name connected to the history and traditions of the magical world. He knew that behind each of them were wealth and influence, and that they could be both allies and adversaries. Itachi realized from his scan that these children, despite their young age, were already part of a certain social system where their background and status mattered a great deal. Hogwarts, like everywhere else, had its unwritten rules, and that he would have to learn to understand and use them to achieve his goals. His memory recorded every detail, every facial expression, every word he heard. He was willing to learn and adapt to this new reality, even if it meant he would have to play by someone else's rules. Itachi looked at this group of aristocrats once more, then looked around at the rest of the students and realized that Theodore was nowhere to be found in this section. For some reason, he was somewhere else. And that made Itachi wonder. Itachi, having finished his analysis of the favored section, looked around the field. His gaze slid over the bleachers full of excited students, over the green lawn stretching off into the distance, and finally stopped at the special section for teachers. There he noticed the familiar figures of the professors, many of whom were engrossed in conversation, waiting for the game to begin. Professor Snape, as always, looked aloof and disgruntled, while Dumbledore seemed to glow with an inner amusement as he watched everyone's excitement. Itachi noted that the teachers were just as much a part of this system, each with their own roles and interests. He didn't linger on them, but shifted his gaze back to the field. Itachi sank into his thoughts, analyzing everything he had seen and heard. He pondered his future actions and strategies, and for a moment, his attention drifted away from his surroundings. Suddenly, a light pat on his shoulder snapped him out of his musings. Instincts honed by years of training kicked in instantly. Without a second's hesitation, he spun around sharply, grabbing his attacker in a lightning-fast movement. His fingers gripped the hand of the unexpected guest tightly, ready to strike at any moment if necessary. It wasn't until a couple seconds later, when he saw Theodore's frightened yet guilty face, that he realized it wasn't the enemy. Instantly his body relaxed and he let go of his comrade's hand. "Theodore," Itachi said, his voice quiet but with a note of surprise, "what are you doing?" Theodore, rubbing the hand that Itachi's fingers had just clutched, with a tremor in his voice and a faint smile, tried to lighten the mood. "Well, Itachi, I knew you had a quick reaction time, but not that quick. Now I'm definitely going to think twice before trying to give you a pat on the shoulder. I feel like the guest of honor in your private training room, where grabs are welcome." He looked around at the people around him, who stood frozen in silence as they witnessed this sudden scene of violence. Some students looked at Itachi with consternation, others with curiosity, but they all seemed to have temporarily forgotten about the upcoming Quidditch match. Their silence was broken by the harsh voice of the Slytherin headmaster, who, shoving the gawkers away, quickly approached them. He looked annoyed and angry. "What's going on here? Itachi, have you lost your mind? You attacked your classmate, in front of the whole school." Do you realize that's unacceptable behavior? Itachi was about to reply, but Theodore quickly interrupted him. No. No, it's okay. Itachi just didn't expect me to come up behind him. He's a little nervous, that's how he reacted. He looked at Itachi with a slight smile, Clea. RLY letting him know that everything was under control. He just didn't recognize me, you know. I mean, he's got eyes like an eagle, ready to fight right away. The headman frowned and looked back at both students, but seemed to believe Theodore's explanation. All right, watch yourselves, he said with a nudge. Itachi, be more careful next time. It's not like we're in the jungle. With those words, he backed away, returning to his duties, but still glancing in their direction. Theodore, breathing a sigh of relief, turned to Itachi. That was a close one, he said with a smile. How about us? Top practicing fighting techniques on your classmates, huh? Itachi looked at Theodore, studying his face. There wasn't a trace of anger or resentment on it, just a slight smirk and a barely perceptible, frightened tremor in his voice that still hadn't completely disappeared. He could see Theodore trying to remain calm and not escalate the situation, and realized that his reaction was overreacting. His gaze softened and his inner tension let go a little. He was silent for a while, as if searching for the right words. Then, without taking his gaze off Theodore, he said quietly, I'm sorry. The Odore seemed a little surprised by this reaction. He arched an eyebrow and his smirk became more open. What was that for? Itachi looked away for a moment, but then looked at Theodore again. This Tim. There was more than just politeness in his eyes, not just for what just happened. For everything. He realized that his behavior since then had not been the friendliest, to say the least. He had been aloof, withdrawn, and didn't always react appropriately to those around him. Although it was not easy for him to admit it, now, looking into Theodore's eyes, he realized that it was time to apologize. Theodore listened to Itachi's apology, his face spreading into a sly smile. Well, since you apologize so sincerely, he stretched out, pretending to ponder the situation. I guess I'll accept your apology. But like I said, all those frowning eyebrows and cold stares freak me out. So, I'll forgive you completely if you pass at least one day with a normal face. Come on, you can do that, can't you? Just one day without that deadly expression, like you're preparing for war. He winked at Itachi, clearly enjoying his confusion. Theodore could see that Itachi wasn't used to this kind of banter, and probably didn't understand exactly what was wanted from him. But that was what made the situation so amusing. I'll be watching, Theodore continued, his voice full of mischief. One day, Itachi. One day of normal facial expressions. This is my gift in return for your apology. And yes, no overtures. He grinned as he watched the reaction of Itachi, who clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. Theodore knew this would be a difficult assignment for his sullen comrade, but that was why it was so amusing. Itachi looked at Theodore, studied his sly face in silence for a few seconds, and the corner of his lips twitched into a slight, almost imperceptible grin. It was quite unlike his usual expression, and Theodore almost gasped in surprise. I'll consider it, Itachi said quietly, his voice still even. But there was some new note in it that gave away his barely contained amusement. That's a generous offer. It might be worth considering. Theodore raised an eyebrow, surprised by that answer. Really? That's quite a turnaround. I never thought you could respond to a joke like that. But his smile grew even wider. Okay. Then I'll wait for a decision, Itachi. Don't bore me for too long. Then, changing the subject, Theodore asked, by the way, where were you before this? I couldn't find you anywhere. I went straight to the bleachers after breakfast. I thought you'd be here by now. Itachi, removing the hint of a smile from his face, replied, I was delayed in the Great Hall. There was business to attend to. He tried not to go into the details of his confrontation with Flint, not wanting to share that with Theodore. And where were you? I noticed you weren't in the privileged section. Theodore grumbled. Oh yeah, I asked the headman to take me to the regular podium. I hate all these demonstrations. I get bored there. Also, you know, when all those aristocrats around you look at you like that, like you're there, how should I put it, like a piece of shit, it's even worse than their arrogance. Theodore grimaced. Yeah, and I wanted to see the students' real reaction to what was going on. Not just some Malfoy trumping his position. His eyes glittered with mischief. Well, aside from the fact that I almost got injured and you almost finished me off the first time we met. They both fell silent, and at that moment the whistle sounded announcing the start of the match. Having stopped talking, Itachi and Theodore fixed their gazes on the field. The referee, Mr. Hooch, energetically stepped onto the center of the lawn, holding a loud whistle and a broom. He was dressed in his usual striped uniform, and his face was focused and serious. So, Hogwarts students, his voice boomed loudly across the field, amplified by magic. We are gathered here today to witness an epic confrontation between the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams. The crowd erupted into applause and shouts of support. Itachi grimaced slightly, but didn't take his eyes off the pitch. I remind you of the rules, Mr. Hooch continued. 7 players on each team, 3 hunters, 2 corrals, 1 goalie, and 1 catcher. The task of the hunters is to score a quaffle into the opponent's rings. The task of the corralers is to bounce the bludgers off their comrades and direct them toward the opponents. Goalies, of course, protect their rings. Well, the catcher, his task is to catch the golden snitch. When the snitch is caught, the game ends and the catcher's team gets 150 points. He paused, looking around at all the students. May the strongest man win. He raised the whistle to his lips, and the air was filled with a loud, harsh sound. The teams climbed onto their brooms and began to take their positions on the field, ready for the intense battle to begin. Watching the game, Itachi slowly began to understand why Quidditch was causing such a stir. He noted the momentum and energy of the players' flight, the deft maneuvers of the hunters batting away the quaffle, and tense clashes between the corral players and the bludgers. There was excitement, passion, and a kind of primal exhilaration that seemed to infect everyone around him. Even Itachi, normally indifferent to all such amusements, couldn't help but admit that Quidditch was indeed an interesting spectacle. Nevertheless, his analytical mind couldn't help but notice the game's flaws. He frowned, mulling it over. It's strange, he muttered, turning to Theodore. After all, in fact, the whole game could be over in an instant if the catcher catches that little golden trinket. Theodore, who was engrossed in the spectacle, shifted his gaze to Itachi. You mean the snitch? Exactly, Itachi replied. The whole game, all that effort, all those collisions, can be blown out of proportion with one lucky move by the catcher. How is that fair? 150 points for catching a snitch, it devalues everything else. It's like all the efforts of the rest of the team are completely unimportant. He turned to Theodore, his eyes full of thought. I enjoy watching Quidditch, there's something exciting about it. But to participate, I'm not sure I'd want to. Why give it your best when the whole game can be decided completely by chance? I understand why everyone likes to watch the game so much, but to participate, he finished the sentence with a barely perceptible shrug of his shoulders. Theodore looked at the field thoughtfully, then shifted his gaze to Itachi. You're right, there is some bias in that, he agreed. No wonder everyone's so obsessed with catchers. They can basically single-handedly pull the whole team to victory, even if the rest of us have to plow like the damned. He was silent for a second, pondering. On the other hand, it makes the game unpredictable, a gamble. Isn't that what everyone likes? No sooner had Itachi considered the downsides of Quidditch than his attention was drawn to Harry Potter's unusual behavior. The boy who survived, as he was known in the community, suddenly began to lose control of his broom. He was swaying from side to side, clumsily trying to hold on, as if his broom had become a disobedient wild animal. Itachi frowned. It was strange, since Potter was considered a natural-born flyer. He had demonstrated his talent and skill in flying lessons on more than one occasion. Itachi, who though had no interest in Quidditch, had still heard rave reviews about Potter's abilities. Noticing that all eyes in the stands were on Potter, Itachi decided to use his Sharingan. His eyes flashed red for a moment and he focused his vision on Potter's broomstick. The Sharingan allowed him to see magical threads barely visible to the simple eye. He realized that Potter's broom was enchanted. Someone was clearly trying to prevent him from participating in the game. And possibly even harm him. Itachi frowned, his analytical mind quickly processing the information he had received. He knew this wasn't just an accident, but a deliberate diversion. After tracing his gaze over the thin magical thread stretching from Potter's broomstick, Itachi shifted his attention to the teacher's section. His Sharingan allowed him to see and analyze not only the magic itself, but also the intentions of those who used it. The first to come into his field of vision was Professor Snape. He was sitting with his lips pressed together, muttering something quietly. Itachi's first thought was that it was Snape who had enchanted Potter's broom, and it was he who was now gloating as he watched him suffer. But in the next instant, Itachi dismissed that assumption as false. He used his Sharingan to read the professor's lips for his words. What he heard puzzled him. Snape was casting undue spells, and not in the usual order, but in reverse. Itachi remembered reading about such spells in textbooks. They were ancient counterspells that were supposed to neutralize harmful magic. It became clear that Snape was not the one who had enchanted Potter's broomstick, but instead was trying to help him. He was trying to counteract someone else's dark magic. Itachi felt the energy emanating from Snape to break the enchantments cast on the broom. That energy collided with the dark, invisible force coming from the source of the spell. It was like an invisible war happening right before his eyes. Itachi focused again, tracing the thin threads of magical energy. Why that led him away from Potter's enchanted broomstick. His gaze slid over the teachers' seats until it stopped on Professor Quirrell. Quirrell sat in his seat, his face tense and his hands covering his mouth tightly. Itachi noticed that the professor seemed to be trying to hide the movements of his lips, as if he was afraid someone might be able to read them. But to the Sharingan, nothing could be hidden. It was from Quirrell that the magical threads were being pulled, which finally convinced Itachi that he was involved. He could see the professor secretly casting spells, fueling the evil magic that enveloped Potter's broomstick. The energy emanating from Quirrell was dark and sinister, full of hatred and malice. It clashed with the one Snape was emitting and created an invisible battle. Itachi was stunned. He couldn't believe that this stuttering and perpetually terrified Professor Quirrell was capable of such meanness. But the Sharingan didn't lie, and Itachi was well aware that this man, seemingly weak and harmless at first glance, harbored dark and dangerous powers. Now that he knew who was behind it, he had even more questions. Why would Quirrell want to do this? Why exactly was Potter his target? And most importantly, how far was he willing to go in his intentions? Itachi, watching Potter, who was still struggling with the enchanted broom, realized that the situation was becoming more and more critical. He realized that the boy could fall at any moment, and then the consequences could be dire. Itachi, despite his aloof attitude towards those around him, realized that Potter was more than just a boy. He was a living symbol of hope, a personification of the victory of the light forces over the dark ones. His death could be the trigger for a new conflict, a new war. That Itachi was desperately trying to avoid. If it had been any other student, Itachi would probably have just watched. He wouldn't have intervened if he had fallen. His priority would have been to find a way to reverse the spell. Not to save someone's life. But in Potter's case, it was different. He realized that his fall could have far-reaching consequences, and he couldn't let that happen. Aki was willing to save Potter if the situation got out of hand. He was willing to sacrifice his principles to prevent a possible disaster. He was willing to intervene, even if it might put him in danger or raise questions. Itachi was not a hero, nor did he aspire to be one. He harbored no warm feelings for Potter. He did so purely for rational reasons, realizing that keeping this boy alive was not just a humanitarian act. It was a strategic necessity to preserve a world that was already barely hanging on. Out of the corner of his eye, Itachi noticed the teacher's seat suddenly engulfed in flames. The fire erupted suddenly, as if someone had used a spell to create a distraction. Itachi couldn't see exactly who had done it, but he was grateful for such an intervention. This distraction, he realized immediately, played into Snape's hands. In the same instant, Snape jumped up sharply from his seat, shoving Quirrell and the other teachers away. His actions were swift and decisive, as if he couldn't contain himself any longer. With his sudden movement, he broke the spell that Quirrell had cast on Potter's broom. The magical threads coming from Quirrell disappeared, and Potter's broom suddenly stopped shaking him. Itachi's eyes, which had long since returned to their normal black color, were now watching Quirrell intently. He couldn't miss the slightest movement of the professor. He realized that this man, despite his seeming weakness, was dangerous. He was waiting to see if the man might do something else reckless, try to harm Potter again, or try to escape. Itachi was ready to act at any moment. His mind was focused and his body tensed, ready to fend off any threat at any second. Even within the walls of Hogwarts, surrounded by teachers and students, danger lurked. He was ready to fight if necessary. The rest of the game went on without incident. The tension subsided and the players focused on strategy and the game. Potter, to the surprise of many, showed incredible accuracy and agility, demonstrating excellent broom handling and uncommon skill. The other teams also showed an excellent level of play. The game seemed to have found a new dynamic, devoid of the magic confrontation that appeared to come from Quirrell. And then, in an instant, everything changed. Potter, as if by lightning, swept across the field, his broom seeming to merge with the air. Before the onlookers knew it, his broom stood still in the air for a moment, and then, with a triumphant swing, flew downwards. Harry Potter caught the snitch, which, gleaming with golden light, disappeared into his hand. A burst of applause shook the stands. The game was over. Potter caught Snitch, quickly and brilliantly ending the match with a Gryffindor victory. Itachi watched everything that was going on, and although he wasn't thrilled with the game, he couldn't help but recognize Harry Potter's skill. It was another victory for him, but also another reminder of how fragile the world could be, even in this world of magic. The Quidditch match was over, and the crowd of students began to move towards the Great Hall, where a celebratory dinner awaited them. Itachi, however, was not about to join in on the rejoicing. He had no desire to share his thoughts and plans with the others. Deciding that he needed time to think things over and make decisions, Itachi tried to sneak away from the crowd. Trying not to draw too much attention to himself. He realized that he was being watched all the time in this castle, and the paintings on the walls were proof of that. To his relief, they were no longer following him as closely as they had a few days ago. He supposed that was due to Dumbledore's intervention. But still, he felt watched, and it annoyed him. Therefore, Itachi decided that the best place to think would be his room. There he could have some privacy and focus on what he had to do. Pretending to go to the Great Hall, he took a sharp turn down a side corridor and quickly headed towards the Slytherin dungeon. He hoped that there he would be able to think quietly and make further plans. Theodore, like everyone else, was excited about the game. Winning Gryffindor wasn't his main goal, of course. But watching Potter catch the snitch was certainly exciting. When the match was over, he was discussing the game with his classmates with a smile and a slight excitement in his voice. Theodore, on his way to the Great Hall, noticed Itachi out of the corner of his eye. He was moving in the opposite direction of the main crowd, his shoulders tense and his expression once again aloof and closed off. At first Theodore thought he was imagining things, but when Itachi turned the corner leading to the Slytherin dungeons abruptly, his doubts were dispelled. "There he is," Theodore muttered, watching his comrade's figure disappear. He had noticed that after the Quidditch match, Itachi seemed to be withdrawn again. Gone was the slight grin and the hint of amusement. His face was cold and impenetrable again. His intuition told Theodore that something was wrong. He couldn't explain why, but something about Itachi's behavior alerted him. He decided not to let it go and follow him to make sure he was okay. So Theodore, pretending to tie his shoelace, turned around abruptly and quickly headed in the direction Itachi had gone. He tried not to make any noise or draw attention to himself, hoping Itachi wouldn't notice him. Theodore didn't know what to expect, but he was determined to find out what was going on with his comrade. Itachi reached his room in the Slytherin engine and quickly closed the door behind him. He could feel the tension he had been holding back throughout the match starting to come out. He leaned his back against the door and took a deep breath, trying to gather his thoughts. "That Quirrell, he's dangerous," Itachi muttered to himself. He paced the room like a caged tiger. His thoughts were darting around like lightning bolts. He stopped and looked at his hands. "I have to do something about this." Itachi began to ponder his options. He realized that he couldn't act out in the open without any evidence of Quirrell's guilt. He needed to be careful and think through his every move. "Need to gather more information," he muttered. "Need to figure out exactly what he's up to, and how he can be stopped." He sighed again, feeling tired but realizing he couldn't afford to relax. I can't afford to slip up, a lot could depend on it. Theodore, quietly creeping to the door of Itachi's room, heard the muffled voice of his comrade. He realized that Itachi was talking to himself, and there was concern in his voice. He didn't hesitate and without knocking, he opened the door and entered the room. Itachi turned around abruptly, caught off guard. His eyes widened and surprise and irritation flashed across his face, which he immediately tried to hide. "Theodore," he uttered, trying to keep his voice calm. "What are you doing here?" "That's what I'm asking," Theodore replied, leaning against the doorjamb. His eyes were full of curiosity, and a slight worry read in them. "I heard you talking to yourself in here. And from what you're saying, something's obviously wrong." "What's wrong?" Theodore pushed himself away from the joint and slowly approached Itachi, never taking his eyes off of him. "Who's dangerous, Itachi? And why are you hiding so many things from me? We're friends, aren't we?" He paused, giving Itachi time to answer. "I've noticed that after Quidditch you've become kind of closed off again. You always get like that when something's bothering you. Don't you trust me?" You could hear the resentment in Theodore's voice. "I'm certainly not a genius like you, but I'm always willing to listen, and maybe even help." He took another step towards Itachi, shortening the distance between them, and in his gaze he read disappointment. "You know, Itachi, I'm starting to get annoyed with this," Theodore said, crossing his arms over his chest. "You're always walking around with that smarmy look of yours, like you're the only one with a problem. You think that you're the only one who knows something and that you're the only one who can deal with it." He shook his head, not hiding his irritation. "I don't have everything sweet in my life either, you know. I have my problems, my demons, if you will, but I don't walk around like a ghost, hiding from everyone and pretending I don't need anyone." Theodore paused once more to let his words settle into the air. "Remember when we promised to help each other? Remember we decided that we would stick together and support each other? Where is all that now? Why can't you trust me? Why do you think I'm not worthy of your help, or conversely, that you're not worthy of mine?" He took a step back, looking at Itachi directly in the eyes. "I don't need you to tell me all your secrets, but at least tell me what's going on. Don't push me away like I'm nothing to you. I am, after all, your friend. And I care about what's going on with you." Theodore took a breath, giving vent to his emotions. "You're always so smart, Itachi, but sometimes you can be so stupid. You can't do everything by yourself. Realize that already at last." Itachi listened to Theodore's words without uttering a sound. His face remained impenetrable, but a storm was raging inside him. He couldn't deny that Theodore was right, but it was beyond him to admit it. Instead of answering, Sasuke's face popped up in his mind. His little brother, just as stubborn, just as impatient, just as eager for recognition. Itachi suddenly realized how much Theodore had in common with Sasuke. Both of them were full of energy, both of them genuinely wanted to help, both of them felt abandoned when they were pushed away. "Why do I always do this?" Itachi thought, feeling the weight of guilt on his shoulders. "Why can't I just accept help? Why do I always push away those who try to approach me?" His mind went back to the past, to the moments when he had pushed Sasuke away, when he had refused his support, when he had done everything to avoid getting close to him. And now he was repeating the same mistake with Theodore. "I'm doing the same as always. Distancing myself again," Itachi thought bitterly. He knew he should have said something to Theodore, that he should have explained his motives to him, but the words stuck in his throat. He was, as always, unable to show emotion, unable to be open. He was doomed to repeat his mistakes. Silence hung in the air, pressing and heavy. Itachi was silent, and Theodore realized. He realized that his words, his attempt to help, had shattered the invisible wall Itachi had built around himself. Disappointment, bitter and heavy, began to rise in Theodore's chest. He could feel his cheeks reddening, as if ashamed of himself. He swallowed, and there was pain in his voice. Reluctantly, with frustration and a slightly noticeable contempt, Theodore turned around, about to leave. But, halfway to the door, he stopped, looked at Itachi, who was still standing, immersed in his own thoughts, and spoke, his voice trembling. "I thought we were friends, Apparently only I thought so. The sound of the door slamming shut was like a gunshot, sobering Itachi. He stood as still as a statue until it dawned on him that Theodore was gone. A hurricane of feelings raged inside him, remorse, fear, and most of all, an acute sense of loss. He realized that his silence, his perpetual detachment, had once again alienated the man who had tried to help him. His usual restraint had cracked. Itachi, as if waking from a dream, turned sharply. Despair splashed in his eyes. His voice, normally smooth and calm, trembled with tension. "Theodore!" he shouted, his voice louder than he had ever allowed himself. He rushed to the door, realizing it was now or never. He grasped the doorknob and turned it, digging his fingers into the cold metal. Itachi hesitated, his voice shaking. I was a different person, Theodore. I've experienced things I wouldn't wish on anyone else." Itachi fell silent, catching his breath. He was afraid to continue. He realized how stupid and ridiculous his words sounded. But he couldn't stop. "I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't want you to think I didn't care about you. You're my friend, Theodore, and I don't want to lose you. I don't know how to be different yet. I need to explain to you." Itachi exhaled, looking at the back of a frozen Theodore. "It's not just me, it's not just my problems. It's also Quirrell. He's dangerous, Theodore, very dangerous." Itachi was silent for a moment, trying to catch his breath. His words sounded harsh and confused, but he had to say everything he knew. He's trying to hurt Potter. I saw him bewitch his broom at a Quidditch match. It wasn't an accident. It was dark magic." Itachi fell silent, catching his breath. His face was contorted with pain and worry. "I don't know exactly what he's up to. But it's dangerous. I don't want you to get hurt, and I don't want him to hurt anyone else. That's why I've been so detached. I've been trying to sort things out on my own so I don't put you in danger. Dumbledore too. He's been watching me, Theodore, ever since the troll incident. He doesn't trust me. I know it. I can feel it." He was silent for a second, trying to control himself. "He's not the only one, Theodore," he continued, lowering his voice as if afraid someone might overhear him. "It seems like everyone here is watching me. The paintings, the ghosts, it's like they're all reporting my every move. It's weighing on me, Theodore, it's making me nervous. I feel like I'm constantly in the crosshairs." He took a deep breath, trying to calm the tremor in his voice. "And because of Quirrell, and because of this constant surveillance, I couldn't trust anyone." Theodore's back was still facing Itachi, and he didn't move. But Itachi could see how tense his shoulders were, and how his hand, frozen on the doorknob, trembled slightly. The silence in the room was oppressive, and Itachi felt every second drag on like an eternity. He didn't know what was going through Theodore's mind, but the silence spoke for itself. Theodore didn't interrupt, didn't ask questions, he just listened, absorbing Itachi's every word like a sponge. Itachi could feel that heavy, scrutinizing gaze on him, which seemed to penetrate his very soul. He didn't know if Theodore believed him, or if he thought he was crazy, but still, he didn't stop. He expressed everything that had built up in his soul. Itachi watched as Theodore, without uttering a sound, slowly let go of the doorknob and his hand slid down along his body. He still didn't turn around, but that small gesture gave Itachi some hope. Maybe Theodore wasn't going to leave, maybe he was at least thinking about what Itachi had told him. Theodore stood with his back to Itachi, his hand frozen halfway to the doorknob. His friend's words still ringing in his ears. Quirrell, dark magic, Dumbledore, surveillance. Theodore could feel his brain desperately trying to digest the flood of information bombarding him. At first it was just frustration, a resentment, then there was anxiety, and now, a mixture of distrust, worry, and some strange, almost morbid interest. Is he really telling the truth? A thought flashed through my mind. Or had he gone completely insane in this closed world of his? Theodore felt his shoulders tense as his fingers gripped the doorknob. His instincts were screaming to run, to get as far away from this madness as possible. But something was holding him back. Maybe it was the faint tinge of desperation in Itachi's voice, maybe it was the strange, inexplicable fate. In his friend that still lingered in his heart. He slowly lowered his hand, letting go of the doorknob, his fingers still trembling. A stakeout. Ghosts. It sounded like complete paranoia. But at the same time, he knew Itachi. He knew he would never make something like that up unless he was sure of something. Theodore realized that he had to make a decision now. He could dismiss Itachi's words, write them off as paranoia, and walk away like he was going to. Or, he could believe it. He could try to make sense of all this nonsense with his friend. And that was what was keeping him from leaving. Curiosity, doubt, and, ultimately, old friendship that kept him staying. He really never seemed like a normal person, but Theodore swallowed silently and a thought popped into his head. Maybe we should really listen to him. He was still standing with his back to Itachi, but now his hand was down and the door remained closed. He was ready for a long and very strange conversation. The silence in T room was replaced by a tense silence that was not hostile, however. Theodore remained silent, digesting what he had heard, and Itachi, not daring to break this lull, simply waited. Several long minutes seemed to pass before Theodore finally broke the silence. Okay, he said, his voice sounding quiet but firm, and it made Itachi exhale in relief. I don't really understand what's going on, I still have a hard time believing it, but I'm willing to listen. And if it's all true, I'll help you. Itachi nodded, his eyes, usually full of calm, now glowing with gratitude. Thank you, Theodore, he replied. And there was sincerity in his voice. I appreciate it more than you know. And so began their conversation, which lasted until late into the night. They sat in Itachi's room, surrounded by semi-darkness and silence. Theodore asked questions, trying to figure out exactly what was going on, and Itachi, in turn, told everything he knew, about his suspicions about Quirrell, about Dumbledore's strange behavior, about the constant feeling of being followed. They went over their options, trying to find logic in what was happening, coming up with a plan of action. Theodore proposed bold and sometimes even reckless ideas, and Itachi, in turn, tried to analyze them and make them more thoughtful. They argued, they discussed, they pondered together. They felt the connection that had almost been broken between them being re-established. And despite the gravity of the situation, they felt a strange sense of relief, as if some of the heaviness that had been weighing on them had finally disappeared. With each hour they spent together, their plan became clearer and more realistic. The plan was laid out, the tasks were assigned, and each of them knew what they needed to do next. Theodore yawned, stretching, and looked at Itachi. Well, I think we should get at least a couple hours of sleep, he said, and there was a sense of tiredness in his voice, but also hope. Otherwise we won't be able to do anything. Itachi nodded, agreeing. Yeah, you're right, we need to rest. He was silent for a moment, and then, unexpectedly to himself, he spoke up. Theodore. Theodore raised an eyebrow, looking at his friend questioningly. Yes. Itachi looked up at him, and a faint smile flashed in his eyes, which was highly unusual for him. I will grant your wish. Theodore frowned, clearly not understanding what he was talking about. What wish? He asked, confused. Itachi grinned, and it was a real, genuine grin, not the kind he usually allowed himself. You asked me to walk around with a normal face for once. Remember? He reminded. You'll see. Theodore was stunned, trying to remember the moment he'd said something like that, and when he finally did, a look of amazement spread across his face. Itachi remembered that. He thought to himself. And is he seriously going to do this? Before he could answer anything, Itachi simply nodded to him as if confirming his words and turned away. Theodore stared at his back for a few seconds, amazed at the unexpected turn of events, and then shook his head, grinning. Okay, he muttered, yawning. I think I'll actually go to bed. The room had fallen into a soft twilight, with only the faint light of dawn filtering through the slits in the curtains. Theodore had already left, leaving Itachi in a silence that seemed calming rather than oppressive. He walked slowly to his bed and sank down on it, feeling the fatigue finally catching up with him. Glava 9 trainings. Sunlight streamed through the loose curtains, playing on the dusty bookshelves and reflecting in the mirror set in the corner of the room. Itachi stood before him, dressed in simple workout clothes, and his face was focused and serious. Unlike his usual expression, however, there was an unfamiliar tension in his eyes. He took deep breaths in and out, trying to relax his facial muscles. He alternately lifted the corners of his lips to form a slight smile, and then made his face neutral again. Then he tried to frown, and after that, back to a neutral expression again. He did this over and over again, as if he was learning an intricate choreography. Itachi never paid attention to his emotions, much less his outward display of them. His face was always a mask of calm, a mask that protected him from the outside world. But the promise to Theodore had forced him out of his comfort zone. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, and it was strange to see him trying to control his own facial expressions. He realized how detached he was from his own feelings. He tried to smile genuinely, but the attempt seemed clumsy, artificial. He looked at his reflection, and his lips stretched again in a strained smile that was more like a grimace. Needs more practice, he muttered to himself, and a slight note of self-irony slipped into his voice. Itachi continued practicing in front of the mirror, repeating the same movement over and over until it finally felt a little more natural to him. He knew it was stupid, that it was pointless, but he was willing to do anything for the sake of keeping his promise to Theodore. And there was some strange, touching detail hidden in that stubbornness of his, in his determination. Itachi, who had always been so reserved and withdrawn, was now, for his friend's sake, willing to do stupid things. Time was slipping through his fingers like sand, and Itachi, completely immersed in his strange pastime, had completely lost track of it. He was so focused on his reflection, on his own facial expressions, that he didn't notice anything around him. He carefully watched every movement of his lips, every change in the expression of his eyes, trying to achieve some semblance of normal human expression. He stretched his lips in a slight smile, he shifted his eyebrows in an attempt to portray thoughtfulness, he lifted the corners of his mouth in an attempt to make something resembling laughter. He did it again and again, perfecting each movement as if the fate of the world depended on it. The room was immersed in silence, broken only by his quiet breathing and the slight creaking of the floor boards as he took a step forward or backward to get a better look at his reflection. He was so absorbed in what he was doing that he didn't notice the door of the room quietly open and Theodore appeared in it. Theodore stood in the doorway watching his friend, a faint smile playing on his face. He leaned against the doorjamb, crossing his arms over his chest, and simply waited for Itachi to notice his presence. He watched as Itachi practiced hard and focused, trying to portray emotion on his face. Theodore realized that for Itachi, this was something much more than just fulfilling a promise. It was an attempt to overcome himself, an attempt to open up to the world, and that couldn't help but be respectful. He didn't interrupt Itachi, deciding to let him finish his lesson, and he just waited, watching him from the sidelines with a quiet smile on his face. And he knew that it was a sight he would remember for a long time to come. It seemed like an eternity had passed. Itachi continued practicing in front of the mirror, each time a little more confidently reproducing the intended emotion. He almost stopped thinking about anything else, completely immersed in this strange ritual. His gaze was fixed on his own reflection, and he almost didn't feel time running. Finally, after at least 10 minutes, he took a deep breath and looked away from the mirror. His eyes were a little tired from the stare, and he decided it was time to take a break. He slowly lowered his arms, trying to give his face a familiar expression of calm. And then, just then, he noticed Theodore. His gaze locked onto the figure leaning against the doorjamb, and he felt a slight blush cover his cheeks. Itachi felt awkward, as if he had been caught doing something embarrassing. He straightened up, trying to hide his embarrassment, and looked at Theodore with slight bewilderment. "Theodore," he said, and his voice sounded a little more quiet than usual. "How long have you been standing here?" There was a slight confusion in his voice, and he tried not to look Theodore in the eye. He didn't know how Theodore would react to seeing him at such a strange activity, and that uncertainty made him slightly uneasy. He stammered, trying to find the right words, but nothing came to mind. Theodore, watching Itachi's confusion, couldn't hold back a smile. He pushed himself off the doorjamb and, slowly approaching his friend, said with deliberate seriousness. Well, to be honest, I came to see a miracle. They say there's a mime in this room. I thought I'd see if it was true. He paused for a moment, looking intently at Itachi. And without waiting for an answer, he continued with deliberate theatricality, and I must say, I'm not disappointed. Your performance was truly breathtaking. I liked your interpretation of sadness. It was original, shall we say. Theodore winked at Itachi, trying to contain his laughter. So, feel free to continue your training. I'd love to be your personal spectator. I can even give advice if you want. For example, right now, I think you're lacking a little more drama. Try portraying brooding again, but add a little suffering in there, like in the old movies. He couldn't help but make a joke. It was his way of diffusing the tense atmosphere, and at the same time letting Itachi know that he didn't see anything wrong with his occupation. Theodore knew that this was very important to Itachi, and he wanted to show him that his efforts would not go unnoticed. And if he could also have a little fun while doing so, that was even better. After a light but pleasant altercation caused by Theodore's joke, the atmosphere in the room lightened. Itachi, trying to hide his embarrassment, changed the topic of conversation by suggesting a walk around the castle. Today was a day off, and the corridors were not crowded as usual. All right, Theodore replied, readily accepting the offer. But I warn you, if we run into a ghost again telling me about his unfinished business, I'll just run away. Itachi grinned. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. He promised Theodore to show him one unusual place, but he didn't specify which one. They left the room and headed towards the corridors, but Itachi led Theodore down a very different path than usual. He looped through narrow passageways, down staircases, and then up again, as if he were trying to obfuscate any possible trail. He was careful to make sure that none of the paintings were left behind them, and that none of the ghosts got in their way. As Itachi led Theodore through the complex labyrinth of Hogwarts corridors, they were attracting unusual attention without noticing it. Itachi, in particular, was getting strange, often surprised looks. Theodore, at first, didn't pay any attention to this, busy studying the route Itachi was taking and trying to keep up. But after a while, he began to notice how passing students, mostly girls, reacted to Itachi. They would freeze for a moment as they passed by, staring at Itachi with wide-eyed stares. Theodore, watching the strange reactions of those around him, quickly realized what was wrong. He saw their gazes linger on Itachi as they blushed, whispered and, in some cases, even fainted. And the reason for all of this was plain as day. Itachi, he, usually so reserved and scowling, had clearly changed something about his appearance today. He wasn't walking around with his usual grim face, and his face, albeit with a little effort, was expressing some semblance of normal emotion. And, as it turned out, that was enough to create quite a sensation among the female half of Hogwarts. Theodore couldn't hold back a chuckle. As it turned out, his efforts were not in vain. They weren't just noticeable, they literally knocked them dead. But, most interestingly, Itachi himself seemed to notice absolutely nothing. He kept walking forward, focused on his goal, as if nothing was happening. And that was what amused Theodore the most. He could have explained to Itachi that his normal face was causing such a violent reaction from those around him. But he chose to remain silent. He enjoyed watching him misunderstand. It was a kind of punishment for his former aloofness and perpetual scowl. And, to be honest, Theodore liked seeing Itachi like this. He was more lively, more open, and oddly enough, more attractive. He was still reserved and serious. But now there was a humanity to his face that pleased Theodore. So he decided not to ruin this amusing picture. He simply walked beside Itachi, enjoying his incomprehension, and occasionally holding back a laugh as he looked at the next girl who fainted at the sight of his friend. He knew that in due time he would be sure to tell Itachi what had happened, but for now he was enjoying the moment. Theodore followed Itachi, watching his actions with curiosity. He realized that Itachi was trying to keep them safe from prying eyes, and this only confirmed that he was indeed being watched. "Are you sure we're not lost?" Theodore asked as they rounded the corner once again. "Or are you just pretending to know the way?" Itachi, without stopping, turned around and grinned. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." We just have to be careful. After a while, they finally reached the right place, one of the side corridors located at the far end of the castle. Itachi stopped in front of an unremarkable wall and, casting a puzzled look at Theodore, said, "Here lies something interesting. This place is not marked on any map of Hogwarts, and few know of its existence." He reached out his hand to the wall and, touching it, he uttered, "I need a room to take refuge in." And at the same moment, the wall shuddered and began to slowly shift, revealing a passage to nowhere. The wall, which had previously seemed completely unremarkable, shifted with a quiet hum and shudder, revealing a passage into a dark, almost mystical corridor. Theodore stared breathlessly at the transformation, his eyes seeming to pop out of their orbits in amazement. What is it?" he whispered, his voice shaking with shock. He turned to Itachi, who was standing next to him, looking as if opening passageways to nowhere was a common thing. Is this a room?" He blinked a few times, trying to make sure he wasn't dreaming. But the wall had indeed disappeared, and in its place was now a gaping passage leading into the unknown. Theodore couldn't believe his eyes. Theodore stepped carefully over the threshold, finding himself in a corridor that seemed to lead to infinity. He looked around, trying to figure out what this place was and how it worked. The room he expected to see was not here. There was only a long, narrow hallway, shrouded in semi-darkness. This is incredible," he exhaled, finally coming to his senses. He turned to Itachi, and genuine admiration read in his eyes. "How did you do it? How did you find this place?" He walked a few more steps forward, not taking his eyes off the walls that seemed to breathe and the ceiling that seemed to disappear into darkness. Theodore felt his heart beating fast, overwhelmed with curiosity and admiration. Itachi, watching Theodore's reaction, a barely noticeable but quite sincere smile appeared on his lips. It pleased him to see such surprise and admiration in his friend's eyes. He walked down the hallway and stopped next to Theodore, looking at him with what seemed to be slight embarrassment. "Well, actually, it's not really a merit," he began, trying to choose his words. He didn't want to lie to Theodore, but he wasn't ready to reveal the truth about his Sharingan to him either. I just stumbled upon this place by accident," he continued, trying to make his voice more confident. "When I first came to Hogwarts, I loved walking around the castle, exploring it. I walked all the corridors, all the staircases, and then, one day, I happened to be near this wall. And somehow it just happened to open on its own." Itachi was silent for a moment, looking at Theodore, and trying to read his reaction on his face. He tried to speak as casually as possible, but he knew it sounded a bit implausible. "How does one, accidentally, find a room that only shows up when they need it?" "I don't know how it works," he finally admitted. "I just asked for it, and it showed up. I don't think it's some kind of magic. More like something else. Something I don't understand yet." Itachi looked at Theodore again, and a slight hopefulness was read in his eyes. He knew that Theodore was a very intelligent and observant man, and he hoped that he wouldn't ask too many questions. He didn't want to lie, but he wasn't ready to tell him the truth about his special power yet. He knew it was too complicated for him to understand. I just wanted to show you this place," he added, trying to end the subject as soon as possible. "I thought you might be interested." He smiled slightly, trying to diffuse the tension that hung in the air. He hoped that Theodore would believe him, and that they could move on to something else. Itachi, noticing Theodore still studying the corridor of the Virachai room with curiosity, decided to continue the conversation, trying to distract him from asking unnecessary questions about how exactly he had discovered the place. He didn't want Theodore to suspect anything amiss, so he decided to share with him exactly how he used the space. "Actually," he began, taking a step deeper into the hallway, "I spend quite a bit of time in here, mostly when I need to be alone." He paused, turning slightly toward Theodore. "Sometimes I train here, practicing combat spells. And sometimes, I just rest from the noise of the castle." He looked around, as if assessing the space, and added, "It's like this place changes every time I come here. Sometimes it's just a corridor like this, and sometimes a whole room appears here." It always adjusts to what I need at any given moment. Itachi stopped and looked at Theodore. When you said you wanted to help me, I thought it would be nice if this place became our common space, he said, trying to make his words sound casual. It's where we could discuss our plans, train if we need to, and just, well, be together, out of sight. There was a slight hopefulness in his voice. He wanted this place to be not only his secret hiding place, but their space together, where they could feel comfortable and safe. He could see that Theodore was smitten with this place, and he wanted it to become for them what it had been for him, a place to be themselves. What do you think, Theodore? He asked, looking intently at his friend. Do you want to make this place ours? He smiled slightly, trying to show that his offer came from the bottom of his heart, and that he really wanted to share this space with Theodore. Theodore listened to Itachi, and his head was buzzing with an overabundance of information. A room that appears on demand. Training in a secret location. Taking a break from the noise of the castle. It all sounded like something out of a fantasy book, but he knew Itachi wasn't kidding. And this was unbelievable. He looked around the hallway they were standing in, and it seemed to him as if the walls were breathing and the floor beneath his feet was subtly vibrating. He knew there was something going on here that he didn't understand. But it didn't scare him, instead it fueled his curiosity. When Itachi suggested to him to make this place theirs to share. Itachi wants to share this place with me. He thought was so unexpected that he was just silent for a few seconds, trying to digest it. He watched Itachi, his slight smile, his hopeful gaze, and realized that this offer was more than just an invitation to a secret hideout. It was a confession, it was trust. Itachi trusted him enough to be willing to share this amazing place he had found. Theodore felt his heart fill with warmth. He had always valued his friendship with Itachi. He knew Itachi wasn't the type to open up to others easily, and this offer was a very important step for him. I agree. This place is perfect for us. He smiled, feeling the excitement and joy overwhelm him. He couldn't wait to see how this place would change once they were here together. I think, Theodore added, looking at Itachi, that we'll be able to discuss and learn a lot here. There was confidence in his voice, and he knew that their adventures together were just beginning. After Theodore and Itachi agreed to make the ransom room their shared space, the atmosphere in the hallway became more relaxed. They could feel their bond growing stronger, and it gave them confidence. Now they could discuss their plan of action more openly and calmly. Itachi leaned against the hallway wall and began to explain, okay, let's go over the plan one more time to make sure we didn't miss anything. He looked at Theodore, waiting for his nod. Our main goal is to expose Quirrell and find out what he's up to. And we'll try to do that without drawing too much attention to ourselves. Theodore nodded, listening intently. He knew their plan had been thought out in detail, but he knew it was best to double-check everything again. The first thing, Itachi continued, raising a finger, is surveillance. We need to keep watching Quirrell, being careful not to arouse suspicion. We need to find out who he's meeting with, what places he visits, and what exactly he does in his spare time. Theodore, you'll keep an eye on his daily movements, and I'll try to find something in his personal belongings if I can get close to them. Theodore nodded, agreeing. Good. I have a couple ideas on how to do this discreetly. I know a few hidden passageways, and I should have no trouble staying undetected. Itachi continued. The second is Dumbledore. We don't know what side he's on, and that makes him dangerous. We will be watching him, trying to understand his motives and his role in everything that is going on. Theodore, you'll pay attention to his behavior and who he communicates with, and I'll try to find any information about him in the castle archives. Theodore nodded again, agreeing. I've got it, and I think we should also pay attention to his reactions to Quirrell's actions. That could tell us a lot. Itachi looked at Theodore. This is our plan. It is simple, but at the same time complex enough to not arouse suspicion. We will proceed cautiously, and we will be prepared for any surprises. He paused, giving Theodore a chance to ask questions. Is there anything you would like to add? Theodore, in turn, nodded and said, yes, I think we should be prepared for the possibility that we might be discovered. So, we need to think of escape routes and create a plan in case things don't go as we planned. Itachi thought for a moment, then nodded. You're right. We'll factor that into our plan. It seems to make sense now, even to the most idiotic person. He grinned, looking at Theodore. I hope so. After a long and tense discussion, now that they had a clear plan of action and an understanding of how to handle various situations, he decided it was time to turn his attention to the practical side of their training. He realized that Theodore, despite his analytical mind, lacked practical skills in protective magic. Theodore, Itachi said, turning to his friend, now that we've discussed all of our plans, I think we should get some practice. I want to teach you a couple of the more advanced spells that are learned in second and third year. It'll help you defend yourself better if you ever need to. Theodore, a little surprised, raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? You think I need it? Itachi nodded. Absolutely. You're good at analytics and strategy. But practical skills in defense are also important. Especially in our case. He grinned. I don't want you to be left defenseless when I'm busy doing something else. Theodore thought for a moment. Then smiled. Good. I've always wanted to learn something more. But be warned, I'm not very good at practical magic. Don't worry, Itachi replied. I'll be patient. We'll start simple at first. And then we'll move on to more complex spells. He looked around, as if assessing the place. There's plenty of room to practice. We won't be interrupted by anyone. Itachi walked to the center of the corridor and extended his hand, causing a light glow to appear in it. So, let's start with the Petrificus Totalis spell. He cast the spell and a small stone statue appeared out of thin air and froze in front of them. This is a spell of complete paralysis. It can be very useful if you need to immobilize an opponent. Theodore watched Itachi's actions carefully, trying to memorize his every move. He nodded. Theodore took his wand and, concentrating, tried to repeat the spell. But instead of a stone statue, a small jet of smoke appeared out of thin air. He sighed. I guess I'm not very good at this. Itachi smiled. Don't feel bad about it. Not many people get it right the first time. Try again. Focus on your intentions. Magic isn't just about words and movements, it's also about intention. Itachi, watching Theodore's first attempts at mastering spells, realized that just knowing the name and swinging a wand wasn't enough. Magic wasn't just mechanical repetition, but a complex process that required control, concentration, and an understanding of many nuances that weren't talked about in class. Theodore, Itachi said when another experiment with Petrificus Totalis resulted in a strange stone frog. You're making progress, but you need to realize that there's more to magic than just words and movements. It's not just mechanical repetition. Magic is energy work, and you have to know how to control it. Theodore, slightly disappointed but not discouraged, furrowed his eyebrows. What do you mean? I do everything just like you show me. Itachi stepped closer to him to better explain his point. You see, when you cast a spell, you're not just saying the words. You're kind of channeling your magical energy through your wand. And if you don't know how to do that, the spell won't turn out the way it needs to. He waved his wand, and a small stone statue appeared out of thin air and was flawlessly shaped. See, when I use magic, I can feel the energy flow through me. Through the wand, and it obeys my intentions. I can control the power of the spell, its accuracy, and even its form. Itachi continued. You have to learn to control your magical energy. It's like working your muscles. You have to feel the energy flowing through you, how it reacts to your thoughts and feelings. You have to learn to control it as if it were a part of your body. Theodore listened intently. Itachi shook his head. No, it's much more complicated than that. Magic is about working with your own energy. Each wizard has it unique, and each must find their own way to control it. Even your emotional state is taken into account. If you are angry or upset, the spell may not work the way you intended. Not only that, but each spell uses a certain amount of your energy. If you don't control that process, you can quickly run out of energy. I understand, Theodore replied. It's like working with a flow of energy. And I have to learn how to control it to get the results I want. That's right, Itachi said. It takes practice, patience, and self-control. But I'm sure you'll succeed. He smiled. Magic doesn't tolerate the lazy. After Itachi explained to Theodore the intricacies of controlling Magical energy. They continued practicing. Itachi patiently showed him how to concentrate properly, how to feel his wand, and how to channel energy. Theodore, for his part, did his best, listening carefully to Itachi's advice and practicing over and over again. At first, he wasn't very good at it. His spells didn't work as well as they should, and sometimes they didn't work at all. But gradually, he began to feel the energy flowing through him, how it obeyed his will. He began to realize that magic was not just words and gestures, but a complex process that required attention and concentration. The hours flew by unnoticed, and the training took over completely. Itachi showed Theodore the more complex spells, explaining every nuance and every aspect of their use. He taught him how to use the Reducto spell for destruction, how to use Protega for defense, and how to use Expelliarmus to disarm an opponent. They were so engrossed in the process that they didn't notice how time flew by. It wasn't until a piercing sound erupted from Theodore's abdomen that brought them back to reality. "Oh," Theodore muttered, putting a hand to his stomach. "I think we're a little late." His stomach made another loud rumbling noise. Itachi grinned upon hearing that sound. His own stomach wasn't left out either, making similar noises. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the ransom room. "You're right, we missed breakfast, and by the looks of it, it's about time we had something to eat. I think we should go back to the castle and get something to eat. And then we can continue our classes." They walked out of the ransom room, once again following the confusing path Itachi had devised, and headed towards the Great Hall. As they walked, Theodore couldn't help but ask the question that had been plaguing him since the beginning of training. "Itachi," he began, looking at his friend with slight suspicion, "you know so many advanced spells. How do you know them? We're only in our first year, and you already know spells that are taught in second and third year, or even older. And yet you explain it in a way that even I can understand." He watched Itachi's reaction carefully, waiting for his response. It's kind of weird, to be honest." Itachi, hearing Theodore's question, froze for a moment. He had been expecting this question, but he still didn't know how to answer it. He couldn't tell Theodore about his past, about the other world where he was born and raised. He couldn't tell him about his clan and his special abilities. It was too difficult to understand. He thought for a second, choosing his words carefully, and finally spoke. "Well, it's a long story, Theodore. To be honest, I got most of these spells from my parents." He paused, trying to speak as casually as possible. "They were both very powerful wizards, and they taught me a lot." He didn't go into detail, trying to hide his confusion. He knew it wasn't entirely true, but it was better than trying to explain to Theodore that he came from another world where magic worked differently. He continued, "Some of the spells I developed on my own. Most were the result of experimentation and long hours of practice. And some I simply learned from books. I've always loved to read, and I've had a lot of time to study magical treatises." Itachi tried to make his voice calm and confident so Theodore wouldn't notice his embarrassment. He added, "I've always loved magic, and I've tried to study it as deeply as possible. I've always had a great hunger for knowledge, and I wasn't afraid to experiment." He looked at Theodore, trying to catch his reaction. He realized that this explanation wasn't entirely true, but it was all he could say at the moment. He hoped that Theodore would believe him, and that he wouldn't ask too many questions. "So your parents were just as talented, too?" Theodore asked, a sense of curiosity in his voice. Itachi nodded, with a slight smile. "Yes, they were very talented. They taught me everything I know. I'm grateful for everything they've done for me." He paused, and added, "I guess that's why I'm so eager to learn more about magic in our world." Itachi tried to turn the conversation to another topic. He didn't want to lie to Theodore, but he knew it wasn't time to tell him the truth yet. He hoped that one day he would be able to tell him everything, but for now he had to keep his secrets. They continued walking towards the Great Hall, and Itachi felt that Theodore seemed to believe his words. But he also knew that Theodore was a very intelligent and observant man, and that sooner or later he might suspect something wrong. But for now, he needed to focus on the present. They entered the Great Hall, and the noise that came from inside deafened them for a moment. The hall was crowded with students who were already thoroughly enjoying a late lunch. Conversations, laughter, and the clanging of cutlery could be heard at the tables. The aromas of food tickled their nostrils, reminding both of them how hungry they were. Itachi and Theodore took their seats at the Slytherin table, and immediately began to eat. They silently pounced on plates filled with various viands, trying to satisfy their hunger. They ate as eagerly as if they hadn't eaten in ages. But despite their focus on their food, Theodore couldn't help but notice what was going on around them. He noticed again that Itachi was being paid close attention to. And it wasn't the usual curiosity that was common in the Great Hall. Girls who sat at the neighboring tables were constantly casting glances at Itachi. They were whispering amongst themselves, blushing, and some were even trying to catch his gaze. The guys, in turn, looked at him with some envy and even bewilderment. Some of them, like the girls, gave Itachi interested glances and even started muttering to themselves, and some of them looked away awkwardly, as if he were some mysterious creature. Theodore watched the scene with a slight chuckle. He realized that Itachi, without wanting to, had become the center of attention of the entire Great Hall. And just like in the morning, Itachi seemed to be completely oblivious to what was going on around him. He continued to eat quietly, as if nothing special was happening. Theodore decided to tease his friend, unable to resist the temptation. "Listen, Itachi," he said, with feigned indifference, "haven't you noticed that everyone's looking at you again?" Itachi, without taking his eyes off his plate, replied, "I've noticed. They always stare like that." He didn't show the slightest interest in the matter. In fact, he understood perfectly well. He knew that they were looking at him. He knew the girls were whispering behind his back and the guys were casting envious glances. He could feel it in his gut. But unlike many, Itachi wasn't surprised by this attention. In his past life, in the world he came from, he was used to such things. Back when he was just a child, the young genius of the Uchiha clan, he had been looked at the same way. Girls would blush at the sight of him, and guys would try to emulate him. Back then, as a child, he had felt embarrassed, and he himself often blushed at the attention. But years of training and battles had hardened his character. He learned to control his emotions. And he stopped paying attention to other people's stares. He had learned to focus on his goals, not to be distracted by nonsense. And now, at Hogwarts, he was doing the same. Itachi knew that his appearance and his demeanor attracted attention. He knew that his unusual beauty, his mysterious appearance, and his restraint attracted women and men alike. He could have used this to win the favor of others, or to manipulate them. But he didn't want to do that. He wasn't interested in being popular, or being praised. Itachi heard Theodore's words, and he realized that Theodore was teasing him. He realized that Theodore was amused to see how others reacted to him. But he wasn't going to play along with his jokes. He was too busy analyzing the situation and thinking about his plans. He heard Theodore say, "You're quite the heartbreaker at Hogwarts." Itachi dismissed the thought as unnecessary and shifted his gaze to his plate, continuing to eat. He didn't want to think about how others perceived him. He didn't want to think about the fact that he might be sympathetic to someone. He was busy with his thoughts, and he didn't want to be distracted. Itachi sank back into his thoughts, and his mind stopped registering what was going on around him. He thought about Quirrell, about Dumbledore, and about how they would be able to accomplish their mission. He knew that they had to be very careful, and that they had no margin for error. He realized that there was a lot at stake, and that they had to do everything they could to achieve their goal. He was so used to this kind of thing that it had become something commonplace. Theodore, watching Itachi sink back into his musings, couldn't resist bringing him back to reality. He knew that Itachi was capable of going into himself for long periods of time. And sometimes he needed to be brought back. "Hey, Itachi," Theodore said, raising his voice slightly, "are you here?" He snapped his fingers in front of his friend's face, trying to get his attention. Itachi, as if snapping out of a deep sleep, blinked a few times and looked at Theodore. "What?" he asked, his voice sounding slightly distracted. Theodore grinned. "You flew off somewhere else again. I was already thinking you'd been abducted by aliens." Itachi shook his head slightly. "Just wondering," he replied, trying to put his voice at ease. "All right," Theodore said. "Just don't get lost." Otherwise I'll start looking all over the galaxy for you. He swallowed the last bite of his lunch and leaned back on the bench. Listen, why don't we do something more interesting after lunch? Like discuss our next moves. Itachi nodded, agreeing. Yeah, that's a good idea. We should keep planning. Maybe we can practice some more later. Theodore thought for a moment. Listen, you know what? Let's have our next training session closer to dinner, but not for practicing spells, but to practice using them against the enemy. He lowered his voice so the others wouldn't hear them. I think we need to learn how to use our new skills in real combat. And we need to be prepared for any situation. Itachi looked at Theodore carefully. You're right. We can't just study spells, we need to know how to use them. We need practice in a real situation. We have to learn how to think fast and make good decisions. He lowered his voice as well. When are we going to practice? Theodore looked around, making sure no one could hear them. I think closer to dinner would be a good time. Then most of the students will be busy with their own things, and we can practice in the Ranso room without drawing too much attention to ourselves. Theodore turned to Itachi with a sly smile playing on his lips before leaving the Great Hall. Listen, Itachi, he whispered, his voice sounding slightly ironic. About our training tonight, please be gentle, it's my first time, after all. He winked, with an innocent expression on his face. Then, after being quiet for a bit and enjoying Itachi's reaction, Theodore straightened up and his face took on a serious expression. And seriously, he said, already in a normal voice, I hope I can hold out long enough. I'm certainly under no illusions about my abilities, but I want to see what I'm capable of, and what still needs to be tightened up. He shrugged and added with a slight challenge in his voice, I'm not going to just stand there and take the punches. I'm going to fight, and I'm going to show you that I'm not so useless. He smiled again, but this time his smile was more genuine and confident. Yeah, and don't worry, I won't take offense if you beat me. It's practice, right? Theodore looked at Itachi, waiting for his reaction. He wondered what Itachi thought about all of this. He knew that Itachi was very strong, and that he could easily defeat him. But he also knew that Itachi wouldn't have looked down on him. Theodore then nodded Itachi goodbye and turned around and left the Great Hall, leaving Itachi alone with his thoughts. He knew that Itachi understood, and that their training tonight would not just be a formal practice, but a real test for both of them. Itachi, after giving Theodore a glance as he walked away, chuckled faintly. He had heard all the meaningless chatter, the ironic tone, and the joking, be nice, and it all brought up only one thought, idiot. But that thought was more like a slight, descending chuckle than actual annoyance. Itachi was used to Theodore's antics, to his constant attempts to tease him, and, to some extent, had even learned to appreciate them. There was something about them that diluted the gray routine of his life a little. When Theodore whispered about the first time, the corner of Itachi's lips quivered faintly. He realized that Theodore was purposely trying to throw him off balance. But his attempts were so clumsy and amusing that they only elicited a condescending smile. Then, when Theodore shifted to a serious tone and started talking about his expectations from the training, Itachi listened to him intently. He knew that underneath the mask of a joker and funny man lurked an intelligent and capable man. He knew that Theodore wasn't as simple as he seemed at first glance, and that he was capable of many things. When Theodore finished, Itachi glanced again in the direction where his friend had just stood. There was no annoyance or surprise on his face. There was only a slight chuckle that said he understood. He realized that Theodore wasn't as useless as he was trying to show himself, that he was willing to fight, and that he wasn't going to back down. Itachi sank back into his thoughts, but now there was a touch of amusement in them. He knew that Theodore would be looking forward to the evening, and so would he himself. He knew that his training session would not just be a formal sparring session, but a true test of their abilities. He knew that they would both fight hard, and that they would learn from each other. And that thought, for some reason, warmed his soul. He remained seated at the table, finishing his lunch, a slight grin still playing on his face. He thought of Theodore, of his jokes, and how serious he could be. And he, for some reason, felt a little more interested in life. After lunch, Itachi stayed in the Great Hall, pretending to be busy reading a book, but in reality, his thoughts were far from the text. He was mentally going over his upcoming training session with Theodore in his head, imagining different scenarios and tactical moves. He didn't just want to have a formal sparring session, but to really assess Theodore's progress. To see how much better he was than he had been at the beginning of the year, and what else he needed to tighten up. He closed his eyes, and a simulation of their future fight unfolded in his imagination. He saw Theodore attacking him using the Petrificus Totalis spell he had practiced so hard. Itachi saw him dodge his attack with ease and Theodore try to switch to another spell, Reducto. Itachi has seen Theodore move, he has seen him react to his attacks, he has seen him try to anticipate his actions. He saw Theodore use Protega to defend himself against his counterattacks, and how he tried to dodge his Expelliarmus. In his mental battle, Itachi analyzed each of Theodore's actions, trying to figure out what mistakes he was making and what he was succeeding at. He remembered their first training session, when Theodore could barely create a small stone figure, and how he had gradually, step by step, mastered more and more spells. Itachi remembered that the Odore was very good at analyzing situations and tactical planning. He was able to quickly adapt to changing conditions and find the enemy's weaknesses. But he also remembered that Theodore was too cautious and indecisive, and that he lacked self-confidence. He also realized that Theodore had become more persistent in his training. He no longer gave up after the first failure, but kept practicing until he got the results he wanted. It was an important change that spoke to his growth as a mage. Itachi mentally replayed the moment when Theodore had stated that he wasn't going to just stand there and take the blows. That he was going to fight. He realized that those weren't just words. He saw that Theodore was truly determined and ready to challenge him. Itachi went over all of their training in his head, and he realized that Theodore had taken a big step forward from what he had been at the beginning of the year. He had become more confident, more determined, and his skills in magic had improved greatly. But he also realized that he still had a lot to learn, and that he still had a lot of work to do on himself. Itachi opened his eyes and sighed. He was satisfied with what he had realized. He now knew what to expect from Theodore, and what he needed to do to help him become even stronger. And he was ready for it, looking forward to their upcoming training session. He closed the book and stood up from the table, heading towards the exit of the Great Hall. He was ready for a fight, and he was ready to help Theodore get stronger. Exiting the Great Hall, Itachi headed out into the courtyard, where a cool breeze pleasantly refreshed his face. He walked at a leisurely pace, letting his thoughts wander freely. His mind, like a kaleidoscope, was going through various fragments of information, trying to put them into a single picture. But at the center of his thoughts, like a beacon, stood one particular image, that of a young Gryffindor named Harry Potter. RSED in his thoughts about Harry Potter and Quirrell, Itachi didn't immediately notice as he approached one of the secluded corners of the courtyard. He was suddenly snapped out of his reverie by voices that sounded very close by. The voices were animated, full of emotion, and Itachi immediately realized that this was no ordinary conversation. Instinct, honed by years of training, instantly kicked in. Itachi lurked like a shadow behind the thick trunk of an old tree, trying to remain undetected. He listened, and soon he heard scraps of phrases that immediately caught his attention. Itachi, lurking behind the tree, continued to listen intently to the Gryffindor's conversation. He realized that their suspicions of Snape had not diminished in the slightest. On the contrary, they had only grown stronger. He heard scraps of their phrases, and soon words came to him that made him frown. "I'm sure it's Snape. He wanted to kill me at that match," Harry exclaimed, his voice full of indignation. "And I know he was the one who tried to get past Pusk." Itachi inwardly chuckled. "They call Fluff a three-headed dog." He listened for a moment. Hermione shifted her gaze to Hagrid, who had been silently listening to their reasoning all this time, and asked, "Hagrid, what do you think about this? You know Snape, don't you? Do you think he's capable of something like this?" Hagrid sighed, and his voice sounded hesitant. "I don't know, guys. Snape is certainly strange, but I don't think he's bad. I don't believe he wanted to kill you." Harry rolled his eyes. "But Hagrid, it was him. We saw his eyes. We saw him try to spell the broom." Hagrid shook his head. "No guys, Stay out of things that don't concern you. Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel know what they're doing. He looked around, and lowered his voice. He's guarding the stone. It's none of your business to pry. Itachi was inwardly wary. A rock. Nicholas Flamel. What was this all about? The Gryffindors froze. They exchanged puzzled glances, and looked at Hagrid. Nicholas Flamel. Who's that? Ron asked. Hagrid immediately realized that he had said too much. He frowned and shook his head. No, it's just an old name, Dumbledore. He has everything under control. He faltered, and changed the subject. Okay guys, I'm off. Just trust Dumbledore, and everything will be fine. Hagrid quickly turned around and walked away, leaving the Gryffindors completely bewildered. Itachi remained standing behind the tree. He was stunned by what he had heard. Nicholas Flamel, some kind of stone, Dumbledore, Fluffy, Snape. It was all connected, and he knew he had to figure it all out. Itachi cautiously stepped out of his hiding place. He looked in the direction Hagrid had gone and then to where the Gryffindors were standing. They were arguing animatedly about something. Itachi realized that he had learned something very important. He now knew that Dumbledore had something to do with Nicholas Flamel. And he needed to figure out what it all meant. He must share this information with Theodore as soon as possible. He took a quick step towards the castle, looking around for his friend. He knew Theodore was probably doing something in the library or one of the corridors right now, so he decided to check those places first. He walked past several groups of students chatting and laughing merrily, but he didn't see Theodore anywhere. He kept walking, and soon noticed his silhouette looming in one of the distant corridors. He quickened his step, and soon caught up with his friend. Theodore, he called out, trying not to draw too much attention to himself. Theodore, hearing Itachi's voice, turned around and saw him rushing towards him. Curiosity was reflected on his face. What is it? He asked as Itachi approached him. Is something wrong? Itachi, trying to contain his excitement, lowered his voice. I have some very important information. We need to talk, and preferably in private. Theodore frowned. What kind of information? Quote, very important, Itachi replied. But I don't want to talk about it here. We need to find a quiet place. Theodore nodded, agreeing. All right, then let's go to the Virachai room. No one will hear us there. They both headed towards the correct hallway, trying not to attract the attention of the other students. They passed several groups of students, whispering and speculating about what they were going to do. Once they reached the right wall, Itachi focused on the image of the ransom room, envisioning it as a safe place where they could talk in private. And as soon as they both walked inside, the wall behind them immediately disappeared and they were left in a spacious room filled with old books, comfortable chairs, and dusty artifacts. Itachi looked around, making sure they were indeed alone. He closed the door behind him, and turned to Theodore. Now we can talk, he said, his voice sounding serious. I have something we need to discuss. Theodore looked at Itachi carefully, his eyes expressing impatience and curiosity. Well, spill it out. What did you find out? He asked. What's the important information? Itachi, making sure they were completely safe, began to tell Theodore everything he had heard in the courtyard. He detailed the conversation between the Gryffindors, their suspicions of Snape, their certainty that he had tried to enchant Harry's broom and infiltrate the three-headed dog. He also mentioned how Hagrid had spouted off about Nicholas Flamel and some stone that Dumbledore was guarding. Theodore listened very attentively, not interrupting and trying to memorize every detail. His eyes burned with curiosity, and he nodded occasionally, as if confirming his thoughts. When Itachi finished his story, Theodore was silent for a while, immersed in his own thoughts. That changes a lot, he finally said, his voice sounding thoughtful. This Nicholas Flamel, it seems to be a lot more complicated than we thought. Itachi nodded, agreeing. Exactly. And that stone they were so interested in may play an important role. Something tells me these events are all interconnected. Theodore walked over to one of the old armchairs and sank into it, as if pondering their next steps. I think, he said, looking at Itachi, that we need to use this information to our advantage. We need to be one step ahead of the others. Agreed, Itachi replied. But what do you suggest? Theodore smiled, a sly gleam in his eyes. I think we should follow the Gryffindors. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Keep an eye on them. Why? Think for yourself. Theodore replied. They're obviously not going to sit idly by. They suspect something too, and they'll obviously be digging for information. We can just keep an eye on them and get first-hand information. We can use their curiosity and their connections to our advantage. Itachi thought for a moment. Do you think that would work? Why wouldn't it? Theodore shrugged. Harry Potter is a pretty prominent figure, and he's likely to be discussed by anyone who's interested. We'll just have to stay in the shadows and wait for the right time. We can use them to get answers to our questions without drawing too much attention to ourselves. Itachi uttered, his gaze becoming more thoughtful. That makes sense. We can kill two birds with one stone. We'll be able to learn more about Nicholas Flamel, and at the same time stay out of the way ourselves. Theodore nodded, confirming his words. Exactly. And most importantly, it will help us not expose ourselves prematurely. We can stay in the shadows until we're sure of what we're doing. Itachi agreed. Then that's what we'll do. After agreeing to the plan of tracking the Gryffindors, Itachi and Theodore moved on to their planned training session. They decided not to procrastinate and use the time left before dinner to hone their skills. Itachi, as always, was collected and focused. He stood in the center of the room, his eyes fixed on Theodore, who stood across from him, preparing for battle. He did a short warm-up, kneading his muscles and preparing his body for the exertion. So, Itachi said, his voice sounding calm and confident. We won't waste time with idle talk. We're going to work as if this is a real fight. Show me what you've learned. Theodore nodded, and his eyes lit up with determination. He drew his wand and assumed a fighting stance, ready to answer Itachi's challenge at any moment. The spacious ransom room, usually full of old books and dusty artifacts, had temporarily turned into an impromptu arena. Itachi and Theodore stood across from each other, their gazes focused and their faces expressing determination. The air seemed electrified, ready to explode from the clash of magic. Itachi, composed and collected, ducked slightly, his arms hanging loosely at his sides. He watched Theodore carefully, trying to read his intentions. Theodore, for his part, held his wand tightly, ready for a lightning-fast attack. His eyes burned with excitement, and he could feel a mixture of excitement and anticipation in his posture. Let's begin, Itachi said, his voice steady and calm. Those words sounded like the signal for the battle to begin. Theodore didn't hesitate, he was the first to launch his attack. His wand swung upwards and a bright beam of purple light burst from its tip, the Petrificus Totalis spell. The spell that Theodore had spent so long honing was aimed directly at Itachi, seeking to restrain his movements. But Itachi was ready. His reaction was lightning fast. He didn't block the spell, but lunged to the side, dodging the purple beam that flew centimeters from his body. It seemed to disappear for a moment, and immediately reappeared elsewhere. Theodore was not confused. He realized that Itachi wouldn't give him the slightest respite. No sooner had the purple light disappeared than Theodore intercepted his wand and quickly cast the next spell, Reducto. A beam of red light erupted from the wand and, just like last time, raced towards Itachi, aiming to destroy everything in its path. Itachi didn't wait for the spell to reach its target. He took a sharp step forward and, with a quick wave of his wand, cast Expelliarmus. A beam of light shot out from his wand and flew towards Theodore at an incredible speed. Theodore reacted quickly. He held his wand out in front of him, and focused and spoke Protega, creating a transparent shield in front of him. The Expelliarmus beam slammed into the shield, and from the impact, Theodore flew back a few steps. But Theodore was not broken. He quickly rose to his feet, his gaze full of determination. He realized that Itachi wasn't going to slow down, and he was going to have to go all out. He knew he had to use all his skills and all his cunning to make it through this fight. Itachi, seeing Theodore's tenacity, smiled with the edge of his lips. He was pleased that his friend wasn't backing down. He knew that only under such conditions could one truly hone his skills. And he was ready to give Theodore a real fight. The tension in the room grew with every second. The battle was just beginning. Theodore, flying backwards from the powerful Expelliarmus, didn't give himself time to catch his breath. He realized that Itachi had no intention of giving him a second to breathe, and that every delay could be fatal to him. Quickly regaining his composure, he made a sharp dash to the side, trying to get out of the line of fire and at the same time find a way to counterattack. Itachi didn't pursue him, letting Theodore choose his own strategy. He watched him like a predator watching its prey, waiting for the right moment to attack again. His gaze was sharp and penetrating, scanning Theodore's every move, trying to understand his intentions. Theodore, realizing that a direct confrontation with Itachi would be disadvantageous at this point, decided to try a change of tactics. His wand swung into the air once more, and he quickly muttered incendio. Flames erupted from the tip of his wand and crawled across the floor like a snake, seeking to encircle Itachi. Itachi, seeing the impending wall of fire, didn't panic. He took a sharp leap, jumping over the flames and found himself on the other side of the room. His eyes seemed to flash for a moment, and he uttered Accio. An old, dusty chair that stood in the corner of the room shifted and flew straight at Theodore with the speed of a projectile. Theodore, noticing the chair flying at him, quickly put Protega in front of him, but the chair crashed into the shield with such force that it failed. The chair shattered into splinters and shards flew in all directions, forcing Theodore to retreat again. Theodore, realizing that Itachi wasn't going to give him any slack, decided to use his cunning. He abruptly changed his position, and began running around the room, constantly changing direction, in an effort to confuse Itachi and buy him some time to think of a new tactic. Itachi, watching Theodore's maneuvers, only smiled slightly. He realized that Theodore was trying to confuse him, but he wasn't going to fall for his tricks. He stood as still as a rock, waiting for Theodore to make a mistake. Theodore, realizing that his maneuvers were not yielding the desired result, decided to take a risk. He paused abruptly, and without waiting for Itachi to react, he uttered Levicorpus. Itachi, suddenly, felt his feet come off the floor and he was lifted into the air. Itachi, dangling in the air from Levicorpus, abruptly took the initiative. He didn't panic, but instead used his position to attack. With a wave of his wand, he uttered Incarcero, and the ropes, like snakes, swiftly wrapped around Theodore, restraining his movements. Their fight turned into a frenzied battle, where every spell was a shot, every movement a strategic move. Theodore gave his all, trying to show his skill and his determination. The first onslaught was over, leaving behind only the anticipation of further fighting, and the desire to prove who was the strongest. The tension in the room had risen to the limit, and none of them was ready to give in. Theodore, being trapped, did not despair. He realized that he had to find a way out of this situation quickly, and, trying to keep his composure, he tried to free himself from the restraints. He jerked sharply, but the ropes held him firmly. Then he tried to use his spell to break the ropes, but Itachi anticipated his actions, and in the same second he cast Depulso, throwing Theodore aside. Theodore crashed into the wall, and the ropes, loosened, crumbled into dust. He, quickly getting to his feet, realized that Itachi had taken his tactical game to a new level. He was no longer attacking head-on, but using the situation to force him to think and adapt. Theodore tried to create distance between them again, but Itachi wasn't about to let that happen. He used Accio again, pulling one of the remaining chairs towards him. This time the chair didn't hit Theodore, but flew into the floor, shattering into splinters and creating a cloud of dust, hiding him from view. Theodore, seeing what was happening, realized that this was his chance to attack. Without waiting for the dust to clear, he cast Confringo, aiming directly at where he thought Itachi was. A beam of fire erupted from his wand and pierced the dust cloud, creating a bright glow around him. But Itachi, like a shadow, had already moved to another location. He used the smoke screen to disorient Theodore and take a more advantageous position. He continued to play with him like a cat, giving him the opportunity to think he was in control of the situation while he played his own game. Theodore, realizing that his attacks were not reaching their goal, switched to a more defensive strategy. He began to use Protega constantly, creating a shield in front of him, trying to block any of Itachi's attacks. He realized that he dead to exhaust him to have a chance at victory. Itachi, watching his actions, smiled slightly. He realized that Theodore was trying to outsmart him, but he was ready for it. Their battle had become a battle of wits, where not only strength, but also cunning and adaptability played an important role. No one was willing to concede. Theodore, lurking behind Protaga's shield, felt fatigue begin to creep up on him. The constant maneuvers, evasions, and attempts to counterattack were draining him of his strength. He was breathing heavily and sweat was dripping down his face. He realized that if he didn't do something soon, he simply wouldn't be able to stay on his feet any longer. Itachi, watching Theodore's actions, noticed the first signs of his fatigue. He saw how his movements had slowed down, how his gaze had become heavier. He realized that Theodore was on edge, and that he needed to give him a little push to get him to step forward. Itachi once again went on the offensive. He used Actio again, but this time he drew not an object, but Theodore himself. Theodore, suddenly, felt himself being pulled forward, towards Itachi. He tried desperately to slow down, but his efforts were futile. Itachi, seeing Theodore approaching him, unleashed a lightning-fast Petrificus Totalis, aiming straight at him. Theodore, in desperation, tried to dodge, but, due to fatigue, his reaction was too slow. The violet beam hit him directly, stiffening his movements and making him unable to fight back. Theodore froze in place like a statue. His eyes were filled with frustration, and he felt his body refusing to obey him. He realized that Itachi had won, and that his strength was no longer enough to continue the fight. Itachi, seeing Theodore's condition, instantly stopped his attack. He walked over to him and removed the Petrificus Totalis spell, freeing him from his restraints. Theodore felt his legs give a shake as he freed himself and he fell to his knees, unable to hold himself up. He was breathing heavily, and his arms were shaking with fatigue. He looked up at Itachi, and in his gaze he read a mixture of admiration and annoyance. You were great," he whispered, trying to catch his breath. I just couldn't." Itachi, looking at Theodore, didn't smile. He realized that Theodore had given it his best shot, and that he had done his best. He lowered himself down beside him and looked him in the eye. "You fought well," he said, his voice sounding calm and respectful, "but you still have room to grow." Theodore nodded, agreeing. "I know. I need to train more." Itachi, seeing his determination, smiled with the edge of his lips. "I know you won't give up. That's why I keep training you." He held out a hand, helping him to his feet. "So, ready for the next round?" Theodore, accepting his hand, slowly rose to his feet. Finding his strength, he smiled. "No, I should probably put this round off for later, but thanks." He was ready to take on new challenges, but he needed to rest first. And Itachi was willing to grant him that until they were both ready to continue the battle. After a grueling workout, Itachi and Theodore settled into the cushioned chairs in the Virachai room. The room, as if adjusting to their needs, was filled with an atmosphere of calm and comfort. There was no trace of the recent fight, only the quiet hum of conversation and the rustle of turning pages of books. Theodore leaned back in his chair, feeling the tension leave his body. He was breathing heavily, his muscles were aching, and his face was covered in sweat. He closed his eyes, allowing himself to enjoy the rest. "What an exhausting experience," he said, trying to get his breathing back to normal. "I thought I'd be good for more than that." He smiled faintly and, looking at Itachi, added with a playful intonation, "You were, of course, so gentle as always. Almost didn't hurt. Thank you for not going all out. I think you even enjoyed chasing me around, didn't you, Itachi?" Theodore winked cheekily, trying not to give away his tiredness. Theodore looked at Itachi again, waiting for his reaction. He knew Itachi didn't like jokes on the subject, but he still couldn't resist provoking him. He loved teasing him, taking pleasure in his restrained reaction. Itachi was unfazed as always, and Theodore waited to see what he would say this time. Theodore realized that despite all his bravado, he was truly exhausted. He could feel the ache in his muscles and the burning in his lungs, but he didn't want to show it. He wanted Itachi to see him not just as some joker, but as a worthy opponent. That was why he was teasing, hiding his fatigue behind a layer of irony. Itachi, sitting across from him, watched him relaxedly. He looked as if he hadn't even been in the battle. His breathing was even and his face remained calm and collected. Theodore, opening his eyes, looked at him in surprise. Listen, he said, frowning, are you sweating at all? It feels like you didn't even fight at all. Itachi smiled slightly, and a light flashed in his eyes. I'm just good at controlling my body, he replied, his voice sounding steady and calm. And I know how to distribute my powers properly. Theodore looked at Itachi with admiration. This is just incredible, he whispered. I'm drenched in sweat, and you look like you just woke up. Itachi, looking at Theodora, shook his head. Don't exaggerate, he said. I'm tired, too, I just don't show it. Theodore shook his head. No, Itachi, you're really cool. Itachi thought for a moment. I've been training since I was a kid, he said. And I've always strived for perfection. They both fell silent, immersed in their thoughts. Theodore looked at Itachi. He realized that he was very lucky to have met such a friend who was not only strong, but also wise. He knew that they could accomplish a lot if they worked together. After a brief pause, during which Theodore seemed to be enjoying his role as a tired but unbroken warrior, Itachi broke the silence. He looked at Theodore, and his gaze was calm and penetrating. You fought well today, Theodore, he began, his voice smooth and devoid of any mockery. But you have some work to do. Theodore pouted slightly upon hearing the praise, but immediately became wary, expecting criticism. He knew full well that Itachi wasn't in the habit of throwing compliments around, and that they were always followed by a constructive remark. Your spells are much more accurate than before, Itachi continued, his gaze still focused on Theodora. But there are still many mistakes, Itachi continued, not letting Theodore relax. You're still too predictable in your actions. You use the same spells too often, and I know what to expect from you. Besides, you need to learn how to allocate your powers properly. You're exhausted already in the middle of a fight, and that's unacceptable. Theodore frowned, agreeing with Itachi's remarks. I know, he said. I felt like I didn't have enough strength. I put myself out there too quickly, and then it's hard for me to keep going. And you're too slow to make decisions, Itachi continued, not relenting. You spend too much time thinking about your next move, when you should be reacting faster and making decisions on the fly. In real combat, every second counts. Theodore nodded again, admitting his mistake. He looked at Theodore, and his gaze softened. But despite all these mistakes, I still think you're a very fast learner, he added, and a slight smile appeared on his face. And I'm sure you'll become a very strong mage if you keep practicing as hard as you do now. Theodore looked at Itachi. He realized that despite all the criticism, he really believed in him. He knew that his training with Itachi would help him get better. And he was ready to take on any challenges that lay ahead. Glava 10 Christmas. Mr. Rev. Okay, let's take it in order. 1. What makes you think that I will follow some canons in my fanfiction? In my fanfiction, I even changed the location of the battle with the troll not in the toilet, but in the dungeon, and if you noticed, I changed the canon. During Halloween Hermione did not appear in the Great Hall, but just cried from what she heard from Ron in the morning. I wrote that Malfoy threw a pie at her, copied a move from a Lego game. 2. Yes, she is the voice of reason, I don't argue. I even left her as the only one who noticed something strange, but in my FIC Itachi is kind of smarter than Hermione in terms of studying, which is reflected in the students, Gryffindors especially. LLY Ron think that Itachi is worse than Hermione, which is what brought them together earlier. 3. What makes you think Hermione doesn't consider Itachi a rival? If you read carefully, you should have noticed that I tell the story from different points of view. I will have more to write. I leave little loopholes for the readers to guess, but nothing more. 4. What are you talking about? I only described 3 teachers. McGonagall is impressed by Itachi's abilities and wants to watch him develop. Flitwick was impressed that Itachi was not interested in what the spell could do, but in why it worked. And lastly Snape, I think it's 100% his reaction. He sees the unprecedented talent of a first-year student who got into Slytherin, ambition and all that, and he knows he's being bullied because of his filthy blood. Snape thinks Itachi can become a dark wizard and not just, like that. Any other complaints? There are many more teachers at Hogwarts, but I've singled out only 3. Dumbledore is the exception. He only trusts his colleagues. Time flew by like the pages of an old book that someone was hurriedly turning. Autumn leaves were replaced by the first snowflakes, and the smell of PK in lattes gradually gave way to the aroma of ginger cookies. Hogwarts was preparing for Christmas, and the atmosphere in the castle was filled with anticipation of festivity and magic. In the time that had passed, Itachi and Theodore had continued their training, trying to hone their skills and become stronger. Theodore became more and more agile and precise each time, and his spells became more and more powerful. Itachi, in turn, taught him not only magic, but also tactics, how to control his emotions and make quick decisions. Their plan to spy on the Gryffindors wasn't standing still either. The two of them, separately or together, kept a close eye on Harry, Ron, and Hermione, trying not to draw too much attention to themselves. They saw the Gryffindors constantly discussing something, as they tried to solve the mystery of Nicholas Flamel and his connection to the Philosopher's Stone. Itachi and Theodore, through their own research and observations, already knew that the stone Dumbledore was guarding was the Philosopher's Stone, and that it belonged to the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel. This discovery not only confirmed their suspicions, but also multiplied their interest in the events that were taking place and made them wonder who was trying to get the stone that gave immortality and why. Christmas was approaching, and Hogwarts was decorated with garlands and Christmas trees. Holiday music was playing in the Great Hall and the students were busily discussing their plans for the vacations. Everyone was looking forward to the holiday, and even Itachi and Theodore, despite the seriousness of their intentions, felt the anticipation of something special awaken in their hearts. They knew that the holidays could be a good time to do something. December 25th, Christmas wrapped Hogwarts in its warm, magical glow. Snow fell softly outside the windows, creating a cozy atmosphere, and Christmas carols played in the Great Hall. The students, dressed in their best holiday outfits, were happily enjoying a Christmas feast. Itachi and Theodore, though not participating in the general hustle and bustle, still couldn't help but feel the holiday spirit. After the feast, both of them, tired from the holiday hustle and bustle, headed to their rooms. Theodore opened the door with a yawn and immediately froze, staring at his bed. On it lay a small but nicely arranged gift. It was a roll tied with a green ribbon, and attached to it was a card with a Christmas greeting. "Wow," Theodore muttered, looking at the gift in surprise. "Who sent this to me?" He picked up the card and read it aloud. "Merry Christmas, Theodore. I hope your holiday is as wonderful as you are." He smirked. "Well, this is clearly some kind of groupie. There's a reason I spend so much time in the library, now everyone loves me." Itachi, for his part, opened the door to his room, and froze for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise. His bed, or rather his entire room, was littered with gifts. Dozens of wrappers of different sizes and colors lay on the floor, on the windowsill, and even on the table. Some of them were tied with gold and silver ribbons, and some were decorated with flowers and glitter. "What the?" It came out of his mouth as he entered the room. He looked around, trying to realize what was happening. He picked up one of the gifts and read the name on the card. From Natalia, from Elena, from Amanda, from Giselle. He listed the names, his eyes growing larger and larger with each new card. "Wow," exclaimed Theodore, peering into Itachi's room. "Wow, you've got a whole warehouse of gifts in here. Looks like you're the most popular guy at Hogwarts. And for good reason." Theodore stepped closer and looked at the cards. "Looks like you have a whole harem of groupies here." "Yes, Itachi, you certainly are quite the Casanova." Itachi sighed heavily. "I don't know what to do with them," he said, shaking his head. "I never asked for it." Theodore laughed. "Well, you're probably just too good to go unnoticed. But you're not going to throw them away, are you? Let's at least see what's inside. Maybe you've been given something valuable." Itachi, realizing he had no other choice, began opening the presents. Some of them were full of all sorts of sweets, others were full of jewelry and trinkets, and some were even some homemade items. All of them were made with love, and Itachi, despite his reticence, couldn't help but feel grateful for the attention. Theodore, meanwhile, was already busily unwrapping his gift. Inside was a small magical compass that pointed in the direction of where his favorite place at Hogwarts was. He smiled enthusiastically and immediately started checking it out. Christmas at Hogwarts was filled with magic and surprises, and even Itachi Despite all his serious plans, couldn't stay away from the festivities. He knew he still had a lot to do, but for now he could at least relax for a moment and enjoy the warmth of Christmas night. Going through the mountain of presents, Itachi, though he kept his outer calm, felt a growing curiosity inside. Most of the gifts were from his many female admirers, and he set them aside with a slight sigh. However, amongst the usual sweets, jewelry, and trinkets, his gaze caught on a few names that made him wary. Daphne Greengrass, Pansy Parkinson, Palumna Lovegood, these names were familiar to him. And not just because they belonged to his classmates. He knew that these girls came from noble and powerful pureblood families whose views on blood purity were very specific. The Greengrasses, Parkinsons, and Lovegoods were known for their adherence to old traditions and intolerance of Muggle-born wizards. Itachi frowned, taking these gifts in his hands. They were different from the others. They were more carefully and tastefully made. Their packaging was more elegant, and the cards were written in an understated but elegant manner. He couldn't help but feel that there was more than a simple show of affection behind these gifts. Itachi remembered that these families had strict rules and that their gifts could have hidden meanings. He carefully set these wrappers aside, deciding to open them later and with extra caution. He didn't want to underestimate his suitors from noble families, and he realized that they might try to use him for their own purposes. He knew he had to be prepared for any eventuality. As he continued to go through the gifts, Itachi suddenly came across a package that was different from all the others. It was wrapped in heavy, brown paper, and was tied with simple twine. There were no decorations on it, and the card had only one word written on it: family. Itachi's heart trembled for a moment. He realized it was a gift from his parents. He slowly unwrapped the roll-up, and his eyes widened with surprise and emotion. Inside was an old but very well-preserved photograph. It showed his parents when they were still young. They stood hugging each other, their faces glowing with happiness and love. Itachi had never seen this picture before, and it sent a wave of warm feelings and nostalgia through him. Next to the photo was a small letter, written in his mother's neat handwriting. In the letter she wished him a Merry Christmas and told him that she and his father were very proud of him. She wished him all the best and asked him to take care of himself. At the end of the letter, his father added a few words wishing him success in his studies and admonishing him to always be honest and fair. Itachi carefully took the picture and the letter in his hands. He clutched them to his chest and tears came to his eyes. He loved his parents deeply, despite his reticence, and this gift was the most precious to him. He knew that despite all the hardships and trials, he would never be alone as long as he had his family. Theodore, looking at his magic compass with fascination and going through the sweets given to him, suddenly noticed that Itachi was quiet. Normally, even when he was brooding, there was nothing in his demeanor to cause concern. But right now, Itachi looked different. He was leisurely going through the presents, and Theodore noticed the expression on his face changing from calm to thoughtfulness, and then to something resembling sadness. Theodore set his compass aside and looked at Itachi, frowning. He saw that he had stopped going through some cards, and his gaze froze on one of the rolls that was different from the others. He saw Itachi set that roll aside and then find another one, and his face immediately softened and his eyes filled with something very touching. "Hey Itachi, is everything okay?" Theodore asked, trying to hide his excitement. He got up from his chair and walked closer to his friend. "You've been kind of quiet. Is something wrong?" Itachi flinched when he heard Theodore's voice and broke away from his thoughts. He quickly hid the picture and the letter, and tried to return to his usual composed state. "It's okay," he replied, his voice sounding a little quieter than usual. "It's just that I've been thinking." He looked at Theodore and smiled slightly, trying to hide his feelings. "I was just going through some presents, and it was nothing special." But Theodore didn't believe him. He knew full well that behind Itachi's outward equanimity lurked deep feelings and worries. He could see that something had hit him, and he wanted to know what it was. "No, Itachi, don't lie to me," he said, his voice sounding serious. "I can see there's something wrong with you. What were those rolls you put aside back there? And why did you look at that last gift you held so tightly to you?" He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Itachi expectantly. "Come on, tell me, don't be languid." Itachi hesitated for a moment. He wasn't used to sharing his feelings, much less showing his weakness. But he knew that Theodore was his closest friend, and that he would always support him. He realized that he couldn't hide the truth from him. He sighed heavily and looked again at the photograph that lay in his hands. "It's a picture of my parents," he said, his voice quiet and a little hoarse. "They sent it to me for Christmas." When Theodore heard the word family, his mood changed dramatically. He had always been cheerful and full of energy, but this subject tugged at something painful in him. He grew up without a mother, and his father had to pull the burden of upbringing alone. Theodore had never seen his parents together or felt the warmth that was between them. So as he looked at Itachi holding a picture of his happy family, he involuntarily felt a prick of envy. He quickly suppressed the feeling, not wanting it to ruin his friendship with Itachi. Theodore realized that envy was foolish and that everyone had their own destiny. He tried to focus on supporting his friend and pushed the gloomy thoughts away. That's great, Itachi," Theodore said uncertainly, trying to hide his true state of mind. His voice sounded a little quieter than usual, and there was some stiffness in it. He took a step back from Itachi, trying to hide his sudden sadness. "You must have wonderful parents. I'm sure they love you very much." He fell silent, trying to find the right words. He didn't know how to express his feelings properly, or how to soothe Itachi without giving away his own pain. He looked at his friend, and his eyes read a mixture of sympathy and uncertainty. "So, what are those other mysterious gifts from the groupies?" Theodore said suddenly and somehow too loudly, trying to shift the conversation and change the atmosphere. He even tried to portray his usual carefree smile on his face, but it didn't work very convincingly. "You said there was a mountain of packages. Maybe there's something really interesting among them. Maybe some kind of magic mirror that shows the future, or a flying broom with turbo acceleration. Come on, Itachi, don't languish, come on. Open them." Theodore realized that his words sounded strained and unnatural, but he didn't know how to act otherwise. He didn't want to show Itachi his jealousy, and he didn't want his friend to feel guilty. He tried to cheer him up, move the conversation to a lighter topic, and hide his true feelings as deeply as possible. He hoped that Itachi wouldn't notice his strange behavior, and that things would go back to normal. He stared at Itachi expectantly, hoping that he would be able to distract his friend from his gloomy thoughts and turn the conversation to a more positive direction. But Theodore continued to feel a prick of envy in his heart, and he realized that he needed time to deal with his emotions and return to his usual cheerful mood. Itachi, as immersed in his own thoughts as he was, still didn't miss the change in Theodore's mood. He noticed how his usually bright eyes faded, how his smile became strained and his voice a little hoarse. He decided not to bring it up now. He knew Theodore would tell him himself if he wanted to. Instead, Itachi decided to distract his friend by turning the conversation to another topic. He pretended not to notice his sudden stiffness and began to talk about the strange gifts he had received from noble families. "Yes, you're right," Itachi said, his voice sounding even and calm, but there was a slight concern in it. "There is indeed a mountain of packages in there. But it's not so much the gifts themselves that worry me, but who sent them." He picked up one of the envelopes, tied with a silver ribbon, and held it out to Theodore. "This is from Daphne Greengrass, for example. You know that family, don't you? They are very famous for their purity of blood." Theodore took the gift and looked at it, frowning his eyebrows. "The Greengrasses? Yes, I've heard of them. They're obsessed with blood purity, and consider anyone who isn't pure-blooded to be dirt underfoot. I wouldn't be surprised if they put some potions in there." He cast a glance at Itachi and added, "And why are they sending you presents? Did they like you too?" Itachi puckered his lips slightly. "I don't think it's about liking," he replied, shaking his head. "It's more likely some kind of political move. They probably want to get me on their side, and lure me into their net." He picked up another gift, this time from Pansy Parkinson, and twirled it in his hands. "The Parkinsons, the Lovegoods, they're all from the same circles. It's all very suspicious." Theodore frowned even more. "So it turns out these aren't groupies, but potential spies?" he asked. "Wow, how confusing. I thought these noble families were just boring and nerdy, and it turns out they're also schemers." "Exactly," Itachi replied, nodding. And that's what worries me. I don't want to be someone's puppet, and I don't want them using me in their games. He sighed heavily and added, but they can be useful sources of information. If we're careful, we can find out a lot of interesting things before they realize on their own that we're up to something too. Itachi looked at Theodore and tried to smile. In any case, he uttered, let's not think bad thoughts just yet. It's probably just a sign of attention. Itachi, as if reading Theodore's thoughts, added one more important detail to finally clarify the situation and explain his concern about the gifts from noble families. Also, Itachi continued, his voice flat but with a slight note of irritation in it, don't forget that I'm only a freshman. Yes, I may be talented, but I'm still a student. And I come from an ordinary family with no influence or connections. I can't afford to openly disrespect pureblood families yet. It could have bad consequences not only for me, but for my parents as well. He looked at Theodore and emphasized, I can't just take their gifts and refuse them. That would be taken as an insult and they might try to retaliate. At this point, I have to be careful not to draw unnecessary attention to myself. Otherwise we won't be able to find out all that we need to know. Theodore nodded, realizing the rightness of Itachi's words. Yeah, you're right, Theodore said, sighing. I've forgotten something. We're still children, and we can't openly defy the old ways. We need to pretend to be nice boys for now and look out for them. But then what do we do with these presents? Just pile them up and forget about them? Or are we going to use them somehow? Itachi thought for a moment. I think we should look them over, he replied, and see if there's anything interesting in there. Maybe they did send some useful things, or even some encrypted messages. Itachi and Theodore, determined, began inspecting the gifts with the one Pansy Parkinson had sent. Itachi carefully unwrapped the package, and his eyebrows crept upward in slight surprise. Inside was a small but elegantly wrapped package tied with a black ribbon. It was accompanied by a card with a fairly standard set of wishes for a happy and prosperous Christmas, but in the bottom right corner was a distinctive scarlet lipstick print. Itachi frowned, showing the card to Theodore. Well, he said with a touch of sarcasm. Looks like I have another fan. Theodore grinned. Yeah, and what a fan. That Pansy Parkinson seems to be quite a catch. And her lipstick is definitely not cheap. Itachi set the card aside and unwrapped the gift itself. Inside was a thin, delicate bracelet woven from fine silver threads. On it hung a small, neat pendant in the shape of a black serpent. The bracelet looked simple enough, but at the same time it had a sense of magic. And what is this? Theodore asked, leaning over the bracelet. Itachi took the bracelet in his hands and scrutinized it. He felt a slight tingling sensation in his fingertips, as if the bracelet was filled with some kind of magical energy. He noticed that attached to the bracelet was a small card with some words written on it. Looks like this isn't just a piece of jewelry, Itachi said as he read the card. It says here that the bracelet is enchanted with protective charms. It can sense magic directed from behind, and because of that, it creates a magical shield to protect the wearer. But the supply is limited, only 3 times. Theodore stared at the bracelet, and his eyes rounded with surprise. 3 times, he interjected, not believing his ears. Do you realize what that means? That's real armor. It must be worth a fortune. And Pansy Parkinson gave you such a thing for nothing. Itachi looked at the bracelet thoughtfully. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Why would she give me such an expensive thing? It's not like she hardly knows me. Theodore shook his head. Wants to impress me. Or she has some ulterior motive. He looked at the bracelet again, feeling its power. He realized that Pansy Parkinson was a very complicated girl, and that there might be something more behind this gift. Putting aside the bracelet that had struck them both, Itachi started on the next gift, from Daphne Greengrass. The packaging was neat and tidy, uncluttered, and in keeping with the character Itachi had come to expect from the girl. The card was simple, with the usual greetings and wishes printed in an elegant font. Inside the card, however, was a small envelope sealed with the Greengrass seal, the family crest B. A silver serpent coiled around an oak branch. Itachi, sensing that this letter was more than a simple greeting, carefully opened the envelope and unfolded the sheet of parchment. Theodore watched him with undisguised curiosity, waiting to see what it said. Itachi ran his eyes over the text of the letter, and a look of thoughtfulness and then slight irony appeared on his face. "So that's it," he uttered, setting the letter aside on the table. "It seems Daphne has decided not to beat around the bush." Theodore frowned. "What does it say? A marriage proposal?" Itachi chuckled slightly. "No, nothing like that. But it's almost as straightforward. Daphne writes that she'd like to meet me and talk about future plans. Purely political talk, since she's, quote, noticed a great talent in me that could be useful for the common good. She doesn't seem to intend to hide her intentions, and speaks at once of what interests her." Theodore thought for a moment. "Well, that's at least honest. Shish. He doesn't waste time with empty compliments or trying to get you to like her. She tells you right away what she wants from you. It's even a little refreshing, after that lipstick bracelet." He shrugged. "But still, it's pretty weird. She wants to use you for political games." "What nonsense." Itachi nodded, agreeing with Theodore. "That's right. It seems that Daphne and her family see me as a promise mage that they can use to further their interests. They probably think they can control me." He grinned. "But they're wrong if they think that. So, are you going to meet with her?" Theodore inquired. "Perhaps," replied Itachi, "to find out exactly what she's up to. And maybe this meeting will even do us some good. We'll be able to elicit information from her that we can use. But either way, I'll be careful not to fall for her tricks." He glanced at the letter again and shook his head. "At least her forthrightness puts me at ease. I don't like going around and not telling my true intentions." After the letter, Itachi set about examining the gift itself from Daphne Greengrass, expecting some sort of trick or hint of her political games. However, instead he discovered something quite unexpected. The gift was flat and hard to the touch, and when Itachi unwrapped it, he saw that it was a map. But not an ordinary geographical map, but something like a ticket. "What is this, a bus pass?" Theodore asked in surprise, peering over Itachi's shoulder. "Where can it even take us?" Itachi examined the map carefully. It was made of thin but sturdy parchment, and it was covered with some delicate patterns and inscriptions. He noticed that the map showed some sort of coat of arms, similar to the one on the letter, but more intricate and detailed. "Looks like it," Itachi replied. It's not a travel card in the usual sense. It says it's a ticket card with an unlimited annual pass for admission to an upscale restaurant owned by the Greengrass family." Theodore's eyes bulged with surprise. "An elite restaurant? Are you serious? Why would they give us such a useless gift?" Itachi shrugged. "I don't know," he said, "but it's pretty weird. Why would they invite us over for dinner? Or is this a way to lure us into a trap?" He carefully read the description on the back of the map. It said that this restaurant was very popular with pureblood wizards, and that it was a gathering place for the elite of the magical world. It also talked about the exquisite cuisine, and the atmosphere of luxury. "Well," Theodore pronounced, scratching the back of his head thoughtfully, "it's certainly not a magical artifact or a way to capture us, but it's at least a tasty gift." He grinned. "Maybe Daphne just wants to feed us to the brim, and learn all our secrets at the same time. That's pretty clever, come to think of it." Itachi looked at the map thoughtfully. "You're probably right. It's a way to make us feel good, and at the same time build rapport with us. But either way, it's a pretty useless gift." He wrinkled his nose slightly. "And to be honest, I'm not particularly eager to dine with the pureblood elite. This talk of blood purity and politics always bores me." "Well, it is what it is," Theodore said. "But free food is always good. Especially if it's delicious. And if they want to poison us, we'll feel it anyway. And if they give us some valuable information at the table, it'll be even better. So let's not be so picky." He looked at Itachi and winked. "Anyway, no one's ever turned down free food before. Oh, and if anything, we can always go there and sit if we want to." Itachi, after thinking for a moment, nodded. "Yeah, you're right, we shouldn't dismiss all possibilities in advance. In any case, it's an unusual gift, and we should be grateful to Daphne for her consideration." He set the card aside, but decided not to forget about it. He realized that even the most seemingly useless item could be useful if you knew how to use it. Finally, Itachi and Theodore got to the last of the remaining gifts, the one from Lumna Lovegood. The packaging, Unlike the strict elegance of the gifts from Greengrass and Parkinson, was somewhat eccentric. The paper was decorated with colorful patterns. And the ribbon tying the roll was made of thin threads, in different colors. The card that came with the gift was also very peculiar. There were strange creatures on it, like a mixture of a hare and a butterfly, and the wishes were written in uneven, childish handwriting. "Well, there goes Lovegood," Theodore muttered, looking at the card. "I wonder what she has in store for us this time." Itachi shrugged and carefully opened the card. Inside, in addition to the congratulatory words, was another envelope, plain and unremarkable at first glance. It was unsealed, and Itachi pulled out a folded sheet of parchment from it. "Looks like there's a letter here too," he said, unfolding the sheet. He began to read the letter aloud, and with each line his eyebrows rose higher and higher. "Gee, what's in it?" Theodore inquired, looking at his friend curiously. Itachi fell silent and reread the letter once more before speaking. "Looks like it," he replied, slightly stunned. "Here she writes that she thanks me. But not for anything in particular, just for having me. She writes that she sees in me something special and that, quote, my aura radiates the light of truth. She also mentions that I, quote again, will not succumb to the onslaught of rhinos and that Barmaglots cannot deceive me." Theodore opened his mouth in surprise. "Wow, that girl, what is she even talking about?" Itachi shook his head. "I don't know either," he said. "But what follows is even more interesting. She writes that she wouldn't mind getting to know me better and forming a bond of friendship. And that she hopes we can find common ground, quote again, because our magic dances to the same rhythm and our souls soar in the same direction." Theodore chuckled. "Well, that's certainly out of line. She must have read some silly fairy tales. Friendship bonds, dancing souls, Barmagloths. I never realized she had such a rich imagination." "And how's that?" Theodore asked with a chuckle. "Are you ready to be friends with a girl who communicates with Barmaglots?" Itachi shrugged. "We'll see," he replied. "It might make some sense. I'm not ruling out that possibility." Putting aside the strange letter from Lumna Lovegood, Itachi shifted his gaze to the gift itself, and his eyes widened slightly in surprise. The packaging, though done in a peculiar manner, seemed suspiciously familiar. The shape of the package resembled a long, narrow cylinder, and Itachi had a vague suspicion as to what might be inside. "Well, it's obviously not a magic cauldron," Theodore muttered, examining the coil. "Maybe she gave you a sword." Itachi, without answering, carefully began unwrapping the gift. With each turn of the colored paper, his suspicions became more and more certain. Finally, the wrapping was removed, and before them stood a broomstick. Not just any old, shabby broom, but a brand new, shiny Nimbus 2000. The wood of the handle was polished to a shine, and broomsticks were smooth and resilient. It was one of the best broom models available at the time, and it couldn't help but impress. Itachi blinked in surprise, looking at such an unexpected gift. Theodore whistled with delight. "Wow," he exclaimed. "It's a Nimbus 2000. You're a lucky man. Now you have your own lightning bolt." Itachi remained silent as he continued to examine the broom. He was indeed impressed, but his mind had already begun to analyze the situation. Why would Palumna give him such an expensive and generally impractical gift? He picked up the broom and found that there was another note tied to the handle, written in the same uneven but recognizable handwriting. He unfolded the note and began to read aloud. "Didn't know what you were into, but I know you're a great broom handler and were even invited to join the team, but you didn't accept. Sorry, I talk a lot. I hope you enjoy it." Itachi frowned, rereading the note again. Theodore shrugged. "But anyway, it's a nice gift. She seems to have a pretty good sense of what you might like." Itachi nodded, agreeing with Theodore. "Yes, she does, but it's still strange that she chose a broomstick specifically and not something more magical. And why would she give me such an expensive model?" He was silent for a second, then added with a slight chuckle. "But, I won't deny it, the Nimbus 2000 is a really nice gift. It's a good one to fly around on when I'm bored." He looked at the broom and sighed quietly. This gift was probably the nicest surprise after his parents that he had gotten for Christmas. But he realized he couldn't just take it for granted, and he needed to figure out what really drove this mysterious girl. When Theodore and Itachi had finished scrutinizing and analyzing all the Christmas presents, they felt tired. The hustle and bustle of the holidays, the intense thinking and studying the letters had worn them both out. The sun had long since risen, and they realized that there wasn't much time to rest. But they were determined to take advantage of every spare minute to get a good night's sleep. "Well, I guess all the presents have been analyzed," Theodore said, yawning with a full-mouth yawn. "My head is already buzzing from all the riddles and messages. I'm ready to sleep for 10 hours, at least." Itachi nodded, agreeing with his friend. "Me too," he pronounced. "I'm more tired than usual. Christmas seems to be a tiring holiday." He looked at Theodore and added, "Tomorrow night, if you don't mind, we can practice. We need to practice what we've learned and prepare ourselves for possible trouble." "Agreed," Theodore replied. "Tomorrow we will prepare for battles. For now, let's get to bed. Let's give ourselves a little break to regain our strength." He yawned once more and stretched. "The festivities don't end until 12, so we can safely sleep until dinner." Itachi smiled slightly. "Yeah, you're right, I don't mind sleeping through lunch." They both gather up the gifts and cards scattered around the room and put them into neat stacks. Itachi put the Nimbus 2000 in a prominent place, deciding that as soon as he had time, he would be sure to test out the new broom. After that, they turned out the lights and crawled under the blankets. Itachi, despite being tired, couldn't help but think about what had happened during the day. He pondered on the mysterious messages from the noble families until he fell asleep. Glava 11 Forbidden Forest. Time flew by like fallen leaves carried away by the autumn wind. The cold of winter was replaced by the first signs of spring. Buds swelled on the trees, and the air was filled with the light scent of blossoming flowers. Hogwarts was slowly waking up from its winter hibernation, and the students filled the corridors once again with noise and excitement. Itachi and Theodore, meanwhile, were gathering information about the Philosopher's Stone. Every day, one by one, they followed Harry, Ron, and Hermione, trying to remain undetected. They watched their movements, listened to their conversations, and tried to figure out their plans. But to their surprise, the Gryffindors seemed to be stumped. They continued to discuss Nicholas Flamel and his connection to the stone, but they couldn't get anything new that Itachi and Theodore didn't know. And then, one day while Theodore was on duty, he managed to witness a very interesting scene. He hid behind one of the columns in the library and watched the Gryffindors. He saw Hermione, barely holding a thick book in her hands. Theodore recognized the book immediately. It was from this book that he and Itachi had learned about Nicholas Flamel's science with the Philosopher's Stone. He listened to their conversation. Hermione opened the thick book, and began flipping through the pages quickly. "Here," she said, "it says here that Nicholas Flamel was not only an alchemist, but also the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, which grants immortality and can turn any metal into gold. I'm telling you it's some kind of mystery." Theodore heard a scrap of Ron's conversation. "And it's pretty dangerous stuff if it falls into the wrong hands," Harry suggested. Theodore, realizing that he wasn't going to learn anything new anymore, quietly left the library. He already knew of the existence of the Philosopher's Stone and that it was connected to Nicholas Flamel. The Gryffindors, on the other hand, didn't seem to have gotten any further in their research. This was comforting on the one hand, but on the other, it made him think that perhaps they were missing something important. Gathering his thoughts, Theodore decided to head to their secret room. He knew Itachi was probably already waiting for him there. He left the room and headed towards the stairs leading to the 8th floor. Instead of walking the normal way, he began to walk along the walls, trying to keep in the shadows. He avoided direct glances with the other students, walking past them like a shadow. He noticed many people looking at him, but he tried to ignore it, and kept walking on. Once he reached the 8th floor, Theodore began to walk along the long hallway. He remembered Itachi telling him that even the paintings on the walls could be watching them, so he tried not to stop in front of them, or make eye contact with them. He realized that these works of art could be reporting everything they see to someone. He walked quickly but carefully, not making any unnecessary noises. His footsteps were quiet and confident, after passing several empty corridors and abandoned classrooms. Theodore finally reached the right place. He stood in front of the wall where the door to the ransom room usually appeared and thought about what he needed. As soon as he thought of the room they usually practiced in, the door appeared in front of him. He breathed a sigh of relief and carefully opened it, slipping inside. He saw that Itachi was sitting in a chair as usual, calmly reading a book. And there was not a trace of worry on his face as always. "Sorry it took so long," he said, trying to catch his breath. Itachi looked up at him and nodded. Theodore sat down next to Itachi and sighed heavily. And with a slight wrinkle, he said, "So, this is it. The Gryffindors, it turns out, have finally figured out the connection between the stone and Flammel. Can you imagine how much effort we spent on surveillance? And they knew less than we did." He grinned, a slight disappointment in his tone. So much effort, and in the end, nothing new. Itachi, not taking his eyes off the book he held in his hands, only nodded briefly. After listening to Theodore's words, he fell into silence for a few moments. He stared at one point, as if pondering some complex puzzle, his gaze focused and his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Theodore, accustomed to his thoughtfulness, waited patiently for an answer without interrupting. Finally, Itachi broke away from his thoughts and looked at Theodore, his gaze serious, but with a spark of anticipation in it. "You're right, Theodore," he began, his voice steady and calm. "The frustration is understandable, for we have spent a great deal of energy trying to learn what we already knew. But on the other hand, it may be for the best." He paused, giving Theodore time to consider his words, then continued. "Now that they've realized the connection between the stone and Nicholas Flamel, they're likely to want to do something reckless. They are enthusiastic and believe they are right, which means we can expect some rash actions from them in the near future." Itachi leaned forward, and his gaze became more penetrating. "We have to follow their lead, and not let them make a mistake that could lead to dire consequences." He paused once more, and added, "We must be especially vigilant in the coming week. They may try something at any moment." Theodore, listening carefully to Itachi, nodded, agreeing with his words. "All right," Theodore replied. "I'm ready. I'll keep an eye on them like a shadow." Itachi smiled slightly and shook his head. "That's a role I'll take on," he replied. "I'm more competent at tracking, and I'm better at staying undetected." With that, they ended their discussion, and with a nod to each other, they headed off to class. Itachi, as always, was performing impressively in his studies. The boys envied his success, and the girls admired his restraint and, at times, mystery. But despite all the attention, he continued to stealthily follow the Gryffindors. In that time, he had gotten a pretty good idea of them. He saw Ron as a good fool. Even though Ron came from a pureblood family, Itachi realized that he was far from the arrogance and cruelty that was usually associated with pureblood wizards. He knew that the Weasley family, contrary to most pureblood families, was opposed to old traditions and racial resentment towards Muggleborns, and this trait had been passed on to Ron as well. He was impulsive, often did stupid things, and might not seem very smart, but he had a good and loyal heart beating in his heart. In Harry, he saw a boy who wasn't stupefied by fame. Itachi watched him with a special interest. He saw that Harry, despite his worldwide fame, remained humble and simple. He didn't boast about his title. The boy who survived, and didn't let fame cloud his judgment. He also noticed that Harry was brave and determined. But he was also emotional and impulsive. Itachi stopped his gaze on Hermione. In her, Itachi saw a reflection of himself. She, like him, was a Muggleborn, a Mudbee. Lud, as some pureblood wizards scornfully called them. But that didn't stop her from shining in her studies. Itachi saw that Hermione wasn't just a diligent student, she was the second best in the class, always following him. Her sharp mind, inquisitiveness, and pursuit of knowledge fascinated him, though he never showed it openly. Itachi saw that Hermione didn't limit herself to just theory. She had an excellent grasp of spells and enjoyed putting her knowledge into practice. She wasn't just smart, she was competent and skillful. She wasn't afraid of challenges and always strived for perfection, which couldn't help but inspire respect. He also noticed that she often looked at him. In those glances he could read not only admiration but also rivalry. Hermione didn't want to stay in the shadows. She was eager to prove that she was as good as him, and that she was capable of surpassing him. Itachi understood this, and deep down he even enjoyed it a little bit. It was a challenge that made her become a better person. Itachi couldn't help but see the irony in that. Two top students, both mudbloods, competing for supremacy in a school full of prejudice and preconceptions. It was Anyo. Fair reason for Itachi not to underestimate her. It's clear as day to him, Hermione isn't just a smart girl, she's a strong opponent. Itachi, as he continued his observations of the Gryffindors, became more and more convinced that Hermione was the biggest threat to him. At the same time, he thought about the very structure of their team, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Itachi saw that their team was remarkably balanced, bringing together all the social strata of the magical world. Harry, a half-blood, not lacking in nobility, but carrying a heavy burden of fame. Ron, a representative of a pureblood family with conflicting views and a strong attachment to his friends. Hermione, a mudblood, the intellectual engine of the team, able to analyze and strategize. This combination of different, sometimes contradictory, views and beliefs formed a wonderful, unique dynamic that he thought made their team especially dangerous and effective. Class came to an end, and Itachi continued his stalking of the Gryffindors as he had planned. However, it was getting harder with each step. As he made his way deeper and deeper into the corridors leading to Gryffindor Tower, he realized that his presence was attracting more and more attention. He was a Slytherin student, and his appearance in these parts of the castle was something unusual. The other students, especially the Gryffindors, cast suspicious glances at him. And he had to maneuver constantly to remain unnoticed. He could feel the risk of being discovered increasing by the minute. His clothes, his Slytherin badge all gave him away. He had to change his trajectory, speeding up or slowing down his stride to avoid collisions and not cause unnecessary questions. He knew that if he was exposed, tracking him further would become nearly impossible, and that jeopardized his entire plan. Fortunately, the Gryffindor trio, busy with their own thoughts and plans, never noticed him. They were walking along, chatting animatedly and paying no attention to their surroundings. Itachi, trying to keep his distance, caught scraps of their conversation. At night, Harry muttered, his voice quiet and strained. At Hagrid's, Ron added, his voice a little louder. "We have to be careful," Hermione whispered, her tone full of concern. Itachi frowned. A night meeting with Hagrid. What were they up to there? That seemed suspicious to him. He realized he needed to keep an eye on them through the night. Itachi, watching the Gryffindors go deeper into the maze of corridors leading to their tower, made a decision. He didn't want to push his luck and put himself in danger of being exposed. His presence in the corridors of Gryffindor was becoming increasingly suspicious, and sooner or later someone might spot him, and that could put a crimp in his plans. He stopped at a crossroads, contemplating what to do next. He needed information about the trio's nighttime meeting with Hagrid, but how could he do it without revealing himself? The solution came unexpectedly and, paradoxically, it was dictated by the situation itself. Night surveillance was the most reliable option. He knew that students were not supposed to walk around the castle at night, and that they could be seriously punished for it. But it was this prohibition that had caught his attention. He realized that it was in the silence of the night that he would be able to act stealthily and effectively. He would not have to fear casual glances and questions. He would be able to move freely through the corridors and keep an eye on the Gryffindors without attracting too much attention. Moreover, Itachi realized that the ban on night walks wouldn't stop the Gryffindors, and that their nighttime encounter with Hagrid was all the more suspicious. It only piqued his interest and desire to find out what they were up to there. With these thoughts in mind, Itachi decided to end the day's surveillance. He backed away from the corridors of Gryffindor, and, trying not to draw attention to himself, headed towards his room. He knew he needed to prepare for a night out. Night. Hogwarts had fallen into silence. The castle, filled with noise and commotion during the day, now seemed deserted. Itachi, patiently waiting for the noise in the dormitory to subside, quietly walked out of his room. He was dressed in dark clothing that would help him remain inconspicuous in the shadows of the corridors. But before he went in search of the Gryffindors, he decided to resort to his secret trump card. Itachi wasn't just a wizard, he was an animagus. In this world, animag, I were a rare and complex magical art that allowed wizards to voluntarily transform into animals. Itachi took a deep breath, concentrated, and closed his eyes. His body began to change, his bones crunching and his muscles realigning. In the blink of an eye, his human form disappeared and in its place was a cat that was an exact replica of Mrs. Norris the Filch's companion cat. Itachi remembered the animagi were a rarity in the wizarding world, and that they were required to be registered with the Ministry of Magic. This rule existed to narrow down who was suspected of crimes and to ensure that animagi themselves did not abuse their abilities. Itachi realized that if he was caught, he would face serious trouble, but he was confident that he would be able to avoid it. He wielded animagi with remarkable ease. Since in his past life, he was skilled in reincarnation techniques, it was one of his trump cards. Itachi, now in the guise of a cat, gracefully jumped to the floor and headed towards the exit of the Slytherin dormitory. He realized that in this guise he would be able to move around the castle more discreetly, and that no one would suspect him of being a spy. Mrs. Norris's cat was a common sight at Hogwarts, and her presence should not raise any suspicions. In the guise of a cat he felt much freer, he could jump, run, and climb the walls. It gave him a huge advantage, and he was going to use it to its fullest potential. In this guise, he would be able to intimidate the other students. As soon as he appeared in sight, most of the students, especially the smart and fidgety ones, immediately ran to their rooms. After all, no one wanted to run into Filch, who always followed his cat like its shadow. Itachi was pleased with his plan. He realized that this guise would give him an advantage and allow him to follow the Gryffindors unhindered. But he also understood that he needed to be very careful not to run into the real Mrs. Norris. Meeting the original could get him in big trouble. Wandering through the dark corridors of Hogwarts, Itachi reached the Gryffindor dormitory. The first thing he decided to do was to use his, albeit not the most efficient, tool, his sense of smell. The cat's receptors picked up hundreds of different scents. The smell of freshly washed laundry, the smell of dust and old books, the smell of food coming from somewhere under the carpet. But among this endless stream of odors, Itachi searched for a specific scent, the smell of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. But to his disappointment, the cat's sense of smell, though keen, could not pick the one he was looking for among this riot of scents. The scent of the Gryffindors seemed to have dissolved into the general aromatic chaos of the castle. Itachi, a little discouraged, froze, sniffing. All the odors seemed to blend together, creating the sensation of a solid, impenetrable veil. He could smell thousands, tens of thousands, of odors, but could not distinguish the one he so desperately wanted to capture. Realizing that his feline sense of smell would not produce the desired results, Itachi decided to scrap the idea and change tactics. He realized that he was wasting his time trying to pick out the right smells in this maze of scents. He decided it would be better to head straight for Hagrid's hut. If the Gryffindors were already there, he had lost enough time and he needed to find out what they were doing there as soon as possible. If the trio hadn't made it to the hut yet, however, he was sure they would definitely be there soon. Hagrid was their friend, and if they had a meeting planned, they certainly wouldn't miss it. With these thoughts, Itachi, in the guise of Mrs. Norris, turned around and gracefully jumped off the windowsill and headed for the exit. He moved quickly and silently, trying not to draw attention to himself. He knew that time was his greatest enemy. He walked through empty corridors, down staircases, and finally found himself outside the castle. The night was quiet and still, and the moon shone brightly in the sky, illuminating his path. Itachi, moving quickly in the silence of the night, was approaching Hagrid's hut. He could already feel the slight breeze carrying with it the smell of smoke and freshly cut twigs that characterized the giant's dwelling. But, as always, his instincts were on guard. Suddenly, a shadow flashed into his field of vision. In the light of the moon, a small, but distinct, shadow lurking outside the window of the hut. Itachi stopped abruptly and pressed himself against the tree, concentrating on the sensation. It wasn't just a silhouette. He saw Malfoy. Itachi noted bitterly to himself that he had probably wasted his time wandering aimlessly around the castle. The Gryffindors were probably already here. Blaming himself for being careless and wasting valuable time, he took a deep breath. This wasn't just an observation. Malfoy was apparently watching someone or something as well, and it made Itachi wonder. Itachi realized that he needed to get closer, but in a way that didn't draw attention. There was no way Malfoy would notice him. Itachi, barely taking a step forward to approach Hagrid's hut, froze. Malfoy, as if sensing his presence, swiftly turned around and darted away, hiding in the night shadows. Damn, Itachi thought, I've been spotted. But at the same instant, he saw the door of Hagrid's hut swing open. From inside, a bright flame burst from the crackling hearth, illuminating the figure of Hagrid, with a huge, gleaming dragon nestled on his shoulders. Behind Hagrid's back stood, almost hidden by the shadows, the figures of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Making sure the trio seemed to notice Malfoy, he calmed down. The Gryffindors, having finished their meeting with Hagrid, saw it their goodbyes and apparently headed back to the castle. Itachi, watching them, felt a growing frustration. His nightly stakeout, which had begun with such determination, had once again failed to bring him any significant results. Once again he had learned nothing new, and all his efforts had been in vain. But, in addition to the frustration, Itachi felt another, unsettling feeling. His magic was weakening. Staying in cat form required immense concentration and considerable reserves of magical energy. Animagic, as such, was a new technique to him, and, he realized, not yet fully honed. All the time he had spent in Mrs. Norris' form, he had been using his magical energy to maintain that form, and his reserves seemed to be inexorably depleted. Itachi had never been known for having a large supply of magic, especially now that his magical core was not yet fully formed. In his past life, he had made up for it by being able to control his chakra. He could feel his form becoming unstable and his muscles began to tingle, warning him that he was nearing his limit. He realized that he needed to stop tracking and return to his room as soon as possible to replenish his magic reserves. He couldn't take any chances. If he didn't recover, he wouldn't have the energy to train or continue watching the Gryffindors. His body needed rest and his magic needed replenishing. He had to get back to his room before it was too late. Itachi reached the castle walls and felt his body shaking with fatigue. He realized that he could no longer maintain his animagus form and needed to change into human form immediately. Stepping into the shadows under the archway, he concentrated and whispered a canceling spell. In the blink of an eye, his fur disappeared, his bones took their former shape, and he was human again. His body tingled from the exertion and his head rattled, but he knew that the most important thing now was to get to his dormitory. He leaned against the wall to catch his breath and tidied his clothes. He realized he was too close to failure. Stepping out of the shadows, he headed towards the Slytherin dormitory. He walked quickly, but trying not to make any noise, and hoped that he would be able to avoid seeing any of the teachers or head teachers. But just as he stepped out of the hallway, he bumped into someone. He took a step back and looked up. It was Professor McGonagall. Her face was frowning and her eyes looked at him with surprise. "Mr. Uchiha, what are you doing here at this late hour?" Professor McGonagall asked. Her voice was stern and harsh. Itachi, upon seeing McGonagall, felt a wave of irritation rise in him. He realized that he had been caught, and that he would have to explain himself. He needed to make it to his room in the guise of Mrs. Norris. Then no one would suspect anything. He opened his mouth to say something, but then his gaze caught on a silhouette standing at the end of the hallway. It was Malfoy. His eyes were wide with surprise, and he was clearly as stunned to see Itachi as McGonagall was. Itachi noted, with annoyance, that not only had the professor caught it, but Draco had seen it too. "It's not what you think, Professor McGonagall," Itachi tried to explain. But his voice, coupled with his fatigue, sounded strained and unconvincing. "Mr. Uchiha, I will hear your explanation later," Professor McGonagall interrupted him sharply. Her voice firm and allowing no objections. "Right now, please follow me." She turned around and, without waiting for Itachi's response, headed towards the hallway. Itachi gritted his teeth and realized he had no choice but to obey. He couldn't argue with Professor McGonagall, and he needed to come up with some convincing excuse. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and followed the professor. They walked in silence, but Itachi could feel the tension hanging in the air. He was well aware that Professor McGonagall suspected something, and that his situation was rather unenviable. He really didn't understand why she was dragging him along, or what was going on right now. But as soon as they turned down one of the side corridors, Itachi realized everything. In the moonlight streaming through the tall windows, he saw the Gryffindors. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were walking down the corridor, talking animatedly and clearly not expecting to see Professor McGonagall. Itachi couldn't help but notice that Malfoy, who was standing a little farther away, had a smug smile on his face. That smile was clear and unmistakable, and Itachi immediately realized that Malfoy had decided to rat them out. He had probably followed the Gryffindors on purpose. Itachi gritted his teeth. He realized that the situation was even worse now. He had been caught with the Gryffindors, and all his attempts to go unnoticed had failed. Professor McGonagall, after giving all 5 of them a stern look, filled the corridor with her harsh voice. "Do you really think I don't have the intelligence to realize what's going on here? I can see perfectly well that you've broken curfew, and that you don't have a single valid reason for walking around the castle in the middle of the night." She paused, circling everyone with her gaze, as if trying to burn their guilt right onto their faces. "There is no reason at all why a student should be free to walk the corridors at this hour. This is a blatant violation of the rules, and it will not go unpunished." The professor's voice was filled with anger, and each of them involuntarily cringed. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger," she continued, turning to the Gryffindors. "For your irresponsible behavior, Gryffindor will be deducted 50 points, each." The Gryffindors snickered, realizing the gravity of their transgression. Malfoy, on the other hand, broke out into a smug grin as he looked at his rivals. But Professor McGonagall didn't let it go unnoticed. "And finally, Mr. Uchiha," Professor McGonagall addressed Itachi, her voice dry. "I do not know what brought you to this corridor, or what you were doing here, but your presence here is no excuse either. For your inappropriate behavior, and breaking Slytherin rules, 50 points will be removed." Malfoy's smile instantly slid off his face. "Therefore, all 5 of you will be punished, and will serve your punishment with Mr. Filch. Now, please all of you follow me." But Malfoy, unexpectedly, put in his own word. "Professor, all 5 of you. Is it my fault they broke the rules?" Professor McGonagall, frowning slightly, looked at Malfoy. "Mr. Malfoy, your presence here does not excuse your behavior either. You have, also, broken the rules, and seem to have tried to take advantage of the situation to hold others accountable. Even good intentions cannot justify breaking the rules." Malfoy, clearly surprised by her answer, opened his mouth to object, but the professor interrupted him. Professor McGonagall's eyes stopped on Itachi, something more than disappointment flickering in them. "Both of you, Mr. Uchiha and Miss Granger, are role models for your peers. You are constantly in the public eye. That is why your behavior is a prime example of how not to act. Your infractions, especially in light of what is happening this year, are particularly outrageous." She took a deep breath. Professor McGonagall, without waiting for further protests, directed the 5 offenders to Filch. The professor's heavy footsteps echoing down the long corridors emphasized the gravity of the situation. Itachi, head lowered, walked as if not noticing the stairs. An awkward silence hung in the air, broken only by the rustle of clothes and the thud of boots. The Gryffindors and Malfoy, walking beside Itachi, cast strange glances at him. Harry's eyes were filled with incomprehension and slight pity. Ron, who usually wasn't shy in his expressions, was silent this time, his jaw tightly clenched. Hermione looked at Itachi with an unreadable expression, as if trying to figure out what he was so interested in. Malfoy, on the other hand, casting venomous glances at Itachi. Handing us over to Filch, McGonagall walked away. Filch escorted the 5 intruders towards the Forbidden Forest. This decision, in Itachi's opinion, was an odd one. The punishment of being sent to the Forbidden Forest was, in fact, even more risky than simply standing at the stove or writing endless essays. Students were forbidden to go to the Forbidden Forest because of the real danger, and now they were being taken there for breaking the rules. Itachi, unable to stand it, turned to Filch, his voice flat but slightly annoyed. Mr. Filch, could you please explain exactly why the Forbidden Forest? It's notoriously dangerous there. It's not the most common punishment. Filch muttered, not looking at it. Aki and continuing to lead them to the Forbidden Forest. Going there without an escort is dangerous, Mr. Uchiha. There are all sorts of creatures there that are best not to know about. You all know that, but you are now being escorted by Hogwarts staff. It's a leniency. It used to be, for offenses like this, they'd tie their thumbs to the dungeon wall for the night. And you see, are walking, respectably, with the staff. He fell silent, not dignifying. Itachi with a single glance. Filch, as always, assumed his words were understood without further explanation. Itachi, though he realized it was more intimidation than actual clarification, left the thought for further thought. Inside him, in addition to the growing unease, some measure of schadenfreude was beginning to brew. The punishment had been softened, and now instead of a dungeon, it was the Forbidden Forest. How interesting. Itachi didn't insist. He realized that arguing with Filch was pointless. Filch finally led the 5 intruders to Hagrid's hut. When they reached the threshold, he grinned at Hagrid, who stood sadly by the door. There, Hagrid, Filch wheezed, your assistants have arrived. You may not be discouraged by the dragon. I'll leave them here. With those words, he turned and hurried away, leaving the 5 students alone with Hagrid. Hagrid, upon seeing the boys, put on a sad smile. Hey, guys, so, what brings you to me? He looked dejected, and Itachi realized his look had to do with something other than their appearance. Professor McGonagall sent us to Filch, who in turn brought us here as punishment, Hermione replied, glancing around Hagrid's hut. But we don't understand what we're supposed to do here, and what about the dragon? Hagrid sighed, scratching his beard. Yes, I see. Did you see me with the dragon today? He's going to have to be given away, it seems. Dumbledore has decided to send him to Romania. I'm so worried, I don't know how I'll be without him. Itachi, hearing this, frowned. So that dragon on Hagrid's shoulders that he had seen was his own. And that he, it became clear, would be sent to Romania. It was the same dragon that he and Malfoy had seen, and that it old very well be the reason why the Gryffindors had broken curfew. He began mentally going through all the possible options. Hagrid, after a brief silence, invited everyone to follow him. Well, let's go, lads, he said, and his voice, despite his sad mood, was still kind. Let's not stand here. Work is work. He turned around and headed towards the Forbidden Forest, gesturing for them to follow him. The 5 students, with some apprehension, followed him. Itachi, never taking his eyes off his surroundings, trying not to miss a single detail. As they went deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and denser. And there was an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of branches beneath their feet. Suddenly, Malfoy, noticing that they were getting farther and farther into the forest, muttered with a note of panic in his voice. I thought this was a joke. There are werewolves here. Is this safe? He looked around, as if expecting some monster to jump out from behind the nearest tree. Hagrid, hearing Malfoy's words, grinned, turning around. Don't worry, Malfoy, he replied, I know this forest like the back of my hand. There are no werewolves here, and there's nothing to be afraid of if you know where to go. We'll work here and that's it, we'll head back. Hagrid added that they would just help him with one thing, and afterward he would see them off. Itachi, watching this scene, noted that Malfoy, though haughty and arrogant, was actually quite cowardly. Hagrid, picking his way through the dense thickets, stopped beside a small, moss-covered stream. On its surface, under a canopy of trees, was a puddle of an unusual, silvery color. Harry, looking around warily, asked, Hagrid, what is it? Hagrid leaned over the puddle and sighed, the sad tone of his voice could be heard even through the rustling of the leaves. Unicorn blood, Harry, the blood of a wounded unicorn. I found one killed, and this one, wounded. Hagrid, scratching the back of his head thoughtfully, made a decision. Okay, guys, we need to split up. I'll go with Hermione to check out that part of the forest over there. He pointed in the direction where thick tree crowns formed an almost impenetrable wall. Malfoy, you and Harry go over there. He waved his hand in the opposite direction. Ron and Uchiha will go that way. We need to find the injured unicorn, and the sooner the better. Itachi, hearing this, was immediately wary. Splitting up in the Forbidden Forest, where they'd found out that not everything was peaceful, was irresponsible, to say the least. Mr. Hagrid, he said, not hiding his displeasure in his voice. In my opinion, this is an extremely irresponsible act. We were supposed to, according to you, set an example to the other students of how dangerous the Forbidden Forest is. And now we're going to split up and wander around it like it's a normal walk. It's fine when we go together, with an escort, but now we're going to wander alone in a forest full of danger. And, if the one who injured the unicorn is out there, we might run into him. He didn't understand how Hagrid, knowing the dangers of the forest, could suggest such a thing. It was a decision that defied all logic. Itachi suspected that Hagrid was dividing them for a reason. Hagrid, after listening to Itachi's words, frowned and scratched his beard as if pondering his words. His usually good-natured face now expressed mild concern. Listen, Uchiha, Hagrid said, his voice a little harsher than usual. I understand that you're worried, and that it's a bit risky. But the unicorns need our help, and we don't have much time. I know this forest, I told you so. Splitting up is the fastest way to find the wounded. I won't let you guys get hurt, trust me. He added, lowering his voice slightly. Besides, I'll divide you up so that everyone will be safe. Everyone will help each other. You'll be able to do anything. He shifted his gaze to the rest of the students, trying to give his voice more confidence. I'm not going to leave you. I'm going to keep an eye on you, and if anything happens, I'll be right here for you. All of you are safe. Itachi, listening to Hagrid's explanation, mentally noted how strained and unconvincing it was. He realized that Hagrid probably wasn't telling him everything, and that he was clearly underestimating the danger posed by the Forbidden Forest. They were students, and their lives should not be put at risk because of one unicorn, no matter how important it was. But he decided not to voice his suspicions out loud until he saw more cause for concern. He needed to remain calm and vigilant, to be able to protect himself and Ron if need be. Malfoy, meanwhile, was clearly relieved to be able to take Fang, Hagrid's huge and not very friendly dog, into the forest with him. So we're taking Fang, since he can help, he asked Hagrid, with noticeable amusement. Ron, watching Itachi scowl, couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. So, Uchiha, are you scared or something? He asked. Trying to hide a smirk. He was clearly trying to tease Itachi, seeing his serious expression. Ron was always prone to making jokes in the most inappropriate situations, and this one was no exception. Itachi only threw Ron a cold glare, not dignifying him with a response. His tension was not due to fear, but to caution and suspicion, but Ron didn't seem intent on realizing that. Itachi realized that he would have to act, relying only on himself, and that he shouldn't count on Ron's help, who was too easygoing. Itachi's irritation was growing, not only because Hagrid's strained explanations and Ron's jokes, but also because he felt a weakness stretching from his fingertips all the way to his heart. His magic, depleted after the knight's transformation, had not yet fully recovered. He could feel the magic splashing somewhere deep inside him, but not obeying his commands with the same ease as usual. He knew that in battle, in any dangerous situation, this incomplete readiness could cost him his life. The thought of not being in full control of his power made him uneasy. He was always used to being on guard, to relying on his strength and skill, but now he felt that his options were limited. Itachi realized it was useless to argue with Hagrid. His decision had been made, and he wasn't going to change it. Ron and Itachi, deep into the thicket of the forest, walked side by side. But each as if in his own world. Ron began to grumble, as he always did, expressing his displeasure at being sent with Itachi. Why am I the one with you? He complained, walking down the narrow pathway. You could have gone with Harry, or Hermione. Well, or at least someone who isn't silent like a fish. He continued to mutter, complaining about his fate and the horrible company he had to endure. Itachi, however, mostly ignored Ron's grumbling. He was completely immersed in his thoughts, mulling over the situation and trying to catch any signs of danger. He was NT about to get into a pointless argument with Ron and waste his energy on it. His attention was on the world around him, not on Ron's incoherent complaints. Ron, noticing that Itachi was ignoring him, began to get even angrier. "Well, of course," he blurted out, stopping and looking at Itachi point blank. "Weasley, shut up," Itachi said sharply, not taking his eyes off the forest. His voice was flat and cold, not tolerating objections. Ron continued his tirade as if unraveling a tangle of resentment and grievances, but he didn't let up. "And how easy it is for you," he muttered, resentment in his voice. "You're smart and strong, and I bet all the girls are crazy about you. Everyone circles around you like moths to a flame, and you sit there and keep quiet, as if you don't care about anything. How could you not? You're a Slytherin genius, not like us mere mortals." He added a note of sarcasm, as if he was jealous of his popularity and the attention he was getting. Ron stomped his foot like an angry child. "Yeah, and probably ratted us out to McGonagall along with Malfoy. Now we're wandering around this stupid forest like idiots." He folded his arms across his chest as if to show his steadfastness. Itachi finally cast Ron a look full of icy calm. "I got caught moving around the castle too. I had nothing to do with Malfoy's plan. I also pursued what I have now, unlike you. Quote, I don't give a damn about the opinions of those who just want results without putting in the effort. So stop your speculation, and just go." Itachi turned around and continued on his way, ignoring a shocked Ron. Itachi, moving further into the forest, noticed that Ron had fallen silent. And to be frank, that wasn't a bad thing. The silence, after the torrent of accusations and complaints, gave him a chance to concentrate on the task at hand. But the silence didn't last long. It was shattered mercilessly by a shrill scream that echoed throughout the forbidden forest. It was Malfoy's chilling scream. Itachi, instantly recognizing the direction of the source of the scream, noticed Ron, startled, bounce to the side. Turning again to the place where the heartbreaking scream was coming from, a thought flashed through his mind. Potter's in trouble again. Without thinking, he rushed towards where he felt Harry was. Itachi, leaving Ron and Lantern behind, quickly activated his Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, his eyes turned into two bright scarlet, almost blinding spots in the pitch blackness of the forest. He hoped no one would notice him. Those scarlet eyes would stand out too much in the deep gloom. He prayed that no one could identify him. He gazed into the darkness, expecting to see some glimpse or hint of Potter and Malfoy's whereabouts. Itachi, as he approached the area where the scream had come from. The first thing he saw was a dead unicorn. Its white body, once graceful and noble, now lay on the ground, unnaturally bent like a broken doll. Blood spread across the grass, soaking the ground around him. Itachi felt a rush, disgusted at the cruelty he had seen. Two thoughts flashed through his mind. Either Draco, impressionable and weak, had been so frightened that he had screamed at the sight of the dead beast, or they had confronted whoever had committed this brutal murder. Either way, the situation was critical. Itachi, wasting no time in unnecessary thought, shifted his gaze further. And his worst fears were confirmed. In front of him, in the very center of the clearing, stood a tall silhouette in a black robe. His figure, grim and sinister, seemed something unnatural, not part of this forest. His face was hidden in the darkness of the hood, but the silhouette itself seemed brimming with cruelty and power. And at the foot of this sinister figure, on the ground, lay Harry Potter. With a confused and frightened expression on his face. He looked like he had been struck by lightning, and he was still trying to figure out what had happened. Itachi realized that his suspicions were correct. They had stumbled upon someone who had killed the unicorn. And that someone was now threatening Harry. He had to act, and he had to act fast. Itachi, without wasting a fraction of a second, released a powerful blob of magical energy towards the dark figure. The spell, like lightning, cut through the darkness, rushing towards the target. But the dark figure, as if sensing danger, turned around sharply, as if his premonition was on the verge of instinct. Itachi saw a face that made him freeze for a second. Pale as a canvas, with deep dark hollows instead of eyes full of hatred. It was a face distorted, almost demonic, with an unnaturally absent nose, as if it had been stolen from the creature. and the expression that froze on its face was full of contempt and malice. It was staring straight at Itachi, as if it was penetrating his very essence, turning him inside out, and reading his thoughts. At the same moment, like a thunderclap, a centaur landed from above, right in front of him. The ground beneath the centaur's hooves shook, and Itachi realized they were trapped. He was now facing two opponents, a dark figure whose face made him feel uncomfortable for a moment, and a centaur whose powerful muscles were tensed, preparing for battle. Both of them were dangerous and unpredictable. Itachi realized that this was not going to be an easy walk. His magic had not yet fully recovered from the night's transfiguration. He strained all his senses, preparing for battle with these two creepy creatures. Adrenaline rushed into his bloodstream, sharpening all his senses, making time around him seem thicker. His eyes, scarlet from the Sharingan, filled with determination. He was ready to fight, and show that he wasn't so easy for these monsters. Suddenly, to Itachi's surprise, the centaur paid no attention to him, but lunged at the dark figure with a furious roar. The centaur's powerful hooves blasted the ground, and it lunged at the dark figure with incredible speed, trying to hit the dark figure with its powerful limbs. The dark figure, like a shadow, deftly dodged the blow, and taking advantage of the moment, rushed away, disappearing into the dense forest. Itachi, stunned for a moment, watched what was happening. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. But before he had time to regain his senses, the centaur turned to Harry. His voice deep and rumbling like a roll of thunder. "Boy, you need to leave. Immediately. You are in great danger here. Most of the forest dwellers know you, and that makes you a target. You can't stay here." The centaur turned his gaze to Itachi. He barely had time to turn off his Sharingan. The bright scarlet eyes faded instantly, returning to their normal, slightly dark brown color. He didn't want the centaur to notice his abilities. However, Itachi managed to notice the subtle uncertainty in the centaur's eyes. An uncertainty mixed with some underlying anxiety. Harry, still pale from fear and the experience, looked at the centaur in bewilderment. "What did you save me from?" he asked, his voice trembling. Apparently not recognizing the danger in it, immediately focused back on Harry. "From a monster. Unicorn blood," he continued, his voice full of bitterness. "It is a powerful magic, and many are eager to get their hands on it. It gives life, but the price for it is enormous. Do you understand what that means? There are those who want to live forever, but they don't realize that there is a price to pay. The one who drinks unicorn blood gets a reprieve from death, but is cursed to suffer forever. And the longer he drinks, the more cursed he becomes." The centaur's voice trembled. "And someone was willing to kill for it. He came here to get it. And if he feels you can stop him too, he will stop at nothing." "Nothing." The centaur looked at Harry with sympathy and concern, worry for the boy's life red in his eyes. "What kind of monster has such a wish? One who fears death, boy. One who would do anything to cheat his fate. It is a desire that torments the souls of those who find no peace in death and are willing to do anything crazy for the sake of eternal life." His voice sounded muffled and sad, as if this was not the first time he had seen such a thing. "But believe me, boy, no life is worth paying for with the blood of innocents. And certainly not innocent unicorns." His eyes seemed to look through Harry, seeing something beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Harry, listening to the centaur's words, suddenly turned even paler, as if he had been visited by a terrible revelation. "Voldemort," he whispered, and the name came like a ghostly whisper through the silence of the night. It seemed to swallow up everything that had gone before, making the situation even more eerie and inexplicable. That name was the answer to all his questions, and at the same time, it was the confirmation of his worst fears. It echoed through the forest, as if owning the spirit of darkness they were talking about. No sooner had Itachi recovered from the shock of Harry's utterance of the name Voldemort, Hagrid appeared from behind the trees, accompanied by the rest of the students. The forest ranger's face was full of worry, and he looked confused and frightened as usual. His gaze darted between Harry, the centaur, and finally settled on Itachi. At that moment, Itachi felt his control of himself return as if at the snap of his fingers. The shock disappeared, giving way to cold calculation and calm. He knew perfectly well that he needed to analyze the situation. and not give in to his feelings. Hagrid, flustered and worried, quickly pushed the students towards the exit of the forest, urging them to return to the castle immediately. He looked around, as if fearing that the dark figure might reappear. He didn't utter a word about what he had heard, but the tension that hung in the air was quite palpable. They all walked silently down the narrow path, trying to leave this cursed place as quickly as possible. Soon, they reached the castle, and without any further ado, they dispersed to their faculty rooms. Itachi felt that the tension was not subsiding, and he was overwhelmed by conflicting feelings that were tearing him up inside. When the two of them were alone, on their way to their dormitories, Malfoy decided to strike up a conversation, breaking the silence that had bound them the entire way. "What a night, Uchiha," he began, but his voice didn't sound as confident as it usually did. "What was that thing in the first place? Did you see that creature? That nightmare?" He shrugged, as if trying to banish it from his mind, and looked at Itachi, frowning slightly. Malfoy was silent for a second, then looked at Itachi again, with defiance and a slight sneer in his eyes. "Or maybe the Uchiha was scared?" he asked with a sneer, as if trying to regain his confidence. "Something doesn't sound like you're surprised." He waited for Itachi to react somehow, to say something in response. Itachi, however, looked at Malfoy and replied nonchalantly, "It wasn't my scream that went all over the forest, Malfoy." He said it evenly, with the same cold impassivity as always. He didn't make excuses, but his words were like being pricked with an icy needle. Malfoy's face changed immediately. The smugness disappeared and a GHT blush covered his cheeks and his gaze raced in different directions. He obviously felt like he'd gaffed something wrong and didn't know what to say back. "Well, of course he began, stammering, I was just kidding." "Well, it's all about that awful day. I don't think it's worth paying attention to. Just a joke." Embarrassment flickered through him, as it always did, betraying his awkwardness and confusion. Clearly embarrassed by his blunder, he hurriedly changed the subject, trying to steer the conversation in a more favorable direction. "By the way, Uchiha," he said, trying to put a nonchalant tone to his voice. "And what were you doing in the corridors so late at night?" He cast a penetrating glance at Itachi, as if waiting for an answer, expecting that at least here he would be able to corner the Uchiha. "Did you really go out like we did? Or did you, have your own thing going on?" He was silent for a moment, waiting for an answer. But not waiting for an answer, Malfoy continued, already with a different intonation, but with the same insistent curiosity. "And another thing," he said, a touch of admiration in his voice, besides curiosity. "How do you always manage to be so calm? Even in the face of such terrifying monsters, you remain unfazed, as if it means nothing. How do you do it?" He looked at Itachi as if seeing him for the first time, studying every feature of his face, trying to figure out what his secret was. A note of respect flashed in Malfoy's voice, mixed with surprise, and even some envy. Itachi, watching Malfoy, noticed how the usually arrogant Slytherin suddenly reminded him of a child. A child, as he was in essence, but apparently deprived of that childlike directness because of the strictness of his parents and the constant pressure he had been under since childhood. Itachi's soul, unexpectedly for himself, felt a slight pity for Draco. He realized that this boy, despite all his hubris and arrogance, also suffered. He just did it in his own way. For the first time since they had known each other, Itachi felt something resembling sympathy for his adversary. He decided to satisfy his last question, perhaps to ease the growing tension between them in some way. "Malfoy," Itachi began calmly, and his voice was even and devoid of any irony. "Fear is just an emotion. Just like joy or anger. It arises when we feel threatened. But if you let it control you, you can't act rationally. I have learned to control my emotions, so I can remain calm in any situation. That doesn't mean I don't feel anything, only that I don't let my emotions stop me from thinking." He looked at Malfoy. There was no mockery in his gaze, "But I think you can learn to do that too, if you want to." Malfoy, for a moment, froze. His words hung in the air, as if frozen in anticipation. Itachi, noticing this barely perceptible pause, simply looked at him questioningly, not taking his gaze away. That was enough. Malfoy, as if waking up from a trance, shook his head as if shaking off an obsession. And, with the same characteristic insolence of his, he said, "Of course I can. Who better than me to control my emotions? I, Malfoy, always know what to do." He spoke with a confidence that, however, was frankly strained. There was some underlying insecurity in his voice, but he tried his best to hide it. Itachi, almost unable to believe his eyes, saw a barely perceptible, but still, smile on Malfoy's face, and despite its fleeting nature, it seemed to him the brightest, most sincere smile he had ever seen on Malfoy's face. It was a quick flash, in Itachi's mind it remained imprinted. It wasn't long before they reached their rooms. Itachi was about ready to say goodbye and just go inside, when suddenly Malfoy, as if reading his mind, turned to him and said, with some awkward politeness, "Good night, Uchiha." He said it quietly, almost in a whisper, and before Itachi could respond in any way, he had already disappeared behind his bedroom door. Itachi stood there for a moment, utterly confused. He had no way of understanding what had just happened. Malfoy, that arrogant Slytherin, had said goodnight to him. It was so unexpected that Itachi felt somewhat confused. He shook his head as if trying to banish an obsession and finally entered his room. One thing he was sure of was that this night would be one he would remember for a long time. P.S. I didn't know how to flesh out a walk through the Forbidden Forest, so instead of action scenes and reinventing the bicycle, I decided to develop the relationship between the characters. And next chapter will be on behalf of other characters, and I assure you it will not disappoint you. If you have any ideas, please share them. The next chapter will be out in about 3 days. Maybe sooner. Exams. I just finished reading Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Long put off. Now, reading my story, I realize that I missed a lot of interesting moments for me. I know how to combine the harmoniously so that the sadness is not so high. Freshmen aren't allowed to have their own brooms. I realized I'd screwed up with Lovegood, but the explanation is that in the book, Malfoy used his Ather's influence to sneak his broom into Hogwarts, which means smuggling is still allowed, especially for purebloods. Some moments of the book I like more, logic add, but this is only minor details. Biggest disappointment is that Neville was removed from the movie almost completely. But I still like the movie better. Not all of them, just the Philosopher's Stone. I didn't like the second Quidditch match, but it's tolerable. But what I don't like at all is the arch in the Forbidden Forest. I like the movie version better. Now to the comments. Brendonjack 111. I'll be honest, I forgot about this detail. But let's not spoil the magical world and accept the excuse I made a moment ago. 1. Being friends with a pureblood wizard, Theodore, is very rewarding and has its benefits. And no, they were in an alleyway, not Hogsmeade. 2. Halloween is coming up, so combined with point 1, it makes things easier. MMHA, it's okay, your sign was like a kiss. The Gryffindor room, where Harry, Ron and Hermione had returned to, was always filled with warmth and comfort, even after such a disturbing evening. The heart of the room was a huge fireplace made of rough, but beautiful, stones. Tongues of flame danced inside, creating a soft, golden light that dimmed the shadows and chased away the remnants of the nights. The mantelpiece were several old books, bound in leather, with faded inscriptions. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, took their usual seats in the 3 armchairs that stood in a semicircle in front of the fireplace, almost without conspiracy. These chairs, though old and worn, seemed to be the most comfortable in the entire castle. The 3 sat in silence for a while, looking at the fire. The quiet crackling of wood in the fireplace created an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. But, underneath this mask of calmness there was tension and anxiety. Harry, unable to stand the tension, was the first to break the silence that reigned in the chairs in front of the fireplace. I have to tell you what happened, he began, his voice trembling, and he involuntarily gripped the armrests of his chair. Me and Malfoy, we came across a dead unicorn. It was lying there, in the middle of the forest itself, in a clearing, all bloody. Harry was silent for a moment, trying to deal with the sudden rush of emotion, and shifted his gaze to the fire in the fireplace. as if trying to find answers to his questions there. I don't know exactly what happened, but it was horrible. I can't describe it in words. We saw him. He was silent for a second, gathering his wits. And finally blurted out, "It was Voldemort. He drank unicorn blood." Harry exhaled sharply, as if it was only by saying the name out loud that he was able to realize the full horror of what had happened. He looked so horrible. He was so dangerous. Harry fell silent again, and for a moment he seemed to lose the thread of the story, but then he continued, his voice trembling with excitement once more. "The moment I froze upon seeing him, something happened. This man tried to kill me, but, suddenly, a centaur appeared and threw him aside. He yelled at me that I should leave because most of the forest dwellers know me and they want to kill me." Harry looked at Ron and Hermione, searching their eyes for support and understanding. "He said that unicorn blood gives eternal life, but curses the person who drinks it. He said that Voldemort wanted to get his hands on it to regain his power. And that now he would be after me as well. We were all wrong," he said, his voice firmer than before. "We thought Snape wanted to get the Philosopher's Stone for himself. But he didn't, I'm sure of it. Snape, he wanted to steal the stone for Voldemort. I'm sure of it, I can feel it." He looked at his friends with a serious and focused look, as if trying to convince them that he was right. Ron, upon hearing Harry's words about Voldemort, flinched sharply and recoiled from him as if he had said something horrible. "Harry," he exclaimed, his voice full of terror, "you can't say that name. You know you can't say his name." He looked around as if afraid someone or something would hear them. Ron even lowered his voice to a whisper, as if the very sound he uttered could get them in trouble. Hermione, though not as violently as Ron, also reacted to Voldemort's name with consternation. She clamped her hands over her mouth as if trying to hold back a scream and threw Harry a reproachful look. "Harry, Ron is right," she whispered, her voice shaky. "We shouldn't say that name. It's like bringing on trouble." She turned toward the fireplace, as if she wanted to make sure no one else was in the room. Their reaction was almost superstitious terror at the name of the one they had feared for so long. They were so badly frightened that they didn't immediately notice how scared Harry himself was, talking about what had happened in the forest. Harry, seeing the horror on his friends' faces, sighed and lowered his head. Okay, he muttered, "I won't call him by his name anymore. Sorry." He realized that Ron and Hermione weren't doing it out of spite. The fear of Voldemort was too strong, and he didn't want to escalate things further. He took a breath, and continued his story, "But the strangest thing is that, when I didn't know what was going on at all, and when that dark figure was about to finish me off, Itachi suddenly appeared." He frowned, trying to figure out what it was that bothered him so much about that moment. "I mean, we were together, all of us. He was with Ron when Malfoy and I went into the forest. How was he around so quickly? I didn't see him come up, it was like he just appeared out of nowhere." He looked at his friends with a look of incomprehension, hoping they would help him make sense of this strange coincidence. Ron, frowning, as if trying to piece together the scraps of memories into a coherent whole, said suddenly, "He heard Malfoy scream when that dark figure pounced on you. And he immediately ran at the sound." Ron paused for a moment, as if waiting for his friend's reaction. Ron was embarrassed, but trying to hide the fact, quickly continued, That was pretty selfless, you know. The Uchiha, after all, isn't friends with Malfoy or you. I've seen them always fighting. But he still rushed to your rescue without even knowing what was going on." Ron was silent for a moment, as if he himself didn't fully understand what he had said, and then looked at his friends, with some strange expression on his face. Hermione and Harry exchanged surprised looks. They were amazed that Ron, who had always been so distrustful of all Slytherins, was now praising the Uchiha, and even calling his act selfless. "Ron, are you serious?" Hermione asked, raising an eyebrow incredulously. "It's not like you've never said anything nice about Slytherins, much less Itachi." "What's wrong?" Hermione, hearing Ron's words, frowned and pressed her lips together slightly. She knew that she could sometimes be overconfident in her knowledge, and that it often annoyed those around her. She remembered how Ron had rolled his eyes more than once when she had lectured or bragged about her academic success. But now the situation seemed to be upside down. Ron, noticing the bewilderment, and slight offense in Hermione's voice, blushed and began to excuse himself, stammering on every word. "Well, it's not quite what you think, Hermione," he muttered, looking away. "Itachi and I, well, we kind of talked for a bit." He paused, as if trying to remember the details, but really, he was just trying to find the right words. "Well, it could hardly be called a conversation, to be honest, but still, he's kind of, well, he's not like all the other Slytherins." Ron scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and continued. He never brags about his knowledge, you know. He just knows everything, but he doesn't rub it all in your face. I've seen you brag about how much you know yourself sometimes." He ignored Hermione's indignant look, and continued. "Besides, he saved us from a troll, remember? I almost threw my skates off then myself. And now, he came to Harry's rescue, even though no one asked him to." Ron was silent for a moment, as if pondering what he had just said. I just think that maybe we judge all Slytherins too much. Maybe they're not all bad like we used to think. Well, at least Itachi isn't like that. He's different," he concluded, looking at his friends. There was genuine confusion in his voice, and he seemed to be really starting to question his beliefs. Hermione listened to Ron's excuses and thought for a moment. She realized that now was the right time for arguments and clarification of relationships. After all, Harry was clearly scared and needed support. "Ron," she said, taking a breath, "I think we can discuss all this later. Right now it's more important to calm Harry down." She shifted her gaze to Harry and moved closer to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Harry," she began softly, trying to reassure her friend. "I know you're very scared right now. But you have to understand that the one whose name cannot be mentioned was afraid of Dumbledore. Even at the peak of his power. You've seen it for yourself." She spoke firmly, looking directly into Harry's eyes. "As long as Dumbledore is around, you're safe. He's the most powerful wizard there is, and I'm sure he won't let you get hurt. He won't let him get close to you. So as long as you're at Hogwarts, close to him, you're in no danger." She smiled slightly, trying to cheer Harry up. "Just try not to think about it right now, okay? Try to rest and not get yourself worked up." Hermione looked at Harry with concern, but at the same time she could read the confidence and determination in her eyes. She wanted Harry to feel at least a little calmer and stop worrying so much. After Hermione's words, the atmosphere in the room lightened up a bit. Harry, though still anxious, seemed to calm down a bit after listening to Hermione's words. The three of them sat by the fireplace for a while longer, discussing what had happened in the forest and trying to clear things up a bit, but in the end, all three of them came to the conclusion that they just needed to rest now. Ron, trying to distract himself from his anxious thoughts, began to talk about something funny that had happened to him in class, and that helped to ease the tense atmosphere for a while. Harry and Hermione though weren't laughing as heartily as usual, and soon they all started yawning. Malfoy entered his room and slammed the door shut with a light thud, as if trying to shut out everything that happened outside. His room, as a Slytherin should, was decorated in cold, subdued colors that reflected his own mood. The walls, upholstered in dark green velvet, created a somber, yet refined atmosphere. The windows, covered with thick curtains, let in only the faint glow of the moon, which slid across the surface of the dark stone slab floor. In the center of the room stood a massive, four-poster bed upholstered in dark green silk. The cover was thick and velvety, matching the walls, and the pillows, arranged in a neat stack, seemed too stiff for comfortable sleep. By the side of the bed, on a small dark wood table, lay a half-opened folio bound in leather and a pair of quills neatly folded in a stand. On the other side of the bed was a small bedside table, on which was a small lamp with a shade that cast a soft, subdued light on the walls. Against one wall stood a massive desk made of polished dark wood. On its surface lay a parchment with an unfinished letter, an inkwell, and several neatly folded books. As if their owner was very organized and pedantic. There was a lamp with a lampshade on the table, as well as several inkwells and quills. In the corner of the room as a large bookcase filled with books in black and green bindings. The books were carefully arranged by size and subject, giving the impression of perfect order. And, as if deliberately breaking this perfect symmetry, his broom, a Nimbus 2000, a gift from his father, stood against the wall next to the bookcase. It stood leaning against the wall, its shiny bars seeming to glisten in the dim light of the room. Malfoy knew full well that it was forbidden to bring brooms into Hogwarts, but thanks to his father's connections and his boundless confidence in his own exceptionalism, he had managed to sneak it in here. The broom looked somewhat foreign in this cold and austere interior, but at the same time, it was like a reminder of his privileged position and a kind of symbol. The room, though tastefully decorated, seemed a little cold and uncomfortable, as if reflecting the inner state of its owner. There was not a hint of warmth or comfort in it, and it seemed to have been created only to size the austerity and restraint of its owner. Malfoy sighed heavily and flopped down on the bed, which creaked under his weight. He leaned back against the hard pillows and stared at the ceiling, trying to make sense of the jumble of thoughts swarming in his head. It had been a busy day, and worst of all, it hadn't gone exactly as he'd planned. The first thing that popped into his mind was he moment in the library when he had denounced the Gryffindors for breaking the rules. He grinned, remembering their confused faces when he had brought Professor McGonagall in. He had purposely waited for the moment when they would break the rules, which wasn't that hard. He enjoyed covering his eyes as he recalled that moment, but quickly switched to other events. The second memory was of him and McGonagall following the Gryffindors when they ran into Itachi. He cringed, remembering how he and Professor McGonagall were already in place, and then, suddenly, Itachi appeared, as if he knew they were going to check on the Gryffindors and had purposely come to interrupt them. He didn't realize what he was doing there. It didn't make him feel any better. Especially when he saw him, who was so calm, it just pissed him off. That's when they all got to the workout, and everything went downhill from there. He had to sit there being punished along with them, even though he didn't want that at all. He gritted his teeth, pushing away the memories of the professors lecturing them. Then the nightmare in the Forbidden Forest came back to his mind. When he and Potter, along with his idiot friends, had been left alone together. He had felt an indescribable horror. He clenched his fists with force, remembering the shadow that drank the unicorn's blood. He still couldn't figure out what the creature was, but he was very scared. And he couldn't understand why Potter just stared at it without taking any action. He couldn't forget the way it looked at him and the coldness that racked his entire body. He rolled over onto his side and stared at the wall and tried to sleep, but fear and anger kept him awake. It seemed to him that everyone was conspiring against him that day, and he couldn't understand why. He remembered rushing out, leaving Potter behind. He called out to Hagrid, hoping he could help him deal with the shadows. But when they returned, there was more than one Potter at the spot where he had left Potter. There stood Itachi, Potter, and the centaur. He stared at them as if he was seeing them for the first time. He looked at Itachi and his cold, calm stare that sent chills down his spine. But he couldn't look away from it. There wasn't a hint of fear on Itachi's face, not a trace of worry. He stood there as if nothing could frighten him. That fact kept Malfoy uneasy. He couldn't understand how one could be so calm in such a situation. He began to remember how easy everything came to this guy. It was as if he made no effort, but he was always on top of things, which annoyed Malfoy wildly. He remembered his potions lessons, where Professor Snape, known for his pickiness and strictness, literally picked on every little thing, but he could never find a flaw in Itachi's work. His potions were always perfect, as if he had been born with this gift. Snape, who usually did not hold back his emotions, looked at Itachi's work with the same expression on his face as if he were looking at a blank wall. This cold assessment was worse than any nagging. It showed that Itachi was simply perfect and had nothing to berate him for. This unattainable height for Malfoy was simply unbearable. He remembered other lessons where Itachi seemed to master even the most complicated spells and magical techniques with ease. Everything that was difficult for the rest of the class, he was able to do the first time. And it all pissed Malfoy off. He, a pure-blooded wizard, a representative of an ancient and respected family, had to admit that he was inferior in his studies to the T. Woe mudbloods, Hermione Granger and Itachi Uchiha. This fact was simply insulting to him. He couldn't stand the thought that he was only third in his class. Third, after Granger and Itachi. That failure, like a stigma, haunted him and caused a burning resentment. His mind latched onto a fragment of a memory, the last conversation he'd had with Itachi. It wasn't just an exchange of lines, but something else. Something that hurt him from the inside out. He remembered Itachi's words, spoken with the same calm and nonchalant tone he always had. "You can do it too, if you want to," he'd said, and those words suddenly sounded very different to Malfoy than when he'd heard them from others. He couldn't remember anyone ever saying that to him before. Everyone around him, teachers, even his own parents, had always said that he was obligated to be the best because he was a Malfoy. It was his destiny, his fate, as if carved in stone. Never had anyone ever told him what he wanted. Everyone just assumed that he, as a pureblood wizard, must want the same things they did, to be powerful, rich, and influential. His parents, they said he should naturally know that he's a Malfoy. They never asked what exactly he himself wanted, what he liked. They simply set the bar for him to reach, without a single chance for error. Itachi, on the other hand, unlike the rest of them, gave him a choice. His words didn't sound like an order or a demand, but more like a suggestion, like a possibility. "If you want to." Those two words seemed to open a new horizon for Malfoy. Exactly. Itachi's words, those simple, yet so unexpected words, sounded like thunder to Malfoy. They had touched a part of his soul that he had always kept carefully hidden from himself, the part that doubted his own beliefs. Malfoy, why had always believed that in this world, only power decides. He believed that the strong were always right, and that the weak deserved contempt. That was why he was so annoyed by Itachi's calm confidence, his equanimity, and his unwillingness to flaunt his strength. He didn't understand why Itachi hid his superiority. He saw how Itachi could handle the most difficult tasks with ease, how he always came out on top. And at the same time, he didn't see any arrogance or lust for power. He didn't understand why he kept silent, why he didn't bully others, why he didn't humiliate those who were weaker, why Itachi was so calm. And that pissed Malfoy off even more. He didn't understand why the strong one didn't act like the strong one should. He had even seen Itachi willingly share his knowledge, the way he would prompt other students when they asked him for help. He usually did so briefly and precisely, as if giving a hint rather than a full answer. His help was helpful, but not demeaning. It went against everything Malfoy believed in. He wasn't satisfied with just winning. He recognized that Itachi was strong, stronger than himself. But to respect him, that was beyond him. He believed that respect had to be earned, not received simply for strength. He would never respect someone who didn't put themselves above others. But that was all changing now. Itachi's words, like a tiny pebble, had triggered an avalanche of internal changes. Malfoy suddenly realized that strength could be different. Itachi was strong, but he didn't use his power to humiliate or oppress others. And in that, strangely enough, there was something deserving of respect. Inside Malfoy, like a faint sprout, a tiny respect for Itachi that he had previously rejected with resentment began to break through. His established views, his unwavering principles that had held his entire life together, were beginning to crack at the seams. He realized that something in him had changed, and it frightened and fascinated him at the same time. Malfoy's foundations were beginning to crumble, and he didn't know what would happen next. It was so strange and unexpected. He was confused and bewildered. He had spent his whole life striving for perfection, to prove his superiority, to not disappoint his family. But never before had he thought about what he really wanted. Itachi's words seemed to shatter his view of the world, or at least give a crack in his armor. In the back of his mind, like a faint flickering light, a thought flashed through his mind. What if he asked Itachi to help him with his training? The idea flashed so suddenly that he was startled for a second, as if he couldn't believe it had even occurred to him. But immediately he recoiled from the thought as if it were fire. No, no way, he whispered, clenching his fists. The thought was so unacceptable that he nearly jumped up on the bed. What would his parents say? What would the other pureblood wizards think? If they found out that he, Draco Malfoy, had turned to a mudblood for help, he would become the laughing stock of everyone. His reputation would be destroyed, his pride trampled, his name dishonored. That was something he simply could not allow to happen. And then another question arose in his mind. Why should Itachi help him at all? They were enemies. He was always competing with him and trying to show that he was better. Why would Itachi help someone who had always disliked him? And even more horrible, what would happen if Itachi agreed? He would probably mock him, constantly reminding him of his weakness. And telling everyone about how Malfoy had come to him for help. He would just make himself look like a laughingstock in front of the whole of Hogwarts. The thought was so unbearable that Malfoy recoiled from it again. Like a snake ready to bite at any moment, he rolled over onto his other side again, shoving the idea away from him in disgust. He needed to forget about her like a bad dream. He, Malfoy, would never, ever ask a mudblood for help. It was beneath his dignity. And with that thought, he began to fall into sleep again, but now into a more peaceful one, throwing off tea. His obsession before it brought him more trouble. And with this new, strange feeling in his chest, Malfoy finally fell into a deep sleep, not realizing what would happen to him next, because something had changed. And that thought scared him more than anything. The silence of the night enveloped Albus Dumbledore's study like a soft velvet blanket, drowning out all the sounds of Hogwarts. Only the occasional crackle of the fire in the fireplace cast dancing reflections on the walls, which were hung with tapestries depicting ancient battles and mythical creatures. Instead of the hum of the day and bright light, the study was plunged into a semi-darkness that seemed to enliven every detail, endowing it with new, mysterious hues. The high-arched window, which had let in the sunlight during the day, now framed the pale, silvery light of the moon. This ghostly light, penetrating through the stained glass, colored the floor and bookshelves in bizarre patterns, making it seem as if the shadows on the walls were whispering among themselves, telling the secrets of bygone days. The dusty spines of the books that lined the ceiling seemed not just rows of folios, but silent guardians of ancient knowledge. The gold embossing on their bindings gleamed faintly, catching the occasional glimmer of moonlight. Along the walls, on shelves, stood numerous figurines and statuettes. The portraits of the former headmasters of Hogwarts, usually so animated and talkative during the day, had now fallen into a semblance of sleep. Their faces seemed to have faded, and their gazes became pensive and detached. Only occasionally, at the occasional fall of a moonbeam, did a faint gleam flash in their eyes, like a memory of a past life. On his perch, next to the fireplace, Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, was dozing. His golden feathers shimmered softly in the dim light, and his body twitched slightly in his sleep. In that silence, one could hear not only the ticking of the clock and the crackling of the logs in the fireplace, but something more, the breath of the magic itself that enveloped everything in this marvelous place. Suddenly, the silence of the study was broken by a quiet knock on the door. Dumbledore, setting aside his book, invited the entrant in with a gesture of his hand. Professor McGonagall entered the office with a slightly displeased expression on her face. Her stern look always suggested that something unpleasant had happened. "Albus, I'm afraid I have some bad news," she began, pressing her lips into a thin line. "I've just caught 4 intruders hanging around the castle at night. And, as is often the case, it's the Gryffindors again, Potter, Granger, and Weasley. And, most disappointing of all, the Uchiha from Slytherin, which completely threw me off. I never thought he could be involved in something like that." Dumbledore listened to her carefully without interrupting. His eyes behind the panes of his glasses scrutinized her every word. "Of course, I took 50 points from each of them," McGonagall continued, clenching her fists. "But that didn't seem enough to me. For such an offense, I've decided to send them to the Forbidden Forest. Hopefully this will teach them not to break the rules." Her voice sounded disappointed and slightly depressed. "Honestly, Albus, I'm disappointed in Uchiha and Granger. I always thought they were more responsible and reasonable. I couldn't expect them to break the rules like this. It seems they aren't as good as I thought they were. This has made me very sad." McGonagall finished her story, looking at Dumbledore as if expecting some sort of advice from him. Dumbledore, as if getting to the heart of the matter, nodded faintly as he listened to McGonagall. He wasn't too surprised that Potter, Granger, and Weasley had been caught breaking the rules again. He had been watching their rambunctious activities for a long time. Too often he'd seen them hanging around the corridors late at night, either running from Filch or peering behind Einelge's forbidden mirror. He understood perfectly well their desire for adventure, their thirst to learn the secrets of Hogwarts. But he understandably let them get away with it, hoping that their youthful fervor and thirst for discovery would eventually subside. However, the fact that the Uchiha, a Slytherin, was involved made him think twice. Dumbledore had all but forgotten about the boy, and was absorbed in his own concerns, the defense of the Philosopher's Stone, and, just as importantly, the mission to set Harry Potter on the right path. Dumbledore, smiling softly, looked at McGonagall, trying to reassure her. "Minerva, dear," he said, his voice sounding calm and comforting. "I guess the kids are just too excited lately. Mystery, adventure, mystery, it all beckons them to go on night hikes. You shouldn't judge them too harshly for that youthful thirst for adventure, it's part of their age. And I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about it until they outgrow that age." He paused briefly, as if giving her time to comprehend his words. After Professor McGonagall left, Dumbledore sighed and plunged back into studying the scrolls spread out on the table. He scrutinized each line, reading through the ancient texts that held the answers to many of his questions, but at the same time, brought even more mysteries. Soon, barely able to truly immerse himself in his work, Dumbledore heard the quiet knock on the door again. He sighed again, but with a touch of fatigue, and leaning back in his chair, said, "Come in." The door opened slowly, and Hagrid entered the office, shuffling from foot to foot a little embarrassed. His large figure seemed to fill the doorway, and his thick beard covered most of his face. "Albus," he muttered in his low voice, with slight concern. "There's something I need to tell you." Hagrid hesitated, as if unsure of how to begin, and Dumbledore, setting aside his papers, gestured for him to come closer. His eyes, behind the glasses, looked at Hagrid with unfailing attention and kindness. Dumbledore knew that if Hagrid had come to see him, something really important had happened. Hagrid crossed the threshold of the S2D and stepped closer to Dumbledore's desk, his large hands clumsily rubbing the edge of his fur jacket. "Albus," he began again, this time his voice sounding more strained. "I've been told here some boys have been sent to me as punishment. You know, the ones who were hanging around the castle at night." He paused, as if waiting for Dumbledore's reaction. His large eyes read worry and bewilderment. Dumbledore was already aware of all the events, so Hagrid's words came as no surprise to him. As soon as Hagrid finished his somewhat confused speech, Dumbledore, remaining calm and friendly, said, "Yes, Hagrid, I am already aware of that. Professor McGonagall has just been to see me." Hagrid had calmed down a bit after hearing Dumbledore's words, but his anxiety had not completely disappeared. His eyebrows were still furrowed and his gaze was tense. "But, Albus," he spoke again, his voice sounding more anxious already. "That's what happened there. When I got there, Harry Potter, he said he was attacked by some sort of creature. Some dark shadow. It attacked him, and then suddenly there was an Uchiha and a centaur named Florence." Hagrid spoke confusedly, as if trying to piece together the details of what had happened. He was silent for a second, gathering his thoughts, and then continued. "Florence said, he said that this creature could be someone who can't be named. Or rather, what's left of it. He said that such things happen and that you shouldn't expect good from it." Hagrid fell silent again, looking at Dumbledore with a mixture of fear and distrust. "And another thing, Florence said that when he found Harry with this unknown, and with the Uchiha, he saw in the Uchiha's eyes, bloodshot eyes, Albus. And there were some 3 patterns. I don't know what it means, and I've never seen anything like it." Florence was very frightened by it. His voice trailed off, and he looked helplessly at Dumbledore, waiting for his reaction. Hagrid was clearly shaken by what had happened, and his words sounded as if he himself didn't fully understand what he was hearing. Hagrid's words, especially the mention of the bloodshot eyes with the 3 patterns, made a strong impression on Dumbledore. His gaze became serious and his lips pressed tightly together. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. His face expressed deep concern. He had long suspected who might be behind the attempts to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, and this news only reinforced his suspicions. An ordinary wizard would not have been able to sneak in to Gringotts Bank and get out without leaving a trace. That meant that someone very powerful and cunning was behind it, and those two qualities tended to point to one particular person. And the Centaur. R.S. Dumbledore trusted them unconditionally. They were among the best predictors of the future, their knowledge was deep and wise, and their intuition was always correct. If Florence, the centaur whose opinion was very important, said it could be Voldemort, Dumbledore didn't doubt it. He knew that centaurs were never wrong, especially when it came to such serious matters. This meant that his worst fears were confirmed. Voldemort's return was more real than he would have liked. Hagrid's words about bloodshot eyes and the mention of the Uchiha made Dumbledore think again. It was the second time he had heard that name this day. And now the name didn't seem so insignificant to him. He leaned back in his chair and, closing his eyes, tried to remember everything he knew about this mysterious boy. The first thing that popped into his mind was the day of distribution. The allocating hat, usually quick in her decisions, had seemed to freeze then. It had hesitated for a long time before assigning the Uchiha to Slytherin. This fact had caused Dumbledore a slight unease even then. Normally a hat would immediately identify a faculty. But here it remained silent for a long time, as if it couldn't choose. What could it mean? Then he began to remember the professors' admiring comments about the Uchiha. Almost every one of them, even if reluctantly, had spoken of him with respect, noting his extraordinary ability and talent. Professor Flitwick spoke enthusiastically of his spells. Professor McGonagall did not hide her amazement at his success in Transfiguration, and even Snape, whose heart was icy and whose words were usually full of sarcasm, noted his incredible success in potions, though he suspected that it was all too perfect and there was a catch. Dumbledore remembered Snape's grim face when he had muttered something about understanding too easily and being unusually cold-blooded. Snape had obviously suspected something, but he hadn't said exactly what it was. The incident with the troll also came to Dumbledore's mind. It was when the troll had broken into the dungeon and the young Uchiha had, unexpectedly, dealt with it with a complex spell that not every adult wizard would have known about. He remembered that even he had been surprised at such skill by such a young wizard. At the time, he had assumed that the boy was just extraordinarily talented and hadn't given it much thought. Now, however, after McGonagall's words about the night's disturbance and Hagrid's words about the bloodshot eyes, Dumbledore began to think that perhaps he had made a mistake in underestimating the Uchiha. Perhaps this boy is not just talented, but possesses something more, perhaps even dangerous. Perhaps all of these events were connected, and he should reconsider his attitude towards him. The red eyes, the mention of Voldemort, and the nightly disturbance were already too many coincidences. Dumbledore realized that he needed to find out more about this mysterious boy and reconsider his attitude towards him before it was too late. Dumbledore furrowed his eyebrows, pondering Hagrid's words. He looked at him thoughtfully, some worry appearing in his eyes. Hagrid, he began, his voice sounding more serious than usual. I am grateful to you for telling me about this. It is very important information. Please continue to watch Harry and the others. Be careful not to get involved in anything dangerous. And report everything to me immediately at the first opportunity. Now I must consider everything you've told me and take appropriate action. He nodded to Hagrid as if ending the conversation and, immersed in his thoughts, stared at his scrolls again, his mind already working at full speed, calculating every possible move against the impending danger. Dumbledore, immersed in his thoughts, let his thoughts roam freely, but the center of his attention remained on the Uchiha. He realized that he needed to gather as much information about this mysterious boy as he could. To figure out what power or secret he was hiding, the first thing he decided to do was research his background. He reached for one of the old scrolls that held information on all the students at Hogwarts and began searching for data on the Uchiha. He soon found the right entry and read it with great attention. According to the records, Uchiha came from an ordinary Muggle family. He was a mudblood, which was highly unusual for a pureblood wizard, especially a Slytherin. Theodore woke up with the first rays of sunlight through the gaps in the thick curtains of his room. He stretched, stretching his stiff muscles, and yawned. He got out of bed and headed for the sink to clean himself up before breakfast. After rinsing his face with cold water, he felt more awake, and he squared his shoulders and left his room. The corridors of the castle were not yet filled with students, but quiet conversations and footsteps could be heard in some places. Theodore, as he slowly made his way towards the Great Hall, suddenly caught a snippet of conversation coming from a neighboring room. He involuntarily slowed his step, listening. "Did you hear that? Gryffindor lost a whole 150 points, exclaimed one of the voices. In which Theodore recognized the voice of his classmate Blaise Zabini. 150 points, Carl. That's what they're in for. Yeah, that's just awesome, another voice replied with a satisfied smirk. Potter and his gang have managed to make a mess of things, as usual. I told you they were always looking for adventures up their asses." Theodore stopped, leaning against the wall. This was great news. The Gryffindors were always pecking at their backs like gnats, trying time and time again to overtake them in the race for the school cup. He was pleased to note that Slytherin was now a significant number of points behind them again. But then he heard the conversation continue, and his smile faded a little. "But then again, we weren't praised either," a third voice muttered. "Slytherin got 50 points taken off too. Because of that Uchiha. Come to think of it, he thought he was the smartest. I knew he'd be nothing but trouble. Itachi," he muttered quietly, remembering the silent Slytherin. He hoped it wouldn't affect their plans too much. Keeping tabs on the Gryffindors was important, and if Itachi got caught, it could complicate their mission. He stepped away from the wall and continued on his way to the Great Hall, but even as he deepened his thoughts, he couldn't help but listen to the scraps of conversation coming from various corners of the castle. He realized that news of the night's incident had spread throughout Hogwarts, and it was the main topic of discussion. Students from other faculties he'd met along the way were also discussing what had happened. But it wasn't so much gloating as disappointment that was audible in their voices. "That's just awful," Theodore heard a snippet of conversation between the two Claude students. "Slytherin has won 6 years in a row, and this year Gryffindor had a good chance. Now, after this incident, they've bounced back again." "Yeah, Potter blew it," another voice replied, with a hint of disappointment. "I was so hoping that Gryffindor would finally win this year. But apparently it wasn't their fate. Just think, they were so close," someone else muttered. "Everything was so good before, and now it's over. I feel so sorry for the Gryffindor boys." Theodore frowned even harder. Upon reaching the Great Hall, Theodore immediately began to look around the room for Itachi. Spotting him sitting at the Slytherin table quietly devouring his breakfast, Theodore breathed a sigh of relief. He made his way to his usual spot next to Itachi and lowered himself onto the bench, casting a careless glance at his friend. With a slight chuckle, trying to give his voice a joking tone but with a hint of concern, Theodore said, "So, who was it here who said he was a surveillance specialist? I knew you were a genius. But getting caught is not your style." He glared at Itachi, trying to catch the slightest reaction to his words. Itachi, upon hearing Theodore's words, faintly blushed. That blush, so rare on his pale face, did not escape his friend's attentive gaze. He slowly laid aside his fork and looked at Theodore, trying to keep calm. "By accident," he replied quietly, trying to hide his embarrassment. "I was caught completely by accident. Not because of my carelessness, but because of circumstances." He paused, as if choosing his words. "An unfortunate set of circumstances, shall we say?" He shrugged, trying to look nonchalant. Though a slight shadow of annoyance slipped into his eyes, he averted his gaze to his plate and continued, already in a calmer tone of voice. "I didn't learn anything serious. The stakeout was fruitless. The Gryffindors just wandered around the castle as usual, nothing much happened. It was a waste of time." Theodore, noticing the slight embarrassment and some understatement in Itachi's words, decided that now was not the time to insist. He realized that Itachi would open up when he saw fit, so he decided to turn the conversation to a more neutral direction. Smiling slightly, he pretended to have forgotten about the incident and changed the subject. "Well, okay, accidental, so accidental. Let's not dwell on it. Tell me, are you ready for your final exams? I mean, sophomore year starts soon. I can't wait to see what new subjects we'll have. Itachi looked at him with a slight hint of a smile, but without any sign of excitement. Theodore, he replied, his voice as calm and confident as ever. I think you have more to worry about than I do. My training is up to par. I'm sure I can handle any exams, and I'll pass with flying colors. You, on the other hand, should probably spend a little more time on your books. But that's none of my business, of course. He went back to his breakfast, as if to show that the subject of exams didn't really bother him. Theodore frowned, but there was a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He knew that Itachi wasn't joking and that his words were more of a statement of fact. There was silence, broken only by the tea clinking of cutlery and soft conversations at the other tables. Theodore and Itachi were silently finishing their breakfast, absorbed in their own thoughts. Theodore, for what it was worth, took Itachi's words seriously. He had indeed been studying harder for his exams lately, especially after learning that his friend was, as always, completely calm and confident in his knowledge. He looked thoughtfully at his omelette, pondering which topics he needed to go over again. He was well aware that he needed to give his best to successfully transition into his second year. Itachi, as always, was an incentive for him. He was always one step ahead, and Theodore couldn't let him get ahead of him. After breakfast, Theodore plunged headfirst into his studies as promised. He locked himself in his room, surrounded himself with books and scrolls, and diligently began to repeat the material he had learned. He read, wrote, repeated spells and potions, trying to fill in the gaps in his knowledge. From time to time, when he encountered any difficulty, he would come to Itachi for help. Itachi always took the time to help his friend. He didn't give ready-made answers, but patiently explained complicated topics, helping Theodore reach the right solution himself. He showed him other approaches and helped him understand the material, not just cramming it. Thus, time flew by in the midst of intense study. Days were followed by nights. And finally the day of the final exams arrived. Tension was in the air as students filed into Professor McGonagall's office one by one to take their transfiguration exams. Theodore stood in line, shifting from foot to foot, rubbing the edge of his robe nervously. He could feel the excitement building up in his chest and the scraps of spells and definitions swirling around in his head. That's it, my head's about to explode, he muttered, turning to Itachi, who stood beside him, unfazed and calm as always. I've taught so much, what if I forget everything? Had if I can't turn this fucking rock into a bird? What if I can't do it? He rambled on, spewing out a whole bunch of his fears and concerns, trying not to let panic take over completely. What if they say I'm not ready enough? What if? He continued gibbering, nervously looking around as if afraid his excitement was contagious. He was adjusting his robe now and then, as if that might help him. He felt as if his brains had turned to mush and he was ready to snap. He was already beginning to doubt his powers and the rightness of his decisions. Itachi silently listened to him without interrupting. He realized that Theodore was at the peak of his stress, and he just needed to talk. When Theodore finally ran out of breath, Itachi looked at him calmly, and with a faint smile, said, "Theodore, calm down. You know everything. You've been preparing, and you'll define. Just focus and do what you've been taught. Don't let panic get the best of you." He put a hand on Theodore's shoulder, trying to convey his confidence and calmness to him. It was Itachi's turn. He calmly walked to the door of Professor McGonagall's office and, without knocking, stepped inside. Professor McGonagall, with her usual rigor, explained the nature of the exam. As in the first lesson, they had to first turn an ordinary match into a thin, sharp needle. Then, the more difficult step was to turn a mouse into a beautiful snuff box, and then return it to its original shape. Itachi calmly listened to the instructions and, without wasting any time, began the task. He concentrated as he always did, completely disconnected from the world around him. His movements were crisp and confident, each spell cast perfectly. The transformation of the match into a needle was instantaneous, and the mouse, after a few precise movements of the magic wand, turned into an elegant snuff box. The reverse transformation also caused no difficulty. Itachi passed the exam flawlessly, and McGonagall was pleased with his results. Finished. Itachi calmly left the office and waited for Theodore. He didn't feel the slightest bit worried about himself, but he was worried about Theodore. Transfiguration wasn't Theodore's strongest suit, and he knew that this test was quite difficult for him. But at the same time, Itachi was sure that Theodore was smart and diligent enough, and that this level of transformation was well within his capabilities. Soon the office door opened and Theodore appeared on the doorstep, glowing with joy. He was glowing with happiness, and a slight smile flashed across Itachi's face. They silently looked at each other, and after realizing that everything was fine, they moved on. The next exam was spell practice with Professor Flitwick. Theodore, still impressed by his successful transfiguration exam, walked with a confident gait. He felt more relaxed now and was not afraid of challenges. Itachi, as always, walked beside him, maintaining his equanimity and inner confidence. EY arrived at Professor Flitwick's office, and this time the atmosphere was much more relaxed. The spellcasting exam, at least at first glance, seemed much easier than transfiguration. The task was to make an ordinary pineapple dance using a certain spell. Theodore, already a little calmer after his successful exam with McGonagall, looked at Itachi with a smile. "Well, it's definitely going to be easy here," he said, trying not to hide his satisfaction. Even Malfoy's stupid minions could probably handle it. Itachi, in response to Theodore's words, only lifted the corners of his lips slightly, showing that he too was confident in their success. He knew very well that Theodore wasn't really that bad at spells, and that he could handle this task without too much trouble. The line went quickly, and soon it was their time. They entered Professor Flitwick's office, who was beaming with a cheerful smile as always. He explained the nature of the assignment, and they set to work. Theodore, with easy ease, waved his wand, and cast the necessary spell. The pineapple on the table began to bounce merrily, and, spinning, danced a funny jig. Flitwick watched him and nodded approvingly, obviously pleased with the result. Itachi repeated Theodore's moves, making his pineapple do even more intricate moves. He spun him around in a waltz, causing Flitwick to raise an eyebrow in surprise. They passed the exam without any difficulty, confirming their high level of spellcasting proficiency. As they walked out of Flitwick's office, they looked at each other, both realizing that they had handled these exams brilliantly. So, they only had 2 exams left: History of Magic and Potions. Theodore and Itachi left the office. They silently walked towards Professor Bin's office where the boring History of Magic exam was waiting for them. Itachi, as always, was quick on the task, answering all the questions without any hesitation. It only took him 15 minutes to pass his exam and walk out into the hallway, where he began to wait for Theodore. After a while, Hermione Granger emerged from Professor Bin's office. She, judging by her focused face, had also successfully completed her exam, though she took twice as long as Itachi. About 30 minutes, she walked out and waited for her friends, Ron and Harry. An awkward silence hung in the hallway. Itachi waited quietly for Theodore, while Hermione stood, rubbing the edge of her robes and peering at Bin's office door, waiting for her friends to come out. After another 3 minutes, Hermione, unable to stand the tension, broke the silence. She was visibly embarrassed, and, blushing slightly, she said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to break the silence, just wondering, how difficult were the questions?" She hesitated for a moment, as if doubting whether she should ask, and then added, "Well, questions on the history of magic." Her voice was quiet, and it was obvious she was embarrassed to ask, but curiosity overpowered her embarrassment. Itachi, upon hearing Hermione's question, raised an eyebrow slightly, showing slight surprise, but nothing more than that. He didn't like idle conversation, but he realized that Hermione was probably just trying to lighten the mood. The questions were easy, he answered calmly, without any emotion in his voice. There wasn't anything difficult. Memorizing a couple dates and events wasn't a problem. He paused for a moment, and added, "Though I guess I was interested in one question about Muggle studies, to be completely honest." He tilted his head slightly to the side, as if he was thinking for a second. Hearing Itachi's words, Hermione seemed to brighten up. Her eyes lit up with interest. "About Muggle studies, she interjected with obvious excitement in her voice. I was just fascinated by that question too. I was just thinking that I will definitely choose this subject in my next courses in the future. It is so interesting and unusual. It's so fascinating to learn about Muggle culture and customs, their technology and views on the world. She began to speak quickly and passionately, not noticing that she was talking too much. But then, suddenly realizing that she was talking too much, and that Itachi might not share her enthusiasm, Hermione abruptly cut her speech short. She looked away embarrassed, blushing even more, and fell silent, trying to hide her confusion. Hermione had no sooner uttered a short, "Sorry," than the door to Professor Binns' office creaked open and Draco Malfoy stepped out of the classroom. His face, as always, expressed contempt and arrogance. He looked around at Itachi and Hermione, and noticing her standing next to him, irritation appeared on his face. Itachi glanced at his watch and mentally noted that Malfoy had handled the exam in 46 minutes. For Draco, that was a pretty good score. Malfoy, ignoring Itachi, directed his gaze at Hermione and, curling his lips in a contemptuous grin, said, "Hey, Mudblood, make way. You're here, stirring underfoot as usual." His voice was full of venom. Hermione, hearing Malfoy's insult, flinched. She was clearly upset and hurt, but she didn't argue with him. She quickly stepped aside, trying not to look at him, and let him pass in front of her. She didn't want to get into a confrontation, especially now that she was already embarrassed. Malfoy, satisfied with the effect he had produced, walked past them, without even glancing at Itachi, and disappeared around the corner, leaving an unpleasant aftertaste behind him. Hermione, trying to hide her resentment, looked at Itachi sadly. She realized that Malfoy would never change, and that arguing with him was useless. But despite that, she was still hurt by his words. A tense silence hung in the corridor again, but this time it was tinged with insult and resentment. Itachi, noticing how Malfoy's words had hurt Hermione's feelings. "I'm sorry for what he said," he said to Hermione. His voice was quiet but there was sincerity in it. At that moment, Theodore finally came out of Professor Binns' office. He looked rather pleased, though he had a slight tiredness on his face. He walked over to Itachi, glanced at his watch, and said with a slight chuckle, 58 minutes. Yeah, I wasted too much time after all. This exam was so easy, I don't even know why I studied so much. I spent most of the time going through my memories and going over the answers, even though everything was obvious. He shrugged, as if perplexed by his own misgivings. Noticing Hermione, who was standing a little ways away, Theodore blushed slightly. He nodded his head awkwardly at her and said, "Hi Hermione." His voice sounded embarrassed but friendly at the same time. He wasn't as cocky as Malfoy, but he wasn't particularly good at talking to girls either. Finishing his awkward greeting, Theodore turned to Itachi. "So, are we going to Snape's to finish this whole thing?" He tried to make his voice more confident, but the slight tension was still felt. Itachi nodded in response and looked at Hermione and said his goodbyes before turning around and heading towards Professor Snape's office. Theodore followed him, trying to walk with the same equanimity as his friend. But his tense shoulders gave him away. They both realized that they had one last, and perhaps most difficult test ahead of them, and they hoped that they would be able to handle it. Professor Snape's exam was indeed the most difficult of all. The tension in the office hung so thick you could touch it. The professor, as always, gave no indulgence, demanding perfect precision in potion preparation from his students. Itachi, as expected, handled the task flawlessly. He demonstrated incredible precision by preparing a complex potion without a single mistake. His movements were calibrated and every action was thought out to the last detail. Snape, after inspecting his potion, nodded dryly, without the slightest hint of praise, but deep down he must have been satisfied with the result. Theodore, on the other hand, was experiencing serious difficulties. He tried his best, but his potion kept changing color and consistency, clearly not up to par. He was nervous, he made mistakes, and in the end he was never able to get his potion to the right state. He was well aware that he had failed the exam, and that was clear as day. When Theodore had finished, Snape looked at his creation, only curled his lips in disdain and turned away without a word. Walking out of the study, Theodore was dejected. He realized that his efforts had been in vain. Itachi, noticing his depressed state, approached him and, trying to cheer him up, said, "Don't worry, Theodore. Potions has always been your weak point. I'm sure you'll get a passing grade overall. No need to guess how it will turn out now. The results will be announced in a week. We'll know then." Theodore, though he realized that Itachi's words were only a consolation, was grateful for his support. He knew that his friend always tried to cheer him up, even when things weren't going well. They headed towards the exit in silence. Ahead of them was a week of waiting, full of uncertainty and hope. The exam results were to be announced in 7 days, and each of them was looking forward to it. Two faces. Bolt Sam I am. Of course I have options for the Itachi couple, but I think you're rushing things too fast, they're only 11 years old. Of course Luna will appear. I just didn't want to burden the narrative with dozens of chapters that I want to write. To fit everything into 1 year of training would be silly, all the lines that started in the first year will continue as long as necessary up to 7 years. After a hard day of exams, Itachi and Theodore, full of fatigue and anticipation, headed for the exit. I should probably go make sure all my stuff is packed, Theodore said, stretching. There's not much time before we leave, but it's better to prepare in advance than to run around in a panic later when you already have to board the Hogwarts Express. Itachi nodded, agreeing with his sensible comment. I agree, that's thoughtful. But I think I'll take advantage of the moment, he said, with a slight hint of mystery in his voice. I have an excellent opportunity to visit the Forbidden Forest. Theodore looked questioningly at Itachi, clearly perplexed. Itachi continued, clarifying his thought. I noticed that the ghost's tea hat stopped bothering me, started following me again after the incident in the Forbidden Forest. Because of the exams and my helping you, I just didn't have time for that. Now, on this festive day, when most of the students are having fun, I have a chance. I'm under no particular illusions that after all this time I've lost I'll be able to find anything worthwhile, but I'm sure there must be at least some leads out there. Theodore frowned, realizing that Itachi was up to something dangerous again. But knowing his friend's stubbornness, he didn't dissuade him. Fine, do as you see fit, but be careful, Itachi. The Forbidden Forest is not a good place to walk alone, he said, with obvious concern in his voice. Itachi nodded, confirming that he would be careful, though Theodore knew that his words were unlikely to influence his friend's actions. They said their goodbyes, and Theodore went to his room to attend to his packing, while Itachi headed towards the Forbidden Forest with determination in his eyes. Although most of the students were in the castle now, celebrating the end of their exams, he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone might have spotted him making his way towards the forest. He didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to his actions. Therefore, deciding not to take any chances, Itachi made the decision to reincarnate. He quickly looked around, making sure no one was around, and concentrated. In the next instant, his figure began to change, his bones crunching and his body shrinking in size, covered in fluffy fur. A few seconds later, a regular squirrel stood in Itachi's place. It was not large, with a fluffy tail and quick, nimble feet. When the transformation was successful, the squirrel quickly jumped up and ran towards the forest. Its small paws deftly scampered across the grass, and its fluffy tail swayed in time with its movements. By transforming into a squirrel, Itachi had the advantage of stealth and maneuverability, which was especially important in the Forbidden Forest. Itachi's squirrel, nimbly maneuvering between trees and bushes, was moving deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's small house appeared on the horizon, and Itachi, about to run past it, suddenly froze. His attention was drawn to the voices coming from there. When he looked more closely, he saw that right outside Hagrid's house was the golden trio of Gryffindors, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. Itachi couldn't help but hold back an annoyed sigh mentally, of course, in the form of a squirrel. What are these trouble magnets doing at Hagrid's? His plans instantly changed. He realized he had to be careful. He couldn't just ignore their presence. After all, whatever was going on there could have something to do with him, given their bit of getting into all sorts of trouble. Itachi ran closer, hiding behind thick bushes, trying to remain inconspicuous. He listened carefully to the conversation. His attention was caught by Harry's voice asking Hagrid, So who gave you the dragon egg after all, Hagrid? Itachi frowned. A dragon egg? What kind of strange business is this? Itachi, listening to the conversation, was surprised to learn a few more interesting details. There was talk of some sort of canon and the fact that he could be lulled to sleep with a song. A three-headed dog will fall asleep with a song, Itachi mentally wondered. Shaking his squirrel head incredulously. He couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. However, the confusion on the Gryffindors' faces told him that they themselves didn't really know what they were talking about. The trio quickly said goodbye to Hagrid and hurriedly headed back towards the castle. Itachi realized that letting them out of their sight was not an option right now. There was too much weirdness centered around these three and he couldn't ignore it, especially after he had begun to suspect it. Make it worth my while, Itachi thought, realizing that the chance to stay in the Forbidden Forest and explore was slipping away. But he couldn't pass up the opportunity to learn more about this strange situation. He decided that he would come back later to look for clues. But for now he needed to find out where the Gryffindors were headed. Itachi, in the guise of a squirrel, quickly and silently ran after them, deftly jumping over roots and rocks. His small feet flickered in the grass, his fluffy tail swaying in time with his movements. Itachi, who had been following the Gryffindors, made his way to the castle. He realized that in a crowded place like the castle, the squirrel would be too conspicuous. So he decided to change his appearance. He looked around quickly, concentrated, and the next thing he knew, instead of a squirrel, there was a toad on the floor, the same one that one of the Gryffindors, Neville Longbottom, kept losing. The toad was small, greenish-brown in color, and looked completely unremarkable, blending in easily with its surroundings. As a toad, Itachi was much less conspicuous, and could discreetly observe the Gryffindors. They stopped in the lobby and began to discuss something animatedly. Listening closely, Itachi heard that they were going to go see Dumbledore. This made Itachi tense up. If they were going to talk to the headmaster, then they had learned something really important and possibly dangerous. But as if by the law of meanness, barely had the trio taken a couple steps towards the headmaster's office before Professor McGonagall appeared in their path. Her figure, tall and stern, appeared suddenly. He squinted at them as if suspecting they were up to something again. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, she said in her stern tone. Where are you two in such a hurry? Harry, as usual, proved to be the most straightforward. Professor McGonagall, he said in an excited voice. We need to speak to Professor Dumbledore urgently. It's very important. Ron and Hermione nodded, agreeing with every word he said. McGonagall, frowning, uttered, I'm afraid that's not possible. Headmaster Dumbledore has left for the Ministry of Magic. He will be busy there all day. But it's urgent, Hermione exclaimed. Someone is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall was taken aback for a moment, her eyes widening with surprise. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? She asked, her voice full of disbelief. She clearly hadn't expected any of the students to know about such an important secret. Harry and Ron looked over at each other, not knowing what to answer. Well, it doesn't matter, Harry said, trying to smooth over the awkwardness of the situation. It's just that we know someone will try to steal it today. McGonagall, coming to her senses, tried to calm them down. The Philosopher's Stone is heavily protected. It is surrounded by many spells and tests. No one can steal it. She tried to reassure them that everything was fine. And I advise you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, to stay out of anything you're not asked to do until Headmaster Dumbledore returns. He will arrive tomorrow. Itachi, watching this scene, realized that the situation was far more serious than he had realized. Itachi, in toad form, listened intently to the further conversation between the Gryffindors and McGonagall. He heard Harry, Ron, and Hermione, despite the professor's warnings, whispering quietly that they were still going to break into the vault at night and protect the Philosopher's Stone. They clearly weren't going to stay away and were determined to thwart the supposed theft. Itachi, upon hearing this, mentally rolled his toad eyes. Idiots, it went through his head. He was well aware that they had no idea what they might be up against. If Voldemort had indeed returned, And he was the one who had attacked Harry in the forest. Then these 3 Gryffindors were simply doomed. They, wizards who only knew a couple spells at most, were going to fight the darkest wizard in history. That was just insane. Itachi realized that he couldn't let them do something so stupid. He knew he had to go after them. Perhaps he could stop them from getting involved and ultimately protect them from imminent danger. If Voldemort really is behind all of this. Itachi, immersed in his thoughts about the night ahead and the plans of the Gryffindors, suddenly felt someone lift him up in his arms. He was caught off guard and flinched in surprise. His beady toad-like eyes darted upward and he was astonished to see that he was being held in his arms by Neville Longbottom. The same Gryffindor who kept losing his toad. Neville looked confused, but his face read joy at his unexpected find. "Oh, where have you been, Trevor?" he muttered, examining the toad, not realizing it was actually Itachi. "I've been looking for you for so long." Itachi went into a slight stupor. The situation was clearly out of his control. His plans for the night of watching the Gryffindors were now hanging by a thread. He was locked in the palms of Neville's hands, and there was no way for him to escape without arousing suspicion. "Trevor," Neville said again, scratching the toad under his chin, "don't run away again." "Okay." Itachi, in toad form, only blinked impotently. He realized that he would have to get out of this situation somehow, and preferably as soon as possible. But as long as he was in Neville's hands, it was almost impossible. He had to figure out some way to escape without arousing suspicion, and as soon as possible. Itachi, in the form of a small green toad, felt his world shrinking with every passing second. He had not at all expected this turn of events. Not so long ago he had been a carefree squirrel making his way through the Forbidden Forest, and now he found himself trapped in the arms of the good-natured but completely unpredictable Neville Longbottom. Neville was carrying him to the Gryffindor drawing room as if he had won the lottery, and Itachi realized that his carefully constructed plan was crumbling like a house of cards. Itachi, mentally frowning, was well aware that the situation was spiraling out of control. His ability to hold the transformation was not limitless. Using magic like transforming into an animal required a considerable amount of effort on his part. He realized that if he lingered in toad form for too long, his body would begin to rebel. Painful and uncontrollable bouts of reincarnation would begin. His body would begin to involuntarily change between toad and his human form, causing him excruciating pain and risking being exposed. But that wasn't the only problem. The tuberculosis he suffered from required regular medication, and he had yet to take his morning dose of pills. Itachi could feel his stray NGTH melting away with every passing moment. If he delayed taking his medication, his condition would worsen, leaving him even more vulnerable and weakened. He knew that if he concentrated as hard as he could, he might be able to hold out as a toad until nightfall. But that would be a Pyrrhic victory. He would be utterly exhausted, weakened, and unable to offer any resistance if need be. Plus, under the effects of the long transformation, his reactions would slow down and his magic would become unstable. The situation is shit, it flashed through his mind, a cold and emotionless echo. Itachi, twitching helplessly in Neville's palms, realized he was cornered. His plans to follow the Gryffindors, learn more about the Philosopher's Stone and possibly avert disaster were crumbling before his eyes. A sudden respite in the scrutiny of Neville, who seemed to be engrossed in discussing some thoughts of his own, gave Itachi a chance. In the blink of an eye, while Neville was distracted, he, straining all his remaining strength, slipped out of his grasp with force. A moment of panic, followed by a quiet, quick rush. Itachi, like a ghost, skulked under one of the beds in the Gryffindor living room. There, in the semi-darkness, he concentrated, and his form began to change. Toad was transforming back into Itachi. The process was agonizingly slow and painful, every cell in his body, as if rising from the ashes, trying to regain its lost form. He felt weak, as if he had been squeezed dry. In addition, his magic power, used to a controlled state, was now unstable. But now Itachi was in human form. Though far from his best condition, Itachi realized that he was unfortunately trapped in the Gryffindor common room. He didn't know the password to leave the room, and his sudden appearance outside the Gryffindor dormitory would raise too much suspicion. Such inappropriate behavior, completely illogical, not conforming to any norms or rules, would be at the very least strange and probably very suspicious. He was caught in a trap. A situation that was already terribly bad was getting worse. He was on the verge of a seizure, his body writhing in pain. Everything was boiling inside him, and he realized that at any minute he could lose control of himself again. Itachi sat like that for hours, hiding under the bed in the Gryffindor living room. Dust and dirt covered his clothes, and the long sitting in the uncomfortable position made his whole body ache. But he didn't give up. He knew he had to be patient. He listened to every rustle, every sound going on in the living room, trying not to miss anything important. Itachi, as he pondered the situation, discovered a slight advantage in his predicament. Being under the bed made him an invisible observer, hidden from the eyes of the others. He could see exactly when the Gryffindors would start packing up to head to the vault. His location allowed him to keep an eye on them. Time stretched slowly and agonizingly, but as the night drew closer, Itachi could feel his supply of magic slowly returning. His body was slowly recovering and he could feel the power flowing through his veins again. All that's left is to take the pills, Itachi thought, feeling his internal organs as if begging for medical attention. The Gryffindor common room was in semi-darkness. The fire in the fireplace was almost out, casting bizarre shadows on the sleeping students. Itachi, still hiding under the bed, felt his patience reaching its limit. The hours stretched on endlessly, but he knew he had to wait for his time. He kept a close eye on what was happening in the living room, straining his hearing and vision, waiting for the right moment. And that moment finally came. When most of the Gryffindors had fallen into a deep sleep, with ONL. Why the occasional sigh breaking the silence, Itachi noticed three figures rising cautiously from the couches and armchairs. It was Harry, Ron, and Hermione, their faces, in the glow of the dim light, seeming both determined and frightened at the same time. They looked around, making sure no one could see them, and then quietly crept toward the living room exit. This is my chance, Itachi thought, his heart beating a little faster. He realized that he had to act quickly and precisely now, so he wouldn't lose sight of them. He gathered his last bit of strength, concentrated, and, in the blink of an eye, transformed back into a small, fluffy squirrel. He quickly and silently crawled out from under the bed and ran after the Gryffindors, trying not to make a sound. Itachi's squirrel watched three Gryffindors move silently toward the living room exit. But to his surprise, the figure of Neville Longbottom appeared right in their path. Neville seemed determined. "I won't let you in," he whispered, his voice trembling, but a light of stubbornness burning in his eyes. "I know you're up to something, and I won't let you do anything foolish. I'm ready to fight." Itachi's squirrel paused with his ears perked up. He realized that the situation now could develop unpredictably. Hermione seemed to be desperate. She looked at Neville with sadness and regret. "Neville, I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice full of sadness. And then, without waiting for a reply, she cast a spell. Petrificus Totalis. Neville instantly froze in place. His body collapsed like a rag doll, and he collapsed to the floor without making a sound. The Gryffindors, quickly recovering from their surprise, glanced around and hurried out of the living room, leaving Neville motionless on the floor. Itachi, not wasting a second, ran after them. His little paws flashed across the floor as he followed the Gryffindors into the hallway. When he reached the corner, he quickly hid behind a wall, making sure no one could see him. And then concentrated to regain his human form. The pain and weakness he had felt earlier was still with him, but now he had a chance to see what the Gryffindors were chatting about. He leaned against the wall, listening to their voices, trying to catch every word to see exactly what they were going to do. Next, he realized he had no time to waste, and had to act quickly and decisively. Itachi, listening to the Gryffindors' conversation, barely held back a surprised sigh. Had they mentioned that they were putting on the invisibility robe now? That was completely unexpected. Itachi knew that such artifacts existed, but he had never encountered them in person. He was extremely intrigued as to how they were going to sneak unnoticed into the vault with such an item at their disposal. Suddenly, Itachi had an idea. He decided to use his Sharingan to follow them. He turned to the corner the Gryffindors had just passed through and activated his dojutsu. His eyes filled with red The world around him began to seem clearer and his movements began to slow down. But the Sharingan showed nothing. Itachi was stunned. He had expected to see a silhouette under the cloak, or at least some hint of their presence. But his Sharingan was completely useless. Itachi realized that the magic of the invisibility cloak was far more powerful than he had imagined. He quickly turned away from the corner and deactivated his Sharingan, feeling slightly disappointed and at the same time respectful of the power of this artifact. He realized that he wouldn't be able to follow them in this form, as his powers were limited. But Itachi wasn't about to give up. He still knew where they were headed. He realized that if he followed them right away, they might spot him. He decided that he would give them a 5-minute head start, and only then follow them. That would give them enough time to go deeper into the vault, and at the same time, he would have a chance to avoid running nose to nose with them. Itachi leaned his back against the wall, waiting for time to pass. He mentally worked through his plan of action and gathered his strength. He realized that he needed to be ready for anything, after all. He didn't know what he would have to face in the vault. The time Itachi had given himself to wait was running out like sand through his fingers. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. The Gryffindors, armed with invisibility cloaks, had probably already reached their destination, and he had no right to be late. His target was the 3rd floor, where he knew the door leading to the 3-headed dog was located. Upon reaching the correct door, Itachi stopped abruptly, leaning his back against the wall to catch his breath. He listened to the sounds coming from behind the door. He heard heavy breathing and growling that could only belong to one creature, a 3-headed dog that someone had apparently woken up. He realized that he couldn't delay now, he had to act decisively. Itachi took a deep breath, gathering his strength, and without a second's hesitation, he swung the door open sharply, preparing for anything. And just at the same instant, a huge monster rushed at him from the dark room with a fierce snarl. 3 heads, crowned with razor-sharp fangs, were pointed straight at him. Huge paws covered with coarse fur were rapidly approaching. The dog was a threat, capable of tearing to pieces anyone who got in its way. Itachi, using his inhuman agility and speed, instantly dodged the first attack by making a swift leap to the side. He landed on his feet without wasting a second. His eyes immediately began scanning the room, looking for signs of the Gryffindor's presence. He took a quick look around the room, from corner to corner, his gaze sliding over every detail, looking for even a hint of their presence. But he saw no one. No footprints, no indication that Gryffindors were here. 2 possibilities arose that kept him on his toes. Either the 3-headed dog had swallowed them whole, which was highly unlikely, as there would be obvious traces of blood on its muzzle, or they had somehow managed to get past the monster without leaving any traces. Itachi, standing in front of the 3-headed dog, realized that he had no time for a pointless battle. He felt that every minute spent here was taking him further away from his goal. The Gryffindors might have already advanced far ahead, and he couldn't afford to waste precious energy on an unnecessary fight. His brain searched for a solution, and finally he decided to use his trump card, the Sharingan. He focused his gaze on the monster, his eyes filled with scarlet light. Black tomos swirled in their depths, creating a mesmerizing pattern. In the next instant, the consciousness of the 3-headed dog was captured in a mighty genjutsu. Itachi, like an artist, drew a picture in his mind, plunging him into a deep, peaceful sleep where there was no room for aggression and rage. The Doji seemed to struggle against the illusion, but his resistance was pointless. Like a marionette whose strings had been cut, he began to collapse, and, with a deafening rumble, collapsed to the floor. Itachi, without wasting a second, took advantage of the situation. He went to a hatch in the floor that appeared to lead further down, and with a little effort, opened it. It was pitch black below, the mouth of some unknown monster ready to devour anything that dared to descend. It was impossible to see anything in that darkness with normal eyesight, but Itachi was no ordinary person. He activated his Sharingan again, and his eyes, like bright flashlights, dispelled the darkness. His vision became like a telescope, penetrating through the darkness and allowing him to see everything that lurked below. Itachi saw long, snake-like vines swaying and stretching in the damp twilight below. Their dark green leaves and stems looked like the tentacles of some nightmarish creature. Itachi immediately recognized them as devil's snares, an insidious plant capable of strangling and consuming its victim. He knew of them from books and was prepared for this encounter. He didn't push his luck, and without wasting any time, he pulled out his wand, pointing it at the sinister plants. "Incendio," he said in a clear and confident voice, and a powerful stream of flame erupted from the tip of his wand. The tongues of fire, as if alive, greedily engulfed the devil's snares, forcing them to retreat and clearing a passage. The plants, engulfed in flames, wriggled and recoiled like frightened animals. Itachi jumped down without a second's hesitation, and landed softly on the ground. The fire, having consumed the devil's snares, went out, leaving behind only the smell of cinders and smoldering leaves. Continuing his journey through the labyrinth, Itachi came across the next room. A picture opened up before him that, at first glance, seemed absurd. The room was filled with hundreds of flying G-clues that swirled in the air like rabid insects. In the middle of the room, against the wall, was a broomstick leaning lonely against the wall. Near the other wall, a door could be seen, which was obviously the purpose of this ordeal. Itachi immediately realized the gist of what was happening. This was another test set up to prevent him from reaching his goal. Itachi didn't waste any time thinking about it. He activated his Sharingan, his eyes filled with scarlet light, and he began scanning the room, looking for that very key. His dojutsu-enhanced vision allowed him to see the smallest details that would normally escape the human eye. He quickly looked through all the flying keys, and his gaze stopped on one of them. It was an old and battered key, with a damaged wing that made its flight somewhat chaotic and awkward. This was the key he needed, he felt it intuitively. Itachi walked over to his broomstick, picked it up and settled on it like an experienced Quidditch player. He swung his leg and, gently pushing himself off the floor, lifted himself into the air. In the same second, all the keys, as if on cue, went berserk. They started pouncing on Itachi, trying to stop him from getting to the right key. The keys buzzed like an angry swarm of bees, and their sharp metal edges posed a real danger. Itachi was forced to dodge their attacks, maneuvering his broomstick through the air like an acrobat. He kept a close eye on the damaged key that was fluttering in the air, trying to find a way to grab it. The key flew unpredictably, but Itachi, thanks to his Sharingan, could anticipate its movements. He maneuvered between the keys, flying from side to side like a bird, dodging attacks and getting closer to his target. His eyes were focused only on the key. Soon Itachi, waiting for the right moment, accelerated sharply, broke through the tight formation of keys and extended his hand. His fingers closed around the cold metal and the key was in his hands. He quickly opened the door. Walking through the door, Itachi found himself in the next room. He expected to see another challenge, a trap, or perhaps even a confrontation with a dangerous creature, but what he saw made him stop for a moment. In the center of the room stood a huge chess table, the pieces on which were not made of wood or ivory, but of stone. And these pieces were alive. They moved as if obeying invisible commands. And near this table, right in the middle of the battlefield, stood the Gryffindors. Itachi lurked in the shadows, trying to remain unnoticed. He watched what was going on, trying to understand the situation. He saw Harry, Hermione, and Ron standing near the chess table as if preparing for a fight. Itachi, not being an expert chess player, still realized that something important was happening right now. He soon realized that the Gryffindors were actually playing chess against pieces that had been programmed to fight. Itachi had to admit that Ron was an excellent player. He watched his actions closely, noting his strategic thinking and ability to predict his opponent's moves. He watched Ron ponder each move as he tried to outsmart the stone chess pieces. He seemed to enjoy this complex and intense game. Time stretched slowly, and Itachi watched with bated breath. Finally, the Gryffindors managed to win, but the price of that victory was high. In order to win, they had sacrificed Ron. The stone figure Ron was attacked by gave him a hard blow to the head, throwing him to the floor. Itachi saw Ron slump to the ground, his body collapsing like a marionette's. Hermione and Harry, glancing over, didn't linger. They left Ron behind and hurried onward, toward their goal. After making sure that Harry and Hermione had already left the chess room, Itachi came out of his hiding place and approached Ron, who was lying motionless on the floor. He leaned over him and checked his pulse. His fingers fumbled for a faint but still present rhythm. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Ron, though hit hard on the head, was still alive. It was a small comfort. Itachi realized that he couldn't waste time giving Ron medical attention right now. He had to move on. He knew that if he lingered here, he might miss his chance. He examined Ron carefully once more, making sure he was breathing and that his heart was beating, albeit slowly. At least he wasn't in danger. Taking that into consideration, Itachi decided that Ron would be safe until he woke up. With those thoughts, he made his final decision. He couldn't delay any longer, he needed to move on. Itachi head opened the massive door and found himself in the next room, and the picture before his eyes made him freeze for a moment. In the center of the room, like an abandoned toy, a dead mountain troll lay on the stone floor. Its huge, lumbering body was unnaturally twisted, and its rough, wrinkled face was frozen in a grimace of pain. The troll looked like it had been struck down suddenly, without warning. Itachi eyed the troll's corpse, trying to figure out what had happened here. Had Harry and Hermione, those two young wizards, really been able to defeat such a giant? Itachi immediately dismissed the thought as completely illogical and impossible. He realized that it was unrealistic. He hadn't heard any sounds of battle when he was in the previous room, and besides, the troll looked like it had been lying there for quite some time. The body was stiffened, and it looked like it had been quite some time since he had died. That suggested that it wasn't the Gryffindors who had massacred this monster. Itachi moved his gaze further away, not wanting to waste any more time. His attention was drawn to the next passage, a door that led deep into the vault, and just at that very moment, the door suddenly burst into flames. Huge tongues of flame, like invisible hands, engulfed it entirely, turning it into a barrier of fire. Itachi frowned, his face becoming serious and focused. Now he finally realized that the Gryffindors must have reached the last room and the final test was waiting for them, and something told him that they were in great danger. Itachi, standing in front of the blazing door, strained his hearing. He could hear voices coming from behind the fire barrier. It was the Gryffindors. He realized that they had already reached the last room and were apparently solving another puzzle. He heard Hermione talking about some kind of potions challenge. She was explaining something to Harry, and it became clear to Itachi that they were now in the process of choosing between different vessels, each of which could lead to different consequences. Itachi then heard Hermione say that she would go back for Ron and write to Dumbledore. About time, Itachi's thought flashed through his mind. Couldn't you have done that right away? He was amazed at the naivety of these Gryffindors, throwing themselves into such dangerous adventures without thinking of the consequences at all. Hermione told Harry to keep walking and that she would catch up with him soon. Itachi realized that now was his chance to go unnoticed. He quickly and silently hid at the dead troll's crotch. Itachi realized as soon as he ducked into his makeshift hiding place. The troll's crotch stank. The odor was disgusting, a mixture of rot, sweat, and something else indescribable that made him sick to his stomach. It was an odor of death, decay, and uncleanliness that seemed to permeate every pore. Itachi, accustomed to cleanliness and order, felt his nose turn up at this suffocating stench, but he couldn't afford a single gesture of disgust. He needed to remain unnoticed, even if it meant hiding in such a horrible place. He tried not to breathe too deeply and to hold back the gagging that was coming up his throat. Soon he heard Hermione's quick footsteps tapping on the stone floor. She, unaware of his presence, ran past him, heading back to Ron. Happy to leave the troll's stinking crotch, Itachi straightened up with relief. Breathing in a breath of fresh air, he could feel the disgusting stench slowly receding, and it gave him the strength to move on. He walked through the potions room, trying not to linger and ignore the strange vessels on the table. He needed to hurry, for he felt time was running out. And at last he saw a light ahead. He stepped out of the gloomy corridor and found himself in the last room. Itachi immediately froze when he saw what was happening. In the center of the room stood a huge mirror, and near it stood Professor Quirrell and Harry Potter. Itachi felt a chill run down his spine. But Snape tried to kill me. No. I was trying to kill you. A few more seconds and I would have thrown you off the broom. I would have done it sooner if Snape hadn't muttered his Counterspells to me. He was saving you, you see. Saving me. Well, of course he was, Strauss said indifferently. What a great waste of time and energy. I'm going to kill you now anyway. Strawn snapped his fingers. Ropes were woven out of thin air and wrapped tightly around Harry. Itachi, trying not to miss a word, continued to listen to Quirrell's conversation. He heard the professor, sighing irritably, speak again. That damned stone is in here somewhere. Quirrell growled, his voice full of anger and impatience. Dumbledore and his riddles are just disgusting. I don't know why he made it so complicated. Itachi frowned, realizing that Quirrell was talking about the Philosopher's Stone. So he was almost there. Suddenly, to Itachi's surprise, a second voice came out of nowhere, harsh and ominous. Harry Potter, the unknown man hissed like a snake. I want to talk to you. Itachi froze for a moment, trying to realize who it was speaking. The voice was completely unfamiliar to him. But he sensed something sinister and frightening about it. The tension in the room was building with each passing second. Itachi, watching what was happening, felt his heart beating harder and harder. He saw Quirrell, as if he had lost control of himself, begin to tremble and frantically pull the turban off his head. And then, Itachi saw something that sent a chill running through his body. On the back of Quirrell's head, instead of hair and skin, was a horrible face, pale, snake-like, with slits instead of nostrils and red eyes full of madness. It was the same face Edic I had seen in the Forbidden Forest when he had first encountered that very teacher. It was Voldemort. Voldemort leaned against the back of Quirrell's head and looked at Harry, and an inhuman fire flashed in his eyes. Harry Potter, Voldemort hissed, his voice full of hatred and malice. I have waited so long for this meeting. Itachi felt a shiver run through his body. That weakling Quirrell, Voldemort began, looking at the professor with disdain, so foolishly allowed me to gain a new body. Now he is my pathetic receptacle. Voldemort turned to Harry, and there was something like regret in his voice. Not long ago, after our last encounter with you, I realized that I could not return to my former body. I was only a shadow, a ghost. I clung to life as best I could until I found this coward. Who was weak enough to succumb to my influence. Now I'm forced to share my existence with this wretch. It's humiliating, but for now it's the only thing I can afford. So, Harry, he hissed, what do you see in that mirror? What was so important that you discerned there that made you stand in front of it for so long? Voldemort tilted his head like a snake preparing to lunge. Tell me what you see, and perhaps I won't hurt you too much. Harry, frightened and confused, didn't answer right away. He shifted his gaze from Quirrell to Voldemort, trying to figure out what was going on. He couldn't believe this was all really happening. Finally, gathering his wits, he said, I see myself holding the faculty cup. Voldemort froze for a moment, clearly not expecting this turn of events. The faculty cup, he hissed, a look of bewilderment and suspicion on his face. What kind of nonsense are you talking about, boy? Harry continued, trying to speak as confidently as possible. Yes, I see him glittering like gold. And all my friends are around him and they're cheering and smiling. He hoped that Voldemort would be puzzled by such a vision, and that it would give him a chance. Voldemort tilted his head to the side, like a snake contemplating its prey. He clearly didn't understand how the faculty goblet could be connected to the Philosopher's Stone. Are you saying that in that mirror you see only your foolish dreams? He hissed, contempt evident in his voice. Are you trying to trick me, Potter? Do you think I'm stupid enough to believe that nonsense? Quirrell, like a marionette, stood motionless, waiting for orders. He shifted his gaze from Harry to Voldemort, not realizing what was happening. Voldemort, sensing he was being tricked, began to lose patience. Enough of these games, he hissed, you're not telling the truth. You have the stone, I know it. Voldemort, his face contorted with anger, squinted his eyes, piercing Harry with a look of his snake eyes. Stop lying, Potter, he hissed. I can feel it. I can feel the stone burning in your pocket. His voice was full of rage and the room became unbearably hot. Quirrell, kill him. Quirrell moved forward like a marionette, his hand reaching for Harry. He was ready to do his master's bidding, but as his fingers touched Harry's skin, Quirrell let out an agonized scream. Fire, as if out of nowhere, erupted on his hands. eating the skin down to the flesh. Quirrell jerked his hands away, yelping in pain, and looked at his burned palms in horror. At the same instant, Harry shrieked with a sharp headache. His brain felt like it had been pierced by 1,000 needles. He clutched his temples with his hands and fell to his knees, unable to bear the agony. His eyes were burning and his ears were ringing. He understood nothing. Voldemort, fueled by anger and powerlessness, hissed out, "Quirrell, you are good for nothing. Use the spell. Kill him, now." He was willing to do anything to gain possession of the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell, shuddering in pain and obeying his master, raised his wand, his hand trembling. It was at this moment, when Quirrell was ready to cast a deadly spell, that Itachi decided to act. He could no longer remain in the shadows, watching what was happening. He sprang from his hiding place with lightning speed and delivered a crushing knee strike to Quirrell's torso. The blow was so hard that Quirrell flew aside, crashing into the stone wall. His body shuddered in pain and his wand fell out of his hand. Itachi quickly looked back at Harry. He saw that the boy was still suffering from a headache and was completely unable to help himself right now. Itachi realized that he didn't have much time. He needed to deal with Voldemort quickly, before he had time to come to his senses, or push Quirrell to do something new. He clenched his fists, preparing for battle. He knew it would not be an easy battle, but he was determined to protect Harry and prevent Voldemort from getting hold of the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell, recovering from the crushing blow, struggled to his feet, pressing his hand to his bruised side. His eyes, full of pain and rage, darted to his attacker. And he froze, recognizing him as Itachi. You, Quirrell wheezed, his voice full of hatred and amazement. Itachi, keeping his eyes on Quirrell and Voldemort, replied calmly and confidently. "Yes, that's me." Voldemort, whose snake-like face was frozen in an expression of calculating brooding, studied Itachi carefully. He realized that Quirrell, battered and frightened, was completely useless in the current situation. Fury gave way to cunning, and Voldemort's voice took on a flattering note. "I am impressed. Your skills, they are not often seen. I see potential in you that surpasses most. You are no ordinary wizard, you are more than that." He paused, watching Itachi's reaction, trying to read his thoughts. "Why would you waste your time and energy defending these useless weaklings?" Voldemort continued, a touch of irony in his voice. "Dumbledore and his minions are but an obstacle on the path to greatness. You see how weak and naive they are." Voldemort took another step forward, and his voice became velvety and seductive, like a promise of sin. "I suggest you stay out of my way. Step aside, and I will forget your interference. What's more, I'm offering you something more." He tilted his head, and his red eyes seemed to glow even brighter. "I offer you a place among my followers. Become one of my cronies, and you will gain powers you dare not dream of. You will not just be a mage, you will be a ruler. Title, power, unlimited possibilities, it will all be in your hands. Imagine the world we could create together. We will be feared and respected. You will be one of the chosen." Voldemort spoke slowly and persuasively, as if hypnotizing Itachi. He was trying to hurt his pride, bribe his lust for power and win him over to his side. He thought the offer was so tempting that Itachi wouldn't be able to refuse him. He was sure that the man in front of him was a man who could appreciate true power, and that he would not pass up such an opportunity. He waited for a response. Itachi thought for a moment, as if considering Voldemort's offer from every angle. "No," he said, his voice sounding calm and steady, but at the same time, there was an unassailable confidence in it. "I will not join you. Your methods are vile, and your power is but a sham." Voldemort's face contorted, an expression of uncontrollable rage creeping across it. Like a snake whose lair had been disturbed, he hissed, his voice shaking with rage. "How dare you, boy! You will regret those words. You will regret refusing my offer." Voldemort clenched his fists, barely restraining himself from unleashing his full might on Itachi. "You think you're special," he hissed, his voice becoming even more sinister. "You think you can stand up to me? You're wrong. Once I'm done with you, I'll show you what true power means. I will personally make sure that you suffer." Then, his voice grew even colder, a threat in it that sent a chill running down Itachi's spine. "You first." Voldemort whispered, his eyes like two red coals burning with hatred, and then I will find your friends. I will make them beg for mercy, and they will realize the mistake they made in siding with you. I will make them see you suffer, and they will know what it means to fear me. But Voldemort didn't stop there. It was as if he relished the opportunity to instill terror in Itachi. And then, he continued, his voice turning into an icy whisper, I will go to your parents. And they, too, will know the pain you've caused me. They will beg for death, and it will be my eternal damnation too. Them. Voldemort fell silent, letting his words penetrate Itachi's mind, hoping that he would be frightened and retreat. But all he saw in Itachi's eyes was calmness and determination. This infuriated him even more. Itachi took a fighting stance and pushed all extraneous thoughts away, concentrating fully on the upcoming battle. His mind was like a lake, reflecting every movement of his opponent. Every detail of his surroundings. He remembered the moment when Quirrell's hands had touched Harry, and the pain had pierced the professor's body, leaving burns on his skin. A faint, barely perceptible, grateful smile touched his lips. He realized that the magic surrounding Harry served as a shield of sorts, protecting him from evil. And that was probably the only reason why his plan hadn't failed miserably. He looked at Quirrell carefully. His hands were not hands now, but charred debris, exuding a faint but palpable heat. He realized that in such a state, Quirrell would be unable to not only hold his wand, but even think normally. It made him practically useless in the coming battle, depriving Voldemort of his footing in the body with which he could conjure. Itachi's gaze then slid to Harry. The boy was unconscious, his body shuddering with a massive headache. He was out of action, posing no threat or support. This meant that the battle now would become a one-on-one battle. A clash of his skill against Voldemort's might. Itachi analyzed the situation and concluded that his chances of victory were great. Voldemort, though powerful, could not fully utilize his magic right now. He was chained to Quirrell's body, which was in a disgusting state. This created a unique opportunity for Itachi that he couldn't miss. It was at this moment that Itachi pulled out his wand. His hand moved smoothly but clearly, like a skilled swordsman raising his blade. He took his time, giving himself time to focus, feeling the power flowing through his veins, ready to unleash at any moment. He was ready for battle, and his resolve was unwavering. Voldemort, watching Itachi take up a fighting stance, was wary for a moment. He sensed the boy's confidence, and it made him slightly uneasy. He realized that he was extremely vulnerable at the moment. His body was chained to Quirrell's burned and mangled body, making his wizarding abilities extremely limited. He could not move as he would have liked, and his strength was overwhelmed by the weakness of his receptacle. Voldemort realized that in direct confrontation he was unlikely to be able to overpower even this lowlife, as he called Itachi to himself. He was too weakened, and his magic was essentially trapped in Quirrell's damaged body. So he decided to resort to the wandless magic he had mastered to perfection during his years of dark reign. It was his only chance, his last trump card. Voldemort concentrated, gathering all of his remaining power. He began weaving a spell, concentrating his will and anger, preparing to unleash his full power on Itachi. He already imagined the boy squirming in pain, but at the very moment he was ready to strike, Itachi attacked first. The boy was too fast. Voldemort had not expected such a swift attack. The space between them was extremely small, and dodging the first attack was impossible. Itachi, like lightning, unleashed a barrage of spells at him, each one hitting its target. Voldemort didn't even have time to form a defense spell, let alone strike back. Voldemort realized that he had made a mistake by underestimating his opponent. He had been overconfident, and now, that overconfidence could cost him his life. Quirrell, though severely weakened, still managed to dodge several of Itachi's blows. But they were only brief, desperate attempts, and each such maneuver exhausted him more and more. At first it felt like a beating, merciless and useless to Voldemort, but he didn't give up. A plan matured in his mind, desperate and risky, but the only one that could succeed in such a cramped space. Voldemort, dodging Itachi's attacks, began to slowly but methodically circle him, taking advantage of the limited space. The room they were fighting in was small, making Voldemort's maneuvers a kaleidoscope of evasions and swift movements. Itachi, for his part, tried to hold the initiative and strike preemptively, but Voldemort, like a predator waiting for the moment, backed away. Not engaging in a direct confrontation. Every move, every evasion was carefully thought out, calculated to use the space against Itachi. When Itachi launched another spell aimed at Voldemort, he ducked without thinking. And the impact of the spell bounced off the wall behind which the mirror hung. The sound of the blow and the crack of shattering glass echoed in the narrow room. That moment was decisive. Voldemort realized that his plan was working. Voldemort, like a cunning spider weaving its web, carefully covered the reflective surface of the mirror with his body from Itachi's view. He moved methodically, diverting the young wizard's attention to himself while forcing him to concentrate on the fight. He was well aware that in open combat, in his current state, he was doomed to defeat. His only chance was to use psychological subterfuge, and the mirror was the perfect tool for him. His plan was based on a knowledge of human nature, on curiosity and a thirst, at times, to see his deepest dreams. The mirror of Einelege, which was rumored to reveal the deepest desires of the soul, was the perfect bait. Voldemort was counting on the fact that at some point, while fighting and maneuvering, Itachi would give in to temptation and look into the mirror. He assumed that what he saw would cause him to freeze for a moment, immersed in his reverie. In that moment of hesitation, with Itachi's gaze fixed on his reflection and his mind immersed in a world of illusion, Voldemort planned to strike. He foresaw that as soon as the next spell fired by Itachi bounced off the mirror, the illusion would immediately shatter. Itachi, abruptly returned from the dream world to reality, would be disoriented. He would lose his concentration and balance, even if only for a fraction of a second. It was that split second, that hesitation that was enough for Voldemort to attack him. He planned to use his remaining strength to lunge at Itachi, trying to knock the wand out of his hands and send it as far away as possible, thus depriving the young wizard of his main weapon. He realized that without the wand, Itachi would be practically defenseless, and then Voldemort could either kill him. Voldemort's plan worked perfectly. Itachi, fighting and maneuvering, still gave in to curiosity and cast a fleeting glance at the mirror. He saw his deepest desires there, and for a moment he froze, immersed in his reverie. In the same instant, as intended, his spell bounced off the mirror surface, shattering it into tiny shards. Itachi, torn from his fantasy, was disoriented for a moment, and that was enough for Voldemort. With inhuman strength, he attacked with lightning speed, snatched the wand from his hand and immediately threw it far back, out of reach. He then pressed his entire body against Itachi's lean body, toppling him to the floor. Voldemort now lay on top of him, pinning the young wizard to the ground, and began to strangle him, clutching his neck with his slender fingers. Itachi fought back desperately, clawing and trying to throw Voldemort's heavy body off of him, but his attempts were futile. Voldemort was too strong, and his grip was getting tighter by the second. Itachi began to turn blue, and his breathing became more and more intermittent. At that moment, struggling for every breath of air, Itachi's hand fumbled for Harry's body nearby. Instantly, a thought flashed through Itachi's mind. Gathering the last of his strength, he grabbed Harry's hand and pulled it toward Quirrell's face with a tremendous effort. He knew Harry's touch hurt, and he hoped it would give him a chance to break free of Voldemort's dead grip. Yes, Harry's touch had worked. Voldemort, whose face was almost right up to the boy's arm, cried out in piercing, burning pain. His grip loosened, and he reflexively let go of Itachi, recoiling from Harry as if from red-hot metal. That mistake, caused by the pain, proved fatal to him. Itachi, having gained his freedom, immediately seized the moment. Gathering the rest of his strength, he raised his leg sharply and delivered a crushing blow to Quirrell's face. The blow was so hard that Quirrell, off balance, collapsed to the floor, hitting the back of his head on the stone surface. Without wasting a second, Itachi, realizing that he couldn't let Voldemort come to his senses, immediately pounced on him. He pinned Voldemort to the ground, keeping him immobilized. First, he used Harry's hand again, putting it to Quirrell's mangled face, causing Voldemort excruciating pain, making him scream and squirm. Then, without giving him a chance to regain consciousness, Itachi began striking Quirrell's burned face with his fists. He struck again and again, not paying attention to how his hands were covered in bruises and abrasions. Itachi realized that now was his chance to end this once and for all, and he wasn't going to let it go. Voldemort, in the moment of realizing that he had lost, that this boy had broken him, went into an indescribable rage. He realized that defeat was imminent, and that he could no longer remain in this tortured, suffering body. With a desperate scream, full of anger and powerlessness, he began to release himself from Quirrell's body. The black haze swirled around him like a snake, gathering into a dark, shimmering ball, and then, with a sharp pop, it burst from the professor's body and soared upward toward the ceiling. He, like a ghost, quickly moved to the other side of the room, and then vanished into thin air. At the last moment, his voice echoed in Itachi's mind, full of hatred and a promise of revenge. "You'll pay for this yet, boy," Voldemort hissed, his voice echoing in the empty room. "I will never forget this humiliation. I will return, and you will suffer as no one has ever suffered before." Itachi, noticing the black haze with Voldemort's body rising towards the ceiling, tried to attack him, but his body betrayed him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his legs gave out. He fell to his knees, gasping and spitting blood. His eyes began to blur and he could barely make out his surroundings. He realized that he had missed the moment, that his body was weaker and more vulnerable than ever. And, of course, he realized that Voldemort had flown away. Itachi, through the shroud of pain, realized that he had failed. He had failed to kill Voldemort, he had only delayed his return. That thought weighed heavily on his shoulders. He had failed in his mission, he had allowed evil to break free. Gathering his last strength, Itachi, with difficulty, began groping Harry's body, trying to find the Philosopher's Stone. His fingers trembled and his breathing was ragged, but he didn't give up. Finally, he fumbled for a cold, hard object, the stone. His heart filled with a faint sense of relief. At least it was salvageable, he had accomplished at least some part of his mission. Then, he shifted his gaze uneasily to Quirrell. What he saw was horrible. The professor's face was turned into a bloody mess, disfigured beyond recognition. It was obvious that he was dead, and that this was the end of his worthless life. Itachi felt his strength finally leaving him, but he tried to hold on. Realizing that he had to somehow get out of this place and report what had happened. But it wasn't that important anymore, because now his body needed urgent medical attention. Itachi, barely containing the pain, quickly checked on Harry. He made sure that the boy was breathing, though unconscious, and that he was generally alive. That reassured him a little, but time was woefully short. He needed to get out of this place as soon as possible before anyone came and saw him, much less his connection to this place. He knew he didn't need to be seen here. He walked, leaning against the walls and trying not to stumble. He realized that every second counted, and that he needed to get to a safe place where he could catch his breath and tend to his wounds. He struggled through the corridors and stairs, his breathing heavy and intermittent, but he didn't give up. Itachi barely made it to the exit of the dungeons. He looked around, making sure no one was around, and slipped outside into the silence of the night. Itachi, exhausted from the battle and his wounds, dragged his feet with difficulty through the endless corridors of Hogwarts, heading for the 8th floor. Each step felt like a heavy burden, his muscles burning, and the wounds he had received in the battle with Voldemort throbbed with infernal pain. His head was buzzing and dizzy, and his vision was blurring with each passing second. He realized that his condition would not allow him to simply walk past the picture lady guarding the entrance to Slytherin's sitting room. Any attempt to explain his current appearance would sound implausible and raise a host of uncomfortable questions that he had neither the energy nor the desire to answer. It was simply unrealistic to pass unnoticed into the dormitory. But the way to the 8th floor, where he hoped to find the saving room, was also fraught with danger. He could run into Filch at any moment, the vigilant and suspicious housekeeper. Who wouldn't mind reporting him to Professor McGonagall for wandering the corridors at such a late hour? And the professor herself could have shown up at any moment, her keen eye certain to notice his unhealthy appearance. Nor could he forget about the ghosts of Hogwarts, who were known to like wandering around the castle in search of entertainment. In his current state, he risked running into their taunts and questioning, which he simply couldn't handle. Besides, he realized that in such a state he might not make it to the room of requirement, having exhausted himself in the endless corridors and passing out halfway there. His strength was rapidly draining away from him. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and his body felt unsteady and woozy. He could no longer control his movements, and his breathing became intermittent and heavy. Itachi felt his body lose its balance and he began to fall down towards the cold stone floor. The battle with Voldemort had drained him of all his juices. The unabsorbed medication he had to take immediately after the fight, and the debilitating hunger since he hadn't eaten anything since morning, and the overuse of transfiguration had only exacerbated his condition, pushing him to his limits. But before he could touch the hard floor, he felt someone's soft hands pick him up. The hands were warm and gentle, and for a moment Itachi felt relieved. Before he could be surprised or frightened, the world around him began to blur and darken. The sounds faded and his consciousness left him, and he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, completely at the mercy of fate and whoever had caught him. Before you is the penultimate chapter of Itachi's first year at Hogwarts. I consider Voldemort a very strong opponent and he would have killed Potter without his mother's protection. Itachi is not op. If you read carefully you will see that I tried to weaken him as much as possible before meeting Voldemort and I didn't make him up as I went along. TB was in the early chapters and the instability in the Forbidden Forest chapters. I also showed that Itachi is not fully formed and his basic magic is unstable. Itachi is only 11 years old and D could only practice magic when he got his wand, not the ninja where clan techniques are given out at 4. Quirrell on the other hand is an experienced mage and surpasses Itachi in physical strength as an adult. So I have to remove Quirrell's hands and give Voldemort his moment of glory, his poke. Because the movies show him as an idiot, and I don't believe an idiot can keep Britain in fear for 11 years. Itachi slowly began to come back to reality, as if surfacing from the depths of a dark well. His eyelids fluttered open, resisting the dim light coming through the slits. When he was finally able to open his eyes, he was immediately pierced by a stabbing pain, like sharp needles piercing his entire body. From the top of his head to the tips of his fingers, every muscle and joint protested the slightest movement, as if they had been torn apart and then sewn together with careless stitches. My throat was particularly sore. It felt as if invisible hands were squeezing it, preventing I am from taking a breath or swallowing saliva. The muscles in his neck were tense and his throat was sore, reminding him of that terrible moment when Voldemort had pressed his whole body against him and D tried to take his life by squeezing his throat with his thin but strong fingers. The wounds from his battle with Voldemort throbbed and burned, reminding him of the brutal fight that had left him on the brink of life and death. His head was splitting apart as if a hurricane was raging inside it, and it took him a moment to finally come to his senses and remember everything that had happened. With each slow and careful breath he took, his consciousness cleared as if the hazy fog was dissipating under the sun's rays. Itachi tried to move, but his body responded with an intense aching pain, as if he were made of nothing but bruises, bumps, and cuts. He tried not to make any sudden movements so as not to aggravate his pain. Slowly and carefully, he began to rise, leaning on his hands, feeling every cell in his body protesting the action. When his vision finally cleared, Itachi was able to look around, paying attention to every little detail, trying to figure out where he was. The room he found himself in was familiar to him. It was the ransom room, which took on the appearance of a cozy, spacious bedroom. It had all the things necessary for a comfortable rest, a comfortable bed covered with a soft blanket, a bookcase filled with various volumes, and several armchairs arranged by the fireplace, which created a warm and peaceful atmosphere in the room. The light from the fireplace, shimmering with warm tongues of flame, illuminated the room, calming his mind and making him feel safe. Itachi realized that he was finally relatively safe, and that his wounds would soon begin to heal. With sleepy and not yet fully awake eyes, Itachi ran his gaze around the room again, his gaze sliding from one object to another until he latched onto one of the chairs in the corner of the room. There, curled up, Theodore was sleeping peacefully, his head tilted to the side and clutching a book tightly in his hands. Itachi took a closer look at the book with a slight frown. It was a plain white book without any decorations, just a small title printed in a neat font. First Aid. The book was obviously used, as its corners were slightly bent and small bookmarks were visible between the pages, indicating that Theodore had read it until the very last moment. Itachi realized that Theodore was obviously here for a reason, and that he was clearly involved in his current condition. Itachi replayed in his mind the last moments before his consciousness finally left him. He remembered the feeling of soft arms that had picked him up, preventing him from falling to the cold floor. A warm feeling of gratitude arose in his chest. He couldn't help but smile at the gesture, even if only slightly. It was a smile of appreciation that he wasn't left lying on the floor, alone and in pain. Deciding to test his strength, Itachi cautiously tried to take a step. He didn't want to look weak, and tried to stay upright, but underestimating the extent of his exhaustion, he immediately lost his balance and collapsed to the floor with a slight groan. His legs went to the ground. An unexpected sound, like a slight groan, but more like something between an exhalation and a blow, snapped Theodore out of his slumber. His eyelids fluttered open, and he blinked like an awakened groundhog, trying to realize what was happening. His eyes were still sleepy, red and moist, and his gaze roamed the room, unable to focus on anything in particular. His hair was disheveled, as if he'd been fighting it all night, and on his chin, like a thin thread, stretched a barely visible trickle of saliva. Had escaped from the corner of his mouth during sleep. He looked rather amused, like a small, lost child. Theodore shook his head a few times, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep, and only Hen was he finally able to focus his gaze on Itachi lying on the floor. Theodore, seeing Itachi lying on the floor, felt as if he had woken up from an obsession. All vestiges of sleep instantly vanished, and his eyes widened in amazement. Without a second thought, and before he could even realize it, Theodore ran up to Itachi with lightning speed and hugged him tightly. His embrace was so strong that Itachi, still weak, gasped slightly. Theodore, cradling him against him, began to cry, his voice shaking from the emotions overwhelming him. "Itachi, you're alive, he repeated through his tears, as if he couldn't believe his happiness. "I was so scared, I was so worried, you have no idea how scared you made me, how you made me worry," he continued, sobbing, not letting Itachi out of his embrace. His crying was genuine and emotional. He was like a child who had found his lost toy. In his voice, he could hear both joy that Itachi was alive and fear at what might have happened to him. Theodore couldn't seem to get enough of talking, expressing all of his feelings that had built up in him over time. Itachi felt slightly awkward. He was slightly embarrassed, feeling like a child caught in the arms of a loving mother. Gathering his thoughts, Itachi, trying to speak calmly and evenly, replied to Theodore. "Theodore, it's okay. I'm really fine. You have nothing to worry about." He tried to pull away from him, but Theodore only squeezed him tighter in his arms as he continued to sob. However, Itachi's words didn't have the desired effect. On the contrary, Theodore's face became darker than a cloud. His eyebrows furrowed and his lips pressed into a thin line. He pulled away from Itachi, looking at him with an angry yet hurt look. His eyes, which had been full of tears just a second ago, were now filled with anger. "How can I not care?" Theodore hissed, his voice shaking with indignation. "How can you tell me everything is fine when I found you all sweaty, with a face paler than Snape's? You had minor wounds on you and huge bruises near your neck. And then when you lay unconscious for 2 whole days, you tell me I have nothing to worry about." Theodore's voice gradually became louder, and rage resounded in it. "I didn't know what to do," he continued, his voice close to a scream. "I was in a panic. I reread the whole damn first aid book and I just prayed you'd wake up." He fell silent, breathing heavily, and his gaze, full of desperation, was fixed on Itachi. He was truly scared for his life and couldn't understand how Itachi could react so calmly to what had happened. After he found Itachi, exhausted and scarred, in the hallway and dragged him to the ransom room. Immediately after he laid Itachi on the bed, Theodore sprang into action. He carefully examined his body, taking care not to cause pain, and found wounds, abrasions and bruises, as well as horrible marks around his neck. Wasting no time, Theodore went in search of everything he needed for first aid. In Itachi's room, he found a small chest with a supply of various healing potions, bandages, and ointments. Theodore acted quickly and carefully, trying not to mock fuss or aggravate Itachi's condition. He gently cleaned Itachi's wounds, treated them with healing ointments, and carefully bandaged them with clean bandages. Theodore paid special attention to the bruises on Itachi's neck, trying to ease his pain and prevent possible complications. He fed him various healing potions he had found in his chest, which he believed would help Itachi recover sooner. All the while, Theodore never left Itachi's side, constantly monitoring his condition. He reread the first aid book he had brought with him, trying to learn as much as he could about how to give him the help he needed. He changed bandages, gave Itachi potions, and wiped his forehead with a damp cloth, hoping he would come to his senses sooner. Itachi, listening to Theodore's angry yet frightened tirade, realized that he had indeed made a mistake. His attempt to calm Theodore down by telling him he was fine was not only unconvincing, but frankly a display of callousness. The realization of his own stupidity filled him with shame. He felt the blood rush to his cheeks, and he felt embarrassed. He looked away from Theodore, unable to look him straight in the eye. His usually calm and confident gaze faded, and he looked like a delinquent boy caught in the act. He knew his behavior was wrong, and he felt guilty for making Theodore feel so bad. Embarrassed, he lowered his head and spoke softly, almost in a whisper. "Theodore, I didn't mean to make you feel so bad. I'm sorry." His voice sounded guilty and sincere. He realized that his words wouldn't change what had already happened. He was truly sorry for making his friend worry about him. Theodore gradually began to calm down. The tears that were still recently streaming down his cheeks had dried up and his breathing became more even. He looked at Itachi, who was sitting with his head down, and realized that his friend, as strong and unshakable as he seemed, needed his support right now. Theodore walked over to Itachi and gingerly helped him back onto the bed, adjusting the pillow behind his back. He made sure he made him comfortable, and only then let him go. Theodore sat down in the chair across from him without a word, resting his elbows on his knees and locking his hands together. There was silence in the room, broken only by the crackling of the wood in the fireplace. They sat like that, silent, unmoving, and the tension in the air was almost palpable. It must have been about 5 minutes when Theodore finally broke the silence. His voice, though calmer, still sounded firm and adamant. "Itachi," he said, looking directly at his friend. His gaze was serious and demanding, and there was not an ounce of humor or gentleness in it. "Now you're going to explain to me what happened. And I don't accept excuses." His tone was so harsh and uncompromising that Itachi realized this was not a request, it was an order, and he had no choice. Theodore expected him to give a full account of what had happened. And he wasn't going to settle for excuses or half-truths. Itachi, after listening to Theodore's demand to start from the beginning, sighed, gathering his thoughts. He realized that he would have to tell everything as it happened, even the details he wanted to leave out. He looked at Theodore, his face was tense, and Itachi realized that this story was not going to be easy. "All right," Itachi said, his voice was quiet but firm. "After the exams, I went to the Forbidden Forest. Was heading there when I noticed Hagrid and 3 Gryffindors walking somewhere with him. I decided to listen to what they were talking about, and that's where I found out that the stone was going to be stolen today." He grinned, shaking his head ironically. "They were overconfident, and I didn't pay much attention to it at first. But I have to admit that they surprised me later. I noticed that they had somehow obtained an invisibility cloak." He hummed quietly, remembering that moment. "I started following them," Itachi continued, his voice becoming more serious. "I went through Cerberus like they did. I put him to sleep with a single spell. After that I encountered the devil's snares, and there I use another spell that helped me get through them quickly. After them, I was forced to catch flying keys." Itachi fell silent, remembering the next challenge. "Then there was chess, and here I have to admit, Ron really surprised me. He played just brilliantly, and I watched him with bated breath. He sacrificed himself so that Harry and Hermione could get through. He was brilliant, he really was." Ron fell flat, and Harry and Hermione went on. Itachi continued his story, his voice growing quieter. "The next door was a dead troll. Quirrell had left him there just in case, but I found him dead there already. I waited for the Gryffindors to pass the potions test. And finally, I reached the room with the mirror. At that moment, Itachi felt his throat stiffen in pain. It was hard for him to speak, and he coughed, trying to clear his throat. Theodore, noticing his distress, immediately jumped up, poured him a glass of water and held it out to Itachi. Itachi gratefully accepted the water, took a few sips, and felt the pain recede a bit. He nodded gratefully to Theodore and continued his story. Itachi, choosing his words, continued his story. I noticed that the back of Quirrell's head was hiding Voldemort. Exhausted but still dangerous, I watched Quirrell and Harry from behind a hidden corner. When Quirrell started to act up, I realized this was my chance. I immediately attacked him, targeting whatever would be weakest. Itachi fell silent, looking down at his hands. He didn't elaborate on his wounds, but expressively pointed a finger at himself. It was as if he was saying, "Look at me. These are the consequences of this decision of mine. This is what my attempt to stop Voldemort turned into." Theodore, immersed in his thoughts, listened silently to Itachi's story, absorbing every word. His face remained serious and tense, but his eyes read surprise, admiration, and concern. He never once interrupted Itachi, allowing him to speak his mind and share everything that was on his mind. There was a full minute of silence before Theodore spoke, his voice quiet but thoughtful. "So it turns out you won after all?" he asked, looking directly into Itachi's eyes. "Because if you hadn't, you'd be dead by now. And if you had just managed to escape, Voldemort would have made himself known in those 2 days, and we would have known about it long ago." There was hope in his voice, as if he wanted to convince both himself and Itachi that everything had ended well. Itachi, listening to Theodore's speculation, shook his head, denying his words. "No, Theodore, I didn't win," he uttered, his voice full of disappointment. "I killed Quirrell, it is true, but Voldemort escaped. I only prevented his immediate return, but I did not destroy him. He is still at large, and he will try to return again." He paused, and added, "At that moment my wounds were too serious, and I could not pursue him. I was exhausted and weakened, and chasing him, in that condition, would have been suicide." There was bitterness in his voice at not being able to finish what he had started. Theodore, after hearing Itachi say that Voldemort was still at large, jumped up abruptly from his chair as if he had been electrocuted. He grabbed his hair with his hands, his eyes wide with horror. "What? Escaped? Does that mean he could come back at any moment?" he exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. "What about the Philosopher's Stone? Is it safe? Did it also leave with him?" Panic sounded in his voice. Itachi, looking at Theodore's reaction, calmly replied, trying to reassure him. "The Philosopher's Stone is fine, Theodore," he said, his voice steady and confident. "He's safe. He didn't leave with Voldemort. He's in Potter's pocket. I left him there." Itachi, seeing that Theodore still seemed to be trying to digest the information he had received, decided to change the subject and ask his own question. "What about Potter and his friends?" he asked, his voice sounding calm and steady. "Is there any news about them? Are they all right?" He waited for Theodore's answer, hoping that nothing had happened to the boys. Theodore, calming down a bit but still looking worried, nodded. "Yes, there is news. Dumbledore recently announced what happened," he replied, trying to speak more calmly. "He revealed that Harry, Ron and Hermione were able to stop Quirrell in the dungeons by preventing him from stealing the stone. He said that Harry was the hero who defeated Quirrell." Theodore answered Itachi after a bit of silence, and there was some doubt in his voice. "To be honest, at first I thought it was all lies. There wasn't a word about you in Dumbledore's story, and I admittedly didn't believe that some freshman, and even with mediocre skills, could defeat him, as you put it. I expected you to tell it like it really was. That's why I waited for you to explain it yourself." A note of tenderness slipped into his voice, and Theodore looked at Itachi again. Theodore fell silent, thinking for a moment. Everyone says Harry is the hero who saved us all from the Quirrell. Everyone is very proud of him. Ron and Hermione, of course, are great too. They were involved too. And now they're all resting together. I understand, and getting treatment for their wounds. Itachi, frowning, asked the question that had been tormenting him. "Theodore, how did you find me in the first place?" He expected details, but didn't rush Theodore. Theodore, squirming slightly in his chair, began his story. When you disappeared after the exams, I was a little worried. And then, wandering around the castle, I heard the voices of Gryffindors discussing the Philosopher's Stone with Professor McGonagall. They were saying it was going to be stolen today. He paused, gathering his thoughts. I waited and waited for you to come back to tell me what was going on. But you never showed up. That's when I realized something was wrong. I wrote you a note telling you where to look and deciding that something had to be done. I followed the Gryffindors, leaving a note for you in your room. And then, when I was almost there, I saw you. You were limping, covered in dust, and you were falling, barely able to stay on your feet. I was able to pick you up before you fell. I remember how you started to fall, and how I managed to catch you in the last moments, and that's how I found you. Theodore finished his story, surprise and a bit of horror at what had happened in his voice. After they talked some more, discussing the finer details of what had happened, Itachi felt his magic begin to recover. He felt a familiar warmth spreading through his body, and realized that it was time to get to work on his own healing. He wanted to use a few healing spells to speed up the healing process and get rid of the pain and weakness as soon as possible. Itachi was about to raise his hand and cast a spell when a cold sweat broke out. He remembered the moment when Quirrell had snatched his wand out of his hands and tossed it aside during the fight. Itachi had been so exhausted after the victory that he had simply forgotten about it as he left the scene of the battle. His eyes widened in horror, and he felt a chill go through him. He was without his wand. Itachi, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly turned to Theodore, his eyes expressing alarm. "Theodore, my wand. I left it there in the room with the mirror," he muttered. His voice sounding worried. "Quirrell snatched it from me during the fight, and I never picked it up when I left. I was too exhausted to remember it." Itachi tried to calm down, but his voice was still shaking. "If it's been 2 days, my wand could very well have been found. That means we could be questioned soon, and we need to be prepared." He took a deep breath, trying to control himself. "I need my wand." He quickly cut to the chase, wasting no time. "Theodore, please come back to my room. There, in a secret compartment, lies my spare magic wand. You remember the one I bought when we first went to Slanted Alley with you?" Itachi pointed out, trying to make sure Theodore understood. "Bring it over as soon as you can. I need to be ready, and not just for an interrogation, but for anything." His tone was demanding, but a note of concern slipped in. He realized that his omission could have had serious consequences, and he had to remedy the situation as soon as possible. Theodore, upon hearing Itachi's words, was stunned at first, but then quickly pulled himself together. He realized how serious the situation was and nodded, trying to show that he was ready to act. "Okay," he replied quickly, his voice sounding collected and confident. "I'll be right back, I got it." He was about to get out of his seat, but he stopped suddenly and looked at Itachi. "Wait," he said, and his gaze became serious. "I don't think I'm likely to be questioned by anyone. They don't have probable cause, and it's unlikely anyone would suspect me. But you, they have your wand. And you're obviously involved in something very serious." Theodore was silent for a moment, contemplating the situation. "I think you should get lost for a couple days until you get yourself cleaned up and get a feel for the situation. That would be wise until you're sure you're in no danger. You need to lie down, and get your health in order." There was genuine concern for Itachi in his voice, and he wanted his friend to be safe. "I'll be back quickly." And turning around, Theodore took off, quickly leaving the ransom room to fulfill Itachi's request as soon as possible. He realized that time was playing against them and they needed to act quickly and decisively. Itachi was left alone in the room of requirement, and he was overcome with anxiety. His thoughts were preoccupied with Theodore. He feared that his friend might be detained or questioned, and that his involvement in these events might come to light. Itachi realized that his fears were probably unfounded, but the uneasy feeling did not recede. Time dragged agonizingly slow, and each minute seemed like an eternity. At last, after what seemed like an eternity, but was really only half an hour, the door of the room opened. And Theodore appeared on the threshold. He looked a little out of breath, but a triumphant smile shone on his face. He walked leisurely over to Itachi, pulled a magic wand from the pocket of his robe, and held it out to him. "Here," Theodore said, his voice sounding rather calm. "Your wand. I was careful no one saw me," he added, with some irony. "And I don't think anyone would suspect me of anything." Itachi picked up his wand and was immediately relieved. The feel of it in his hand brought him confidence and calm. Itachi, barely touching his wand, immediately pointed it at himself and cast a few basic healing spells. He felt his body respond to the magic, the pain began to recede and the weakness slowly left him. He was sure he would be fully recovered by nightfall. Itachi too. Okay, a deep breath as he looked at Theodore. He realized that he was asking too much of him, but he saw no other option. "Theodore," he said, his voice sounding calm, but there was a plea in it. "I know it's a lot, but I need your help. I'll be here until I recover, but I need to know what's going on. I'm asking you, please walk around the castle all day and listen to rumors. Gather any information you can. I need to know what people are thinking, what the teachers are saying, and what's going on in general. Everything." He looked intently at Theodore, waiting for a response. He knew his request was onerous, and if Theodore refused, he would understand. "All right," Theodore replied without hesitation, his voice sounding confident. "I'll do it. If anything important comes up, I'll come to you right away." He smiled at Itachi, showing that he wasn't worried. "You just rest and regain your strength. I'll take care of everything." Theodore, having left Itachi in the Virachai room, plunged headlong into his mission of gathering rumors throughout the castle. He wandered the corridors, peering now and then into the library, dining hall, and faculty lounges, trying to remain a discreet observer. His ears were strained. Every word, every whisper that flew by did not escape his attention. Mostly the conversations revolved around one name, Harry Potter. Everyone was in awe of how this freshman boy, in his first year, was able to defeat the experienced wizard Quirrell, who taught defense against the dark. Heard some admiring Harry's bravery, others, his magical abilities, others, just discussing this incredible case. "Can you believe he beat him in first year?" said one fifth-year student to his friend. "Yeah, that's just unthinkable. Quirrell was an accomplished wizard, after all. And he even taught defense against the dark arts," replied another. "How could this happen?" In the library, he overheard a couple of girls discussing Harry enthusiastically. "He's so brave, a real hero," one of them was saying. In the dining hall, at lunchtime, the chatter also continued unabated. "They say he fought Quirrell in the dungeons," one of the students was saying. "Yes, he wasn't afraid to go there and save the Philosopher's Stone," exclaimed his friend. "Dumbledore said we should be proud of students like him." Theodore listened to all of this. He felt that all these rumors, while important, didn't give a complete picture of what had happened. It bothered him that no one had mentioned Itachi, as if his involvement in these events had never happened. He continued to wander around the castle, gathering information, and hoping that he could learn something that would help Itachi. Theodore continued his rounds of the castle, making sure not to miss a single detail. He peered into every corner, listening to every conversation, but to his surprise, there wasn't a single hint of anything that might concern Itachi anywhere. All the talk still revolved around Harry Potter and his heroic act and how he had defeated Quirrell. He hadn't heard about anyone's wand being found in the dungeon, nor had he heard about the marbles looking for anyone. It was as if all of Itachi's involvement in these events had been erased from his memory, as if he hadn't been there at all. It was strange and even frightened Theodore, because Itachi had been not just an eyewitness, but a participant in the event. Why didn't anyone talk about him? Did everyone just forget about him, or was he deliberately hiding his participation in the event? Theodore, feeling the growing uneasiness and strangeness of what was happening, decided to return to the common room of his faculty. As soon as he entered the common room, however, his eyes were immediately drawn to Malfoy, who was sitting in an armchair by the fireplace. Surrounded by his trusty sidekicks, Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy was talking excitedly, and Theodore hoped that he wouldn't notice him and he could slip quietly into his room. Alas, his hopes were not destined to come true. Malfoy, as if sensing Theodore's presence, suddenly turned his head and, spotting him, immediately called out. "Hey, what are you staggering around for?" he uttered. His tone was normal. Theodore sighed to himself, feeling his plans falling apart. He didn't have time for Malfoy at all, but he knew he would have to answer. He slowly turned to Malfoy, trying not to give away his irritation and pulling an obviously strained smile onto his face. "Malfoy," he said, trying to sound as casual as possible, "I just decided to rest for a while." "Is something wrong?" Malfoy, to Theodore's surprise, spoke without the usual mockery in his voice. His tone was more concerned than defiant. "Not, have you seen the Uchiha? It's been the third day he's been gone. Do you know where he is?" Quote. Theodore, completely not expecting such a turn, froze. He was lost in thought for a moment, trying to come up with a plausible explanation. No, I honestly haven't seen it. But, you don't know. Itachi's just exploring the castle. After all, everyone's leaving soon, the year is ending. So he's taking his free time to look around, find something interesting, gather information, so to speak. From morning till night, you know. That's how he spends his time. Theodore tried to speak calmly, but he was seething inside. Why was Malfoy asking about Itachi? And why now? Something was definitely wrong. Malfoy seemed to accept Theodore's explanation, though he looked a little unsure. He nodded thoughtfully, as if pondering what he had heard, and then changed the subject to another equally debated event. "Okay," Malfoy said, and there was no longer the same wariness in his voice. "What do you think of Potter's act? Unbelievable, isn't it? How did that boy manage to beat Quirrell?" Theodore, slightly exhaled from the change of topic, tried to answer as neutrally as possible while trying not to give away his true thoughts. "Well," he began, pretending to consider the question carefully. "Dumbledore said he was brave and talented. Apparently he is, since he defeated a wizard who was considered very strong." Theodore was silent for a moment, trying to find the words. "I think it's certainly amazing. And certainly commands respect when a freshman shows so much courage." He spoke dryly, avoiding any specific assessment, not wanting to either raise Harry or belittle his accomplishments. He couldn't understand what exactly Malfoy was trying to accomplish, so he decided to keep a neutral stance. "But, what can I say? We were all in shock, and no one expected this to happen. It's been a very strange year." Malfoy nodded in agreement, but added nothing more, and turned and walked away with his henchmen. Theodore, exhaling, was finally able to feel relief. He watched silently as they left the room, and then quickly made his way towards Itachi. Upon returning to Itachi, Theodore found him sitting in a chair, leaning over a book. Theodore walked over to him, placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke softly. "Itachi, I've walked around the castle. No one is looking for you." Itachi, without lifting his head from the book, nodded briefly. "Good," Itachi whispered, keeping his eyes on the pages. Theodore stood for a moment longer, making sure Itachi was okay. Theodore, noticing Itachi immersed in his reading, quietly sat down next to him and asked, "How are the wounds?" Better yet, he looked at Itachi carefully, trying to catch even the slightest sign of pain or discomfort. Itachi put the book aside, looked at Theodore, and nodded with a slight smile. "Yeah, it's fine," he replied, his voice sounding calm and confident. "Almost no pain at all. The healing spells helped. I'll be good as new soon." He rose from his chair and stretched his shoulders and arms, showing that he was indeed feeling much better. "Great," Theodore replied, breathing a sigh of relief. He was silent for a moment, and then continued. "Toward evening, when it gets dark, we'll both return to our living room. If you are still wanted, we will need to leave the castle somehow. And if not, that's honestly even more frightening." Itachi nodded in agreement, his gaze turning serious. "I agree," he said, frowning thoughtfully. "Dumbledore obviously couldn't have missed my wand when I dropped it, but why isn't he saying anything? It's very suspicious." He circled the room with his eyes, as if contemplating what was happening. The evening passed surprisingly quietly. Itachi and Theodore returned to the faculty lounge, trying to act normal, but tension was simmering inside them. They pretended that everything was fine, chatting with the other students, pretending to study, but their minds were occupied with something else entirely. They were constantly looking around, listening to every rustle, waiting for the Aurors to burst into the living room and arrest Itachi. When night came, they could not sleep. They lay in their beds, staring up at the ceiling, each in his own thoughts. And waiting, as if they were conspiring. They waited for the doors to their bedroom to swing open at any moment, and for the Darksiders to burst into the room and come after Itachi. They waited for the creak of floorboards under heavy boots, for a sharp shout, for an order to get up and follow them. They sat there until morning, waiting, but no one came. The night passed in anticipation, anxiety gripping them both, but no one came. Morning greeted them with silence and sunlight streaming through the windows, but relief never came. The silence was even more tenning than the anticipation of arrest. Why hadn't anyone come? Had they been left alone? Or was this just the calm before the storm? Itachi and Theodore, with obvious bags under their eyes and a tired look, moved to the great hall for breakfast. They felt exhausted and broken, but tried not to show it. It was business as usual in the hall, with students eating, talking, laughing, and of course, gossiping about Harry Potter and his incredible feat. Itachi noticed that Ron and Hermione were sitting at the Gryffindor table, but Harry Potter was not with them. Where he had gone or why he wasn't there, Itachi didn't know. But it added anxiety to his already tense state. Suddenly, when everyone was almost finished with breakfast, Dumbledore rose from his table and asked for silence. His voice was calm and commanding as always. But Itachi and Theodore's heart twitched with anxiety. Dumbledore began to speak. "I have an important announcement to make," he pronounced, circling all the students with his gaze. There was complete silence in the great hall, all eyes fixed on the headmaster. Itachi and Theodore looked over at each other, tense to the max. Did Dumbledore really want to arrest Itachi right here in the great hall? In front of all the students? What is he going to say? What does he know? These questions swirled around in both of their heads as Dumbledore continued his speech. "I am happy to report that your exam results have come in much sooner than we expected. Each of you will have your results by lunchtime. Also," he paused for another short pause, "I'm inviting everyone to the Hogwarts Cup ceremony tonight. Everyone is welcome to attend." There was an immediate buzz of voices in the hall. The students were excited to start discussing the upcoming results and the ceremony, but amongst the general noise, disgruntled voices were also heard. Students from other faculties were clearly upset. After all, it was no secret that Slytherin had the most points this year, as usual. And they would win the cup again, for the 7th time in a row. This meant that they would have to listen to the arrogant Slytherins' remarks again, and no one had the slightest desire to do so. Dumbledore, however, finished his announcement and calmly sat down at his desk and continued his breakfast as if nothing had happened. Itachi and Theodore looked at each other, feeling the tension release a little. They exhaled in relief, realizing that Dumbledore didn't know anything, or he had decided not to touch them. But why? Time flew by unnoticed. The excitement of the morning had been replaced by the anticipation of exam results, and now it was lunchtime. Itachi, upon receiving his grade sheet, wasn't surprised to see that all of his results were top marks. He was the top student in his first year, which didn't surprise him in the least. Theodore, upon receiving his result, was also quite pleased. Although his grades in potions were a failure, he still managed to get a passing grade in the rest of his subjects. And then, finally, the night came, the long-awaited time for the Hogwarts Cup ceremony. The great hall was decorated in grand style. The ceilings were hung with flags in green and silver colors, symbolizing the Slytherin faculty, which would once again win the competition. All the students were seated at their desks, waiting for the celebration to begin. Prophase. Sore McGonagall rose from her seat and tapped the cup, thus attracting everyone's attention. The murmur of voices in the hall immediately died down, and all eyes were fixed on Dumbledore, who slowly rose from his seat. His eyes were calm and wise, and his voice sounded warm and soft, but there was also a sense of solemnity in it. "Here we come to the end of another year at our beloved school," he began, looking around at everyone gathered. "And it's time to announce the winner of our annual competition. But first, let's congratulate all those who participated and passed this difficult year with dignity." Dumbledore began to read out the results of the faculties, and with each name spoken, the tension in the room grew. Gryffindor 312 points, Puffendui 352 points, Clawdon 426 points. The hall responded with quiet applause at each name, but when Dumbledore spoke, Slytherin 550 points, a standing ovation broke out at the Slytherin table. The students in green cheered and their faces shone with pride, anticipating another victory. Yes, yes, well done, Slytherin, Dumbledore said with an ironic tone in his voice, and many in the room sensed that something was amiss. However, in light of recent events at our school, extra points have been awarded. There was a tense silence in the hall, everyone held their breath, and everyone tried to anticipate what was going to happen next. What are these points? Who got them? And how would it affect the results? Ron Weasley, for the best chess game in years, designed by McGonagall herself. I award Gryffindor 50 points, Dumbledore announced. And cheers and applause immediately rang through the room. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, and Ron, smiling embarrassedly, bowed to the crowd. Hermione Granger, for outstanding academic achievement and for defeating cold logic over hot flames, I award Gryffindor 50 points, Dumbledore said again, and the hall erupted into even louder applause. Hermione, trying to hide her pleasure. Her eyes shone with pride. Harry Potter, for his outstanding achievement in Quidditch and his outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor 150 points, Dumbledore pronounced with particular solemnity. The hall exploded with a deafening roar, the Gryffindor table literally shook with cheering, and Harry, smiling embarrassedly. Neville Longpups, for having the courage to stand up to no. Only your enemies but your friends as well, I award Gryffindor 10 points. This news brought mixed feelings. Neville, blushing to the tips of his ears. The sudden addition of points for Gryffindor had sent the Slytherin table into quite a shock. Their jubilation was instantly replaced by bewilderment and silence, for they were now 22 points ahead. There was disappointment and anger on every Slytherin's face. The Gryffindor table, on the other hand, was glowing with joy, unable to believe what was happening. At the moment when Dumbledore, satisfied with the effect he had produced, was ready to announce the winner, Professor Snape slowly rose from his seat. Everyone in the room froze in anticipation, eyes fixed on Snape, and tension hung in the air. Everyone knew that Snape never did anything for nothing. Snape, rising slowly from his seat, shifted his gaze to Dumbledore. His face was impenetrable, but there was some cold determination in his eyes. Albus, he said, his voice sounding even and calm, but with an undercurrent of menace in it. I fully agree with your decisions, however, I would like to clarify something. Snape paused briefly, and his gaze slid around the hall until it stopped on Itachi. For we also have students worthy of reward, he said, and there was a note of something sinister in his voice. Itachi Uchiha, for outstanding academic achievement, as the best first-year student. Slytherin will be awarded 30 points. There was a quiet buzz in the hall. The Slytherin students visibly perked up and their faces lit up with hope. Of course, without the victory of cold logic over hot flames. Snape added, and there was an obvious irony in his voice that everyone easily understood as a reference to Hermione's award. But still, your academic success is commendable as well. Minerva McGonagall, who had been closely watching everything that was going on, rose from her seat as well. She glanced at Dumbledore, then shifted her gaze to Snape, and nodded in agreement. Yes, Severus is right, she said, her voice sounding firm and fair. Academic success should be recognized as well. Itachi really was the best in first year, and the Slytherin deserves those extra points. There was a tense silence in the hall as everyone waited for Dumbledore's reaction and further developments. The tension in the Great Hall reached its limit. Dumbledore's smile faded for a moment, his gaze darting between Snape and McGonagall like a spotlight. Finally, with a visible effort, he pulled the same smile back onto his face and, addressing the entire hall, said, "In that case, I agree with this decision. And therefore, Slytherin gets the Hogwarts Cup." In the blink of an eye, the Slytherin table exploded with deafening applause. Hats flew into the air, faces glowed with pride, and shouts of joy mingled with jubilant shouts. Some Slytherins turned to Itachi to express their gratitude and admiration for his success. The applause had reached its peak, and even through the applause, there were individual phrases of praise for Itachi. Dumbledore, as if not noticing this violent reaction, resumed his seat, and the hall gradually came to its senses. A sly, but palpable scent of triumph and celebration hung in the air. Time passed quickly, and now the day of departure had arrived. There was chaos and bustle at Hogsmeade Station. Students of different faculties, with huge suitcases and cages with owls, were scurrying back and forth, hurrying to take their seats in the Hogwarts Express. The air was filled with a mixture of joy at seeing home soon and sadness at saying goodbye to their friends in Hogwarts. Itachi and Theodore made their way through the crowd and took their usual compartment, leaving the commotion behind them. Settling into their seats, they stared out the window, watching Hogwarts slowly drift away. The train rumbled to a halt and the familiar landscape, with its majestic towers and green hills, began to fade over the horizon. Itachi and Theodore sat in silence, immersed in their own thoughts, but each of them realizing that this year had left an indelible mark on their memories. But they both knew that they would meet again. 1. The Slytherins have 550 points due to the fact that in Itachi history, in the original they had 472 points. 2. This is the end of the first year of Hogwarts. I will take a break from this story, maybe for a month or so. Read the book and then review the movie to make less mistakes. I do not want to burn out. This story is really good for me. 3. Let's help each other out. Write a damn review for the fanfic. It promotes it and the more people read it the more motivated. 4. Good days.